Bari, buenos días, El Salvador, bienvenidos a Surf City, El Salvador Pro, Punta Roca, un día más, les contamos que el evento está on, el evento is on. Vamos a comenzar a las 6:22 en el Start 6:33 con la ronda con los de los varones. Nuestro show en el horizonte, cuando la baja, el político que vaya mejorando a lo largo del día, vamos a informar donde estamos la categoría de los varones. Bienvenidos, vamos a hacer por todos estos puestos. Hoy la WSL va a transmitir al mundo mejores olas con los mejores surfistas.
it's been a week of starts and stops, but as you can see, the lights are on and the surfers are arriving well before sunup. Italo fired up. That sound of wax is something that gets surfers hyped.
Yeah, I mean, it's gotta go today, right?
Surf City El Salvador Pro nearing the edges of our contest window, but luckily for us, swells arrived just in time to greet these surfers who showed up pre-dawn. Get a little bit of a warm-up. There's an overview of beautiful La Libertad, El Salvador, this wave, Punta Roca, showing signs of brilliance every single morning through the entire waiting period. Right now, pulsing at the right time. I'm Chris Cote. This is Jesse Mendez.
Let's get going.
It sounds like there's some excitement, some hype on the rocks right now because we have seen some incredible looking sets roll through this morning.
I know, the swell is starting to fill in right behind us. It's offshore and I'm very excited to get going because it's been a lot of play days. As much as we've been surfing, I'm excited to actually see good surfing in front of me, besides me bogging.
Come on. Seen it and heard about it. Here we go. So the first couple of heats we have potentially on tap for you this morning are guaranteed to be entertaining. I'll give you a 100% guarantee, Jesse. We've got Iago, Dora, and Sammy Pupo in the first heat of the day.
And
Second heat of the day is going to be Connor O'Leary and Seth Moniz. And just like that, let's make this thing official. Is it on? Is it off? Let's go down to Rosie Hodge on the rocks.
Well, guys, we've been anticipating this swell. It looks super fun out there. I've got one of the women's quarterfinalists with me, Isabella Nichols. You've tasted it firsthand. What are the conditions like out there?
Yeah, it's super fun today. Like, there's a lot more power in the water. There's a long wait between sets, but when they come through, it's like there's some magical waves to be had.
Magical waves, we love that. Well, we'll be starting with that men's round of 32. Women's quarterfinals are on standby, but it's going to be a big day of action, you guys. Buckle in.
Oh, I just did it. I had a seatbelt installed in this chair actually because I've been getting really excited watching some of these surfers out there, and it looks like we're going to be in for a great show. It's official. It's on. We're going to start the day off with Iago, Dora, and Sammy Pupo. This is a huge heat for Sammy Pupo. We'll tell you all the reasons why before we jump into this. You know, anytime you're going up against Iago, Dora, you know you have your work cut out for you because Iago's got every trick in the book. And there he is, surfer in red. Iago, what do you expect from Iago Dora this morning, Jesse?
I mean, by his year so far, he's been blowing up. And with the wind that we have, the conditions we have, it's going to suit his surfing very well. And actually, as much as it's offshore, you can see a little bit of texture to it. So that means it's kind of coming from a side angle, blowing into the wave a little bit. So that's a good air wind. So I feel like if he goes to the air, Sammy's going to really have to step it up and combo it up with like the big hacks, good rail surfing that he has with the progressive surfing as well. So it's going to be very fun and exciting to watch. And out of all the surfers that have been here, I'm sure all of them would like things to kind of be unfolded already previously, you know, and get going into the next one. But Iago actually had 9 stitches on his foot. So that gave him like perfect time to heal, and he's back to 100% already. So he's probably fired up that we kind of went on hold for a bunch of days.
Yeah, I gave him a little bit of time to heal up. You see, we're clearing the lineup right there. I was almost about to send Jesse Mendez out there and regulate, start yelling, get people to come in. No, we need you right here. You know, that just shows you that the hunger. Most of the people you see still in the lineup are championship tour surfers who know the rules, but it's going to be a quick walk in. Well, not a quick walk in. We're still pretty low tide right now. That just means the challenge of getting in and out from the rocks is as high as ever. And that's kind of one thing that we've been noticing throughout the entire week. Yes, this is paradise. The waves are perfect. You know, the temperature and the water and the air, everything is just as it should be. The one challenge here at these point breaks in El Salvador is getting in and out across those rocks. An easy price to pay when you get a smoking right-hander like this, though.
I mean, that's what happened right there. You see a bunch of tour surfers, and obviously those guys are so used to doing all of that, but this is extremely hard spot for you to paddle out and in, because it's like they're very uneven. It's not like a perfect reef. It's a bunch of cobblestones, and they're slidey. You can kind of get your foot stuck in between rocks and tweak your ankle.
They're all making it look pretty easy right now. I think they've had a lot of practice because we've seen some slips and falls, some fins busted out. They're actually looking pretty cool Doing it right now. I hope I didn't curse anyone. Well, the Surfline forecast. So far, I mean, it's told us that it's going to be in that kind of head-high range throughout the entire week. But this is what everybody was anticipating, Jesse, this just new swell that's pulsing through the water. Isabella Nichols said it on the call. A little bit more juice, a little bit more power flowing through this lineup.
Yes, and also she mentioned about being a little bit slow, and that's all because of the beginning of the heat. The period is pretty high. It's like something around like 18 seconds. So what that means is the swell is traveling from so far, so it separates itself. So it makes it a little bit of a bigger lows. But as the day comes in, it's going to fill in, and those insiders that right now might be too small are going to be the good sized waves, and we're going to see more consistent waves. And also, it's supposed to pick up tomorrow even, so it's going to be an exciting day, probably offshore mornings the next 3 days that we have in front of us, and everyone's going to rip.
Hopefully we're saving the best for last. Here's a quick look out into the lineup, and I mean, this is just exactly why surfers have been drawn to El Salvador for the better part of the last 30 plus years. You know, this wall, this wave is ruler sharp on its day, and you can, I mean, it looks like this is a wave pool before wave pools existed.
Yes.
This wave spins so perfectly across these rocks.
And today, even extra more mechanical than we had the previous days that we went off, and even the days that we ran, because it's a very long period swell. There's nothing mixing up and breaking up the swell. So the days before that we canceled mostly, like there was waves, a little bit smaller than what we have in offer right now, but maybe more consistent. But there's 2 or 3 swells in the water, and what that would do is just stretches out the wave and makes it very hard for the surfers to get around. And today you're gonna see just that beautiful pace to it, like a long, deep, very consistent lines hitting the point today.
So Sammy Pupo, he's in a precarious position right now. You know, he's been cut the last 2 seasons on the championship tour. Right now he's holding on to a 33rd and 2/17, and he's going up against one of the best in the world, especially at this break. This could be a big statement win for Sammy Pupo, and he needs to get moving. I hate to say it, Jesse, but now is the time that we start talking about that mid-season cut.
Yeah,
it is right around the corner.
We have to. Like, he needs to step up. Mostly him. I don't think he might be one of the worst positions on tour right now, which is crazy for me to look at it, like with the type of surfing and talent that he has. And previously have done pretty well on tour before in his first ever year. And just kind of in that wrong rhythm, you know, like trying to find it and can't really, it seems like you're paddling against current. Everything you do goes against you. But now it's the time, this is the perfect way for him to kind of come back and bounce back from it. And I like how he started off taking the inside position, like it's showing that he wants to control the beginning of the heat, which could be very important in a slow day like this. You can see him on the right side of your screen compared to Dora. So now with the heat, without a set priority, if a set will come, he has the right of way. But I'm sure Iago's going to have a few paddles to try and push him a little deep. So there's that borderline. How far do I push? How far do I go up the point and maybe lose a wide set?
We got that classic goofy versus regular matchup. Sammy Pupo's results that he doesn't want to hear about right before going up against Dora. But we know how good of a surfer Sammy Pupo is. This kid absolutely rips. With 30 minutes now, waiting for one of these surfers to strike first. Now they're paddling deep up the point. So we're looking at offshore, probably the most offshore we've seen of the window so far. How is that going to affect these surfers on their forehand compared to their backhand?
I think it's going to affect them just to engage rail, because I guess, no, Iago's not going, but you can kind of see it how the wind is offshore, but because this wave kind of comes in an angle, not so parallel to the point as you can see right there. It goes a little bit out to sea. Even the offshore winds, when it blows a little bit into the right, it creates a little shatter. So it's hard for you to engage that rail and keep the rails clean. So surfers are really going to have to adapt to that, because we only previously have seen very light offshores so far, and today's on the little bit on the stronger side. As much as the face of the wave is clean, there's a little bit of chatter on it, and it's a little trickier for the surfers to, get it going.
Yeah, they do have the best job ever. Pro surfers enjoying world-class lineups around the world to themselves. There are a few things that are affecting them right now. One of them is the sun. So the sun comes up over the mountain. Basically, as you look into Yago's face right there, you see how lit up it is. So when these surfers take off, I mean, they're staring right into the sun. So it's almost like you gotta look, you have to be, of course, looking at the lip line. You've gotta be trying to pay attention to what's happening down the line. But if you look straight down the line when you take off, you're gonna be staring straight into the sun.
And this is a great example for you to kind of see how the wind is creating a little bit of a wind. This is an even better angle. You can see that little swell, like tiny little swell created by the offshore winds that are coming from the left to the right of your screen. And that's what I'm talking about. It's going to make it a little bit trickier for the surfers to engage their rail. They're still going to pull it off, obviously, but they're very sensitive on their foot and they can feel all of it. So it's something they're going to have to pay attention to it on a day like today. Not overcook it and get something stuck that you don't want to. You want to clean up everything.
Get some action. Both surfers repositioning themselves. I think we had a pretty decent opportunity. Both these guys looked at that last set that rolled through. Neither one of them engaged, so we're still waiting for the first wave to be ridden here at the Surf City El Salvador Pro. Will it be this one? Yes, it's gonna start off with Yago Dora. Perfectly placed snap there to start. Two big turns, here we go, streaking down the line. Backside floater with an airdrop like that, underrated for how scary and weird that can be, especially, I mean, I don't do floaters before 9 a.m. anymore, because doing a floater on your backhand, airdropping out like that, when you're still maybe not all the way warmed up, it can be pretty sketchy.
And also with the offshore winds, it helps, it makes it a little bit more unstable, and it gets, yeah, you don't want to be up there.
This will be interesting to see how much credit the judges give Yago for that move, which is, again, I think underrated for how difficult it is.
Yes, I love the surfing from Yago here, just to start it off. Obviously nothing special, but he looks solid, looks composed on top of the board. First wave of the morning, you know, they're the guinea pigs, so great way for him to start right there. And just to set off priority, I think he didn't want to have that battle. He's not that type of guy, so he just wants to get it going and maybe warm himself up.
I think it'll be a mid-ranger. The first score of the heat is super important for the judges to set the scale. You know, had he maybe hung that last floater up a little bit, made it a little bit more dramatic, there would be some more points in there. But what do you think most likely in that mid-range?
Yeah, mid to a lower range. Those are two nice maneuvers, and then finish off with a floater. I think he was thinking down the line because that wave kept peeling. He had a good pace right after, but on your backhand it's harder to generate the speed and project into the floater. So maybe if you would have finished up in vertical as well, he would have probably bumped up that score. But yeah, they kind of have to hold it. There's like amazing waves that have been ridden this morning so far. As much as they're slow, they're still coming. When they come, they have a beautiful pace. So this has to be something below average.
Maybe floaters would score better if they had a cooler sounding name. Floater sounds very benign, very easy, right?
Yeah.
It was like 50-50 lip ride or something. Anyway, can't do anything about that now. Yago Dora comes through with a 4.33. We've got 25 minutes left. The Red Bull Athlete Zone is literally heating up in front of our eyes, and right there in the mix, our very own Joe Turpel.
Good morning, Chris. Good morning, Jesse. What a great morning we're having. Having fun in there already?
Yeah, so far so good. Talking floaters in here, but hopefully we're going to be talking 8s, 9s, and 10s here any minute.
Yeah, Jesse's always talked about the run of Yago Dora in the last few years, and so a big heat for him. Jesse, for you, I mean, with this wind direction, how are his chances with Sammy Pupo?
I actually think it favors Sammy, the fact that we have more in offshore winds. As much as it's coming a little bit into a cross shore, it does not favor the airs. Like, you're really going to have to put a good angle for that board to stick to your foot. So I think we're going to be seeing more rail game. Both of them are amazing on it. Obviously, Yago have a lot of power as well, big kid, but yeah, it could be a good day for Sammy.
Awesome. Yeah, just hanging out with George. Everyone's getting ready. The vibe's pretty good out here. Everyone coming in from the free surf. They said, yeah, it's a little inconsistent, but definitely the best waves we've had in the last 5 days or so. Ryan Kalinan did mention the wind can be tricky, little direction shifts at times, which almost feels devilish, but with the lined up walls, everyone's pretty excited to compete today. Ran into Gabby Bryant as well. She'll be caddying for Connor O'Leary. She has high hopes that they'll be turned on today for their quarterfinals this afternoon on the tide filling in. So the energy is definitely really high. Doug Silva gave me a long talk about the prep with Seth Moniz. And you know, we always talk about the surfers and shaper relationship building over time. Similar thing going on with coaches. We all remember Silva being instrumental in Seth's big performance in Margaret River last year to get past through the cut. Doug got a full-time job, but with all of his experience competitively, generational experience, he really has that honest trust relationship with Seth where he can give him the tough news and the good news. They work very closely together, and they're still having debrief when I saw them moments ago. Just surfing better. That's been their key mantra this year, and Seth's really prepared for his heat with Connor O'Leary this morning.
Yeah, that's going to be another fun one to watch. It'll be round of 32, heat 2. So, Joe, we know that El Salvador has been treating our surfers very nicely. You know, the tourism board, the government, making sure that they have plenty to do in and out of the water. I saw George Pitar next to you just a minute ago. Now he's gone. Maybe he's back on the helicopter, taking a ride down the coast. How cool is that? Not only are these surfers getting, you know, facials and massages and all that behind the scenes, but they're also getting free helicopter rides for Strike Mission surf sessions.
Oh, it's true. It's a dream come true. It kind of reminds me of that movie Fair Bits with Taj Burrow. Remember that one, you guys? It was like jumping out of a chopper into perfect waves. I mean, this is Surf City, La Libertad, but when you got a government that loves surfing this much, they're going to give you the surf country. There's a lot of other waves to search down, and by helicopter, wow, the world's best surfers deserve that kind of treatment, don't they?
Agreed. Get to the chopper. Time to score. 21 minutes, 52 seconds. Thank you, Joe. Always nice to have Joe Turpel in that athlete zone because you know he's just getting those little hints and tips of information. Joe is the absolute GOAT of surf commentary. I mean, do you know anyone who knows more facts and more history about competitive surfing than Joe Turpel?
I agree with you. I did not know.
Sitting next to him, you get smarter.
You do.
Yeah.
You learn a lot about surfing.
21:22 to go here. And I'm learning a lot sitting next to Triple Crown champion Jesse Mendez. Jesse, when you start a heat like this, you know, we're 10 minutes in, we had one wave ridden. These surfers knew full well the consistency factor out there. They knew they were going to have to be waiting around a little bit, but Sammy Pupo, you know, who's had kind of a roller coaster ride on the championship tour. How does it feel for these surfers to be so hyped up as they paddle out and then just kind of be forced to sit there for a full 10, 12, maybe 15 minutes? What's going on in your mind out there? I know you've been in this position.
It's expectable. It's very hard to deal with, but I hope their coaches, you know, brought some ice for them to put their hearts on, because that's the name of the game this morning. As the day comes in, probably going to build in. We're probably going to have more consistency, but the difference of the sets compared to the medium-sized waves today are going to be screaming. So you need to sit there. You need to be ready to sit there for 15 minutes and be on your 100% when you stand up on the board. And that's what has been kind of happening here lately. The first few days we had that. We had Adriana come up to me. I saw him talking to Miggy and said, you need to be ready for sitting for a long time and being 100% as soon as you stand up. So this is Sammy Pupo's situation. He just needs to keep reminding himself that things are not going against him. That's how the ocean is right now, and eventually a set's going to come. And to tell you the truth, a 4.33 is going to be a low score most likely today, I expect. So he's in a good spot right now. He can sit whatever he wants in the lineup, make sure he's in the perfect spot for when that next set comes.
So these surfers recently went head-to-head at the 2025 Male Rip Curl Pro Portugal. Iago got the edge there, but not by much.
It's basically a tie.
Yeah, the average heat score there, right? Very equal all the way down. And I think it's cool with you know, the seeding and reseeding throughout these events. We get to see different matchups. We've only seen this one time this season. Surfers are definitely, you know, they definitely have a spot in their mind for past matchups. They know every result that they've had and who they've had it against. I don't think Sammy is the type to have a you know, kind of a vendetta. He's more of the friendly warrior. Just it's scary, and the more time that goes by, the more worried you have to get, and the more that you could start thinking in your mind, well, I'm probably only going to get 2 to 3, maybe 4 waves in this 35-minute heat. So you can't make a mistake. You have, you know, everything has to be perfect to make it through these heats, because one fall could completely wipe a great opportunity away, and you know, then you're sitting out there going, thinking about that fall. Anyway, I don't want to get negative yet. We still have 18 minutes, 20 seconds to go. Yago Dora has been on a tear. Another one of his best seasons to date. 18 minutes, 10 seconds left. No sets coming through. Let's take this opportunity to catch up with Yago Dora.
2 years in a row, just like almost reaching that finals and not getting there, just like by 1 heat each time. And it's weird how things happen, and I don't know, I never like overthink it too much. I was just like, it's not this heat that made me lost. It's like the whole year. It's not like, oh, this heat itself made me not achieve my goal or something. Maybe I should have made a heat in Margaret River or in Bells or something, and I would have been there. Maybe it wasn't this heat itself. That's the beauty of competition to me. Like, I love surfing itself more than anything, and competing is what makes me want to like be better each day and keep improving and keep working on things that make me a better surfer, and that like also translates into my personal life.
Yago Dora. I don't know, I haven't heard anybody ever say anything bad about Yago Dora. Definitely a fan favorite, a surfer favorite. Trying to fight his way around this section, building speed. Here's the ramp. Come on, Yago. Boom. Thank you. Now we're awake. The end section, nailed by Yago Dora. Not a lot at the beginning. It was kind of a lot of work to try to get down the line, but he finishes strong. So sitting on a 4.33 now. That'll be his second wave ridden, 16:35 to go as we wait for the scores to come through. Again, Yago Dora having the best season he's had so far in his surf career. Big finishes already in 2025, currently sitting at number 4 in the world. And you can kind of take a look at what Yago has done already this season. You know, he's got that 33rd in pipe, but he can delete that score out of his mind and off his stat sheet. Got 5th place, Abu Dhabi, 1 Portugal, and currently sitting at 4th in the world. You see 17th in 2024, 7th in 2023. I'm gonna go ahead and say Yago will be in the final 5 in 2025.
Well, I definitely have him as one of my picks. Obviously, with the performance he's been doing, he's just right there cracking, and every time more mature, getting better on the flaws that he has in his surfing. And yeah, it's time to make it happen.
I think he's probably one of the most popular surfers in fantasy surfing.
This is a very tricky wave to ride. He kind of pushes that first turn a little bit too deep, has to go around the section, and right here you can notice he relaxes. Knows that wave's not giving him much, so he takes his time to just go big in the last section, and he does. Beautiful rotation. You can see that he uses the wind in his favor, and that's not easy to do. This first turn here, you can see he pushes all the way back. He has to kind of go around and do a few wiggles in order to get up to the clean part of the wave again. And right here, the wave gets weird, and he knows it already. This is not going to be a big score. I need to go as big as I can on that closeout. You're going to see him angling that board straight into the wind to keep those foot stuck into the board, and comes out beautifully. Almost falls off right there, but hangs on. And I mean, a good way to kind of build up on the score, get something else on the board, and apply more pressure into Sammy, which he's in hands attached at the moment. He needs to wait. There's nothing else he can do.
Score comes through to 517. It's heavily weighted on the back 3 on the inside section. A couple moments there that were, you know, pretty sparky though. Quick snap way out the back to get started on that wave, and then sorry to say it, the floater right in the middle was a risky maneuver. You know, you saw him kind of come down, land in the flats. Luckily for him, the wave kind of backed off a little bit and gave him room to get around that section. So with 13:55, Iago in the lead. Sammy's out the back with priority. Right now he would need a 9.5, but of course we're thinking 2 waves can be what it takes for Sammy unless he gets that magic dream runner, which could come through. We're gonna take a quick break. We'll be back with more. You're watching the Surf City El Salvador Pro. Don't go anywhere. We know you won't. We are back. This is the Surf City El Salvador Pro, and watch the Iago show. Yes, we're glazing Iago, but yes, he deserves it. Runner-up last year in El Salvador, doing some of the most high-performance, just coolest looking surfing that we saw the entire year on the championship tour. Every trick in the book. I mean, he filmed a video part down here last year, Jesse.
It was so incredible. From the first heat to the last one. Just a little bit of wave starve on the last heat, but still, the type of surfing, the pace switch throughout the wave, going from turns to massive rotations. It was awesome to watch.
He's back at it. This kid is back on the escalator. Iago Dora again, hammering this wave. So this is another wave, his second wave surfed without priority. He's making this little thing pay. I think it's a messy launch at the end of that one. That's about an 80% make. I'm gonna leave that one up to the judges. Unfortunately, Sammy Pupo, I mean, this is starting to be kind of a throwback to what we saw in Portugal. And same matchup, Sammy versus Iago. What's going on here, Jesse?
I mean, this is tough. Iago did pretty well on this wave here. Served to his potential, but just on the last bit right there, unfortunately, came stuck. I personally think he didn't ride out of that last turn. This is some great surfing from him on a very average wave. Gets up in vertical right there, and here gets a bit more progressive, but he's looking over his shoulder, trying to rotate all the way around, but the board kind of fell in that angle where the fins doesn't let you go around, and he wants to engage clockwise. So for him right there, just not capable of, and yeah, probably not gonna better situation he has.
Yeah, no credit for that last kind of late to the party air. But watch the inside section here. So he kind of lands his thing, and then he realizes quickly that it's about to go bone dry right in front of him. So he's lucky to get out of there with all 3 fins intact. We've seen some serious fin drama down here in El Salvador. Fins being blasted out by these rocks. Surfers falling on the way in and or out of the water. A lot of board dings, cuts, bruises, scrapes. Barista Hennessy probably got one of the most radical fin situations that I've ever seen. Got jammed through to the top of her board underneath her foot. I've never seen that.
That was very incredible what happened to her.
That's your Punta Roca tax.
Yep.
9 minutes to go here.
And it doesn't look like there's much on the horizon, so there's probably at least another minute of nothing.
Oh, man.
Really coming towards Samuel, which starts to be nerve-wracking for him. And hopefully he doesn't let the thoughts of the previous event, you know, had kind of a shocker as well against Thiago, with waves becoming 12 foot in about 10 minutes towards the heat and onshore. Just try and reset every 30 seconds and, you know, remind that you're in the game still. 1 7-point right here puts you right back to it.
I want him to have a chance. I'm stressing, you're stressing. Strider, are you stressing right now? What is the feeling in the lineup? Welcome, Strider Wasilewski.
Good morning. I'm not stressing. I don't know why you guys are stressing. We're chilling out here. The sun's out, the winds are offshore, there's some fun little waves. And the guy, you know, well, Thiago's not stressing. He's on his same board that he won this event on. He took that board, put it away, and it's the same driver 3.0 that he rode out here when he won. So, you know, he's out of control. He's really feeling it.
Yeah, and speaking of feeling it, so this morning, a little bit different of a look that we've seen the past couple of days. What's the differences that you're feeling out in the water compared to the last 3 to 4 days here?
Sorry, runner-up, and for Iago there, I think that what we're having right now is basically just the leftovers of what we had before, and then every once in a while we see that pre-runner of that new swell coming in. So it's forecasted to come in throughout today and kind of trickle in through the afternoon, and you know, we'll start to see that as the day goes on. But once that happens, it's going to the faucet's going to turn on. It's just going to start flowing. It's just going to be mental. So I feel like you know, this is something that we've been waiting for, and we anticipated it, and I think that the beautiful offshore winds are making it look amazing, but we have not seen the swell yet, really, in my book. And I feel like once we do, we're going to be blown away.
Stride, I have a question for you. Talking about offshore winds, I did kind of mention a little bit ago that as much as it's offshore, it's blowing a little bit into the right. So it feels like there's a little bit of texture to it. And also, Joe mentioned that Ryan said that it's kind of hard to engage because it's kind of across offshore. Do you feel that in the water is just as kind of...
Yeah, you can definitely. I mean, it's a northeast wind which blows kind of straight across the point, and with that, you know, you're going to have a little bit of chatter under your board. So both the surfers in the water riding PUs right now, you know, polyurethane, just like heavier set boards that'll sink into the water. That's what you want. You're not going to see a lot of epoxy boards with wind like this, just because of the weight of the board and that feeling of sinking into the water and like pushing through those little bumps. And I think, you know, having that sure-footed heaviness on the rail is going to come strong today. You can obviously go above the lip. The wind's kind of perfect right into it, so you can do some lift off. But you know, if you want to throw down some heavy carbs, you're going to really have to settle in and push through it, probably harder than you would usually.
All right, thank you, Strider Wasilewski. We're going to keep Strider right there in the lineup for as long as possible. Great insight. You see the bird's eye view, the drone's eye view of what's transpiring in the lineup right now. You got to be feeling for Sammy Pupo. He's been sitting in priority for 20 minutes. No waves ridden yet. Iago's kind of just been chipping away at 4.33 at 517. And that's the stress is now kind of flipping over to sadness. I mean, I just want to see Sammy surf. He's so good. Nice guy. You know, you're feeling for him right now. He still has time, 5:26, but you know, for Sammy Pupo, something magical has to happen. He's frustrated. We're frustrated. We all want to see it happen. So maybe if we go back and kind of switch things up a little bit, good things will happen. Let's talk to Sammy Pupo from the North Shore of Oahu.
When you fall off the tour, you have, at the same time, is a big challenge, but I feel like you have a big opportunity to just grow mentally, you know, have really good strength mentally to go through all of that process of falling off tour and not having time to think about it and just go straight to the challengers. And we only have 6 stops on the Challenger too, so it goes by pretty quick. I feel like we've seen that before with Molly, with Leo coming back and then just looking really strong. Joel, also my best friend, you know, getting back on tour and going straight to the WSL finals. So I feel like we have good examples of that. You just have to put it in the right way and good energy in it.
Sammy Pupo there, giving a bit of an explanation his past 2 seasons. Has not made the cut, but pretty easily smashed his way through the Challenger Series to get back on the championship tour. I don't want to see him have to go through all of that again.
He doesn't deserve the type of ability and capability that this kid has. Is really impressive. Top 5, top 10 surfer all day. Just got to put things together. Sometimes you have a little bit of luck, or make yourself your own luck. Because, I mean, if you look back to this heat, like, I almost felt like he had the advantage of having priority, but such a wave-starved heat so far. Kind of put himself in such a bad situation, such a bad spot. Looks like he might have something way up the point.
Come on, Sammy. This is where he just needs to tap into that frustration. Hammer this wave. Building speed. Sammy Pupo now officially on the scoreboard. His heat is not over. 3 minutes, 24 seconds left. That was a big carving snap for Sammy Pupo. Has to kind of end that wave abruptly and dodge those rocks. See him standing up to about waist deep right there. So thankfully, Sammy Pupo now will have a score under his belt. He's gonna be going up against a 517 and a 433. Totally attainable numbers. One big carve on that wave to me was the turn of the heat so far.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think obviously the wave is a little bit smaller in size, but we did have a few smaller waves from Iago, and he got a decent score. This third turn right here, he generates speed down the line, gets very bowly. And that's the type of dynamic surfing and on rail he's capable of doing. The only flaw was that little last turn. Didn't have enough time in the angle to kind of fit in, but beautiful surfing for him after waiting 27 minutes for that wave. So he's gonna be right back in the heat. Problem now is the clock. Just how tight in the pocket he is, and has to kind of look over his shoulders with those rocks popping up right in front of him. Look how vertical he gets before he starts to kind of use that inside rail. People like to go out the face a bit more, but he gets very aggressive, very vertical. Almost feels like he's going for a snap, and then he carves it down, kind of like Felipe Toledo, McFennin. Like those guys kind of do that type of carve, which is very technical and hard to do. Ethan Ewing as well.
Well, all that stress and worry has been a little alleviated a little bit here. Now, Sammy Pupo only needs a 5:08, but he only has 1:38 to go. I'm not putting this in the shocker category yet.
Well, I guess if you look back to it now with the 4.43, he's right back in the game. So it's just bad luck on the rotation right there. It's very easy to win heats after the hit's done. But how could you expect that there wasn't going to be one set? We've been watching for about an hour before this, and there has been plenty of waves. As much as it's been slow, there's at least 3 sets throughout the period of 30 minutes. Maybe we're just getting very close to hitting bottom tide, and that transition usually makes things to slow down a bit more. For the next heat though, they're probably thinking, hey, if that heat was that wave starved, we're probably gonna have a few opportunities in offer.
Yeah, I think Iago's strategy worked out perfectly. You know, he just put himself on those kind of mid-sized waves, got those medium scores, 517, 433, used those as placeholders kind of in case of emergency, and emergency struck. Only one real meaningful set came through in that 35 minutes, but there was opportunity. Iago kind of scooped it all up, and he will get the win there. Got a feel for Sammy Pupo. Great sportsmanship. You love to see that. Now Sammy's going to be heading to Australia for the Aussie Tremble in hopes of some big results to keep himself alive, to keep himself above the cut line. But give it up to Iago, Dora. Well served, and nicely done there for your surfer in red. He will move through. Coming up next, we've got Connor O'Leary and Seth Moniz. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. It's the Surf City El Salvador Pro.
¿Sabes por qué El Salvador tiene tan buenas olas? Muchas de las olas buenas que tenemos acá existen por cómo se formó el terreno. Los volcanes prácticamente moldearon la costa.
Hay diferentes olas para diferentes niveles de surf y diferentes estilos. Y creo que lo que las hace especiales es la exposición que tienen las olas al Pacífico y a los swells que vienen.
Ese fondo de piedra y los diferentes oleajes es lo que hace que tengamos olas tan constantes y definidas. Y el fondo de muchos spots acá no es de arena, sino que es de piedra volcánica, la que lo hace más limpia, más larga y más predecible.
Welcome back to the Surf City El Salvador Pro. Chris Cote here with Jesse Mendez. And not how you want to start your day down here in El Salvador. Sammy Pupo only able to get one wave. It was a decent one, a 4.43. He surfed it well, just didn't get himself in the position to maximize the opportunities out there. Dora, flip side of that, put himself a little bit closer to the inside, caught some smaller waves, but made them count. Dora gets the win. Sammy Pupo will be leaving El Salvador, heading to Australia in a tough spot, but he's that good of a surfer. The comeback could be massive. We'll see what happens next. Well, here in your round of 32, Heat 2, we've got Connor O'Leary versus Seth Moniz. Seth with 6 years on tour, Connor with 7. Both these surfers are vets. Right now, Seth Moniz with the edge just in terms of 2025 season. He got a 9th, a 33rd, and a 9th. You have Connor O'Leary with 17th, a 9th, and a 17th. Seth Moniz's best result here in El Salvador was in 2023, a 9th place finish. What's with these 9th place finishes? That's got to be a little bit frustrating because that is just one step away from finals day. It's a tough leap from 9th into the semifinals.
I mean, the deeper you go into the event, the tougher it is. So yeah, for those guys kind of in the middle, like Seth Moniz, Connor O'Leary, it's just that breaking through performance that they have to have, probably going against some big names. So you have to step up your game, and sometimes it just doesn't go your way. It's a very hard round to go through it. 17 and 9th, mostly for those middle bracket surfers.
Connor with the 5th place finish here in 2023. Definitely one of the best haircuts on the championship tour. It's kind of a subtle mullet. It's a hidden mullet. It's there. You just got to look for it. He knows it. We know it. And we'll see which one of these surfers did their research. They were probably sitting in the water for that last heat. When you get out there with about 10 minutes left to go and you can kind of get that front row seat, but you know that they felt that kind of strange energy in this lineup in that opening heat. Tough to be in the first heat of the day too. That's the guinea pig heat. You got to go out there and kind of figure it out. Every break in the world is completely different when you're sitting out there with just one other person, a time limit, as compared to sitting out there with the crowd and all the time in the world to catch whatever waves you want.
It's very interesting to see just before priority gets set how there's a bunch of little battles happening that are very sudden, that it's hard to catch it if you're not a competitive surfer. You see they're seating way up far the point, and that's all because Connor wants to be in a deeper position, wants to hold on to the supposedly priority and right of way, and Seth's just pushing him deeper, and then as soon as he starts to come back, Connor kind of battles with him, and he just found enough gap to take off on this wave.
We're on. We're in the tube and we're not.
As you can see it, like that, like he was way too deep, but for now, for obviously Connor's luck, he wasn't able to capitalize, and now he can scratch through down the point and make sure he's in the perfect spot for the next wave to come. And hopefully it's not going to be a wave-starved heat like the one we had for Sammy Pupo, because, you know, starting off with priority with your opponent not capitalizing on the opportunity, it's a huge advantage with the conditions we have on offer. Not many waves, and when they come, they're amazing, but very few far in between.
I think pretty much every wave in the world is affected by tide, especially when you get to these low tide marks. So right now it's 7:16 a.m. So we are at dead low. And that's good news. That means tide's going to be pushing in, and it's going to be giving these surfers more opportunity. With 28:20 to go, 6.5 for Seth Moniz. Do you think these surfers were out of position for that opening wave, or was that just a wave that kind of ran away from Seth?
Well, it was a little bit smaller wave, and with the long period, these waves are going to stretch out a lot, the smaller ones mostly, and they're going to get pretty straight, but they were definitely out of position for it. And I know that for a fact because you could see that they were scratching back. Like as soon as Seth would paddle towards, like down the point, Connor would follow him. So that shows that as much as Connor wants to be deeper, he didn't feel comfortable seating as deep as he got pushed by Seth Moniz. So, and you can actually look right now, you have Seth on the screen, but to the left of him is Connor O'Leary. So that just shows that the spot that he actually wants to be with priority, it's a little bit wider than they previously were, and they still paddling even down the point more. So he got pushed very up the point with Seth Moniz in the beginning of that heat.
Yeah, it's for the first establishing of priority. It's kind of that chess match, that kind of testing your opponent. How far are you willing to go? How far are you willing to follow me up the point? You know, I'm going to be on the inside, so I'll paddle till Atunco. I don't care.
And usually what happens is Seth is like, okay, you're going to have the inside, but you're definitely not going to be seating in a good spot if a wave comes. Like you're going to be a little bit too deep. So there are chances of you pulling the trigger and you're going to be way too far up the point, and you're not going to be able to go around. But what happened actually, Seth ended up trying to pull the trigger to get something going, kind of like Iago did, but just not enough. And that wave is probably going to start to slow down right when the drones start to pan out.
Both these surfers were Rookie of the Year in their rookie classes. Seth did it in 2019. Connor did it in 2017. You know, they both have come up in the era of the mid-season cut. You know, they both have been on either end of that cut, so they know full well how important it is to start to string together some good results. You know, they're pretty evenly matched so far here in 2025. You had the season finish for Connor at 16th. Seth finished at 19th.
Encheu ano passado no meio da batalha.
Mas não era uma série. Eu falei que no começo passou a série grande.
So he said I let a wave go in the middle of the heat, which is probably the 5.17. Miggy answered him saying, but that wasn't a real set. The problem was the set that you guys got caught too deep in the beginning of the heat that came wider. And that was the wave that would have probably made a difference, because for me, in Miggy's eyes, it's like the 517 that Iago took it wasn't the time to pull the trigger sitting with priority, which I think he's right. Should be saying that.
Well, you know, you got to feel for Sammy, but the good part of that is he's got his brother here. You know, so that definitely lessens the sting. You know, someone who loves and supports you, waiting for you on the boardwalk. It's going to be a long flight. Sammy's going to have a lot to think about, but again, highly capable surfer. One big result could change his entire season. So we'll see what happens next for Sammy Pupo, but in the lineup right now, 24:30 to go. Seth had a look at that last one. So far, only two kind of throwaway scores, 0.50 and a 0.20. Obviously, we would love to see a ton of waves being ridden and ripped all the way through, but these heats do make for interesting conversation points. You know, it really becomes this kind of high wire act, tension building with every one of these medium-sized waves that rolls through. It looks like we could have some opportunity here. Knocking. Connor O'Leary, he's going to answer. Time to watch this backhand unleashed like that. One of the strongest surfers on tour. And give him a fast right-hander to work with. And he is going to just unbox a couple big ones on that opening ride for Connor O'Leary. little bit shorter of a wave, but definitely, I think, maximize, you know, what you could have done. Every turn was perfectly placed. Another probably mid-range score.
Yeah,
most
most likely.
Breaking the excellent range, but had this wave spun off more down the line, maybe, but great start for Conor O'Leary.
I don't think he was actually expecting this wave to be on the excellent range. I think he just wanted to get things going. Obviously, it's slow heat, has to kind of go around that rock, and just the beauty of this wave is just how he's able to square up the bottom turn and get up in vertical. He's about 6'3", probably 1.90 meters long, and he's able to get so compressed and so tiny on the bottom turn that he can fit even on a smaller wave up in vertical. It's very impressive how he's capable of doing that. Look how tight that is. That guy is massive. He's probably riding a 6'2" board.
You know, this wave can kind of, you can mask your backside turns and do kind of windshield wiper turns and put them up in the lip, but what's the difference between the turns we're seeing here? These are full on snapping kind of whips. A lot different than a textbook kind of windshield wiper just placement turn, right?
Yeah, and that's all because of how compact he gets, how tight he gets on his heels, so he's able to create a good angle to the board and relay on the rail on the bottom turn to get up in vertical with power. So that's why the score is related to the 5.17. You know, like if we look back in the previous heat, which they kind of set up the scale for what's ahead of us today, unless things start to improve and get better. Iago had to go to the air, had to kind of mix it up a bunch of like maneuvers, different, change the pace of the wave, but he was just straight to work, very solid surfing, and got rewarded nicely for it.
21:38 to go. First score comes through for Conor O'Leary, a 5.17. That's a respectable number. That's a similar number that Iago Dora opened his heat with, and Iago is now on the glass with Rosie Hodge.
Solid, smart heat win, Iago Dora. Let's talk about this matchup. The last time yourself and Sammy met up was in this round of 32 in Portugal. It went your way. You went on to win the event in Portugal. You've had a couple days to contemplate this one. What were your feelings going into it?
Yeah, it's tough to meet up against your friends. I hope Sammy, I'm like wishing Sammy to do good on tour, you know. I know his potential. I know he can do better than what he's doing, but unfortunately we've been having these matchups and we've been having some bad heats too. Like Portugal was super grindy, here was grindy again, but I know, I can't wait for us to have like a proper good heat, you know, and like both of us are going off.
We did see you guys have that little high five and hug, so a lot of mutual respect. And let's talk about the foot. You have the 9 stitches while you were free surfing a few days ago. How's it feeling?
Yeah, it feels better. I was kind of stoked actually. We had a bunch of late days because my foot was healing. Still hurts a little bit, but a lot better now. I can step on it properly, and yeah, just a little better every day.
And how are you feeling going into that round of 16?
Yeah, it's really good, especially like I had to surf that first round like 2 days after I got stitches, so that was pretty painful. And to make 2 heat is already a victory for me. So I'm stoked. I want to keep carrying that like kind of like pressure free, you know, like, and I'm carrying that momentum from the win in Portugal. I just want to stay happy and get some good waves.
Love the surfing, Iago. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Rosie. Thank you, Iago. Stay happy, stay surfing. He's the best. That's why he's one of the most likable surfers on the championship tour. Here we go, Seth Moniz driving down the line, building speed. He's carved to start. Great combo right there. One line all the way through. Just working his way down the line. He's thrown some pretty big turns so far. You said it earlier, Jesse, just nice and compact. He goes for the air, onto the dry rocks, risking fins, surfboard, and everything, but showing the judges that he was in control. Of course, it's up to them, but in my opinion, I feel like that was a make.
No, that's a make. Any time of the day, that's a make. Impressive surfing from him right there.
Yeah, that was this was kind of the gift that just kept on giving, growing down the line, giving him plenty of chances to throw these text mark Seth Moniz turns like that.
And I like how the wave gave him the option to generate speed down the line, like different from Conor's wave. He had to kind of go straight off the bottom, up vertical, back to back, and this one gave him a different pace. Right there, once again, obviously the wave much smaller. And he'll finish it off right here with a nice little blowtail rotation. Comes out clean
on the
and kicks out. Beautiful surfing there for him. This is the nicest turn for me. Off the wave, he kind of drives down the line, engages that inside rail. Comes out with speed for that second turn. Gets up in vertical a few times, and another beautiful carve here from the drone angle.
Answering back, Connor O'Leary, first turn, second turn, third turn. Triple hammers there for Connor O'Leary. Working his way in this inside section, bashes it again. That right there is just an energetic match. You know, we saw Seth Moniz. He had some cruisy moments and then some big flare-ups, but for Connor O'Leary, it was all electricity from the beginning to the end of that wave. There were similar looking turns, but when you do turns that look that good and do 5 of them in a row, you're definitely going to get the attention of the judges.
Look at how he redirects right there to get that tightness that we've been mentioning about how good he is actually getting up and tight, vertical and tight. And the energy, like you mentioned, second to know, this is going to be a big score for him. Like, if I compare this one to the 517, there's a good gap in between those two turns. And we do have a paddle battle, which we love to see mostly in a place like this, that there's probably 100 yards for them to get back out.
Good. Let's crank this thing up.
We're ready.
Yes. 16:53 to go. We've got a heat on our hands, folks. Connor O'Leary blasted that wave 5 times. All right, Jesse, you're a goof footer, I'm a goof footer. I've seen you do turns like that. How can a normal person like myself approach doing a turn like Connor O'Leary did? He did 5 of those on that wave. Give us a tip. How do we turn like Connor O'Leary on our backhand?
Well, I think you just got to commit and engage the rail. That's the difference that probably those tour surfers have against just an average surfer that surfs recreationally. The type of separation that he gains from the wall and how he's able to use 100% of his power instead of 20%. It's just a lot of practice and a lot of years doing the same maneuver over and over again.
I thought you were going to give me a secret. All right.
The secret's training.
Oh, okay.
Repetition 10,000 times and you get to perfection.
You got to try. 15:50 to go. Both surfers now with meaningful scores about to drop in. And I think Strider just weathered the storm. Connor O'Leary made it rain here at Punta Roca. Strider, those turns must have looked, sounded, felt radical from your vantage point.
Yeah, he was slicing and dicing. I mean, that backhand is just pure. I don't know how you can do any better on a wave on the backhand. The guy's just, he's got just so much in motion flow, just straight vertical, coming off the bottom one time, straight into the lip. And I think that beautiful, like, you know, silky, powerful surfing is going to make it happen. And, you know, Seth's wave was amazing. He ripped the bag out of that thing, variation of turns, did all kinds of different stuff. When he kicked out, his caddy, Doug Silva, was like, paddle, paddle, because they were watching, you know, his opponent on a wave, and he was like, you got to get back out there, and he did not beat him back out there. Connor got off his wave, got back on his board, and such a big long stroke out of the big fella, beat him out to the lineup, now has priority. So we're gonna watch Seth try and under priority rip these little waves. Little barrel time. Oh, what? Go Seth. Big hack on the face. Let's go. Inside corner coming up for you. Let's see what he's got. He's kind of telegraphing an aerial here. Boom! Frontside 3. What? Oh, unfortunately, he goes down. Here comes a set out the back, you guys. Let's get back to you guys in the booth.
Wow, that was a solid breakdown right there. Yeah, Connor O'Leary did win that paddle battle. So not only did he get the highest single wave score of this heat, but then he was able to beat Seth back into the lineup. Seth almost nailing a huge front 5. That would have been a gargantuan score. Get a little tube, come out, big carve, and then blast a big air. That right there is that's just a classic combination that the judges love to see. Seth dropped a 6-point ride. So this is a pretty even matchup, but what a beautiful little runner here, Jesse.
I know, that's the perfect dreamy combination you'd have of like a barrel into a carve and a massive rotation just right there. Couldn't get the head around the shoulders as fast as he was hoping for, so he landed in that awkward angle where your body keeps moving, but your board gets kind of stuck because it starts to engage. Obviously, most of the score on this wave was going to come out of this turn right here that we're about to see. Eyes it down the section. Gets up and high, actually very high for how big of a section he had in front of him, but a little bit of a late rotation to it. And as he was landing, actually kind of landed with the lip, and that back foot kind of disengaged because the front of the board got stable by the lip, but the back just fell off straight to the bottom of it. And then what that does, if your weight is on the front foot, which usually happens when you're doing an air, your foot's going to get unglued and you're going to get bucked off.
Kind of an uphill landing under duress with the whitewater exploding all around you. And that's actually, for Seth, unbelievably, that is an easy air for him. You know, we see his strike rate well,
just the circumstances,
75, 80% range on an air like that. He's still got plenty of time, 12 minutes, 30 seconds left. Did get credit, a 2.83. He now needs a 6.18. But I like that he's kind of opened up the files, right?
Yeah.
You know, you see what he's looking for now. If he can clean that up, get that little barrel, hack, air combo, that's an 8 all day.
Yes. And very smart defense for Connor, because right after that wave from Seth, he was way down the point, and there's 2 waves that came by that were probably as good, something in between the 517 and the 7-point range, and he noticed that he didn't need to pull the trigger. He has priority, he's winning the heat, he has the high score of the heat, and he just held on to priority to make sure by the time Seth got back, he has the right away, and he's going to probably try and play defense, offense in the next set that comes. So that just showed the maturity as well from Connor O'Leary. You could kind of see him picking the eye. And he was like, hey, it's not time to put a trigger yet.
We got 11:30 to go. Red Bull Athlete Zone is starting to hype up a little bit. Joe, right in the mix. You look like you're at the club, my guy.
I feel like I am, Chris. There's a lot of good vibes down here. Obviously, really focused as well. So, Connor's score, you guys, that was a flat 7?
Correct. Flat 7.
What was the highest score thrown from the judges?
7.
Oh, it was a 7, straight across.
7s
so
across the board.
Ryan and Leo threw 7.5 at that for their teammate in the dog pound. So I guess they were a little high on the average, but they knew it was going to be a 7 ranger. Connor obviously surfing really well. He's got Gabby Bryan caddying for her. And Gabby said they always surf together. It's like as a crew. No one's kind of doing their own thing. They really enjoy getting the work with dog all together as a team. And Gabby was also saying Connor is a secret weapon in the kitchen. His teriyaki chicken is to die for. Also cooked for her last night on her birthday along with Leo on the grill. And so they've got some good energy. She's loving how Connor's surfing. Remember his opening heat, he did make some mistakes. Sloppy in the first half, but picked it up. She said dog doesn't really spend time on those mistakes. As we have a rider up, I'll send it back to you quickly, Chris.
Thank you, Joe. Seth Moniz now. He's hunting ramps.
Should we talk to him? Having dinner made by Connor or some teriyaki?
Joe, yeah, Joe, so now we just saw Griff right across the screen there. A lot of energy. He's kind of that guy where at any moment before these heats, you know, he's either going to be dancing or somewhere in the corner getting into his meditational flow state. What's the energy feel like off Griff right now?
Oh, it's big. He did a freestyle rap with me this morning, and he was unbelievable. Rhyming everything. He was in what, you know, we know as the flow state. So he's right next to McGill. That's just an all-time classic with 2 specialists on right point breaks.
All right, so from rapping to meditation, Griff is ready to move out here at Punta Roca. 9:24 to go with priority Connor O'Leary. So far, his backhand has been lethal. 7-point ride paired with the 517. He's got a pretty hefty lead, blasting the tail out. You know, just watch that back leg. That is the power source. As you see him kind of torque his body around that in through the bottom turn and then kick that back leg. Dog's hyped. We're hyped. Goofy Foots around the world are taking notes. Put myself on that list. Wouldn't be a bad thing to be able to surf like Connor O'Leary, even 50%. The way he's doing it right now is just pure power. It's precise. You know, he's so far, I mean, he's on better waves, a little bit better waves than Seth's been on. And Seth's by no means making this easy. He's got some scores in his line as well, but Connor right now, it's just tradesman, just hammering the nail.
There's a clean difference, easy to identify it between the surfers, and it's the surfer that is taking the lead, has the edge on it. No mistakes so far yet from Connor O'Leary. Was in the right waves from the beginning to up this point that we have in the heat. And Seth kind of had a few waves that he kind of threw it away, and also the air that he felt, so that's the difference.
All right, we got 8 minutes left here at the Surf City El Salvador Pro. Connor O'Leary on top. Seth Moniz playing catch up. We've got more to come. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Tune in and turn it up. The Surf City El Salvador Pro rolls on here in round of 32, Heat 2. You've got Seth Moniz going up against Connor O'Leary. At the moment, Connor has the edge, but historically, Seth Moniz 2-0. Their last heat was in 2024 at the Western Australia Margaret River Pro. And just, I can't take my eyes off Connor O'Leary's haircut. Like I said, crouching tiger, hidden mullet.
We should let our hair grow.
I should try that?
We should
Maybe
both.
That's how I could surf better on my backhand. By doing a deceptively subtle mullet.
It's
5.5 left here.
Mullet.
So you might notice a slight difference in what we saw as we headed into the break. Seth Moniz actually took off on a wave and put himself in a kind of sketchy situation priority-wise, but Connor was out on the shoulder more, so he was able to get right back out there. So it was no harm, no foul in the priority zone. 5 minutes, 12 seconds to go. Both surfers waiting for a wave to roll through here. We do have a look, but they're not going to go. That gives us the chance to see what's going on in the mind of the Waz, Strider Wasilewski.
Well, I just want to touch. You guys were talking about, the backhand technique, and we're talking about Connor's, power and everything he's using out there, and how do you do it? And for me, there was a point I wanted to touch on, which was the backhand release in the lip is a blind turn. So you're coming off the bottom, you're looking at it, and then you actually have to look back the other way as you place your board. So you're basically placing the board into a position that you think is the right place, and then you have to do the rest of it all by feel. Everything has to just come from within, and what you do on your connection to the lip, and then having that feel, and as you twist off the lip and as you turn, kind of gauging how far it's going to go when you never really know it. So it's a really incredible feeling, but also intuitive maneuver. I mean, it seems so simple, the backhand, straight up vertical lip line, but you really are just kind of using the force, which is one of those really cool things where you're kind of letting go into the Mother Nature and what it's got for you. So just a little tip, a little inside, little feeling of what happens when you do hit the lip backside on that blind corner and you're not able to see it, but you feel it.
I have to try that someday. I wrote down what you said, Strider. Thank you. 3 minutes, 42 seconds ago, and you saw the subtlety there with Connor O'Leary. Not only did he improve in the power with each and every turn, kind of escalated down the line, but his hand his front hand, kind of just touching the water a little bit through that bottom turn.
Yeah, and like, you know, there's the easy saying where your hand, where your front hand goes and where your eyes goes, usually the nose of the board is gonna follow up. So he uses that to his advantage, and that's why Strider mentioned that halfway through that he's going up in vertical, he's already starting to look downwards because the board has to follow up right after. So that same thing happens with that hand that you're saying, just guides him through wherever he wants to get.
So the last score for Connor O'Leary came through at a 6-2-0. That made things a little bit more difficult for Seth Moniz. He needs a 7-2-0. But give this kid a ramp, and he will fly. And you know the judges will reward him if he does something incredible on this wave. And it looks like a goer from the jump. Building speed, Seth Moniz cranks it off the bottom. A quick snap there. There's a big carve for Seth Moniz. Oh, in the open face now, and you see, just follow his eyes. Jesse just said, where the eyes go, the nose of the board goes. So some big arcing turns for Seth. And there you go, subtly stalling. Now building speed, putting that pressure on the front foot, and misses the lip. Awkward attempt for Seth Moniz there at the end of that wave, but damage done from the outside all the way through to the inside with 2 minutes left. 7-2-0 is the call he needs to get. Felt like it was building up to that number, but then you think of the end of the wave and kind of that's the last thing the judges see.
And he needed more. Like, I felt like when he took off, he had that beautiful wall, matched up the power with the criticalness of the wave. That first carve was very tight, aggressive, with lots of speed. The wave's curved, and then goes right back into another one, even pushing it harder, a third one. And right here, I think that's where he missed a bit. Should have went for that rotation. Had the opportunity right there in that section, but he kind of opted to kind of keep going rail to rail turns, and then he kind of missed time because the wave started to run and then hit that section late. So this first 2 turns were very impressive from him. Look how up high in the lip he is, almost disengaging those fins. You could probably see a fin on the back right there from him. And once again, you're gonna see that front arm guiding him throughout, and where he looks, the nose of the board goes.
Those first 2 turns.
Impressive.
Reminiscent of Andy Irons. Especially the first one, snap with kind of like the low fade.
Yeah, because it's almost like it's so committed that it almost disengages. You're almost pushing, you're borderline pushing it too hard, but you're still in control. Feels like it's going to give up, but it doesn't. Straight into another turn, and that's a 6.27.
Gosh, so now you kind of just think about the ending of that wave. He didn't really have many options. I don't know if a floater finish or kind of a snap to finish would have been enough, but he got so close, a 6.27. Needing something in the, 7.9 or 7.09 before that?
I personally think that the problem was he tried to get there. He should have just finished the wave previously. There was more opportunity towards the middle of that wave that he kind of let it go just because he was thinking down the line a bit too much. Unfortunately for Seth, because that was a beautiful rhythm wave.
Well, tough finish for Seth Moniz. Great surfing by... No, don't do it. That's one of our favorite goofy footers. This is blasphemy. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back to the Surf City El Salvador Pro.
Buenos dias. You are looking at all the rocks at Punta Roca here in La Libertad, El Salvador, Surf City. What a place. Waves everywhere. Punta Roca, the queen of this coastline. Griffin Colapinto versus Matthew McGill. Two great surfers that are going to go head-to-head on their forehand attack. And just to think about in baseball, when you swing for the fences. So let's hope that Griffin and Matthew do the same thing at the start. Joe Turpel with Mitchell Salazar. This is a great heat, you know, with the J-Bay experience from Matty McGill, then compared to the lowers, right?
Yeah.
So prepared for a venue like this.
Yeah, and a former champion in Griffin Colapinto too. He's made 2 finals, but McGill is no slouch at this wave either, Joe. As you mentioned, similarities to J-Bay. Maybe just don't tell Jordy Smith. I learned my lesson the first year, Joe. But he made the semis last year, and he's looked incredible during the free surfs, going up against one of the top dogs at this location, though.
If you check out Al Cleland Jr.'s Instagram, he posts a photo, or excuse me, a clip of Punta Roca recently, and make all the comparisons you want. Freight training barrel coming out behind the spit. It was massive. This wave has a lot of personalities.
Yes, it does. And I think a major thing for today, especially looking at the strong offshore wind, what's really benefiting us is the change of the tides, Joe. We have lower tides later on throughout the morning, which is really going to be essential for that growth in the swell. And of course, that incoming tide, we usually see a good push. And it seems like McGill, he's hunting for the inside position. He's got it right now. So pole positioning out there with 31 minutes still on the clock, but a tough opponent in Griffin.
So far, we've had a Goofy Foot victorious this morning against a regular footer, which is interesting to note on a right-hand point break. This one's all regular foot as we remember the excellence of Colapinto at this venue. And looks like Matty McGill at the moment sitting deepest on the point. That one's going to roll through. McGill now changing directions.
Ooh, watch out, though. Seemed like Griffin was looking for the inside right there, Joe.
McGill turns and makes a move to start off this heat. Big slice, great connection on the forehand of the South African, punches it out again. CI Surfboard reacting to these drives down the line. Full hook, awkward rebound is going to shut that opening wave down. But he's getting on the board quickly and was able to keep the inside position over Colapinto. Point break specialist, he did accomplish a semifinal finish just last season.
Yeah, losing to John in the semis over there in 2024, but you know, good start for him. As you said, awkward coming out of that one carve right there. It just seems like this wave, especially with the offshore, it really makes you pay after your mistakes, Joe. First combination, really strong, though a lot of spray, especially considering how strong Matthew is. He's one of the strongest on tour. And right here, the racetrack section, low tide still, comes out of this one. Just a little awkward right at the end. That little extra pull that you see, seems like his fins disengaged just a slight touch, Joe, but the first combination on the outside, excellent stuff. It should be a decent score to open things up for the South African. And right here, middle part of the wave, racetrack, have to come around it. And you don't want to push too hard. He did so just right at the end, Joe. Still going to be a nice little opener for the South African McGill.
Just breaking down the flow on this big section.
Yeah, and that's a big thing that our head judge, Luli Pereira, asked for this morning. Wants you to be in control of your board the entire time, but maintain that flow throughout the entirety of the wave. We saw a lot of flow in the first 2 sections, and it just allowed for it due to how steep those sections were on the outside. And once he made it to the inside right here, I mean, he just has to really gain as much speed as possible, Joe. We're talking about at least 4 or 5 pumps right there. Diminishes the speed, and I was thinking to myself, okay, you cut it a bit short, don't go all the way around, and you're probably getting at least 2 or 3 sections extra. And right here, you bring it around just a bit too much, Joe. See how those fins disengage right there, and he just loses that speed. And as you mentioned, a little bit of an awkward exit, scores in, and it's enough for the lead at the moment.
So Matty just wipes that one off, a 3-6-7 start. He'd be probably thinking that'll be a throwaway by the end of a matchup like this. Seeing previous scores in the last heat into the 7 range, especially if your name is Connor O'Leary, who's hanging out with Rosie Hodge.
Yeah, some big backhand smacks there from you, Connor. But we were talking about, you know, the anticipation of this heat. Your second heat of the morning, if you're in that round. Tell me about the build-up to this one. A lot of early starts.
Yeah, a lot of 4 a.m. wake-ups and come down and
you know, the anticipation. I guess this wave, you know, it's so slow, but then there's sets and you're kind of like, hey, I think I'm on, I'm off, I'm on, and I'm off. And yeah, I guess it's just being really adaptable and, you know, if it runs, it runs. If it doesn't, it doesn't, and not get too caught up in the stress of like if it's going to run or not. So yeah, it was, I mean, we've been having beautiful sunrises, so yeah, I'll take that as a positive.
And let's talk about that matchup, because that was the third time you've met up with Seth, but the first time you've beaten him. That last wave, any added stress as he took off?
Yeah, I mean, Seth and I guess we're just in similar seating patterns for, you know, a number of years now in that middle bracket. And yeah, he's one of them guys that is super unpredictable, which is hard to kind of base a heat around. And it's just kind of, I think for me, it's just going back to not trying to play the game too much and just backing if a wave looks like it has the capacity for me to perform, you know, back myself and just go and roll. And I feel like I did that pretty well in that heat, you know. Everyone wants to have that picture perfect start of getting really good scores, you know, first wave. And I feel like for me, I can get so caught up in that and it hinders me in a way. So yeah, just taking off, rolling back in what I've been doing out here. I feel like I've been surfing pretty good out here and boards are feeling unbelievable. So yeah, just trying to perform. That's it. Like just performing and, you know, satisfying result. And yeah, that round's I think is the most nerve-wracking round of the whole contest, just with the cut and all that. So to be able to, you know, back myself in that high pressure situation is something that I want to do consistently. And yeah, I'm going up and down with it, but yeah, I did well today, which is stoked.
Keep doing what you're doing. It's working. Thank you, Connor.
Thank you, Rosie. As we catch up with a slip from the finishing move from Matthew McGill of Ray. But you could tell Connor O'Leary's feeling it. A lot of great energy out of him. He learned a lot from just being on the wrong waves that didn't allow his brand of surfing in that first heat. And that's a great sign that the coach will be proud of. Dog will be like, oh, cool, you're not repeating the same mistakes. You know what's going to work for you. As we look at wave number 2 for Matty.
I'm a fan of this one, Joe. A bit wider right here. Beautiful first carve to snap on the opening section. A lot more intensity on that second one. And I just love the pacing of this inside section right here. Into the lip, a lot of spray. And I know it's a smaller one, but when you just consider the intensity and how much power he's putting into each and every turn, especially on the steeper sections, it's very well surfed. And just a slip up right there at the end, Joe, that is uncharacteristic of the South African McGillivray. But once again on the outside, just excellent flow. Look at the way he just carves the snap right there. That is a patented maneuver from McGillivray. And he just varies things so well on the forehand, which is difficult to do with a wave that just runs on you the entire time, Joe. Pacing here, I was actually talking to the dog this morning. It's not as noticeable on the forehand. It is much more noticeable on the backhand, where it's just out of rhythm and things emphasize just a bit more. But, you know, a couple of small scores right now for McGillivray. I like this, though. It's been a slow start to the first 2 heats of the morning. Why wouldn't you get busy under priority, especially knowing that there are some insiders that could potentially double up, Joe?
Good point, Mitch. Matty versus Griff, Mayhem versus Merrick. What a great matchup already underway. Griff just holding priority. Mayhem and Merrick, well, not needing space, hanging out, talking this one out in the Red Bull Athlete Zone. Matty's girlfriend there too, enjoying this early morning heat. Britt, the son of Al Merrick, keeping that family tradition alive with Channel Island surfboards. And Mayhem Mapaolas beginning a brand with Riola, creating clothes, kind of the alternative surf videos, and became one of the most dangerous shapers in the world as far as world titles are concerned. And you go to, you know, Carissa Moore being the clear MVP for several years. Caroline Marks winning world titles. Griffin Colapinto back-to-back finishes where he ended up 3rd in the world.
Hey, but 2 of our co-workers are their OG riders, though. Strider and the Chuckumentary, Chucky Regano. So got to give props to those. They've stayed loyal to Matt the entire time, too, Joe.
As we check out the Vissla CT Shaper rankings, Patterson at 5th with 2 team riders.
Yep.
DHD always a standout, and what a legacy that is, picking up some big talent over the years. Nothing bigger than Fanning and Gilmore, but also providing great equipment for surfers like Liam O'Brien, Molly Picklum. Always a really strong squad, but we're going back here to live action. Colapinto on his opener. Perfect snap to start. Little speed slash, slowing down the pace to match the speed of that inside corner. Throws the tail into reverse. and laying down some arcs again. Solid in his variety. Flow state, finding a rhythm on an off-speed wave here through this inside track. And nice connection to stay on his feet. Well played from Colapinto. 2 scores from McGill in the 3-point range. So brilliant wave to open things up for the Californian.
And the one separator right there in comparison to the 2 from McGill, there is a progressive element in right there with the reverse, and just smart timing on the entirety of this wave, Joe. Wanted to get going, almost 13 minutes gone by. First snap is solid on the outside, and here he just kind of sets up the entirety of the rest of the wave. Love the pacing of it. Throw tail reverse right there. Nice coming out of it too, just going into the next section with a lot of speed still. And you can see right here, Joe, on the inside section, not trying to overdo anything. Just make sure you're just finishing this wave off. You're capitalizing on your opponent's mistakes too, especially knowing that the 373 of McGill could have been a bit higher if he actually got the closeout re-entry. Once again on the outside, great use of the speed, and it's just the experience, the read of the wave, having won here before, 2 finals already, and even the heat that he lost to Joao Chianca last year still had his highest score ever at this location, Joe. But seeing this, of course, the elements of progression in there, the flow. But one thing I really want to point out on this one, especially on the outside, the change of speed that you see from Griffin is something noticeable coming from lower trestles, uppers. It's not every day to get to see somebody go from being real slow to real quick like that in transition.
Good point, Mitch. Yeah, just your speed management, so crucial to enter that flow, which is in the criteria. And like you were bringing up before, disruption of flow is really obvious on a wave this long.
No, and this is a wave, especially, it's world class, but it's world class for the world's best surfers. You know, not everybody can surf that wave just like these 2 guys have so far in this heat.
Numbers locking in for Griffin Colapinto, a 5.33, and a bit of separation there, like you said, variety, but then the change up with the throw tail reverse in transition. And that reverse move has really grown over the years. It was a nice breakdown in Kelly Slater Black and White years ago. On the open face, it was reverse, front side, back side. It evolved above the lip. And now these guys can do different versions on the fly. They can add grabs to it. I remember when Colapinto first came on tour, he was one of those surfers that had that Felipe type throw tail in the flats if he needs to make it look bigger. As we focus in on the profile of one of the best to come out of Southern California, representing his home turf 2 times at the WSL Finals, finishing 3rd in the world, already up to 5 career CT events, won the Triple Crown almost on accident, meaning it wasn't his direct goal. He was actually shadowing his mentor and good friend Kalohe Andino, and he sort of all of a sudden was in contention and won the thing. That was when he had this hot streak, this purple patch of brilliance. He actually often thinks about that start where he won a Triple Crown. He got the 10 at Kira. He got cover shots of surfing. And then he went through an injury where he got to be really thoughtful about how can I reproduce that energy where everything was coming to me. And he found a guy named Dr. Joe Dispenza, goes to retreats very consistently and loves his meditation and belief to bring those feelings back that he kind of just had being happy-go-lucky before he was really putting pressure on himself to perform. Colapinto, throw tail, throws it away.
Yeah, and it seems like McGillivray right here might be in the spot for one of the best waves we've seen all morning long, Joe, and some larger sets out there right now, and it seems like Colapinto going to get caught inside. Here's Matty, though.
28 years old from Jeffreys Bay, South Africa, laying down that cool little slingshot carve. Punches out the tail reverse on the very next decision. Matthew loves to surprise you with a very steady ability above the lip. And with his stance kind of being unpredictable, he's never really showing you he's going to do an air. He doesn't show you his cards before the section, and I really love how he does that. Big 2-turn combo here.
Oh, and he's a tall brother, too. I mean, things can go the wrong way, especially when you're moving this quickly, Joe. That's a strong snap right there to start things off, and quick readjustment right there, as you said. A wider stance, had to move his feet just a bit wider just to be able to get that stance open and really connect with the air right there. But an excellent combination. Less is more today, Joe, especially with that strong offshore wind. And I cannot overemphasize how difficult that air is on such a small wave with that offshore just going straight into the lip line the entire time. But it's the power, Joe. I mean, not many people could do this air considering that he is one of the strongest on tour. He has this thing on lock. Look at that slight readjustment, though, the way he just shifted his feet a little front forward, knowing that he needs to land on a certain part of the wave. Perfect timing, though, and that should be, to me, the best score of the heat so far.
Well done to Matthew McGillivray. Great upper body movement, his great back foot to push that first turn and then to punt it towards the flats. A 6.17 for McGillivray. Takes the lead off the past champ in El Salvador. Colapinto now needs a 4.58. Solid reaction from the panel. We know how long this wave can be.
Yeah.
And just a reminder, you don't count turns anymore like you did back in the day. It's all about quality over quantity, and those are some big moves. Well deserving 6.17.
And he was in the rotation because he caught the 2 threes early on, Joe, so he got things going, made sure that when the best wave came through, he was in priority. And right now for Griff, he did try to throw that air at the beginning of the wave, the one throwaway on his second, and now with less than half of the heat left, needs to get going right here. Needs close to a 5-point ride.
Griffin Colapinto solid out here. Big finals in the past. Last year he had the interference penalty 1 against him at the start of the heat, which meant his low score was cut in half. Called on that block with Joao Chianca. If his 2 scores counted, he would have had Joao in a severe combo because he went loony going through some giant airs trying to save himself even with the interference call. So the stats changed a bit. He had to count an equal 9th, but he was definitely in the type of form that would have seen him back in the final again.
And there was a moment at the beginning of the heat where he could potentially have gotten the inside on Matt, decided to hold back. That's obviously experience, but he didn't want to replicate that sensation of last year, potentially putting yourself in a situation where you get a priority interference. And it seems like he's on the move right here, Joe. Maybe a wave coming for Griff.
As we have 15:35 on the clock, Colapinto just moving quietly into position.
It's a good wave.
It's his turn to light this one up here at Punta Roca. Nice groom conditions for the Californian. Big blitz off the lip line. Little sticky on the second turn, but he still has the speed, and he'll have to get out of there. So Griff having to keep that second wave short. He'll stay in second as he wants to improve on the feelings from last year. Getting that blocking call against him against Joao Chianca. Chianca coming up against Joel Vaughn later on today in the round of 32. He's looking loose, hanging out with Pinga there. Enjoying some desayuno.
Desayunito, Joe. Desayuno típico, which is the eggs, the frijoles right here, and of course, little salsa. He's looked good in the free surf too. Really like the way he's been surfing, looks very focused. Behind in the rankings too, he needs a solid result right here at Punta Roca.
Oh, how classic does this look? Lines from out the back at the top of the Chilama River and just gracing these cobblestones beautifully, passing Mama Roca. McGillivray with priority in the lead. 2.67 for the short wave for Colapinto after grabbing a rail. He wanted to watch that insider just in case he could light it up and take the lead before McGillivray even noticed he was surfing. Big opportunity for McGillivray to beat one of the best here at El Salvador, and a big opportunity for Griffin to really try to put himself in the world title race here in 2025. Try that dance with Rio. He's got Marco Mino coming up next. You're watching the Surf City El Salvador Pro, which has provided a great stage for Griffin Colapinto, taking the win in 2022. So spring-loaded, could be choppy on the face, and he was absolutely connected, taking out Felipe Toledo, believe it or not. They matched up again the following season.
Yeah, no, and obviously his performance have been outstanding, Joe, but really when it comes to his confidence, this is a confidence builder for him for the rest of the season too. In 2023, he was the yellow leader jersey, and you obviously see the performance stand out from him because we're at a right-hand point break that's similar to lower trestles. I also want to say too that he performs well in these kind of conditions with the weather, Joe.
Full rotation, soft landing for the Griff to put himself right back in the heat. Everyone excited. David Electric there standing tall, guitar player for Steel Pulse, making the trip down to support Griff. As we see McGill kicking out of the next one, hearing the reaction from the fans. And it's so rad how quickly Colapinto changed the narrative. When you've got a final against the king of high performance, someone who's proven and a world champ in Toledo, all of a sudden Griffin's profile changed into the guy to beat as well. A guy that can handle the fire of Toledo if it comes down to the contest on the line. I mean, with Felipe being one of the best closers ever, it was really impressive that Griffin can stay calm and do his brand of surfing here.
This was otherworldly, Joe. Just one maneuver, but when you consider how strong that offshore wind is, that is extremely difficult. And then Matty behind him was looking for an answer, didn't get it. But once again, maybe not the highest of rotations though, but he's thrown that towards the peach, fins forward the entire time, and a full rotation right here by the surfer from Southern California. Especially, look, once again, that landing right there, that white water coming in, all that impact surrounding you, and of course, the moment being under pressure too, you're needing a score, and it seems like he is going to get more than what he needs, Joe.
Well done to Griffin Colapinto, identifying a big section and not your typical punt section, but with his ability, he'd project out with the lip, which just ensures you're going to have a tough landing. But he made it look so soft and so smooth. One move, 6.33, has the lead off Matty. McGill now needs a 5.5 to get right back in it. Nice seesaw battle, some lead changes here. And still lines on the way, expecting this swell to fill in and get bigger throughout the afternoon. Priority is with the South African. Finished 20th in the world last year. At the moment, sitting 27th in the world. He knows all about the pressure of dancing around that cut at Margaret River. Winning percentage for Matty at El Salvador, 29% in comparison to Griffin's 75% strike rate on this point break. Both have been in all the events here in El Salvador for the last 3 years, as McGill will take this right. Big whip into the pocket, a lot of spray off the CI. Keeps that higher line on the wrapping cutback. Now down to the bottom, floats it. Lays down the rail. Setting up a nice vertical to change gears. This one's making him run down the stretch. Cool float for the South African. Punching the fins out in the flats. Matty McGill responds and just wants to make sure that the judges would give him credit for that. I actually gave him credit before he did the doggy paddle in the whitewater. That was so smooth. That got everybody excited in the Red Bull Athlete Zone. What a great response to the full road from Colapinto.
Wow, we got a heat on our hands right here, Joe. 8 minutes to go and needing just a mid-5 right here. I feel like he's going to be able to get it, especially considering how difficult that air was. On the outside, though, very intelligent, astute surfing on the outside. That's a beautiful carve to start things off. And then right here, just make sure he's matching the pace of the wave, not trying to overdo anything into the lip. Tough section, especially with that weird double up in the middle section. And then right here, don't make a mistake. Make sure that your section's coming up and just surf it as good as you can. Right here, though, I mean, he completely changes the pace out of everything, and he throws the Hail Mary right there, Joe, and that is difficult. It is not only crucial to the score as well, but he was under pressure, had to use priority to catch that wave at the end, Joe, and surfed it as good as he could have on the outside.
Gosh, he changed gears well, didn't he? Really solid, drivey wraps. That was a punchy little section he had to float, and watch him switch gears again.
This is so crazy considering that It's very shallow on the inside still. We're, you know, getting that low tide at the moment, and you can see right here, he just eyes that section, knows that it's going to steepen up real quick, and this just throws it towards the rocks, and incredible stuff right there, Joe. I mean, but we talk about him being one of the strongest surfers on tour. Not many people could have sustained that landing as Matt did, literally landing on the nose.
That was insane. How's he looking as he paddles by you, Waz?
Yeah, he's looking really good. I mean, I gave him the little golf clap and I said, yeah, Matthew. I mean, that was money on the inside, and he just looked over and he gave me the thank you, and like he's, you know, focused, ready to go back out there and do some work. I think he's our Jason Bourne on tour. The guy's jumping off of cliffs. He's doing threes into the flats. He's, you know, doing carves. He's an amazing human athlete, and you know, obviously works well under pressure. We'll see what happens with Griff here. Looks like we got a little bump out the back. This is going to be fun to watch.
Yeah, Strider, thank you so much. Yeah, this is what Strider is looking at in the water. Those lines starting to come from the top of the point.
Ooh.
6 minutes to go.
Oh, I'm excited, Joe. I'm excited.
Griffin Colapinto running after his first turn. Nice clean down carve. Swoops it in the pocket. Nice steady start for last year's #3 in the world. Big belt there vertically. Nice calm paced approach. Hits it off the coping. Looks like he was aerial hunting there for a moment. Switches gears to a nice clean top turn slice. Now a nice connection, staying on his board for the finish. Big support crew, always with his younger brother as well, Crosby Colapinto, who's supporting his bro, but taking notes as he'll be out there for heat #7 against Kanoa Igarashi this morning. So a solid response there. Still waiting for the reaction of McGill last wave, who needed a 5.5 to take the lead, and it's actually going to end up just under 5.43. So Griffin already in first even before this wave score.
Yeah, and this should improve on the 5.33. I mean, a lot of flow, great connection, of course. Just study this wave right before he paddled out too. Not trying to overdo anything. And when he goes vertical, Joe, he's still maintaining a certain angle down the line, trying to keep his speed. And you can see right here, chaining the pace once again. Of course, that wrap is difficult with this offshore, but see how he's coming out of those turns with a certain angle, always down the line still. You don't want to get too vertical unless you're on the backhand right here. So a great read, of course, but see how he never goes too high either. I mean, with that offshore wind, you get caught just a little bit and you're too far behind the wave, Joe. So excellent pacing. Just seems to me like he's really been free surfing out here quite a bit and knows what the wave's going to do ahead of time.
So Griffin staying on his feet. He'll also get the message that McGill didn't take the lead on the previous wave. Tommy Whitaker right there moving a little bit closer. Share some words with Griff.
One of the few events where we have caddies in the water too, Joe.
And now McGill will regroup, maybe doing some little quiet thoughts about how he didn't get the score. Well, 2 judges out of the 5 had him getting the lead change, but it also could be a few things. But even looking at the finishing move, where it took him a second to get out in front, judges don't like to see you having to paddle and force a finish, especially when they've already greased bigger versions of that move out the back.
Right, that are going to be a higher score anyways, but definitely do agree with the 2 judges, a 6 and a 5.8, and everybody else just a touch under. I mean, I personally thought that air alone, Joe, was probably going to be enough to get him, you know, close to 4 points right there, and then you add on the opening touches to that wave. Great surfing by Matt, but as of right now, needing close to a 7-point ride, it would have to be the best score of the heat, Joe, with 3 minutes.
Griffin's last, now the best number of the heat. He's had those back-to-back, 6.33 to a 6.53 on his last wave.
And you got to do your best surfing right here if you're McGill, Joe. Leave no doubt.
And Maddie's thinking about the wave to turn this heat right here. He locks in. Hard off the bottom, big punch right there in the pocket. Lighting up the lip with some hammers out the back. Make it 3. McGill, throw tail, punt in the flats. Perfect landing. Griffin on his response. Torques that carve down to the bottom. Drives through the lip well. Good tag from Griff. Just speed, management for the ramp. Tail is just floating through the sky, nice and easy for last year's world number 3. So a back-to-back exchange there, a flurry of action, both in the 20s in the rankings coming into stop number 4.
Good point.
Very crucial for both of them to get out of what Connor O'Leary calls maybe the toughest round of the event here in the round of 32.
It no doubt is, and that's why you waited so long, just to get these types of waves, Joe, for people to perform the way they need to in this particular round. Big separation between a 17th and a 9th. And right here, this is going to be a close exchange. I think it's going to be one of Matt's top 2 waves, no doubt. And Griffin, 6.33, maybe yes, maybe no. It was a smaller one, but he had to go on a wave and just make things a little bit more exciting and get judges to have him in their mind as well. But a minute 20 to go, things might be decided in this last exchange, though.
Rio and Marco telling us how competitive it will be for the first wave. You just saw them drift out of your screen, going incredibly deep at Punta Roca. They're up next in Heat 4. And now a minute to go. McGill looks like he should be able to get priority. We'll keep you posted on that as we watch his last wave.
Yeah, this is an excellent culmination on the outside. Much more aggressive right here, Joe. He learned his lesson on the outside. 2 huge snaps down the line right there, and just a lot of emphasis on that throw tail reverse at the end as well. Got a little bit of a pop out of it too. Griff live action.
Griffin now in a big bowl section. Instead, this is the replay of his last wave.
Yeah, so smaller wave, less maneuvers, and as you said, we don't count maneuvers, but not a whole ton of quality when we consider his 6s so far in this heat. The air was cool. Will it improve on something in the good range already in this heat? Probably don't see it going that way, Joe, and I feel like it's going to come down to Matt's last.
Wow, Matt was explosive and maybe a rare moment of emotion as well. You know, surfing with heart and intensity. Those are some big power hacks in the pocket, and then to transition to the air to follow, that is just a deadly combo.
Right, with a lot of speed too, and consider the size of the wave, much larger than his previous ones as well. The 617 was just the 2 maneuvers. I like it. Is it the best score of a regular footer so far today, Joe? Because what I want to say, the highest score of the day has been Connor's 7. So this would just have to be under that, but a different type of surfing, obviously a different stance, facing the wave right here too.
I just thought it was so dynamic, so powerful. There was no hesitation. He didn't have to search for sections. He wasn't hunting on that wave at all.
He never chased it. He never chased it. He surfed the wave how it was.
And rewarding single maneuvers, it kind of brings me to think it's going to be a lead change and a victory, but we'll see.
Close heat though, and Griffin surfed great. I mean, that's 2 events in a row. If he loses in this round against Marco Mignot in Portugal, he had a tremendous heat too, Joe. 12, 13 points by today's standards is a solid performance.
Oh, it's a huge one. You know, for the start of Griffin, he said he's feeling good. This is a great bounce back venue for him, but Matthew's bringing it. He doesn't want to face the cut deep in the 20s on the rankings.
Oh.
Judges making a decision. It is Matthew McGillivray jumping to first with a 6.93. And now we'll wait for last of Griff.
Yeah.
He was left chasing a 6.58. So remember, they already have comparables right there. So Griff has a 6.53. He needs a 6.58. So similar type of surfing. We'll take another look here.
Yeah, a bit of a smaller one. He had to catch this wave paddling back out. First carve's beautiful, a lot of speed. Then he just manages to shave it off, go into the lip, and this is where we were thinking, okay, you go real big right here towards the end. You're now down improving on your low 6 right now. And the air, it was cool, but that's a stock standard air for somebody like him, Joe. It doesn't seem like it's enough.
Last score for Colapinto is not enough, a 5.9. And it is Matty McGillivray upsetting last year's world number 3, a 2-time finalist and event winner in Griffin Colapinto. Important win for the South African, and he will be into the round of 16. Well done, Matty. Punta Roca is getting better. Rio Waida and Marco Mignot coming up next.
Well done.
Thank you. So stoked.
Round of 32, providing some drama already. Griffin Colapinto out in just that last heat with the brilliance of Matthew McGillivray. Griffin was surfing incredibly well, as he has been all season, but it hasn't translated into results, as he's doing the tough debrief with Tommy Whitaker, his coach, and he will have to move on to the GWM Aussie treble. Doesn't want to be thinking about cuts. He wants to be thinking about the world title race this year. Let's see if Griffin can bounce back at Bell's Beach. He's been ripping. He just has to get that flow of winning as we go into heat number 4. Rio Waida taking on Marco Mignot. Joe Turpel with Mitchell Salazar for the call here. A fun heat to break down with these two spicy regular footers that are going to light up Punta Roca. We've been seeing a lot of Rio, you know, the last few days, and Marco as well. I guess starting with Marco, and I talked to him in the offseason, he was like, this was an event he was looking forward to. You know, even when you haven't been here before, and him just watching these events, he's like, oh yeah, that's gonna suit me well.
Yeah, no, he speaks multiple languages, just like this guy on screen, Rio Waida. Top 10 surfer for 2 years in a row right now, Joe. And we're talking about people making the finals. He could definitely make one over there in Fiji as well.
Big win for Matthew McGillivray on the glass with Rosie Hodge.
Yeah, I'm coming down from a huge adrenaline rush. I can't imagine how you're feeling, Matt. But talk to me about, you know, going back-to-back waves like that and having to readjust in such a quick amount of time. And what was the feeling on your scores?
Yeah, it's just, it's been slow out there, so I wasn't sure how many opportunities we were going to get. And I mean, I was stoked to get like the first couple waves, but I just wasn't really clicking with the waves. It's pretty hard to read on the low tide. Like it goes fat and then it suddenly runs away from you. But then, yeah, I kind of got my first 6.5, and then Griffin got a 6, and then it was like really close. And I knew I needed a score. Surfed the wave to the bottom, did an air reverse, and then didn't get the score. And I was like, wow, I just put in so much effort and came so close and didn't get it. And I was kind of angry. And then I just got that wave at the end of the heat and just gave it everything I could, and yeah, I got the score. I'm so stoked. Yeah, it means so much just to get that number.
And the debrief with your team, you said I needed that. Making it this first time this season out of that round. Tell us the relief that comes with that.
Yeah, it's really hard to make it out this round. Everyone's so talented, and then when I saw I was coming up against Griff in this event, obviously he's just so good out there. He's so hard to beat out here. So I was really nervous coming into today, but kind of was trying to let that all go, and just obviously you can only do your best, and then whatever happens, happens. So I'm just so stoked that I got the score at the end there.
Your work's done for the day. Go let that heart rate kind of decrease and enjoy the rest of your day, Matt. Well done.
Thanks so much.
Thank you, Rosie. What a great chat with Matthew McGillivray, and talking about the nerves when you've got a giant like Griffin to compete against, and knowing how important every heat win is, especially if you're behind the cut. Brilliant surfing from Matty, and that little angry emotion, that really paid off.
Yeah, translated it into something positive, Joe, as we see Marco right there, Championship Tour rookie. He's looked amazing so far throughout his season. Here he goes.
Already on his second wave. How was that punt we saw during the catch-up with McGillivray? It was enormous. Wave number 2, he's sticking to the face so far. Little inside track will just kind of force the punch out of the fins, a lazy reverse, and he'll get out there on the inside. Rio's going, what is going on for this rookie on tour? He's getting antsy to kick off his heat.
Well, he usually does that to others. So, you know, in contrast, Marco doing it to him is something that he's probably not very used to, Joe. But we are talking about one of the most technical, most difficult, and one of the highest airs I have ever seen at the CT level. I mean, once again, consider the strong offshore wind, just gets a lot of speed. Look at how high he gets, Joe. How high he gets, how quick that rotation is, and blowing the kiss to the people in the stands, just saying, yep, thank you guys very much. Big time players, they make big time plays, Joe. We saw one right here from this kid. Wow, that is just absurd. You're kidding. You're kidding, Joe.
This is gigantic. Look at him play with it as well with that hang time. He was like, maybe I'll just tap slob on the way around. It didn't matter. A landing that he almost feels like was nonchalant. He is so solid above his board there. And Mignot is going to apply pressure immediately to Rio Waida. Talking to his coach, Jason, he's like, yeah, I just told him, go all out. That's it. And he responded to the coach's orders and kicks off this heat with a 7.17. That small insider that he had, a 3.17, is already having Rio in a quiet little combo to kick off the heat.
Yeah, and it's excellent pressure going up against a top 5 surfer right now, Joe. You need to make things as clear as night and day out there against, you know, somebody who has made multiple finals, including one this year already in Abu Dhabi. And we're talking about Waida, who is excellent in any kind of conditions. We've been surfing with him a lot over at La Bocana. Great going left, and we've seen what he can do at a right-hand point break too. But once again, surfing under priority, just adding pressure. That is something we're going to see from Marco in this heat. Seems like he's going again, Joe.
Marco Mignot is loving Punta Roca. Third wave, Rio still waiting as he's got the wind up, alley-oop, and he will go straight down. Strider, we've got an air show underway for Marco Mignot.
Holy smokes, dude. I mean, when they paddled out, I was going, this is going to be a great heat. You got, you know, probably the most improved surfer on tour with Rio Waida, who's just been climbing the ranks, training every day. He's just, you know, he's in full focus mode and always learning and talking about that. And then you've got this kid, Marco, who's just, he's just an instinctual animal. The guy just loves to throw it at you. I mean, that's how he took down Griff in Portugal. And when we were sitting here in the water watching him above the lip, he looked like he was 6 to 8 feet above the lip. And our water patrol just said, I think he had a parachute coming down on that thing. I mean, I didn't know you were allowed to wear parachutes out here, but let me tell you, that was incredible. And he did. He fluttered right into the lip and made it. It was beautiful. So I love this guy. He's got a lot of fire. Dad's in the lineup just going nuts and screaming for him. So he's got to feel that energy. And everybody on the beach lit up, you know, as a full fireworks show. So thank you, Marco. Let's see what Rio's got for the answer. Here we go, Marco again.
What a rotation from Marco Mignot. And to land on the hollow part of the wave, a lot could have gone wrong there. But he maintained control. 7.17 from the rookie. Calls himself the French Mexican, representing France on tour, but his whole surfing life began in Sayulita. What a special final that was last year with Al Cleland Jr. at the US Open. That just pushed them both to become rookies this year. Rio Waida looking to get in this heat. Top 5 in the world at the moment. He lays down a beautiful down carve to kick off this racetrack at Punta Roca. Another big rip for the Indonesian, crushing the lip line again. Another big draw off the top. And now punching that oncoming section. Slices it away. So many maneuvers throughout this wave, and he's got one left for us. It's a frontside air reverse. Rio Waida surfing like a vet, not rattled by the hi-fi energy that Marco just laid down, and a nice steady start for the Indonesian, but Marco's already on fire. Overhead section out the back. Just a speed turn there. Highlining. And the rookie just gets a little connection. Goes off the top on a hollow part of the wave, and he can still go to the distance. Throwing it off the roof. Try not to get sticky behind it, and he actually pulls into a wedge. not much water under there, so
no.
I think he had to get out of there. Not the easiest wave to ride. You can still, it made him kind of maybe indecisive on where the turn sections were, just based on that cup and the wave face and the wind kind of held him behind. He was forced to do those little off the tops where he wasn't really able to punch out a big section.
Less commitment, less risk on those maneuvers just because those sections aren't standing up, as you're mentioning, Joe. The outside was sick, though. These first 2 turns I really enjoyed. A lot of speed on that one, more down the line, but much more commitment on this one. Takes his time, fully lays into it, especially knowing that this wave's running on you. That combination was excellent. But a very astute and, you know, I want to say veteran move right here just to commit to the inside. You already have the 317. You've done a lot of surfing on the outside. Why not commit to something right here? Just seemed like that wave was stretching out, and he's like, okay, I already committed to this end section, might as well try to get barreled. And this is, as you said, somebody who does not get rattled, made sure to answer back, and combination on the outside was cool. It wasn't excellent. Lays it on rail, keeps the rail in the water for a long period of time too. But just a blue collar type of wave right here, Joe. Meat and potato surfing, nothing crazy or out of this world, but you want to get on the board and have a good answer to your opponent. So lots of maneuvers, non-consequential most of them though, Joe. And right here, he just needs to add in a little bit of spice. He does. Great rotation to finish that wave off for the first Indonesian to ever qualify for the World Championship Tour.
Rio Waida turning into such a contender. 2 times now he's finished runner-up in events at the CT level. The first time it happened was last year at Cloudbreak, which is now the big venue for the world title showdown at the end of the season. So he wants to keep his spot in the WSL Final 5, already knowing that he's very comfortable over there in Fiji. And then we saw him recently in the final with his teammate under Reynos Hayes, both working with Reynos, Italo, and Rio Waida. And Rio said, hey, that stung. I'm not done yet. He's ready for his first win of his career, and the numbers are reflecting that determination. Marco started with a 7.17 with a humongous air, and overall performance on Rio's answer, a 7.83, the new best number of the heat so far.
Yeah, and obviously good use of the variation of the entirety of the wave, every single different section. Judging components for today have been very obvious. You have the variety, the innovation, and creativity. We saw that on the 717. We saw part of it on the 783. But the commitment and degree of difficulty of those maneuvers, but the combos of major maneuvers, and especially including the flow, Rio had that on the 783, Joe.
Big snap to start for Rio. Quick to eject. He wanted to go right into an air.
Watch out.
And he's really, really quick. I mean, when you look at the 783, he's just responding in rapid fire. I lost count of the turns, but it doesn't take him long to get to a section. He's so quick. He almost got there in time for this.
Yeah, no, and first turn was great too. I was thinking to myself, okay, just maybe get a backup right here and don't go for the air. Just make sure you're finishing the wave off. Try to do a little too much, but look at how much speed he had on that first one. And just a little late right there, Joe. Smart decision to throw your board away and make sure that that thing's not landing either on top of you or you're coming down on the fins. So smart maneuver right there from Rio just to make sure that board's a bit further away from him. Another thing to point out too, his home break is Uluwatu, so he's really good at going left, but there's so many waves on that island of Bali and of course the rest of Indonesia that he's been able to play with different kinds of settings, waves that have similarities to this one, Joe. But his OG wave is actually on the backhand, and a lot of people don't know that that's why he did so well over there in Fiji. It's a wave that really looks like Cloudbreak.
Mitch, let's talk about key factors from the judges when we focus on airs. We've seen quite a few this morning.
Yeah, critical nature of the section, so the steeper it is, the more critical it is. Height, projection, and amplitude, we saw that on the 717. Technicality, of course, the grabs, the inversions, and rotations. But more than anything, and this is really what is emphasized on this wave, speed, flow, and control. There was speed, there was flow, but when you consider the control aspect of things, Joe, as you said, he had to land just a little differently right there on the coping of the wave. It did take him just a slight bit. As you say, as a skater, you have to grease the landing, right, Joe? It needs to be as clean as possible. It was clean, but he does take a little while to land out of that one, so good scoring, 717. It is the second best wave of the heat, but they are considering multiple factors at a wave that is as long as this one. You need to combine those maneuvers with something else too.
Gosh, love the height, love the rotation. I love the fired up rookie Marco Mignot. Remember what he did in Portugal, that big punt as well into the flats. It's become a pretty reliable maneuver for him to just go super explosive with his aerial work. As we look at the heat check now so far, as we're at the 1840 mark for heat number 4. Just focusing on their top scores there. You can see the comparisons and how the judges reacted to the start of Rio and Marco.
Yeah, and of course, a lot of judges right there from different parts of the world, which is essential to have an international panel. See somebody from Europe, a couple of North Americans, which is considering the region. We have more North American judges at this event than any other. Over in Australia, one judge, and of course Brazil, Renato Galvão, former 4-time QS champion over there in the panel too, Joe.
And now Rio in motion, throwing down a beautiful rotation, ends up face planting. You could tell his lower body was like, we've got it, keep going, and he just couldn't pick himself back up. So you can see that asterisk there. That's that wave that's about to be scored. They just threw in a 1 for Waida's air attempt. So that's his 3rd wave ridden so far. You can see now Mignot's caught 5 waves, always scored on their top 2, no wave backs. They can catch as many as you want, but you also can see the spread. You can see that one judge there from Australia, an 8 for Rio Waida, a 6.5 for Marco in the comparison. So on Marco's air, he was the low score that was thrown out.
And normally within a single score, they'll allow 1.2, 1.3 at this level. Some of the amateur levels, they'll allow 1.5. But realistically, you want to be within a point more times than not, Joe. And we see an international panel for a reason. You want to have, you know, a difference of opinion. And it's stale and it's boring when people agree on the same thing the entire time. I mean, there's a reason why we have experienced people up there knowing what to qualify and what to quantify too, Joe, because there's no minimum wave that you can catch. We see that with Italo all the time. These two guys, they're wave magnets as well.
Plenty of time to go here in heat number 4. Great crew upstairs, keeping an eye on these competitors with past CT experience as well. Ben Dunn, a part of the panel, was on the championship tour for some great years. I remember a big heat. He beat Andy Irons in Brazil and many more. He also had some great kind of profile movie parts, especially a Red Bull trip in the Red Bull 5x, where he ended up in a final card game for a jet ski against Bo Emerton. As we look at Rio, setup turn to start, throwing down a nice little cut. He's got so much speed on these running rights, just pushing down the line to keep up with it. Front side float and steps off. So that's like a closeout basically for an average surfer. For him to one, keep up with it, but also to be able to get turns in all the way down. He doesn't want to just race it and kick out, which is kind of what you see on a wave like that when you're checking the surf. But for how good Waida is, he can keep up with it and perform, and he will improve on a 1.57.
And 2 of the quickest surfers on tour right here, Joe. And to be honest, both of them were very successful at the Challenger Series level. Both of them have won at least 1 event at the CS level, Joe. Mignot last year in Saquarema. Rio went on to win 2 in a row over in Sydney and then in Ballito. How good has their surfing translated to the CT schedule, though? It's a testament to how good every single region worldwide is nowadays. And as you mentioned, this is a quick wave. You can see that one on the inside, people mind surfing it. Once you get up to your feet, though, that is a way different wave that you're actually surfing.
So true, Mitch. These guys just break the mold. When you can qualify, it's one thing. Then to stay on tour is just another. And then with the cut being introduced recently, now moving to the first 7 events of the year, really feels good for the rookie class this year. Marco still out in front, but we're waiting for the last score of Rio Waida. Let's see more of these moves after this.
I'm a first Indonesian surfer that make the CT, so it's a big achievement. And for me and also for Indonesian surfers, I didn't really know about professional surfing when I was at the ground, but I just want to surf, to be honest, until 9 years old or something. At the same time, everyone was going crazy about Kelly Slater, you know, oh, it's my God, it's Kelly, but I was like, who is Kelly Slater? I don't know this guy.
Waida dari Indonesia!
My family had enough to just to live. You know, it wasn't like we poor, but also we wasn't like rich, so we were kind of had enough to just to live normal. It's a lot of money to travel, to reach next level or to make to the world. I need money. So my dad, he started to work in Japan to make more money. But at the same time, I had a lot of amazing people supporting me. So to be honest, I was lucky.
That was such a cool piece with Rio Waida. You can check it all out on Inside Pro Surfing on WorldSurfLeague.com. What a beautiful story to grow up with humble beginnings, but having just enough of happiness of surfing and so much support from his family. And look where he sits today. Top 5 in the world, in motion, belting the lip line. Rio Waida, big spring off the bottom, front foot disconnected, took him away from the landing. His wave before we went to break did improve on his 1.57. 3.37, not enough for the lead.
Yeah, that's good scoring. Not a single judge gave him the score that he needed for first place, as you're pointing out, Joe. And on this wave, I felt like he tried to force that maneuver into trying to oversurf things just a little bit and maybe just trying to surf under the priority and get the lead off of Marco right here in these last 11 minutes. I mean, we've seen him play the patient game before, Joe. It has worked out in his favor, and I think right here at a point break, especially knowing that the 417 was on a much smaller wave. We all saw what he did with the 717 with the massive air. You want to be on a set right here, Joe. Be on a set, make sure that you're actually decisively beating the number 5 guy in the world right now, and you're the rookie. You got something to prove. You want to be considered a top dog eventually at this level, right, Joe? So make sure that you're doing it at what you consider one of your best venues.
See Christoph there on the stairs. Jason Aparicio, the coach for Marco, just walked out of the screen.
Toto,
great. Go ahead, Mitch.
He's in better shape than most of the tour. I feel like if we had a Masters division, he'd be surfing in it.
What an inspiration of health.
Yeah.
And a great father. So much support for his son here. He's so happy to be here for the first time in El Salvador.
Go down this way. Go down, go down.
And I was lucky there. He's about 5 languages he could have chose from, and I'm happy he chose English this time. Trying to reposition his son there with priority. As he's looking to better a 4.17. Mignot stalling, anticipating something big as this wall starts to grow. Marco Mignot forces the reverse and gets stuck. Waste priority.
Yeah.
Gives it right back to Rio Waida. Jason can't stop pacing.
Well, he's always like that. He's always like that, but he's really going to be like that in these next 9.5 minutes. That is an unforced error and a large one against a guy that will make you pay eventually, Joe. And took his time. He stalled at the beginning of the wave. I thought he was just trying to shave off some speed and went for a maneuver that wasn't particular for the section, Joe. And it just seemed like he was overthinking things a bit too much. He'd been sitting with priority a little bit, and yeah, not the right maneuver selection right there from Marco on that wave.
Strider, maybe that error was unforced, but one thing that was forced was trying to make that a punt section. What'd you see?
Well, we were just talking out here in the water about how the wind has picked up a bit, even more since the beginning of the heat. So having that coming up the face like that, you really got to go to the air with some crazy authority. I think, the only guy that I know that's done it would be Toledo at J-Bay against that wind, kind of that heavy, devil wind coming up the face like that. But he was doing it with such, velocity that he was sticking to the board and doing the rotations and flying through that. So that's what you have to surf the way Toledo surfed at J-Bay when he took it out and he rewrote the book on surfing J-Bay. Well, that's what these guys are going to have to do if they're going to try and take to the air. Otherwise, you're just going to have to stay on that face and just power through these chops as well as you can. This is a tough game right now. but they got it. Let's see what happens here. I want to see some more action. It's going to be fun to watch, but it's a challenge.
Good man was Strider referencing one of the craziest rides in Jeffreys Bay history. First thing in the morning, there's a lot that happened that year, J-Bay. We saw a boat get caught inside, and then the captain was unbelievable and rode this bomb all the way down to Albatross and got out of the way. And then Toledo went next level, 2 back-to-back enormous alley-oops. Kind of moves you just didn't think you'd see at that venue.
No.
That always just push the narrative of traditional surfing in the pocket, real fast carves and barrel rides through super tubes. And gosh, Toledo turned in one of the most memorable rides in history, and the sun was barely up yet. People were spilling their coffees on the point there and freaking out. It's kind of like a where were you when Toledo rode that wave. He's coming up against Al Cleland Jr. at the end of the round today, but he's also going to be happy to return to a venue that has provided him multiple wins. Cronacero Open, J-Bay, this July.
Yeah, and you look at the schedule for that guy, the next 3 events, he's won all 3 of them. Bells, Bonsa Gold Coast Pro, over there in West Dawes already. Then we go to Lowers, where he's already won 2 World Championships. He's won the regular season event too. Of course, in Rio, the most dominant ever. As you mentioned, J-Bay. You know, Tahiti, the last event of the season, and then finals in Fiji, 4 to 6 feet. You got to watch out for somebody like that too. I like that we've seen different winners at every event so far this season, though, Joe, both on the men's and women's side. I feel like we're going to see the same thing here too.
What a schedule. We're already flying through it. This is stop number 4 already. People are flying straight from here, straight to Bells.
Including yourself.
Rapid fire this season. Rio Waida looking for a 3.51 here. Nice crispy carve, flowing off the bottom, tags it, sets up another wrapping turn. Throwing down that nice snap off the coping, and now searching for his finish. Through the speed bumps on the wave, he'll get a little sticky on the redirect. Now cleans it up with a slice in the pocket. Nice forward momentum all the way down the line, fins out, falls as we'll catch up to Mignot halfway down the line. Carved a tail release for the surfer representing France, and he'll sneak out of there. So Rio chasing a 3.51. Marco looking to better a 4.17. And we'll give you the start of Marco's wave in a moment as the paddle battle for priority. Looks like Marco's got a decent jump on Rio, even though he just rode the last wave. Sometimes you see a nice even rotation, sort of like whoever rode first will go back and get priority.
Yep.
But if you've got a considerable lead on the paddle race, you might get priority right back.
And you better keep going against one of the strongest paddlers on tour as well. Combination out the outside was great, Joe. Love this turn in the pocket, a lot of spray. Much more energized on this wave after the fall. That was beautiful stuff. Slides the fins just a bit more. And right here towards the end, he's like, okay, should I go for something big, risk not improving on the 4.17? Great tail slide. And this is where we saw right here at the end, just decided to kick out, regain priority, knowing where his opponent was. Did some major damage on the outside though, Joe, and especially what Strider was talking about, all those ribs coming at you with the wind switching more towards the south right now. Just made sure to keep up the speed the entire time and adjust on the fly.
And then to Rio's wave.
Yeah, I thought the pacing on this was incredible. Very astute surfing too, not trying to overpace anything. He was surfing for the score right here, and probably no doubt that he's getting the 3.51 or better. Some great surfing, polished, and of course a lot of emphasis on just making sure that he was not only getting the requirement, Joe, just improving just a little bit, having the highest score of the heat. But I will say, left some meat on the bone right here at the end with this fall, Joe. Nice little combination right there, but pushed just a bit too hard for how that section was right at the end. Outside work was incredible though, especially when you consider this first carve, maintaining that line and the rail in the water the entire time, Joe.
So true, so fast, so composed. Love the decisions with rail. And it didn't hurt me too much with the fall. Even, you know, like you said, he left some points out there, but going for that like slide disaster on a pretty soft section, I don't know, it didn't bother me too much for all the work that he had done. That was cool that he went for it. Obviously, the judges love when you have a complete ride. But for what he needs to accomplish right now, I think he did that. And the pace of his rail work, covering more face than Mignot, in my opinion, and matched with that speed. We have 3 minutes left. 2 important scores for this classic heat that had us screaming at the get-go with one of the loftiest punts we've seen from this event. 717 for Mignot. And then Waida responded with different type of surfing for a 783. Numbers for Rio's last 5.67 in the lead. Marco chasing a 6.34, doesn't get it, 5.77. Rio out front. Marco with priority needs a 6.34.
Close heat, Joe. Battle of the backups, really. I mean, when you consider the top scores of the heat, about, what, 0.6 of a point separating the 783 and the 717. As we see Rio's camp right there, his brother. Also a great surfer himself, but, you know, really similar scores right there on these last ones. 5.67, 5.77, basically the same numbers. And with just over 2 minutes right here, Joe, look at the positioning of Waida, basically on top of Marco. If you don't get rattled right here, though, against number 5 in the world, nothing will rattle you, Joe. So got to be able to perform when the spotlights are shining on you, and has a moment right here, needs a 6.34, would have to be the second best of the, or the third best of the heat, excuse me.
The Challenger Series is tough, and then it's just another level on the championship tour. And Marco's learning a lot on the fly, and the intensity of this moment, Rio being right in his space, Waida learning so much from the best in the world the last few seasons on tour.
And Levi Slawson mentioned it the other day when we had the call with him. Everything gets magnified at this level a lot more. So those errors that you make or the decisions that you made actually do get emphasized a lot more right here. Any kind of thing you can do to rattle your opponent, you're going to do. And look at the way Waida's just asking for time right there, making sure that he's in his grill. Needing a 6.34, though. It's achievable, Joe.
That's right. Rio might know the situation. And hey, he might not. He might be really asking for it there. With a watch on, though, I'm pretty sure he knows what time it is.
You would think. Oh, we got a set, though, Joe. We got a set.
Marco Mignot will have right-of-way to take any wave he wants here. And he's happy that he looks like he might have a chance, just trying to move in position. This set's really high up at the top of the point.
I think this is the one, Joe. You got to commit to this one right here. This is it.
So now Marco needs a 6.34. He will turn and start positioning his final wave of the matchup. The rookie sets up that first section. Big throw tail reverse on the takeoff. Total commitment and risking it all. Then blasting it on the inside corner. Who is this rookie? Mignot running down the line, punches the tail out once again. Everybody is losing it. At La Libertad, his dad is jumping up and down, and for good reason. That was electric. Dude. To risk the last wave of the heat and to go that big.
You're kidding, Joe. You're kidding. That was so unexpected.
That was unbelievable. And there's a proud father right there, feeling the energy from his son, absolutely bringing it. These rookies qualify. You see a bit of them from their past, but these are the moments you see what they're made of. And for him to go for something so risky on the final wave, absolute brilliance. What a magical performance here.
This is ridiculous, Joe. The amount of risk, once again, he gets inverted on that air right there. And makes up on the inside as well. Great pacing, snap, right in the pocket. And to me, I'm thinking it here, okay, he's just gonna tag it right at the end. He goes for another air, and he pulls it too. That is just sheer determination and grit. I mean, for a rookie to go for that against number 5 in the world right now, an air that is so difficult, so risky, especially once again, with this kind of wind we have on our hands right here, Joe, that is just top tier level stuff. And his surfing from the CS truly has translated to the championship tour.
How's this whip? That section wasn't going to help him. He's on the rocks and absolutely whipped that tail high reverse, bookending it with punts. Mignot looking for another major upset, took out Colapinto in Portugal. And now he's got world number 5 on the ropes. Needs a 6.34. Around 20-something seconds on the clock when he took off. Numbers are in. A 6.5 and the lead at the buzzer for rookie Marco Mignot.
That was absurd. What a heat, and Rio Waida surfed great, but Marco truly proving himself right now on the World Championship Tour. There's his brother Nome celebrating.
They are absolutely fired up here at Punta Roca. The entire Mignot family wants you to celebrate. Round of 32 continues. Ethan Ewing taking on Levi Slawson. We'll bring in Cote and Jesse for the call. The Surf City El Salvador Pro is brought to you by Yeti, built for the wild. By Corona Cero, made with 100% natural ingredients. And by Surf City El Salvador, home of the right surf.
With under 30 seconds left, Marco Mignot goes off, gets the score, and the stoke is real. What a way to finish. Chris Cote here with Jesse Mendez, claiming Marco Mignot Rookie of the Year 2025. But we've got a long season to come, and right now we're straight back into it. The Surf City El Salvador Pro rolls on. We're going to start off with Ethan Ewing. Has to be considered one of the most technologically savvy and advanced surfers on the championship tour. He's got his hands full now. With this wind, Levi Slawson can be dangerous. Goes down right there. It gives us a second to catch our breath and react. You know, Billy Joel said it. Hot punk, cool funk. No matter how you slice it, it's still rock and roll to me. Of course, that's paraphrased. Sorry about that, Billy. But what we just saw right there, I think, was an escalation and kind of foreshadowing to what we're about to see for the rest of the day. You could feel the tension building on the rocks. Started in the water, and now it's just going through the roof. We're in for some great surfing.
I'm so excited. More opportunities for the surfers, and like we said, Ethan up and riding.
Back at it, Ethan Ewing showing some urgency, taking off on 2 waves already, still with 31:30 to go. Wind kicking up just a little bit. Ethan Ewing, so sharp, so deadly when he puts it on rail. Just a joy to watch surf, especially when he's fired up. And you can tell this is Ethan Ewing knowing full well that Levi Slawson at any second can erupt and do something crazy. So Ethan Ewing has done his scouting report, no doubt. For Ethan, 3 straight WSL finals appearances. He's been close. 2025, he's kind of quietly putting together a solid campaign to eventually surf his way into that final 5. I think he's pretty much a lock. I'm gonna knock on wood. I don't want to jinx anybody, but the way Ethan Ewing surfs, heat in, heat out, I mean, he's automatic.
And I like the glimpse of what I've seen it so far from Ethan and from Levi. Obviously, we expect Ethan to just go do the best rail work. We probably can see it as he stands up on this wave right here. He can relay so much on that rail that it seems like there's no shatter whatsoever on the waves that he's riding. Compared to the other surfers that we've previously seen so far today, you could see it mostly in the last 30 minutes how bumpy the waves were, but he just kind of ignores it. He's making sure he puts the right amount of pressure every time he engages the rail on the heels and also on his toes. So beautiful surfing there to start off for Ethan. And I like what I saw from Levi. Like, you cannot try and match the power and the criticalness that Ethan has on rail. So he felt, but he went for broke, and he did. And he what suits his strength, which is going to the air and mixing it up with combination of major maneuvers. So in order for him to take down one of the best in the world to ever do it, it needs to be clear in his head that he needs to do that.
Yeah, surf to our strengths. 29:26 to go. So we see our surfers making their way back into the lineup. Let's go down to Strider Wasilewski with that front row seat. He just watched Marco Mignot straight up Dua Lipa levitating. What did that air look like from the water, Strider?
Wow, you're amazing. You really are, Chris. Dua Lipa levitation. Well, obviously, everything that went down in that prior heat was mental. I feel like, you know, Rio was right there the whole time, but you know what? Marco is just throwing it to the wind and really coming down with a lot of beautiful surfing. Just unpredictable and really radical surfing. So he was well rewarded. I just want to get back into the point that Jesse was talking about out here with those power hacks that, you know, Ethan Ewing does. The reality of his torque and his speed and everything that he pushes through the water, he just makes the waves look glassy, like Jesse was saying, and that's just pure power and velocity moving through across these chops that are coming through. I mean, there's a lot of bump and lump out here, and for him to have that much strength in the rump and on the legs and in that board, and the trust that he's got and that setup, I mean, it's just so connected and perfectly, you know, defined within his surfing. It's so fun to watch. So I just have to give my hats off. I mean, we watch Ethan surf all the time, and he's everybody on tour's favorite, you know, with the fluidity and the carve and the power. But just with this added element and still looking that good, that's poetry. I love it.
And it's crazy to think that Strider mentioned, because on the screen it does it justice. Like, there's so much more chatter out there, and the surfers are feeling that so much. So it's very hard even to translate. Like, surfers that surf point breaks with devil winds before know exactly what we're talking about, but most of it don't. And we always got to relate, like, we always got to remember that power is not only related to spray, like, it's related to how much water you engage in. Yeah, there's a translation to it that more spray, there's going to be usually more power being thrown, but sometimes, like, he doesn't throw as much spray as some other surfers, but how much engagement he has on the rail shows what Strider was mentioned, how strong his legs are and how much he's capable of just being confident on his equipment.
Nobody cuts through the water like Ethan Ewing. He's an absolute surgeon, and he has that kind of same presence, you know, it's just very quiet, and definitely a person you do not want to surf against in a heat. You know, if you're Levi Slawson and you know, this is one of your first opportunities to go up against the elite on the championship tour, you're probably going down the list going, okay, well, you know, this guy, that guy. When you see Ethan Ewing's name, you're like, I hope I don't go against Ethan Ewing. I don't think anybody wants to go up against Ethan Ewing. There's a handful of surfers on the CT where you just see their name, you know, Felipe, Italo. You just don't want to go against those guys in any round.
You know, like, those names pop up and you're matching against them, like, your odds have to go lower because, you know, like, they're just that good.
Yeah, and look at the numbers. I mean, it's so steady as well. 617 and a 623. Ethan Ewing into a big lead. Levi's out the back with priority, waiting for the next set to roll through. We've got a fired up French-Mexican on the glass. Marco Mignot is with Rosie Hodge.
What a wild finish to that heat. Marco with sub 30 seconds remaining, taking off on that wave. The risk on that first maneuver for you. Talk us through that ride.
You know, I just had a feeling there was going to be a wave, one more opportunity, and the wave came, and I saw the wave potential was not really high, but I went bottom turn, and I said I had to go big. went big, landed it, and I knew I had to keep going just until the end just to make sure that I got it. And yeah, I'm really happy to switch it in the last minute.
And what a feeling coming into the beach with all that energy from your family and just so much stoked to see you make it through. You feeling that momentum?
Yeah, no, it's amazing. It's my first time ever to have all my whole family together, my 2 brothers, my dad and my mom. It's a moment that I've dreamed my whole life, to be all together and sharing these kind of moments. And I've worked extremely hard, and to be here and to be sharing these moments with my family is really special.
That hard work paying off. Thank you so much for your time.
Man is on fire. Reminds me of that old Seinfeld movie, Rochelle, you know, an erotic journey from Milan to Minsk. But for Marco Mignot, I mean, it is a radical journey from Sayulita to Signos. I mean, he's a global threat at this point. Like I said, has to be at the top of your list right now for Rookie of the Year 2025. Again, a lot of events to come.
He definitely is right now. Mostly coming after a 5th place finish, and then building up into a minimum 9th place finish here. And both of the events he beat Rio Waida and Griffin Colapinto, which some of the most informed surfers throughout the last few years. So very impressive from him.
I mean, Rio's been charging. This is his best year by far so far. His best year so far on the championship tour. And to take him out with all that momentum he was carrying has to be a huge, huge victorious feeling for Marco Mignot. Looking forward to seeing who he'll match up against next. 23:40 to go. Ethan Ewing sitting there with a hefty lead already. 12.40. That's a huge total to start this heat. Still has 23 minutes left.
Yeah, for a very below average waves that he selected, which that's how impressive he is on right-hand point breaks. Mostly with the conditions we have today, just nice open walls with lots of room, and he always makes sure he's extended enough to fill up all the gaps in the wave.
I know Levi, he is not scared to go upside down. If given the opportunity, he will blast one. He is super dangerous when it comes to his aerial wizardry. He's kind of got a really nice just power base. The way he stands, he's really locked into his board. I'm pretty surprised that he actually fell on that first air attempt.
I think it was just the setup, the first turn. He went up in vertical, went too tight in the bottom turn, and went too vertical for the wind that was blowing kind of sideways, and kind of couldn't use it to its advantage. But it's very unusual. It's such a technical aerialist. Super consistent as well. Looks like they're paddling, looking for a wave right now.
All right, Levi Slawson having a look. Levi, you are cleared for takeoff. Let's see it. Here we go. You see that just subtle stall at the beginning of the wave. Set things up. Quick snap. This wave bowling nicely down the line. Goes vertical on his forehand and finishes the tight arc there, the wave. A rare clamping end section right at the kind of mid portion of the lineup. So three big turns, different looking, vastly different than Ethan Ewing's kind of on the face turns. Pretty, I guess, underrated how difficult it is to go vertical on your forehand in a critical section like that. So I'm sure he'll get some credit from the judges.
Yeah, definitely underrated. Much more difficult than on your backhand, that you bring your board back under your chest. Here it's kind of going away from you. Look how beautiful that wall is. Second wave, it's going to be a little bit cleaner, less chatter. Finish it up with my favorite turn, just kind of late to it, but was able to put the bottom of the board in lip line. But there's difference in between the size of surfing displayed from both surfers, right? Like obviously Levi being very critical, but not as engaged on the rail as Ethan was.
Yeah, it's totally polar opposite style of surfing. In the lip, straight up, but the flow that we see from Ethan Ewing, I mean, that's going to be tough to match for any surfer. You need the right wave to even attempt that. But I think Levi chose wisely in his maneuvers, kind of staying right in the pocket. 3 vertical snaps, well rewarded by the judges. A 5.17. It's a little bit more digestible for Levi. He now needs a 7.23 And I think, you know, we've just seen kind of glimmers of what Levi is capable of. This is a pretty good run for his, you know, first championship tour event in El Salvador for Levi.
Started with the heat win, and there's still a lot of time to go as well. Chris, like, I wouldn't be surprised if he pulls a few of the Hail Mary airs.
Yeah, 20 minutes, 10 seconds left. Ethan Ewing out the back with priority. And I can assure you there will be no banter between these two surfers. I don't think, you know, Ethan Ewing is a pretty quiet guy on land. I bet in a heat, he is straight up in the zone. There's a brick wall to his peripheral vision. And he is internally not taking Levi for granted, knowing that he's definitely going to have his hands full, but externally, he's all alone out there. That moment of waiting. It's been a little bit more consistent. We're on the upswing of the tide.
I gotta say, like, it feels like he got a little bit more offshore again, which it's been borderline, like just kind of offshore enough, a little bit cross. It feels like it's swing back in again because you can see there's a little bit less chatter than he had previously. Hopefully that's the case and we keep it having the face of the wave a bit cleaner because it helps the surf to provide more performance for us to watch.
So what's Levi doing here with this positioning?
Just create space. Obviously, it's been notorious that the surfers without priority, mostly on the lower tide, they've been kind of going deeper because there's that wave that stacks up that has a good size, but it's much shorter, and it kind of goes just a little bit past the main positioning point for the surfer in priority. So it gives you an opportunity to get a score out of it, and we actually seen some big scores, like Italo Ferreira in the first round with that big rotation, a few turns, and that wave kind of breaks out the back, but it goes underneath the surfer with priority and they can't catch to it. And that's what's happening right now. This is a smaller wave in size, but might be an opportunity for him.
Quick stall on the takeoff. Now puts the pedal to the metal, looking for the ramp. Goes for the alley-oop over the rock. That boil is menacing. He probably just saw that out of the corner of his eye. I like this. You know, just, you don't have priority. Paddle around, catch some waves. You know, you're gonna, on a wave like that, you're not going to be too far out of position. You know, had he ridden it even further, you're still going to be right there in the zone for the next set to come through. So I don't see anything wrong with just, you know, throwing it at the wall and seeing what sticks. 17:40 to go. Mitchell Salazar is in the Red Bull Athlete Zone.
Hey, good morning, guys. Just talking about the swell direction, a lot more west in the swell right now towards the back end of the waiting period, which at the beginning of the waiting period, we just saw primarily a south swell, which to me, I've been here multiple times throughout my career, and especially different times of the year too. Early season to me is always the best one. You get the early season south swells, especially with a bit more emphasis on the west. It focuses more towards the rocks and towards the beach, whereas if you get a south swell like we saw at the beginning of the window, it really forces you to surf up the point a lot more. Both of these guys, to me, a little bit out of position. I feel like Ethan with the lead right now, guys. He's really trying to push him and pull him up the point, but I'm seeing a lot more waves break on the inside, and there are a couple of sneaky rocks that just pop up every now and then, but the wind direction has also really changed, much more cross shore. As Jesse was mentioning, it is not noticeable as much on screen. It is very noticeable up right here. Great photos, not very easy to surf out there though right now, guys.
Thank you, Mitch. Yeah, there's a difference, right, between offshore when you're surfing a beach break, or, you know, if it's going straight offshore, but right now it's kind of going into the tube, and you can see it blowing off that lip. So I guess offshore is a pretty general term because there are a lot of ways that the wind can blow offshore.
Yeah, there's that perfect straight offshore that you'd hope for everywhere you kind of go and surfing. But this one's kind of coming into an angle, and the wave kind of swings, makes a little bit of texture where you can see in that wave breaking on the corner of your screen. It's harder to time the lip as well because the lip gets uneven. And once you have just like no winds or straight offshore, it gets perfect, very hard, very easy, or very hard for you to mistime it. Now it gets a little bit trickier, easier for you to engage the rail in a bad way and get digged.
Yeah, timing is a word that I think would fit well in the judging criteria. I would say it fits somewhere between flow and speed, and nobody has better timing on waves than Ethan Ewing. You see where he puts his board on the wave. There's rarely, if ever, you know, any catching of the edge, or you don't see him bogging. Timing is so crucial and so critical. Speed control today is going to be another huge factor. Marco said previously in a heat, or Matthew McGill said it, that these waves are doing some interesting things speed-wise. Start off slow and then drive fast down the line and then slow up again. So speed control and timing, I think, two elements that are going to be critical if you want success here today.
Yeah, mostly with such a stretched out point break that we have. Like you mentioned, like there's different paces throughout the whole wave. If you're in your typical beach break, most likely you're going to have a 5-second wave, so it's much easier for you to keep the consistency and the focus throughout the whole wave. And here you're riding 20 seconds, 25 seconds waves sometimes, so your mind has to be very strong and very connected to the present moment that you're surfing.
Casey Jones, you better watch your speed. See what happens. We're going to take a quick break. 14:22 to go. More action coming from the Surf City El Salvador Pro. We'll be right back. Straight back into it at the Surf City El Salvador Pro. We've got waves wrapping around this rock and roll point. 12.5 minutes left. Ethan Ewing in the lead with a 6.23 and a 6.17. Levi Slawson got a 5.17, but now he needs a 7.23. Set just rolled through, maybe just a little bit inside from where the surfers were sitting. Shout out to all the teachers out there who put the broadcast on during school hours and let the kids watch. I think that is it's really nice of them to do, Jesse. And that's something in the modern era that is, I'm sure, well appreciated by the students. You know, guys like Mr. Reynolds, Oak Crest, Teacher of the Year there. I mean, I think it's this is something that you can learn from, not just surfing. You know, you can learn to deal with pressure. You know, you're seeing these athletes at the top of their game. Here goes Levi Slawson, representing Encinitas, California. What happened?
I mean, I think he just kind of gave up halfway through. He probably could have like forced himself into making that, but he saw, it looked like the wave was pretty shouldery. It was one of those deep ones, so at that point he wasn't going to make that much difference, and he was already in an awkward position, was going to have to probably look not so flowy riding out of that turn, and he just kind of gave up.
11 minutes left. Ethan Ewing has been a steady, solid competitor, perennial title threat. He's been in that final five multiple times. He's in the lineup right now, in the lead. Number 33, let's learn more about Ethan Ewing.
Yeah, I take a lot of inspiration from Mick's story when he hurt his hamstring and then came back and first event at Snapper Rocks. I feel like that's happened in my career too with injuries and stuff, and it just what it takes to get back to that high level. It's, yeah, a lot of lonely times and determination and hard work. So, yeah, I think, yeah, Mick Fanning.
Yeah, I think we can all agree, Mick Fanning, one of the goats of surfing, in and out of the water. If you're going to have a hero, make it Mick.
And really changed the path of professional surfing as far as committing to outside training. Because before Mick's era, there wasn't much training being talked about. And then he had that massive injury. He was out for a whole year, pretty much. And he got back and won his first event back on tour. And he looked like he gained about 20 kilos of muscle. And he was just ready to destroy everyone. And he went on this amazing run that we've seen it. And that's all history. But yeah, he really changed for the future of the sport with all the commitment.
Levi Slawson, quick stall, hunting the ramp and just gets blown out the back of that wave.
That's a perfect example of what type of airs you're capable of doing or not on a day like today with the wind blowing cross offshore, but more into the offshore side. Like, you really need to keep that board under your foot or projecting down the line. As you're gonna see, he's gonna go up and vertical right here. And as he grabs the rail, the wind's already starting to blow that outside rail away from him. And there's no regrouping from that.
You kind of have to aim for the flats, right?
You have to, or if you go for a straight air like he did right there, which you have to aim for the lip, you kind of got to be on top of your board so that wind's coming from the bottom of the wave and the curve of the wave, and it hits right under your board and sticks to your foot, so it gives you a lot more stability.
With 8:50 to go, it's been Ethan Ewing, his surgical strikes with the edge. I mean, he's basically kind of staying under the wind. He's staying close to the face of the wave, using the rails of his board. It's a beautiful effect. Levi Slawson, you know, showing us his intent. I mean, the plot thickens here. So Levi's still looking for a 7.23, but we know what he wants to do. And I think that those first kind of tester airs that he threw up there will give him the knowledge that he needs now. If you watch any of Levi's video parts, you know what this kid is capable of. And Ethan Ewing now. Just watch the rails of Ethan's board. So fast. And, you know, I think you said it earlier, Jesse, the camera really, as beautiful as it is right now and as nice as this is to watch, when you see this in person, it looks twice as fast, both wave and rider. I mean, Ethan Ewing, that opening just high line. Ooh, 360. I like that.
He demolished that
fun.
wave.
That was Ethan Ewing having fun right there. Yeah. And when he starts having fun, you know, he's like the ultimate businessman in the lineup. But when he starts getting loose and having fun like he's doing right now, big things happen. We'll see. I think that wave will probably be right in the realm of the 617 and the 623. You know, he had to do a lot of work to kind of get down the line from the outside. But wow, was that fun to watch.
That was awesome to watch. And I mean, we'll get back to that later on.
All right, Levi now winding up, finds a tube. Nice. I think that was deeper than anyone expected. Big turn, come out from it. Here we go. Crowd's starting to liven up a little bit. Side slip in the whitewater. Nicely done there for Levi Slawson. Just when you think you got this kid figured out, throws a curveball at us. Extended little tube right there. I'm very curious to see what the judges are going to give for that. That was really good tube riding.
Yeah, and that was like longer than I expected. It felt like he was going to get caught. It was very tight and high. And it was interesting about, as he was pumping, his front foot felt like it slid forward, but it almost helped him to compress and be a little bit smaller. Some people do that technique like Mason Ho. Some guys love like putting that like kind of old style-ish school of tube riding. See right there, he puts his foot forward, but I think he went over than what he expected, but he brings it back in and starts going to town here. Nice wrap to kind of get in a good rhythm again. Unfortunately for him, the wave dies down and there's no closeout section, so he kicks out. It's going to be interesting to see what the judges think about that tube ride. Like, obviously it's technical, but it's a small barrel.
That's like a surf ranch tube.
Yeah, felt like. And this turn here, up and vertical, very nice, and this wrap, bringing it all the way around. good surfing for him. Like, that was a wave anyone would take any time of the day. I don't know if it's going to be right there. He moves his foot forward, but you see it. You can see it in the exact moment that he went a little bit more than he probably was hoping for. Gets a wider stance than he expected, but kind of worked out in his favor. It made him fit very small in that barrel, and as much as that barrel was trying to eat him alive, it was just, he was going through with a very solid wide stance. Carves it down to get back in the rhythm of the wave. And Ethan here on the other hand, you're gonna see how much attention he keeps paying to the bottom of the wave. He looked it twice, and then he's gonna look once again as he bottom turns, right before he bottom turns, to see the chatter on the wave, to try and identify any bumps that could slow himself down or make him catch a rail or choose. So beautiful technique there from him. Those tight turns are always so powerful. He's gonna finish it off after the 360 with a nice exclamation point.
The 360 made me smile. Here we go, Levi Slawson. Still waiting for his last score to come through. He goes to the air, lands in the lip, pulls it around. So he got the memo. So nicely done there for Levi Slawson. He's really giving us a lot of different kind of options here to look at. So the judges now have some catching up to do. They've got to score 2 waves now from Levi. I think right now they're having a long conversation about that barrel. You know, what number will they throw out for that? Now he added something for them to think about with that big frontside air. Ethan Ewing, meanwhile, he gets a 7-point ride. So the barrel ride from Levi Slawson comes through at a 5.30. What's this one going to be, Jesse?
I love the air, how technical it was, but we've seen it some very critical airs, and I feel like it lacked a little bit intensity. If you compare to Marco Mignot's 6.5 and the 7.17, if I'm not mistaken, he had, they were more intense. The section was bigger. As much as that was very technical, I don't see that coming in a 7.93. I think it needs more. It needs more criticalness to it. Sets up right there, and he eyes it down the section. Goes up and vertical into the air, which is very hard to do, but you see it, he lands it with the back, spins it back around. Nice rotation there for Levi. Loses the front foot for a while, but that grab really helps him keep the board stable and bring the foot back to friction in the board. Lands it with it, has to regroup right there, and I think the judges are gonna take notice of all those little details that I mentioned, and it's probably going to be on the lower side that he would probably hope for.
I think he deserves a lot of credit for how hard that is to land while rotating in the lip. You're going over the falls, like it's all happening at once. And he rode out of it really cleanly. Comes through at a 5.83. So you're spot on there, Jesse. Great air, but you know, the judges have already seen surfers go nearly twice as high. So full credit for how difficult that air was, but before and after, you know, the maneuver, there wasn't much happening, so it was really all on that one big air. But the good news for Levi is he's, you know, amplifying a little bit with a 5.33, now a 5.83. Now he needs a 7.40. But look at the consistency with Ethan Ewing. 6.17, 6.23, 7.
And applying pressure early on the first 2 waves, it makes it so much heavier for a surfer to perform those big maneuvers.
Here we go again. Scalpel is out. Surgery is about to begin. That right there. Functional, beautiful, fast. And again, precise. There you see Levi watching from the outside. This wave's starting to get a little sus through this inside section. He's still gonna work it till the end. Quick front 3 there. That's just a little reminder from Ethan Ewing. Yes, I am the best surfer on tour on my rails, but when I want to,
I can mix it
when
up.
I need to,
Progression.
I can throw some airs. I think Rosie Hodge, I saw her amazing appearance on the lineup with Dave Proden, and she had some really, really great things to say about Ethan Ewing, about, you know, how good he is on rail, his style and all that stuff. But she reminded everybody again that this kid can do big airs when needed. I think her phrase was, in case of emergency, break glass, do big air. We know what he's capable of, and right now he's kind of showing us a little bit of everything, his entire skill set on display.
That's very impressive surfing from Ethan, and one thing that catches my eyes once again is the amount of times he's actually looking down to his foot and to the nose of the board to make sure everything's clear. And that just shows how patient he is on a wave and how he's able to maximize every space and every inch of it, because he's not looking down the line, getting ahead of himself. And that translates in the scores that he's getting so far.
Oh, wow. Look at the clock. 5 seconds left. How did that happen? Started off the day with a long wait, and things have just been escalating since then. That's it. Ethan Ewing takes out an amazing wild card threat in Levi Slawson. We will see much more from Levi in the near future. This kid has a huge trajectory in front of him. Coming up next, Chianca, Joel Vaughn. It's the Surf City El Salvador Pro.
Así que bienvenidos a todos en estos días que vamos a disfrutar del mejor surfing de Florida, más aquí en El Salvador.
Muy buenos días, El Salvador, de Surf City El Salvador Pro Punta.
We're back and we're on. So the Surf City El Salvador Pro. A couple Ethan Ewing fans hyped on what they just saw. It's a good place to get an autograph from your favorite surfer. Well, Chianca and Joel Vaughn currently ranked 25th and 11th. That's a strange stat to me. I'm not surprised by it because I know how good Joel Vaughn is. I'm surprised that Chianca is sitting at 25th in the world right now. Both of these surfers, feisty, fiery. We saw hints of that at the beginning of this heat. When the buzzer blew, they started getting wild out there. This is what happened right when the horn sounded.
I mean, we obviously don't want to see this in a free surf, but it's very exciting. We cannot
like
lie when we see it in a contest, you know, like, and that's just trying to play defense for this specific reason. There's sets coming around, and you want to make sure you're in priority, but not too deep like he was right there. And that wave's probably going to roll for probably about 30 seconds, and they put themselves too deep out of position for that. Probably the best wave we've seen it so far in the event.
For those of you at home, for those of you watching from class, go ahead. Have a good time mind surfing this one. I just got a 12-point ride on that wave, Jesse.
If you're thinking about heat strategy for Vaughn right there, look how important that was for him to push him deep into the lineup. Otherwise, Vaughn would probably start with an excellent score on that wave. And now Vaughn has the right of way, and as you can see, he's paddling back.
Sometimes being a pest,
it works.
helps.
It works, yes, it definitely does. And you got to use every inch of the rule book into your advantage, and that's what the best in the world do. You see guys like Griffin doing, you see
Gabriel Medina is the best ever at that. Yeah, and I think Joao is, you know, he is definitely in that Medina category just in terms of his tactics in heats, but he admits it. He smiles about it after the heats. You know, he's like, look, this is part of our job. You know, you see it in every sport. Whatever edge you can give yourself, you know, it would have been a different story had this barrel kind of opened up and ran down the line, because that was one of the biggest, meatiest tubes that we've seen of the day so far. He was just too far back, and that's directly related to Zhao kind of manhandling him in the position.
Well, now to his advantage, he has the freedom like Iago did in the first heat. You know, he can just kind of scrap first stuff, like for waves, and try to apply pressure in Juan that's going to be seating out the back.
Here goes Jovan, that quick stall to set things up, keep him in the critical area of this wave. So he's driving down the line, kind of just waiting for something big to happen, and here it comes. Jovan, huge straight air, gets blown out the back. Arguably a more difficult way to do an air, especially on a day like today with this wind blowing off the top of the lip, blowing the surface out the back of these waves. Just a big frontside ollie. Just couldn't quite, you know, the wave is going fast, the wind's blowing you out the back. So again, you're looking to, you know, land in the scariest way possible out in the flats. Here we go, Jesse.
First nice snap to start, but right here it catches the inside rail because of the shatter. He knows exactly now that he has to just go for broke with the waves that we have in offer right now. Beautiful pump, but just like you mentioned, Chris, like the wind's blowing you out the back, so mostly with that lip line being a little bit on the weaker side, it wasn't as steep. You're already naturally gonna go off the back, but with the wind helping, that front arm starts to go in an awkward position, and you just can't keep yourself on top of, I mean, you keep yourself on top of the wave and not in transition to it, so.
I would have loved to see him make that, just because there's something so pure, so cool looking at just about a big frontside air like that. No, you saw no intention of grabbing. That was straight up Christian Nathan Fletcher style. And I love what Joel Vaughn has brought to the championship tour. You know, to me, he's just that classic, you know, Australian, just hardcore core lord, if you will. And his whole family surfs. His dad actually, low-key, you follow his dad on Instagram, you're going to get an inside report to what's going on wave-wise on the championship tour. He does some really cool kind of morning,
I did not know that.
Low-key updates on his Instagram. Maybe, I hope I didn't, you know, out a big secret, but talk to him a little bit about, you know, what he's doing, and that's basically for friends and family back home in Australia. They all want to know what's happening with Joel Vaughn. And here's what you got so far.
Very young surfer too, only 21. Imagine how much he has still in front of him to develop as a surfer.
Oh yeah. I mean, he's already done some of the wildest airs in competition on the Challenger Series, on the QS, in his pro junior career. I mean, he has put together insanely good highlight reels. And I'm sure more to come. But right now with 27:25 to go, Zhao Chianca yet to activate. Joel Vaughn's got a 3 and a 0.9, room to grow. So as these surfers wait for their next opportunity, let's go down to the glass. Rosie Hodges with Ethan Ewing.
Yeah, thank you, Chris. Well, Ethan, it seems like you barely had to break a sweat in that heat. Give us a little bit of a breakdown of that matchup from your own perspective.
Felt pretty good. Levi's such a good surfer. I knew how good his airs were and that, so I was kind of just sticking to my strengths. But the wind was super strong out there. It's like it looks great from the beach, but once you get out there, it's super chattery. So I was just trying to get used to that the whole heat, and kind of had a bit slow through the middle part. But yeah, stoked to get a few scores.
Making the most of it. Also had a couple of lay days here in El Salvador. What's been occupying your time?
I got sick for a little bit for a few days, which wasn't good, but feeling better now, and just been trying to stay in the water a lot. This wave's been kind of pretty hard to learn this year. Like, it's been super slow and hard to get a rhythm, so just been trying to stick with it and stay positive.
Well, your work's done for the day. Go get some rest. Thanks for the time, Ethan.
Thanks, Rosie.
Ethan Ewing, I mean, his personality matches his surfing, right? He's just to the point. Nice and calm. And one of the surfers that you always you know, you always perk up. You always want to watch when he surfs a heat. I think there's not a surfer on planet Earth that, you know, can't take notes from Ethan Ewing. He's that good. He moves through, but congratulations to Levi Slawson. I mean, obviously a really tough draw, but he put up a respectable 11.13 points. A lot troll from Seaside Reef in Encinitas, California, doing his hometown proud, and I think building that's a confidence builder, right? You go up against one of the world's best, Ethan Ewing, in a right-hand point break, and you make him earn it. So well done, Levi Slawson. As we see a quick up and out, Joel Vaughn has to give way to Chianca. Zhao now speeding around this section. Stylish layback snap to start. Goes into more of a carving whip. Really like his wind up. Fins break free a little bit there on that last turn. He leans into it. This is the inside section that has been doing some quirky things. See the rocks bubbling up right in front of him, all around him. Dry boulders. He gets out clean and safe. They really rode that one all the way down to the wire. But great on-rail surfing, mixing up his maneuvers, going plenty fast. Was the flow element there for the judges to put out that 7-8 point ride? Or will it be held back a little bit just because of all the work he had to do between maneuvers?
Yeah, and I think, I mean, once you're talking about excellent scores, you need something of substance that catches the eye right away. And I feel like that's the only thing that lacked on that wave. He had power, he had a lot of speed throughout the whole wave. Mostly this first turn here is beautiful, has plenty of speed, and he engages that rail with a nice down carved layback. But this one, see, he goes a little bit too high, more than he probably needed to. Nice third, very vertical turn. Pushes that fin a little bit more. And then the wave starts to get much smaller in size, so it's a very solid way for you to start a heat. That's what you want to start. You want to look like that, sure-footed and composed, but I don't see that coming into close to an excellent score.
I think laybacks are very cool looking, but maybe not as difficult as a full on-rail carve. Judges know that. I've seen our judges throw some mean layback snaps, you know, in free surf. So they know, you know, which turns are more difficult and where you're doing more turns. You're not going to fool them. Even though that layback was super stylish and fast, a little bit easier of a maneuver than a big, savage, hard carve.
Well, and that's because you tend to extend a little bit less. So you're more on top of the board. You engaged a little bit less of the rail, so it is on the safer side. We're not mentioning that those turns are easy to do, but yes, if you had a down carve, you'd have been a little bit more extended, a little bit more on edge. But a great way to start a heat, like I mentioned, like it's going to be a solid score, just nothing close to an excellent score because it lacked intensity on the wave and something of substance that would catch the eyes.
Yeah, and I think the good news there for Zhao is he looked like he was going about 75–80% on that wave. I mean, he rode it expertly from beginning to end. I think the judges put the perfect score out there, a 6.17. It was, you know, it's kind of like a friend zone score, right?
Yeah.
It's like, okay, this is cool. It's not enough.
Yeah.
You know?
It's a message being sent to the surfers, and the best in the world are able, maybe even if they disagree or agree with the score that they get at the time, they're able to adjust and give what they want next run.
Well, 22 to go. Chianca in the lead now with a 6.17. We are sitting at about 9:45 a.m. local time. You're going to crack one. Make it a seto. I think that's what our buddy Mitchell's doing right this moment.
That's absolutely right, Chris. Buenos dias. About 10 a.m. as we were mentioning right here. Corona Cero, 100% natural ingredients, 0% alcohol. Crowds filling up right here at the Corona Cero deck, and of course the bleachers as well. It's packed. It's Thursday morning right here at Punta Roca. Waves are pumping. Conditions are real great. And guys, slight cross-shore to offshore wind. It is much drier today, which means you need to hydrate. Get a Corona Cero for yourself.
We're right behind you, Mitch. Brunch beers in the Corona Cero zone, and this is the most crowded we've seen our grandstands. Yes, it's warm, but guess what? We're in a tropical paradise. It's in about 80–85 degrees on land, pretty similar in the water. Sometimes you'll be sitting out there and you kind of have a hard time deciphering what is air and what is water because you feel like you're in a jacuzzi. But there's a reason why El Salvador is one of the favorite stops for a lot of the surfers on the championship tour. I mean, look at the waves we have. It's beautiful offshore. I mean, these are the waves you used to draw on your notebooks, as Joe Turpel said, but you know, it's almost like an airbrushed look with the wind coming off the top of these waves. This razor line perfection from outside all the way to the inside. Visually, it's stunning, but when you break it down like Ethan Ewing did, said, look, from the beach, it looks beautiful, perfection. Not as easy as it may look, but that's why these are the best of the best, because they make difficult situations look so easy. 20 minutes to go here. Chianca with that 617. Joel Vaughn sitting at a 3 for his high mark, but he does have priority and plenty of time left. As we wait for the next set to roll through, we're just going to take a quick break. We'll be back with a culmination of Heat 6. Stick around. It's the Surf City El Salvador Pro.
Belts it off the lip again.
The countdown is on for the all-new GWM Aussie treble.
Can you believe it? The crowd goes bananas.
The world's top surfers will battle it out at 3 iconic events.
Bells Beach, Gold Coast and Margaret River.
In a game-changing series. Who will rise to the top and drive away with a GWM Tank 300. Watch every wave, every moment live at worldsurfleague.com.
The GWM Aussie treble is right around the corner. Cannot wait to see what happens. More rights on the championship tour, and it was just announced as we see Chianca going to work there. Nicely done. Gives us kind of a mixed plate of maneuvers. With the announcement made just yesterday, exclusive. We're going to Burley Heads in lieu of Snapper Rocks. The sand is gone. Burley Heads, a classic venue. Competitive surfing. You see Joel Vaughn now eyeing up the ramp. I don't believe that was a backside 180 kickflip attempt. I believe that was just a alley-oop gone awry. So now Chianca will be waiting for that backup score. I think it'll be a backup score. He did a lot of different kind of tricks and stuff, but I don't think it was quite as impactful as the 617, but that's why I'm not a judge, Jesse.
Yeah, I agree with you on that. It's just like he had to mix it up, had to put more energy into the wave, but the wave was on the smaller side. He knew that, so beautiful surfing there for João. Finish it off strong with lots of energy. See the body language right there, dramatizing for the judges, trying to sell.
Right? That was an act,
have to,
right?
Yeah, it's an act, and surfers do that. On the jersey mostly. Kelly's the best at doing that. This is just, once again, the wind not helping it out the surfers to get into the air. You really need to be flat and launch it towards the beach in order to get the substance and the support from the wind.
The board becomes a sail at a certain angle.
And it just flips, like you said. Like, he wasn't trying to do a, whatever you call a backside.
I think, yeah, look, now the replay looked more of like heel flip attempt.
Heel flip attempt, okay.
I don't think we were allowed to even name it because it was just an accident. 15:50 to go. Score comes through for Chianca. So I think the sales tactic slightly worked. 5-3-3, respectable score there. I mean, he ripped that way. I don't know if you could have done anything more. And I think the subtleties, the nuances that we see from Chianca, you know, they got the judges fired up, and they should be. A 6-1-7 and a 5-3-3.
And the best thing about this is just the fact that he battled back out at priority. So now he sits with two decent, solid scores with a lot of pressure on top of Joe Vaughn and the right away. So it's a win-win for Juan right there. Maximizing without priority and getting to maybe play defense here.
Joel Vaughn trying to find some shade. He's a little too deep. And he's actually lucky because a big rock popped up inside that tube. So now I'm thinking back to the very beginning of this heat where Zhao just got frisky early, and that may have rattled Joel Vaughn a little bit. Not not like scared, but more of just, wait, this is what we're doing?
Tactical.
You know, like, yeah.
Mind game.
Yeah, and he's a rookie on the championship tour. He's definitely has a ton of experience in a jersey, but this is one of his first times, I'm sure, going up against Chianca, who low-key is probably one of the gnarliest tacticians out in the water, and he'll push it to the very edge of interference. He'll push it to the very edge of what's legal due to the rule book, but he backs it up with how good he surfs. It's not like he's replacing one for the other. He just adds that element of, tenacity in the tactical game to how good he surfs, and that's why he's a perennial title threat. Right now, he is ranked way lower than I think anybody expected, or even, you kind of see that where he sits in the rankings, and it's like, what world are we in? 13:50 to go. Quick update from Surfline. Let's go to Mike Watson with the call.
Our swell is knocking on the door, and we are looking for this swell to arrive Thursday, peak Friday, and then continue into Saturday. Now, those modeled surf heights Thursday may be just a touch optimistic for the first couple hours of the AM. We have an AM low tide, so it could be a little slow at first light, but that expectation is for fun to good-sized surf to take hold with swell filling in through the day and then looking solidly overhead for the PM hours. Now, that swell and surf is peaking on Friday with overhead to well overhead surf. Potential for some waves up to double overhead there. Saturday is down slightly in size, but still solid in the 2 to 3 foot overhead range. Now, winds are looking good through at least the first half of each day with the offshore to side offshore northerly winds. We're going to see winds shifting around to the south to southwest for the PM hours. Now, a southwest wind direction is okay for Punta Roca, as that first wave of the set will clean things up for subsequent waves. So it should be a solid 3-day window of surf for Punta Roca.
Elementary, Watson. Thank you for breaking down all the numbers and letting us know that the waves are going to be getting better and better throughout the next few days. I didn't even know what day it was. Apparently it's Thursday. It's 10 a.m. here in El Salvador. We've been experiencing a pretty incredible Groundhog Day. The mornings have been glassy and rippable, but our directors and people who make the call, I feel like they made the right call. That is a thankless job. You're only going to take heat for calling it off, but nobody's going to thank you when you call it on the right day, right?
That is true.
But I want to thank them for waiting.
Unforgiven job.
We're seeing some really sick waves come through here at Punta Roca. 11:50 to go. Chianca steady in the lead, 6-1-3 and 5-3-3. Joel Vaughn yet to kind of get things going. We've seen some attempts, but now he needs 8-5-0 to get the win here. I think Joel Vaughn is firmly in the Rookie of the Year conversation as well, along with Marco Mignot. Joel Vaughn is a proud representative of the Australian surf culture. This kid's awesome. Let's learn more about Joel Vaughn.
Felipe Toledo out J-Bay, and that crazy double alley-oop, like the 2 alley-oops on the same wave, and then came off and absolutely ripped it to pieces afterwards. was a big moment for me. I was sitting in my lounge room going, oh my God, that was incredible. I want to do surfing like that. So yeah, I think that was a pretty cool moment.
Joel Vaughn there talking about one of his most inspirational moments in surfing. That's a pretty good one.
And if you look at conditions, obviously today on the smaller side compared to J-Bay, the year that he did that and the day that he did that, but the wind's pretty similar. Just, he was able to to identify a little bit better the launch area and use the wind to his advantage. And we've seen some attempts from Joe Vaughn trying to do the alley-oop right off the bat on that last wave he caught. Clean it up and he'll be looking very good.
It's a different type of air wind. You know, you're really going to have to put your board in the perfect position to literally use it as a sail. In this type of wind, when done correctly, these surfers will levitate, like we saw Marco Mignot earlier. Coming up next, Crosby Colapinto. I mentioned teachers watching this event in their classrooms. Miss Colapinto has it on. What's up, class? They're going to have something to cheer for. Crosby Colapinto is coming up next against Kanoa Igarashi. Crosby will be in the blue. And right there, talking to Big Bro, talking to Dad, the support, the gang's all here. And I think for Crosby, you know, he's got a lot to surf for right now. I have an older brother. I know how protective, you know, you want to be. So Crosby is going to be going out there with a little extra incentive, some revenge. He's going to want to smash this wave, do it for his big bro.
Looks like a very deep set approaching right there. One of those that I mentioned that he kind of goes on the low road for the surfer priority that's sitting on the peak.
Joel Vaughn in second priority. Big snap to start. Good open wall in front of him. I mean, you gotta try, but that one didn't go his way.
I kind of have a feeling, Chris, that that wave had potential to it. Maybe didn't need to go that big, mostly with the situation of the heat that he has. He only has a 3-point ride. Started off with a very nice clean carve, and that second bow with the big rail open up turn could have made a lot of noise for the judges right there. We haven't seen it yet, something of substance with that big of a section so far in this heat. I know the wave died out a bit, but there's still a little bit more sections in front and maybe even a closeout for a boost or something. So a missed opportunity in my eyes, mostly sitting without priority. Could have easily gotten to the 5-point range just by surfing solid on that waiver. If he really went to town, could have been, like went to town but not going to the air, just sticking to the rail, could have been even to 6.65 range.
I'm with you. I mean, I would never want a surfer to hold back, but maybe just hold up a little bit. Do a big carve right there. There was maybe 3 or 4 more turns down the line, and I like a 110% kind of deal. I want to see these guys do it hard every time. But in that case, I think you're right. A mid-range score would have definitely been a confidence booster right there.
But it's not a hold back. Like, it's a different choice of maneuver.
choice.
So, like, we can't say that Ethan Ewing in the previous heat held back. Like, the surfing was as on edge as you could be. But just the choice of maneuver right there, it was not for the moment. It was too risky for what he needed. Like, I feel like if he just kept the rails clean with strong and power and keeping the speed, would have been a great score for him.
It almost looked like a case of indecision.
Yes,
Get excited, you see the section, and you kind of forget the task at hand.
And if I'm not mistaken, he works with Bada, and Bada's going to be fuming on that opportunity that he just let it go. Because now he's basically 2 steps behind. You know, needs an 8.5, which is a big task to do on any day on tour.
And there's Bada right there. So with 6 minutes, 30 seconds left, you see George Pitar in the Red Bull Athlete Zone. George and Joel, bros from way back, and now they're living the dream, competing together as rookies on the championship tour. Listen to Joel talk about his relationship with George.
I think on tour I'm going to be surfing and hanging out with George and Liam O'Brien and a bunch of the Aussie guys. Just like to hang out with them, and I've known George since I was super young, so really cool to share this experience, being a rookie together, and I'm sure we'll be surfing a lot.
That's cool. I like that. I like, you know, the championship tour. I mean, they're all so hyper competitive. You know, we see a lot of flags and, you know, go Brazil, go USA, all that stuff. But, you know, underlying, it's just a group of surfers, of people who love to surf and who are just really, really good at it. And so you kind of see it more broken down by ages and by surfers who have history together. The women's championship tour, I mean, there's groups on there that have been competing against each other since they were 9, 10 years old. So I love to hear it from Joel Vaughn, George Pitar, that group right there. You know, they're just gentlemen. They're nice people. They've been competing against each other for a long time. They build each other up. I'm sure they give each other crap. That's what best friends are for, right? But you know, in the right moments, the support that they're giving each other is very meaningful. And that's a recipe for success. I don't think going it alone in your first couple of years is going to do you any favors. You know, even at the highest level, John, Italo, they had their pit crews with them. It's just that support, you know, the good, the bad, the ugly. You want to come in from the water knowing that you've got the homies there to either congratulate you or give you a pat on the back and say, better luck next time.
Looks like some great lines approaching us.
Here we go, 4:20 to go. Joel Vaughn having a deep look, but he's got to give way yet again. Chianca's masterful use of priority still in effect. Quick snap there to start. This wave screaming down the line. That's more like it, leaning in on his heels. Whips it again. Another. This right here is much more than a glancing blow. This is a full-on slice to the jugular as Chianca may have just closed the door. There's still 3 minutes, 45 seconds to go, but you could just feel it. That wave had more energy, more excitement, a couple surprises down the line. You know, a different look at Chianca. And that's the escalation that we've been seeing throughout the day. Get a couple solid scores to start and then do this.
I mean, just a beautiful wave for him, and just once again, perfect read, perfect pace to it, not overcooking, choosing the right maneuvers. And right here, he starts to unleash and get very critical. Up and vertical goes once again, and a third time, back to back. The judges will love that. Mix it up with a snap and finish it off strong. Only time I felt like he kind of held back a bit might have been the closeout. Went a little bit lateral on the setup for it, but the damage was already done. And in my looks of things, he'll be in combination right now, but with an opportunity to do better.
So 2 big turns to start now for Joel Vaughn, trying to answer back. A couple of fades there. Stay in the power section. Now you can see he's hunting a ramp. Slightly strange on the takeoff though, but makes the maneuver nonetheless. Kind of shaky, but gets back under his feet. There's the big air we're looking for, but goes down. So you look at the wave from Chianca, right? He had more speed, more power, more flow than his previous 2 waves. Joel Vaughn had us on the edge, right? We were on the edge of our seats, anticipating something big, but it was just, it seemed slightly off-timed.
I think it just lacked a little bit of sure-footed, like composed. Like this is the best wave of the heat, no doubt about it. First turn was beautiful right here. Another second turn with more board release, and that's when he starts to kind of not engage the rail as much as he was probably hoping for, and just chose the wrong maneuver for this section. That was a beautiful open wall. Had to keep the rail on that turn, but decided to go for a blowtail, but the section was flatter. And then that kind of set him up off time for the rest of the wave. Finish it off with a beautiful, nice, lofty reverse right there. But that's what I'm mentioning. He has to force that section to get the pop. So needed to keep the rail on that wave. The judges would have liked it better. Still great surfing. He's going to come out of the combination. Oh, he's not in combination right now. He's not. He needs almost a 10-point ride, a 9.97. It's going to better his situation, but he had more to improve in that wave. And let's just talk back about the maneuver decision once again. That 1.07, if you would have just stick to his rail surfing, which is very solid, maybe you've got a 6. And with this wave here, just finish it off clean. He got a 6.13 for it.
Yeah,
he might have been winning the heat right now.
Those first 2 turns were punk rock.
They were
radical surfing. And then the wave, I think the wave kind of got a little weird. It was doing that kind of fast and slow thing, but back and forth, and he was kind of waiting. You know, I'm always going to like frontside ollie like that, but you know, you're not going to trick the judges. That wasn't a critical section to do an air on, more of like a Justin Madison style frontside chop hop at lowers. Didn't really engage in the lip, but did complete the maneuver, and not an easy thing to do.
I think he was also, Chris, just on the back of his mind that he needed something of substance of a 9-point ride. So he was probably trying to go bigger than expected, but that wave kind of died down on him, and he had to force because he had committed already to the blow tail.
Well, he definitely made it interesting as Chianca now blasts one on his victory lap. Watch out for those rocks. Do not damage that board. It looks like a gem. So at the end of it, Vaughn comes back swinging at the end, but it's not enough. Chianca gets the win. Coming up next, another amazing heat. Kanoa, Crosby, stick around. We'll be right back.
Wrapping turn as Italo winds up a massive rotation. Chianca with the win over Vaughn. How can he walk so slowly on these rocks? They're on fire.
They are.
However, when you win and rip like that, he just feels like he is on top of the world, fearing the fire of Punta Roca under his feet and in the water to eliminate rookie Vaughn from that matchup. Joe with Mitch here for the call as Kanoa, Igarashi, and Crosby Colapinto hit the lineup. Kanoa, the vet with a ton of experience, rookie in 2016, and then the fresh rookie of the year from last year, Crosby Colapinto. Little bit of a late start due to the injury, missing the first 3 events, so he's got some winning to do.
Yeah, and you know, it's been a topic of conversation that has really popped up lately, Joe. How many injuries have we seen preseason now at Pipeline because it's the first event of the season? So going up against Kanoa, who's been multiple-time last-day member right here in Punta Roca, I feel like it's a great matchup for him, and Crosby, an excellent point-break surfer. Fun one to watch here, Joe.
Kind of a difference in really realizing their potential. As far as Kanoa is concerned, he was good quick. I mean, he knew how to win early. You know, I think there was a moment in the NSSA Southwest Open Season Conference where he had the winning streak of most wins in a season. He was so reliable with making podiums at a young age. He kind of just graduated early from those amateur ranks and started traveling the world with Leo, with Stephen Bell. You'd run into little Kanoa at Snapper when he was about 12, and then you'd see him at Bell's, and you're like, wow, this kid's kind of already on tour.
Yeah, and he ain't that little anymore, is he, Joe? And you really focused in Southwest Conference for the NSSAs right there. And Crosby Colapinto, a product of the same environment in Southern California, coming from San Clemente. Obviously a huge and massive generation of surfers that have made an impact on world surfing as of late. Here we go, Joe. It seems like paddle battle for the first wave of the heat. Might be both gentlemen out of position, though.
That's right, both trying to own the inside. So Crosby, instead of missing the first 3, it was 2, showed up in Portugal, so he missed the first 2 starts with that elbow injury. So that was Abu Dhabi and Pipeline. And now trying to get out of this round. He got stuck in this round in Portugal, coming back to the tour. He got to shake off the rust from the off season and also that injury that kept him out of the water for a bit. But you can tell he's really inspired, really fired up and engaged to put himself back in a top 10 type position. Let's hear from Joao Chianca on the glass with Rosie Hodge.
Such a great heat one from yourself, Joao, but competitive at the beginning there with yourself and Joel. Do you want to talk us through that?
I know. Usually I like to control the heat on the start, and I paddle out way behind the rocks, like right behind the point, and Joe still got me. And I said, well, like I played this game before with the big names, and I mean, I just try to like push him as deep as possible when the set came, and then ended up like the biggest wave came through, and he was too deep for it. So neither me, neither him got the score on that one. Priority is mine, so I think I got that one.
Early advantage. Well, a few of the surfers this morning just touching on how difficult this round of 32 is for you athletes. Your second time this year making it through this round. What do you make of it, and do you change up the strategy going into the round of 16?
Yeah, thank you for mentioning. This round, it's pretty much everything. We never walk into an event counting with the round 32 as a good result. We know we have to go past it, and I mean, this is an important step for me. This isn't an event that I've been like thinking a lot about, like competitive stuff and the heats and the opponents that I will draw into. It's basically just me against me, and I feel that I haven't been doing my best surfing yet this year, so that's pretty much what my mindset is going into right now. Just really focusing on the performance, and I mean the scores and everything. The heats should be coming just as well after it. So yeah, that's pretty much the mindset going into those heats.
Stepping into your potential, we can't wait to see you in round of 16.
Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Rosie. Great question there for Joao Chianca. And telling us, yeah, you do not count an equal 17th. It doesn't help you out. It's one of the toughest rounds to get a victory in. Then you try to get on a roll, round of 16 into the quarters. You see a significant point increase to get your keepers to get past the cut and then compete in the WSL Final 5, something that Joao has done already in his career. Meanwhile, Crosby got started.
I really enjoyed this wave, Joe. There's just so much intensity in this first carve right here, especially when you just count the amount of speed he had going into that thing. Transitional turn nonetheless right there for the second one. And right here, I was thinking to myself, okay, you cut that one just a bit shorter, you're making it down the line, but still, there's a lot of potential for Crosby to really get some excellent scores with this type of surfing, Joe. Meat and potatoes, basic stuff, but when you do the basics well, Joe, it is as good as anything out there in the world of surfing. I mean, we talk about surfing on rail. Crosby Colapinto, definitely one of those power surfers we have on tour nowadays.
Gosh, that timing of a big opener, and then still with so much connection to his turns that followed. Big carve comparisons. It's kind of easy to go Jordy with how much height and range he has. but he's still got the little wild factor of being Cross and being a little bit more maybe rough around the edges as he's building his profile on tour.
Newer generation. I'd add some Taylor Knox every now and then in there too. He had the one beautiful roundhouse at this event last year, and you know, 4-point ride to start off, that's good. Builds your confidence, especially up against, as you said, a guy who knows how to close out heats and win the close ones too in Igarashi. So this is a great matchup, contrast of styles, and I feel like right here having distance for Crosby is going to be huge. Surf under the priority of Kanoa, because you know he can be very selective out there, Joe.
Big one for California. Kanoa representing Japan, but raised on the south side of the pier in Huntington Beach. Crosby from down the road in San Clemente. It is a fierce rivalry.
It is.
With those high school surf teams. It gets pretty wild when those two dynasties go head to head. You know, for Huntington Beach High, it's, you know, the biggest thing. It's bigger than the football team, you know, and you've got heroes like Brett Simpson from the past. You got San Clemente with all the Gudauskas brothers competing for that squad. And when those two regions go head to head, you're like, whoa, is this going to be friendly or is this going to be fireworks?
And you know what's crazy too? Both of them have had pretty big NFL stars in their respective cities too. Sam Darnold, who just signed a major contract in the NFL, and Tony Gonzalez, he's from Huntington Beach and actually went to Marina, I want to say, or maybe Huntington Beach High School. I feel like Simple's going to text me on that pretty soon just to correct me. But overall, we're talking about two of the big Southern California cities when it comes to surfing. San Clemente owns probably the most high-performance wave on the West Coast, maybe the most consistent one in the world. And Huntington Beach, south side, north side, anywhere on that stretch of beach over there, Joe, you can surf 365 days out of the year.
Is it unfair to ask you for a top 5 impactful surfers from Huntington Beach? Because, I mean, that's a big question on the fly.
Kanoa, Simpo, Bud Lamas. I'll go Timmy Reyes, and then Sean Ward's here right now, but I'd probably say Jeff Deffenbach because he was the first surfer from Huntington to make the CT.
Didn't even hesitate.
Nah, I got them in the back of my mind.
Gracias, Mitchell. Okay, let's move to San Clemente.
That's a tougher one. That's a tougher one. I mean, with their board riders team, they got like A, B, C, D, and maybe even E when it comes to their competitors in every division.
Almost impossible to answer that with the amount of just talent that's come out of San Clemente, because then you've got the Fletchers, you know, that were very impactful in so many ways and still are. You know, then you have Long brothers in the big wave scene with Greg just winning so many big events and absolutely charging for years and winning the Eddie event. You've got Dino Andino, Rookie of the Year, then Kolohe, top 5 athlete and longevity.
Chris
on the
Ward.
Championship Tour. Ward, yeah, I don't even know if we could finish Archie. And it just goes to show how much talent comes out of that stretch where Griffin comes from. So the big bro, Griff, unfortunately in this moment is trying to take in a loss that he had earlier this morning, if you missed that. Surfing great, but just hasn't had the results yet this season. He does have the Aussie treble to look forward to, presented by GWM, and we'll see if he can put himself back in the final 5, but he's still focused on his younger bro, Crosby Colapinto. Opened up with a 4, sitting 33rd on the rankings after missing the first 2 starts of the season.
So got confirmation from our good friend Shane Deegan, class of 92, Tony Gonzalez, Huntington Beach High School. But the youth that we have from both areas right now too is just outstanding. The Wallace siblings in San Clemente, Kanoa's younger brother Keanu is an amazing surfer too. It just goes to show you the industry makes a huge impact in both of these areas. As you said, the Fletcher family with Astrodeck, you know, the Hoffman family over there in San Clemente too, and you have Quicksilver, Billabong have always been there in Huntington Beach. As we look at the heats to watch in this round, this next one is going to be really fun too. Joe Robinson and Pitar, looking forward to it. And of course the local boy going up against Italo in Heat 9.
Big heats to come, and remember, you can follow along on the live rankings on WorldSurfLeague.com. So for Griffin, after that loss that he had this morning, he's dropped 2 spots on the live rankings.
So he's behind the cut at the moment right now.
Yeah, so that's a scary position to be in. Still 3 events to go after this one before the top 22 continue on for the remainder of the season. Lower Trestles, the first event post-cut. Formerly the finishing spot at the Lexus WSL Finals, now moved up to June for a high-performance event.
When was the last time we ran lowers as a regular CT event? Was it 17, Joe?
Good question.
Big crowd here today, Thursday morning at Punta Roca. But the reason I bring it up, a lot of these guys on tour, especially the North American surfers, haven't had the chance to compete at lowers at a regular CT venue.
Yeah, it's cool. I think it's so perfect for that time of year as we look at some happy fans here in El Salvador. They're getting used to this. Now the 4th event in a row here in La Libertad, and Punta Roca providing another world-class right-hander to the championship tour, and this one a little bit different feeling because it's moved before the cut. It has been post-cut, so now we've got the entire field out here to enjoy this Latin right-hand point break. There was a Latin Pro back in 2006. Jimmy Rotherham hosting that event and winning that event over Gabriel Villaron back in the day. What a classic final that was.
Dropping some big names right there. Gabriel Villaron is one of the best great Spanish-speaking Latin American surfers of all time. Excellent in everything. Jimmy, of course, the OG legend right here. You have El Policía, Wilber Alvarenga, and of course, Brian, who's really taken that mantle to new things, became an Olympian last year. But talked about it, Joe. 4 years in a row right now. We've had really fun waves at least every single time we've come here. But most importantly, the socioeconomical impact it has had on both this country and you see the rest of Central America. A lot of Costa Ricans come. We met some Guatemalan people yesterday here for the event. Really cool to see.
Yeah, I love the impact of an event in Central America. It's not just El Salvador that lifts. It lifts up all these great countries in Latin America. Still enjoying the Brian Perez story in the draw again, and a rematch with Italo Ferreira. Pretty exciting. That one coming up very soon in the draw. Let's get everybody sorted on what's happened so far as we focus in on the pulse. Heat number 2 of the round of 32. It was a really solid backhand approach for Connor O'Leary. Leo and Ryan, his teammates in the dog pound, threw a 7.5. They were close. Every judge on the panel threw a 7-point ride, on agreement that that was the biggest score of the heat. He said he just knew how to identify the waves to bring out his strengths. Connor said he was sloppy in the first half of the opening round and then said, hang on, take a breath. That was a great learning moment for the Goofy Foot vet to regroup and just absolutely swing for the fences with that backhand attack. And how about a big upset point break specialist? Matty McGillivray certainly earned it against one of the favorites to win, Griffin Colapinto. Didn't get the score on a wave previous and then went hammer town. 3 big blows, putting a lot at it. Said he was a little angry when he didn't get the score on the previous wave and threw everything at it with flow and authority. McGillivray moving on. Also, more excitement representing the rookie class. Boing! What about a big rotation on the start? Opening ride of the matchup into the 7s from Marco Mignot. And then Rio Waida answered with a 7.83. What a great heat. Rio, current top 5 in the world, is surfing through his best start to date on the championship tour. Didn't look like he was out of it after Marco's punt, but then Mignot had something really solid that he was planning on. The final exchange, put himself in position to throw tail when everything was on the line. Opening section, to throw a tail-high whip like that in the flats, that was radical. Everybody was losing their minds, including his father, Christoph. Jason Aparicio might have lost his voice because he threw down another one. Came in, he said, hey, there's a new lion coming out of the jungle. Marco Mignot upsetting Rio Waida and into the round of 16.
Great job, Joe. That was really some good highlights from this morning. Waves have been really fun. They haven't been perfect, but they've been very contestable. As we see the wind right there, it seems like it's slightly starting to turn from a different direction. And a slow heat out there when it comes to consequential numbers so far, Joe.
Yeah, just the 4 from Crosby. Hurt his elbow right before the season opener. Was so ready to go. It was hard to slow things down. But just like his brother, he's been deep in meditation, going to a lot of retreats, and he's like, okay, I'm trusting this process, trying to find meaning through adversity. And when you're like a young kid, rookie of the year, you're just like ready to roar and take off the tour. It's so hard to slow down, but he had some good time off. Said he was just trying to relax, stayed focused, did the training that he could control to make sure he was ready once he got back in the jersey. Kanoa holds priority. Kanoa owning that event at the south side of the pier, multiple-time U.S. Open champ. Crosby came close, made the final with Eli Hanneman recently. And Crosby might just take a look here. His second wave so far under the priority of Igarashi. Nice control into that first power whip off the top. Big carve right in the pocket, 2 turns, and he'll hop out.
Get a call from Kanoa to not go on that wave, Joe. Showed a lot of patience and just real grit and determination and not have to even look at that wave, not paddle for it. That's obviously one of the top professionals we've ever seen at this level before that we're talking about in the red jersey. And as you said, Kanoa, back-to-back champion over there at the U.S. Open, actually defeated Griffin in one of those finals. I know it was close. It was close, Joe. It went to the kid from Huntington Beach, though. And Crosby, same thing. I feel like the U.S. Open is a pathway not only to stardom, just shows how complete of a surfer you can be at that beach break in Southern California.
Back to Crosby's decision to take this wave.
This was amazing surfing on a much smaller quality wave. The second turn was fantastic. We're just talking about 2 of the world's best, though. They want to see you on the best waves out there. And unfortunately, this wasn't one of them. The surfing on it, though, was impressive, Joe. A lot of spray right there. But for a kid this tall, this big, to move that quick and be so agile in transition, that is extremely impressive, especially when you talk about how good he is at pulling that board back in the pocket of the wave. Some excellent surfing on a much smaller wave. Score reflects it.
Might as well just stay loose while your opponent has priority. A quick 3.4 for 2 big hooks for the Cross. And so Kanoa needs a 7.4 to go straight into the lead, passing the halfway mark. But Crosby, coming off Rookie of the Year, really came down to himself and Cole Hauschman. We go back to 2016, and that was the rookie start from Kanoa. What a year that was. Made a final at Pipe.
Yeah.
Runner-up to Michel Perez in that run on that finals day. I mean, he got past the greatest of all time, the best ever at Pipe, Kelly Slater, and another Pipe champ with Julian Wilson in an earlier round.
And I want to say that Kanoa's made finals at every single stop of what was formerly known as the Triple Crown, too. Haleiwa, Sunset Beach, and at Pipeline. And to do it in one of your first years on tour is absolutely impressive. And no shame in losing to one of the greatest of all time, and Michel Perez, the Spartan, in the final. But it just goes to show how complete of a surfer he is, how good he is in different types of waves, too, Joe. But as of right now, 14 minutes on the clock, best wave of the heat. The 4-point ride wants to get going pretty soon.
That rookie class was solid. Kaiwa Belli was the surfer that ended up winning Rookie of the Year that season with Kanoa Igarashi. 13:50 to go. It's Crosby. He's the only one doing some surfing at the moment. A 4 and a 3.4 as Jack Robinson staying balanced for now. It is time to create your WSL profile, and you can be entered into all sorts of promos with the WSL store loaded with great gifts. Also could win free Yeti merchandise as well. Sign up today. You also get alerts right to your inbox when the contest is on. Get caught up with all the biggest highlights of the day, no matter what time zone you're in. It's always nice to get a fresh little update to know where everyone's standing on the championship tour. Right now, if you're just joining us, it is heat number 7 of the round of 32. Crosby Colapinto versus Kanoa Igarashi. Kanoa, the veteran, a guy who loves to just compete and basically sleep in a jersey, finally opened up here.
Yeah, and got a proper set wave right here too, Joe. Excellent second turn right there, impressive timing. And we talk about, you know, how good he is in the pocket the entire time. How was that maneuver right there? A lot of spray, excellent timing, adding some variety to this end section too with a throw tail reverse. I mean, clutch is really the word to describe this wave, Joe. Under pressure with priority, waiting for about 24 minutes really to catch this wave right here, but just so much variety and obviously excellent flow too, which is a major part of the criteria today. Ticking all the boxes and adding some spice with the little throw tail reverse at the end. That was sick, Joe.
Gosh, everything just looks so tight and clean, and when you're this smooth, you know a guy like Shohei Ohtani would appreciate a swing like this.
Oh yeah, and he threw out the first pitch at an Angels game a few years ago with Shohei, and talk about precise surfing. North side pier bowl right here, Joe, going right into the pier. Excellent timing, and of course, I feel like one thing that separates Kanoa from everybody else, he is just constantly thinking about his next maneuver the entire time without rushing things. Veteran move.
There are many years that Kanoa just seemed to live in a jersey. He'd sign up for QSs that he didn't have to be a part of. He just loved to keep the blade sharp, so to speak, and just continue to compete. 9:55 to go. The Craws with priority. And looking to ditch a 3.4. Solid wall opening up. He's nice and calm on his pace. Big first turn with the tail blow, but he can't hang on. Trying to kick off that wave with priority, and it is just peeling down the line without Crosby. Tough blow there, especially after hearing a 6.83 for Kanoa's first wave.
And I understand why he went so big. He heard the score and he was thinking, okay, I already have my backup, the 4. I really need to go right here and get something to match or get something even better than the 6.83 consequential maneuver. But as you can see with that offshore side shore wind, just got a little bit of distance and space in between his board and the wave, Joe. And we are talking about the world's best surfers. We're going to see some of the world's best reactions in the peanut gallery too.
Oh, it's intense. Every heat is so critical at this stage. Crosby looking to make up for that fall and decides to hold back. So when you fall like that on a solid wave, now you're the back of the line for priority. It just gets tougher at that point.
Oh, and Kanoa needs less than a 1 at the moment to take the lead. So any wave he goes on, you know he's going to be able to move up into first place, and time is on his side, Joe. You have the best score of the heat. Your opponent's needing the really big score to be able to elevate his game so far, and right now it's going to come down to control and priority right here at the end of this one.
Both these boys would say how important it's been for the big brother to really push Crosby to really realize his own talent. Crosby's such a character, always happy-go-lucky, and maybe didn't have that fiery competitive edge, and Griffin kind of gave it to him, kind of said, hey, you can do this if you work hard, and Crosby put his head down, and I always feel like they lift together with event results. Remember at Portugal and the rookie season for Crosby, we were like, okay, this might be a final matchup, and then they had their heat together at Winky Pop where the waves went flat. Sometimes I think it's tougher for brothers that are so close, like the Pupo brothers as well, where if one loses, it's almost a bit harder to carry that momentum for the team because they like to rise together with their results.
And look at how involved Griffin is right there, actually standing on one of the seats in the Red Bull Athlete Zone. But, you know, I agree, and I even think there's an argument for that in Portugal at the last event. Their opening round performances, both of them won their opening round heats, and overall, when you have that good camaraderie, older brother, younger brother, those people that push you, nothing better. And I remember doing that with my older brother. He was really the person that got me to even get close to this level, Joe. And you see it, as you said, with the Pupos, and then you have complete rivals in the water like Andy and Bruce, and those guys really wanted to beat each other. These guys are looking to push and improve each other.
6:55 to go. Winner moves on to the round of 16. Crosby still in the front of this one with a 4 and a 3.4, but Kanoa with a single high score of a 6.83. Just needs to catch a wave to take the lead, and looks like he's going to do that right now. Igarashi, champion of Karamas over Flores in the past, loves a running right. Quick speed turn, and he is flying down this wall. Lays down a speed check and then punches out the lip line. And now attacking it off the top. The man representing Japan, just a floaty little reverse. Controls it and steps out. The cross lights up a big section. Hooks it again. Nice pace to crack the lip line. And now a float, just crushing these points so well. This thing going the distance. Cross on the wind up, big tail high reverse. Great landing and a celebration there from Griff. Gabe Garcia, Jackson Punch, Rio Waida, and Dave Electric from Steel Pulse.
And it seems like Crosby and Griffin's mom back home watching in the classroom. Hey guys, actually learned something in school, pay attention too. But right now I got to pay attention to the water in the lineup, Joe. This was a great exchange. Crosby on the one outside. This opening grab, technique on point, in the pocket the entire time. Excellent combination on the outside. A lot of precision, especially with that turn right there. 3 major maneuvers on the outside, Joe. This would be one of the best scores of the heat and made this wave count too. Love the way he readjusted right here, didn't try to rush anything, and got some variety in there with the air reverse. That was a solid wave, Joe. I'm thinking to myself, personally, it's the best wave of the heat. So consequential maneuvers on the outside, major ones too. All 3 of them on the outside point though were vastly different to each other though. And I think that is going to be a major point of difference in this exchange right here.
I think it was a mistake, Kanoa taking that first wave. I mean, how fast it was too.
Yeah.
Didn't really allow us to really enjoy all those turns as much as Crosby's.
Yeah, and this was a tricky section right here. Didn't really want to commit to anything. Made up for it on the inside. That was amazing. And then right here has to readjust as well and try to make up some points with the air reverse, especially when you consider that cross side shore wind that we have right now. Really difficult there, but that's the moment of the wave, right, Joe? Do you fully commit to that maneuver right there, or do you keep going down the line and maintain your pace and speed? Made up for it with that one. Should be a good backup score, but I'm thinking to myself, Crosby's also going to drop a major one right here.
Yeah, I was a little let down after all that speed and build-up, and then he had to kind of force kind of a 2-for-1.
Yeah.
I mean, it was smart surfing because he wouldn't have made the wave.
Right.
However, that section didn't really allow that impact that we were all waiting for, coming off that speed racetrack section where Crosby's had the pace, where he was just winding up the rail. Big, huge open face hooks, great change in variety off the lip, and then a really, really classy punt.
Yep. And the good thing for Kanoa right here, as the score drops, Joe, he's forcing Crosby to get something close to the exit range, which is right there. And luckily for Kanoa, did regain priority. It's going to be a close end to this heat, though. I'm loving this matchup right now, Joe.
Both have very supportive parents, and they've always been very supportive throughout their careers. Always fun seeing Kanoa's family at the beach on dark, filming. Tom, always classic to talk to. Worked at a sushi restaurant back in the day in Huntington. We used to visit after those NSSA events in the early days. And Mitch Colapinto's on hand for this one. He'll be excited about this score. 7.83 is what he's looking for.
Gonna be close.
And numbers locking in at a 7.6, just under, going straight into first. Now Crosby's chasing a 4.23 without priority.
It's a tight heat right here, Joe. 11.83 to 11.6. If it weren't for that air at the end of Igarashi's wave, there's no way that he's retaining the lead right here. So some intelligent surfing. And as of right now, Crosby, 2.5 minutes to go. Needs a low 4, Joe. I mean, he could do that with an insider. Got a 4 on his opening ride for basically a couple of maneuvers. So want to replicate that same kind of feeling right here with just over 2 minutes.
Such a great venue for the Cross. Last year, rookie season, turned in a quarterfinal finish, which matches Kanoa's best result in El Salvador. Igarashi with 2 quarterfinal finishes from 2022 to 2023. Kraz had a wild opening round heat where he had a 7 early, sat with priority for the entire heat, chased a 1 point something to the rocks, and he just got the score. He's had a long time to think about his next heat. Looks like he's still surfing incredibly well, but can he provide another buzzer beater moment here in the round of 32?
I was about to point out Kanoa was on the outside and taking away the inside right now with priority, which is extremely intelligent. And we're talking about one of the best strategists we've ever seen at the CT level, Joe. Now following him, but still keeping the inside positioning, or the outside, I should say, from Crosby, which now you can block him on any wave you want. The only issue with that, though, Joe, is if there's a 2-wave set, you got to give way to at least one of those.
Griffin sometimes says it's a bit more stressful watching his younger brother. It's like you want so much success for your family. And he's just trying to provide the good energy next to his dad there, Mitch, a teacher, a lifeguard.
And one of the nicest people you'll ever meet in your life. I mean, him and his wife have done an amazing job with their kids, Joe, raising them the right way. Both top-tier surfers, 45 seconds, Joe, up the point.
And he was singing Frank Sinatra this morning, Mitch was. 40 seconds, Kanoa holding priority. Crosby trying to paddle as far as he can to try to create some space. But Kanoa's got a perfect shadow on him here and should be able to shut him down.
It's a wave here, Joe. Hands need to leave the rail, and priority disappears as soon as the buzzer sounds, too.
Crosby is not giving up. Look at this. Is there going to be a way to get first this wave? Second, Kanoa with priority is trying to catch up to him as well. We're down to 5 seconds. Crosby is up. Kanoa should be able to catch this wave, and he does. And there is the block. Kanoa Igarashi with the win and doing a great job to catch up to Kraz with that big wingspan. And also to shut it down with the lead and priority. Kanoa with a 5 and a 6.83. We're also checking the countdown on the clock.
Yeah.
We've seen this happen a couple of times, and when it gets really close,
I don't want to bring that up at all, Joe.
if you have priority and the heat ends when the priority's over.
Yeah. There's no longer priority, so.
For example, Seabass, Michelle Bereza lowers a few years back, if you guys remember that heat, but we're just going to double check that time clock to see how close this was. Wow, that's close.
Yeah, I'm definitely not wanting to be a judge right now, Joe.
Wow, they are going to take some time to look at this.
And
buzzer's going off right when he's standing up. It is so close.
And sound travels too. Sound travels. They're not listening to the same thing that we're listening right on the beach or on the rocks. So you got to give them at least a second benefit of the doubt every now and then, but it's a close one right there, man.
Yeah, when you run out of time, then there's no such thing as priority. Heat's over.
Exactly.
So if you take up after the horn, it'll be an interference. And we've seen that a couple of times over the years. Kanoa tracked him well, but you have to be aware of the time, and if it's close, he would have had to let Crosby go. But he didn't. He took off, feeling like he got up in time. Judges are looking. Mitch is looking.
They're taking their time with this too. And I know that there's trying to be a rule change because there is a gray area. But overall, if the person has been riding the wave before the buzzer sounded, they still have right of way for that wave. And it's a bummer for Igarashi if he goes out this way, surf a very astute, smart heat. Only 2 waves ridden, Crosby 4. And waiting to see the decision right here, Joe. And if it were an interference, it's a priority interference, so your second best wave is completely out of the picture right here.
Everyone in the Red Bull athlete zone trying to see if it was up after. Tommy Whitaker proud of Crosby. Let's look again. On that look, it might be just after. But my first impression when we were calling it was like maybe just in time.
Right there.
It's right there. They're going to use video analysis, every piece of technology you can have, and the decision from upstairs, interference on Kanoa Igarashi on that last wave, saying that the heat was over. That is as close as it gets. And on that last replay, Mitch, it did look like it was just after, especially with the horn going off and he's not on his feet yet.
And that's a tough one.
Wow.
You're leading the majority of the heat, Joe. You have 2 waves that are giving you the lead. You've been waiting for a long time with Party, and you played defense at the end. Remember, he gave him the point, went up there by himself, decided to shadow him on the inside, and as of right now, it is going to be blue advancing into the round of 16. And considering Crosby's ranking at the moment, and only surfing in a second event of the year so far, Joe, this is a major result for Crosby Colapinto.
That was absolutely huge. Kanoa Igarashi is just trying to rinse that one off and take it in. A very close decision. We're talking maybe half a second difference.
If that.
In that decision. A tough blow for Igarashi, just losing the win. The best number of the heat was Crosby's 7-6. With that interference call, Kanoa loses an entire wave, and Crosby gets the victory to move on into the round of 16. Not something that you see every day.
No.
And you got to hand it to Crosby, paddling so far by up at the point, and ended up running the clock out on Kanoa's priority. Woo! Jack Robinson taking on George Pitar right after this. Jack versus George, round of 32, heat number 8. It is Robinson getting things started. Nice flow and rhythm. He's always surgical with his maneuver decision making as he throws down a clean car. He's already distracted with what George might be up to, so he gets out of there. And yep, Pitar's making some noise. The rookie from Manly lays it down. Wide open face and pushes hard off the tail. Controls it into another big hook. Picks up some speed, attacking that lip section. Out in front to some clean water. Ton of great rail work from the rookie. Belting that lip again. How about this start from George? He still has a section approaching to finish off with a tail blow reverse. That's how you start against a serious veteran in Jack Robinson. George looking loose, showing off some of his signature moves. A lot of different gears he can go to with that big forehand hook. You've got a veteran who's repeated himself in 3 starts in the Lexus WSL finals. Then you've got this rookie. His dad built a resort, his son built a career, and right now he's got a great opener against Jack Robinson.
Yeah, and George coming off of a poor result over there in Portugal with a close loss in the elimination round, and Jack Robinson, one of the best in the world for a number of years since his debut on the Championship Tour, Joe. Clash of styles, too. Both of them serve very differently. Robinson, great in heavy water waves. We've seen him make the quarters here in the past before. But George Pitar has a point break style, Joe, and this is a wave in particular where he can win the event. Has not won a major event at the Challenger Series level or at the CT level so far, but he has made it into the semis, and that was as a wild card, show over there in WA.
That was so impressive. George Pitar really taking advantage of those call-ups to the CT last season. Impressive in Australia, so he'll be heading home, but he'll also be heading to familiar territory on the CT as we start with Jack's wave.
Yeah, I could kind of see this coming just with how slopey the wave was with this first carve right here. Bit out on the shoulder just because it's not super steep. Surfing's great for how the wave is, but he realized immediately, yeah, this ain't gonna give me too much of a score. Might as well kick out right now, regain priority. And then all of a sudden, George gets the second of the set, Joe, and much frothier one, but look at how clean it is and steep. That's a major first carve right there. That one was just ridiculous. Loses the fins and regains control immediately after. And right here just goes ballistic on the inside. As you said, it has a major repertoire when it comes to surfing on rail, which is not easy to do, first of all, Joe. Most importantly, though, keeps the speed alive the entire time on this wave, which to me I'm a big fan of. You keep the judges involved the entire time, get their attention, and then throws in a bit of variety right there at the end. But to me, the outside work, on rail, on point, and then adds the extra flair with the reverse right here at the end. Growing up on Vanuatu, moved to Manly. Seems like Sydney's own, looking very well in this opening exchange, Joe.
Yeah, 2 different roads to that opening exchange, wasn't it? You've got Jack with that polished, poised type read, and then you a little more of an unpredictable edge of George Pitar. And then Jack here once again going for that layback dagger in the guts of the wave. Goes over the roof, back into a fun section, looking like a little lowers right canvas. Slick little wrap. There's that just cool, poised composure from Jack Robinson, and just a little snap to slide off the roof.
That was a cool finish, Joe. That was a really cool finish right there. And talking about Robinson, who, you know, I'd have to put in one of the top 5 surfers really to come out of Australia in the most recent of years, and not just that, excellent barrel rider. He gets the right wave, Joe, and we are talking about world-class material right here with the guy in red on screen. On rail, always great, but as soon as this wave steepens up, he is just looking for a lip line to hit. And red here has to slightly readjust. See how he takes a different angle coming out of that turn? Doesn't fully commit to getting vertical. Just very intelligent stuff right there by Jack Robinson, who, as you said, 3-time member of the finals now. He is looking for number 4 this year and his first world title.
And then with Fiji as well, you know, the thought there with Jack is he would turn into more of a favorite in contrast to lower trestles, especially if it's gigantic and barreling and top to bottom.
Yeah.
That's when Robinson just goes out of body as one of the best in the world in conditions like that. Quick road for Jack to accomplish 7 wins. Is there one that's the most impressive for you?
It's got to be the first one, Barra La Cruz. We were there, and you know, I remember that first wave that he had in the final, the alley-oop. I believe it was a 7-point ride, and beating David Silva in a close one. But it just goes to show you how much he's evolved in the 4 or 5 years he's out on the Championship Tour already, Joe.
That's right, Jack Robinson, 8-point ride, takes a big lead. Now let's catch up with the drama, Rosie, that last heat.
That was intense, Joe. Well, Crosby, that priority interference going in your favor. From your point of view, talk us through the last few seconds of that heat.
Yeah, it was wild. You never really want to win a heat like that, but you know, it is what it is. It's a heat win and stuff. But just at the end, there's like a minute left, and he gave me some room, and I was just like, all right, I'm going to paddle as far as I can up the point. And I thought about that rule, so I was kind of like, well, I'm hoping there's a wave that comes and I can stand up and he has to let me go because there's a lot of distance. And then it ended up happening, and
And in my head, I'm like, well, this is the only shot I got for making this heat, so I just had to go, and I kind of like sold it with my arms, which was probably a little ugly, but you know, I'll take it because just making that round's good, and then also serving against Cano, who's such a good surfer. Like, obviously, I wanted to go toe-to-toe with wave for wave with him, but that's just how it was. It was slow heat. I fell, and there was kind of only couple good waves in that heat, so it just is what it is, and happy.
Well, surfing for your career, these heats are so important. You've had a little chance to catch up with your team. What's the takeaway from that heat?
I mean, just big mistake by falling on that set wave, but it kind of put me in position to get my 7, and then just at the end, just like proud of myself for doing that and being able to think about that and put myself in that spot and just being aware and adapting. So, yeah, just happy and stay even keel.
Competitively savvy. Crosby, thank you.
Thanks, Randy.
Love that kid. Crosby Colapinto, grown up quickly in front of our eyes. Second season on tour. Missed the first 2 stops of the season, knowing how important every heat is on road through the midseason cut. And, you know, I think, you know, he loves to win heats when it's just blow for blow and there's not interferences involved. But he's got to give himself credit. I mean, he knew that he had to shift himself high up the point, and just with time management, that was the difference.
He did his job, Joe, and did it well.
World number 1 into his happy place. His home at Bahia Formosa is basically a Red Bull athlete zone. It's got a lot of those fridges always on standby. Laser sharp focus. And we got ourselves a rematch. Brian Perez, local hero at Punta Roca, has been so focused with his training, surf, and prep. He's more than ready to give this another shot.
Much more experience. Defeated Italo after he came off of the win in Tahiti last year in the elimination round. Post-cut too, so this one matters a lot more, obviously. You're number 1 in the world. You don't want to let go of that ranking. But overall, we're talking about a guy who, at the moment, is surfing like the world champion of the year, Joe, and hasn't really lost a step at all. Runner-up to the World Championship last year to John Florence at lowers. And right now, we have a major heat on our hands. As I told you, clash of styles. Pitar much more on rail. Robinson likes those steeper sections. Really close opening exchange, though, Joe, and we got a couple of 8s already in this heat.
George Start, 8.17. Robinson's last wave in 8.0.
Yeah, and
let's go to the 8.17 first.
The steeper section for Robinson, but I just really appreciate the style of surfing, Joe, especially at a point break. Pitar on rail, a lot of commitment right there. This second turn is just absurd, though. I mean, for him to control his fins coming out of that maneuver with so much speed, and of course, you know, growing up in Vanuatu, but then eventually moving back to Manly, where his family's from. This is a kid who grew up in heavy water waves, then transitioned into beach breaks. So he has those slight adjustments in these big moments. Big turn right there in the pocket. But the slight readjustment right here, Joe. Little tap, and then make sure to add in some variety. He read the message this morning from the judges. Hey, I know what I need to do in order to get a big score, an excellent score today.
And then the Jack's wave, an 8-point ride.
Much steeper wave, and this is Jack's style of surfing. Major turn on the outside, a lot of commitment right there, degree of difficulty and risk. But once again, he goes into the lip rather than surfing on rail on the face of the wave like George did for the majority of it. But once again, when he gets into the lip line, Joe, and he sees those sections, talking about a kid from WA who surfs this wave day in and day out, these style of waves, he's not afraid of anything. Great exchange.
What a great blow for blow so far. George Pitar reading the message from the head judge this morning. He could have read it in Bislama as well if it was written that way. Speaks the local language of Vanuatu fluently. And I suppose Jack's almost bilingual now. He's learned a lot of Portuguese. His wife Brazilian, has a Brazilian coach, Leandro Dora. And I think Jack is responsible for a lot of things, but also kind of breaking the mold of sticking with Australian camps. He's really opened up this global, you know, tour that we live in. And a lot of his best friends represent Brazil, are Brazilian. And it's really fun when you hear him pick up the language, and also a kind of an adopted local when he heads to Saquarema. The fans love him in South America.
It's a good point you bring up. He was the first person to kind of break that mold. Look at where Lakey Peterson is now, working with his coach Leandro Dora. Of course, Iago has been a major influence on Jack, and vice versa too. But I joked with him in Portugal too. I was like, oh, fala portugués melhor, no? And he's like, yeah, I'm getting there, mate. I'm getting there. I was like, okay, in El Salvador, you better throw in some Spanish in your post-heat interview too, Jackie boy. So gonna challenge him with Rosie, see if he can get to that point if he ends up winning this heat. But as of right now, this is a close one, Joe, and I really like the way not only Jack has competed so far this year. That day where we had Super Tools get massive from basically 3 feet into 8-10 feet, that one afternoon, he was the guy to beat. And you know that when it comes to Fiji, if it's big over there, whoo, boy, we might have an Aussie world champion this year.
And I think the reason we're seeing a blow for blow like this are these really dreamy conditions. The tides come up a bit. The wind looked a little rough in those heats before. The pocket was tight, and it was almost like you're surfing uphill. It could get real sticky at times with some turbulence and speed bumps. But how about our water right now?
It glassed off too, Joe. The wind's switching just a little bit more, and seems like GP, he's up right here. Wave 3, Joe, needing just low 3.
Nice wind up, well-timed hammer. Throw tail into reverse. Complete control from George Pitar. Now flaring up through these wrapping sections. He's already got an inside ball, but he gets stuck as it got square under his CI. A tough one there to stop the rhythm and flow of George Pitar. He'll get a score for that, but losing some points out there. I mean, only chasing a 3.16, but that was not his intention there. He was trying to put something up towards his 8 again.
You know what's so funny with surfing, Joe? You can do the hardest part of the work, and then immediately after you can just follow like GP did, but the major turns on the outside. Great variation to layback. That blow tail was intense. It was fast, and it was filthy, Joe. And then he readjusts right here. You're thinking to yourself, okay, just milk it on the inside. Don't safety surf it, but don't push too hard. And right there, just looked a little bit too far forward. Lost his concentration on the outside, though, Joe. 3 completely different maneuvers, goes for the layback. That blow tail was just nasty when you look at it from the water angle right there. And you're okay, double up on the inside, tide's coming up. You know that you're gonna get closer to the rocks with no issue. And see how he had his head moving down the line before his body did. An unforced error, but major maneuvers right here, Joe. Layback in the pocket the entire time for GP. And look at the slight readjustment right here. Foot placement perfectly on point, and it was one of many trademark blow tails that he has in his great repertoire. Excellent stuff on the outside, Joe.
Love the commitment from George to change directions. Now Jack Robinson, great section to just throw it down with finesse into the pocket. Off the lip, quick decision to hit that end section, and can he catch up to it? Looks like he will, a little behind the section, but total control on getting a rooftop hack there. So Jack really had to get moving to catch up to his sections on that particular wave. George with the fall still got a 5.33. Judges really love the combination of turns from a little lean back dagger in the pocket, then to do the full reverse. And we'll see what happened to Jack here.
We got a rumble of the jungle right now, Joe, here in Punta Roca. Robinson fully committed on the rail right there. Great maneuver selection for the first turn. Down the line snap, and fits in a really impressive 2-for-1 right here at the end. Somehow able to generate enough speed off of the bottom, especially when you're in the bottom third of the wave, to be able to get that extra pump. It is difficult. Needing a mid-5, especially when you compare it to the 5.33 of Pitar. Different waves, of course, but there was the extra variety right there with the blow tail from GP. I feel like this is going to be close.
What a great battle with these two Aussies. George Pitar, 22 years of age, taking on Jack Robinson, who's 27 years old. George would have known all about Jack growing up, even on Vanuatu. Moving to Manly, a lot of greats to look up to. And world champions, 7-time world champ Lane Beachley, world champ Goofy Foot named Barton Lynch, Richie Lovett. So competitive with their board riders clubs right there at the North Stain and Queenscliff. Let's hear from George to talk about his inspirations.
Always looked up to me. I don't know, I just thought he was just the pinnacle of like competition surfing and the way he went about it. And I don't know, I never really like was in that scene when I was younger, but I would always watch his clips and watch every heat of his. So he definitely stood out to me as an Australian.
What a great role model to choose. Mick Fanning, one of the all-time greats.
Yeah, no doubt.
On the championship tour. 3-time world champ, got so close to 4 so many times. You know, in that top 5 on the all-time win list. Retired with grace, came back as a wild card at Bells Beach, and that was fun to celebrate. Got through some big heats as well, even past Kanoa, who was world #1 at the time. And now he's grown his family, a couple of kids, still surfing a lot. Hope you're doing well, Mick. Give us a call. Watching this, Jack Robinson, fin throw, gets stuck on the reverse. So now he's had 2 falls like that out the back. George still out in front and with priority. Jack needing a 5.51. Robinson on the Sharp Eye surfboards. George Pitar on equipment from Channel Islands. Jack been with Sharp Eye for a bit now. He also has a nice contract that allows him to ride Arakawas when he's on the North Shore of Oahu. And for a day like today, he's loving his quibber from Sharp Eye. Marcio was on hand here for the first few days of the waiting period. Gosh, he's been a popular shaper to call up, but it was kind of like with that transition from Felipe Toledo, when Toledo got off the flyer wires, went to Sharp Eye. Kanoa made the switch of that J-Bay semifinal. Then there's just handfuls of Sharp Eyes coming onto the tour as we focus on the CT by the numbers. Most excellent waves so far this season. Big lead for Italo, who's coming up next with 14. At number 3 there's Jack. Just got his 6th in this heat with George Pitar.
Yeah, no surprise that Barron's up there too with 5, and I wouldn't be shocked at all if Italo drops at least 2 more in this next heat coming up, especially considering where he's from, as you mentioned, from Bahia Formosa. An excellent right-hand point break, just like the one we have on offer right now. But how good is this rookie class right now we have, though, Joe? Joe Vaughn, George Pitar, Marco, who's been surfing great, Jackson Bunch, who we're going to see later on in this round. I am very stoked on the true rookies we have on tour this year.
Gosh, it's hard to choose, but it's our favorite topic. Who's going to win Rookie of the Year? And, you know, Jack was that guy, you know, with probably the most votes for Rookie of the Year that season, but it didn't come right away. It was the Morgan Siblick kind of role, underdog role that impressed the world. I think impressed himself as he went straight into a Final 5 finish. But Jack won the event in Mexico. That was to qualify for the next year. Now, so quick to 7 event wins. 2 last season, Sunset Beach, Margaret River. 2 wins the year before, Tahiti and Pipeline. 2 wins in 2022, Margaret River again, his home court, and G-Land in back-to-back events. And 3 straight seasons in the Lexus WSL Finals.
Another thing to consider too about Jack Robinson, you know, heavy waves, he's excellent. He has made major improvements in smaller and performance style waves, but he is excellent under pressure, Joe. That final against Gabe in Tahiti, he was losing the majority of it, and whoever won that final was going to qualify for the Lexus WSL Finals, as you're pointing out. So he is one of those guys that does not get rattled whatsoever under pressure. Right now, though, GP with control of the heat with priority and having outside positioning, Joe.
George Pitar, quarterfinal start at Pipe is always going to be impressive if you're a rookie. You know, no matter how many years you've been on tour, just to make finals day at Pipeline, that's huge. But for him to make it as an equal 5th in his first try, certainly made a statement.
And on his last wave against Kanoa, who is one of the best surfers out there, one of the most consistent as well, that he got decided on the beach. And as you mentioned, very young surfer, working with Jay Bottle Thompson and the people from Surfing Australia for the most part, but a very talented young man, but very open to any kind of ideas and any information anybody will give to him, Joe.
12:10 on the clock, a great time to be watching pro surfing, and a local hero story continues to build here at Punta Roca. Brian Perez preparing for Italo Ferrer with a big smile and a great support crew of all of El Salvador. We'll take a quick break. Action continues right after this. get him early at Pipeline with Jack Robinson. Oh my goodness gracious. This 10 got even better. And the more you look at it, bottom drops out, total commitment right into that perfect poise from Jack. Hands to the sky, perfect 10-point ride. The tough part about it, it came with a loss to Al Cleland Jr., who was just unbelievable. He had a score into the 9s, but the thing was, he got a 10, so Jack Robinson did score Yeti gear with the 110 Tundra heading his way. Got us excited. Thanks for our friends at Yeti hooking up Jack Robinson to get things going for 10s this year. They've got all sorts of goodies in that cooler for Jack, which is great. Gosh, 10-point rides and a loss. You don't want to end up on that stat sheet. It's happened to John Florence at J Bay in 2017. That was the year it was absolutely firing. Zeke Lau had a 10 that year as well and got knocked out in that heat. Toledo's had a 10 at Pipe and ended up losing. Gabriel Medina has lost with a 10 in Tahiti. Julian Wilson, Kelly.
Wow, that's actually a longer list than I was expecting, Joe.
Yeah, there's quite a few. And I mean, there's different reasons, you know, in different situations in those heats. There has been the story of relaxing if you get it early and then having the heat run away from you. Sometimes it's a last effort to get back in the heat and you just run out of time. Yeah, a tough one for Jack. You really saw how much that stung.
It did.
Because that's an event he's won before.
Yep.
When he's surfing that well and the waves are pumping, that was one of the tougher losses I've seen him go through.
And that's 2 years in a row now where he's lost out early at Pipe. Ramsey the year before and Al this year. Obviously no shame in losing with the 10-point ride, as you're mentioning, Joe. For 99% of the world population that surf, if they lose with the 10, especially with the 10 that Jack had in that heat, they're probably going to be, okay, you know what, I did get the best wave of my life. It was a huge wave too, but we're talking about a guy who was competing for a world championship. He believes in himself, and the power of belief goes a long way, Joe, including for this guy right here who is now competing in his 4th event in a row right here at home, steps away from his house. He's saying it's hot out there. It's burning even. Those rocks are hot, Joe. 20 seconds, he says, until I can paddle out. I believe they gave them 7 minutes for a paddle out today.
There's so much comfort in his composure and his demeanor when the world shows up on his doorstep. How he greets everybody with a smile. He pays attention to everyone's waves. And he's not getting rattled by anything. And he's able to do insane surfing where you might think maybe the hometown pressure or the pressure of the moment or the opportunity would maybe put a lot on him. But man, every year he gives us fireworks. He thinks about everything he's learned in the CT venue, and gosh, he's dangerous out here. And
yeah, he is.
He's ready to upset the world title race. He's up next against Italo Ferreira, world #1. In a rematch from last season that Brian won last year. Jack getting a little clipped down the line on his shoulder, just getting the lip line hitting him there, slowed him down a bit, but still working on throwing it away. He's had now 4 throwaways like this, where he's kind of running around trying to force a 5.51 under George Pitar's priority.
That's the perfect word to use right there, Joe. He's forcing it, and unfortunately for him, was already committed to that end section, so decided to go for the air reverse. You know, he pulls that off, maybe he's getting the score, but right here, it's just really not the wave that is allowing him to get that pop or even the release he wants into the air. And you're committed to the inside section already, you're going for the speed, and just not able to get the grab or the rotation that he was looking for right there in the end. But as of right now, at least he's broken away from GP. 5.5 on the clock, Joe, but considering the 8s that we have and even the 5s, those have been very well served. You need to do something impressive today to be able to get something in the mid-range. As you see Brian right there, you mentioned him, he's really not scared to go up against the world's best. And there's an important thing to discuss right here, Joe. We see the fans, we see the energy on his side. The only way to rattle Italo, and we've seen it before, is to get the crowd involved against him. And if you're Brian, you want to be able to get the opening wave out of the opening exchange and get those people behind you. That is really his less difficult path to victory going up against world number 1.
Wow, Strider, muchas personas aquí all supporting Brian Perez. We can feel it from the booth. How's it feeling out there?
Yeah, the crew on the beach and the bleachers just going crazy, chanting Salvador. And just like I felt like I was at a football match, a soccer match, where you get that vibe. They're all waving their flags and that feeling. You know, Brian paddling by, just pure stoke. Like his face and his mood is just always upbeat, and it's, you know, he knows he's got a crazy opportunity, but he's also enjoying it. He looks like he's relishing in the moment, so I think we're gonna have fun. The wind has switched around, the exact opposite of what it was earlier. It's coming down the point now with the waves. Sets are coming. Let's go. This is gonna be an insane next heat and a great finish to this one. Look at these waves.
Yeah, Strider, we're loving it. Here's George Pitar, holding priority for a long time. Saw something in this wave to improve his 5.33. Now fading into his first turn. Punches the white water. That one's going to hold him behind. So a use of priority ends up throwing that wave away. Now Jack has 3:42 to go, which is an extremely long period of time for a guy like Jack Robinson.
Yes, sir.
Who's had several buzzer beater heats in his career.
Multiple ones, and in major moments too, Joe. The guy can definitely click those end sections when he needs to. Here he goes, speaking of him.
Only needs a 5.51. Robinson sets up a nice clean snap to start. Big rooftop float, perfect transition on the wind up, tail free, tangled up on the reverse, fighting for a finish, picks himself back up, and will be a little bit left behind.
Wasn't complete at the end too. Did he fully ride out of the white water?
Yeah, at this level, they're pretty critical on
They
these
are.
landings. He just got a little bit behind. Big effort to pull it, but I'm calling it incomplete. We'll see what the judges think as we go to your Power Surfer picks. 6% of you going with Jack. 41% has world number 1, and that makes a lot of sense with this almost feeling of a runaway season. It's only stop number 4.
This was a very well-surfed wave at the beginning, Joe. I mean, look at how sharp he was with that first turn, more of a setup carve. That floater was sick. It was very distinct. And then right here, I'm thinking, okay, like, do you need to go that big on that section right there? Kind of force the air for how the section was. And even still, once again, watching on the replay, I'm not fully convinced. And, you know, it's really one of those maneuvers where it's like, hey, if it's complete, you got to be consistent with that call all day. And you see right there, it's a bit forced for how the section is, Joe. And he doesn't fully ride out. I think they're going to deem it incomplete right here.
I'm with you. And I almost think now with those airs that take a while to ride out of, it almost doesn't even matter.
You're
like,
still getting docked,
even
right?
if you ride out of it, it's like they're kind of over it already.
This floater was beautiful, though. I mean, it's not every day that you get to see a floater that long. And just right here, it's the double pump off of the bottom turn where I was thinking, okay, maybe I need to go a little bit bigger right here. And a really close heat, 13.5 to 13.17. Didn't get the score on the 5.17, which was really close, Joe. And GP has a chance to close it out, but Jack Robinson, if a set does come, he's far enough away with a good amount of distance. He needs to be on a wave pretty soon, though.
Minute 10 to go, 3.4 throwaway on his last, 3.10 throwaway on wave number 7, and a few others that were incomplete for Jack Robinson. The high seed in this matchup, dealing with a fired up rookie who laid down an 8.17 on his opening strike. George Pitar, that rougher edge in his approach, bit more unpredictable, real clean rails. But I love how his rhythm gets a bit wild and raw.
Towards the tail end of the wave, too.
Almost a little bit of Sebastian Zietz in there.
Oh, yeah.
With the range on that forehand wrap.
Some bass in there for sure, and playing some defense. What a close heat, though, Joe. 13.5, 13.17. Opening exchange, basically the same. And same thing for the second one, 5.33, 5.17. I mean, some people probably had Robinson above. Some people had George Pitar above. this is going to be one of those heats within this round, especially in the mid part of the round, Joe, that you're going to be thinking of, okay, these two guys, they surf excellent. It's going to go GP's way, though.
Wow, what a round of 32 it's been today at Punta Roca. Some big names out of the mix. Jack Robinson out by a big performance from George Pitar, who's into the round of 16. Up next, world number 1 takes on local hero Brian Perez, bringing Jesse Mendez and Chris Cote for the call.
Here we go, our first wave of the day. Italo with everything to lose right now as he is finally cracked up into that top 5 spot. I'm liking the tempo we're seeing from Italo right now. Our first look at our local wild card, Brian Perez. Airdrop floater right there. Italo bad on his backhand. Big whip out the back. Here you see building speed. What do we have on the inside? Critical section for Italo. But watch out for the Pink Panther, Brian Perez. Set things up. This guy's got a massive air game. Is he gonna go to it? He does. Make it. Whoa! Come on now. Good morning. Buenos dias, everybody.
Look at the height on that thing, though. And look at where he lands, literally on the lip.
Brian Perez, whose point is this? Let's go. This is insane.
And we've just seen a shocking upset. Number 5 in the world, taken out by our local wild card. The rematch we all wanted is on. Italo Ferreira going up against Brian Perez. You've got the surfer currently wearing the yellow jersey right here, Italo. With all of his unbridled enthusiasm on display. Ripping this wave from all the way on the outside to this inside section. Caught this one right off the buzzer. Still going. And Italo whips it around at the end, gets the completion. Chris Cote here with Jesse Mendez. And this is a rematch we saw in the works for us, what, 3 or 4 days ago. So we knew that this heat was coming, and it comes at the right time. The waves are looking flawless. Wind is backed off just a little bit, glassy conditions. Good sized sets rolling through. You've got one of the greatest surfers to ever do it in Italo Ferreira, and he's going up against, undoubtedly, the greatest surfer to ever come from El Salvador, Brian Perez, Chris Cote, Jesse Mendez. This rematch is a story in the making. We saw in that piece right when this heat got jump started, Brian Perez flying into the sky, landing, crowd goes wild, gets the win. Italo just did not know what happened. He's not used to losing, especially to a wild card. So that sets things up for now. Italo has already told us, literally written it out on his social media, that he is really looking forward to this rematch with Brian Perez. He's already beat him once this week.
So we are as well. Chris, this is going to be such a fun match. the swell really started to fill in. The last few heats, we've seen bigger waves, more consistency, and all the surfers getting plenty of opportunities. Hopefully I'm not jinxing ourselves, because we could have a very good heat in front of us. And the start of the heat, you know, 4, 6, 7, felt like there's a little bit more left in the bone for that wave of Italo. Hard to read. It was really fast down the line and then slow at spaced. Wasn't much cope into it, but you can see that he's fired up, and he did about 10 turns already in a wave. So as soon as he get a good one, and Brian's probably going to be a little bit more selective, try to get those good waves of the heat, and looks like we might have some here out the back.
30 minutes to go. This heat is lighting up. Strider Wasilewski has a front row seat.
Yeah, we do. We're just paddling out of the way and make sure we get out of the way for this big bomb that's coming right here. Looks like Brian's gonna whip it. Wow, look at this thing. It's perfect. Brian off the bottom, coming around the corner. Let's see what he's got in the lip line. Bango. Whoa, buckets out the back. Plenty of spray. Another one. Oh, I like the power he's using in his surfing. Wow, that thing was mental. Went blowing through that thing. Where is he? Is he gonna go above the lip? Ah, take it away, boys. This is sick.
Well, we got a big bango out of Strider from the jump of this wave. Rightfully so. Brian Perez dropping the hammer early on. So Italo's first wave of 4, 6, 7. Was feeling a little bit more excitement with that wave from Brian Perez. It was a little bit bigger. Had the perfect line all the way from the outside. The crowd went nuts. The judges will react momentarily, but now they have to keep their eyes on Italo. Whips it out and goes down. So this is one of those rare occurrences where you're going to hear the crowd cheering for Italo when he falls, because you got to give it, the hometown support is all with Brian Perez right now as he paddles back out. So that last wave from Italo is going to drop through at a 1.6, 1.8. But now it's all about Perez. What will the judges give him on his opening ride? He's going up against a surfer with 10 career championship tour wins.
It's a very solid score, Chris. Like the type of surfing he did and the comparison that they're going to have against Italo's first ride, the 4.67. Italo was very lateral. The sections were flatter. He had to kind of just manufacture and try to force things that didn't really give him the opportunity. On the other hand, Brian, from up, like as soon as he took off, he was just coping the wave all the way down, and he went down on it.
We're about to get a pass by Strider Wasilewski. Is right in the eye line of Brian Perez.
Yeah, I got a good little smile. He was feeling it. He's loving the energy from the beach. Brian really capitalizing on that last wave. The power surfing was there. Critical in the lip line. I think we're going to see, I think he's just building up to what has to come. I feel like that first score that dropped for Italo was kind of subdued, because I feel like they're ready for a lot in this heat. They wanted to set the scale at a place where they knew they could grow from, and that's exactly what I think is going to happen throughout this heat. First wave was great from Brian. He's just going to go out there and build, but the confidence and the energy coming off the beach and through that kid right now is super high, and I love it. I love the way he's just embracing the moment. We'll see what happens, though. Good set's coming right now. Italo on the outside.
Sipping on some Strazerp, Strider, right in that front row all heat long. So we're definitely going to be checking back in with him. Brian Perez gets the number 683, so he is now in the lead. That leaves Italo out the back with priority. And I love so far the cadence of this heat. It's living up to all the expectations with room to grow. And if you're thinking of a musical genre right now, give it up to J.D. Risner and the original Yacht Rock crew. They came up with a new genre called tailgate rock. That's when you're outside of the arena. You're getting hyped, but not too hyped. Save the arena rock for when you're inside, when you're in the finals. Now it's about building it up. So with 26:42 to go, we're talking tailgate rock here, Brian Perez, with a 6.83 and 26 minutes, 35 seconds to go. Jesse, do you think, with all his experience here, he's going to get better quality waves than Italo, or is Italo just that good that it doesn't really matter which waves he gets?
It doesn't matter. He's probably going to prove us right here. Look at this wave.
Italo vertical on his first turn, right there. Quick snap right in the dome. Extended, carving backside turn. Not an easy turn to do and make look good, but he does it there. Another big bash. This wave just unfolding in front of him. A little bit slower of a wave. Not a lot of critical sections yet for Italo. So he gets the finish there. So that was what the first wave of that set. It kind of was held back a little bit just in terms of the speed that we've seen on some of the you know, maybe smaller waves that have hugged the rocks a little bit more.
But that was better for Italo for sure. He did some damage on that first critical section. I just feel like he's been a little mistiming for some reason, which is unusual for a guy like Italo. Even on that last turn on this last wave, he kind of went a little bit too late, took too much of time in between the transition there, but that's gonna get him back in the heat, no doubt about it.
All right, 25 minutes, 15 seconds left. The judges have something to think about while they deliberate. Let's go down to the glass. George Pitar with Rosie Hodge.
Well, our first bout of excellent surfing happened in that heat with Jack Robinson and George Pitar, but how good was it to get the better of that exchange with back-to-back waves with yourself and Jack?
Yeah, that was actually, I finished away, I was like, oh, that felt all right, and then I seen Jack finish, just a little fist pump, and I was like, oh, damn, and then I was paddling back out, and then, I know, we sat out the back, and then they read out, I had the 817, I think, and he had the 8, and I was just like, oh, in my head, I was like, oh, it's a little wind, but I don't know, he's so clinical, man. I was just like, not for a second there, I thought that I was going to make that heat. Like, just even seeing him take off on those insiders, I was like, oh, here we go. I got to get a good score here. And yeah, I don't know. Thankfully, he sort of didn't make a couple, I don't think. And yeah, it fell in my way. So I'm frothing.
And the theme of today for me, interviewing everyone in the glass, is just how hard this round of 32 is. So what's the feeling of relief going into the round of 16? Do you change up the game plan at all?
Yeah, it's hard, especially like coming in as a lower seed. I feel like that the round one actually is so important that maybe doesn't get talked about that much, about like trying to win your first round heat, because you end up getting like a better seed in the round of 32. And then I was thinking about that in my first heat, and then Italo pipped me on the very end, and I was like, damn, I'm going to be up against the top seed again. And then I don't know, I had Jack, and I've just been watching what he's been doing in the free surfs, and I knew I had my work cut out for me. But I don't know, I feel like this wave kind of suits my surfing a little bit, and I'm just trying to be confident in myself, even if sometimes I don't really feel it. And yeah, I've been definitely having a bit of struggles the last two events. I had a really tough result the last event, and just to break out of that and, I don't know, be going on into the round of 16, I feel like I just massive weight off my shoulders. So yeah, I know, I'm frothing.
Way to do that, and thank you for the insights, George.
Just on the end of that interview, the crowd goes wild yet again. Brian Perez finishing nicely on a wave that he decimated from the jump. So with 23 minutes to go, scores now starting to come through for Italo Ferreira's last wave. It's going to be better than his opener. It was a bigger wave, but are bigger waves the better waves? Well, in this case, 6.07, not bad. But Jesse, maybe talk to us about that wave that looked like it was going to be just an absolute banger from the jump, and it kind of went out to sea as we see now the replay. Smaller insider wave, but maybe just a little bit more of a spicy opportunities with the lip line.
Yeah, definitely. Those smaller waves will definitely hit the shallower part of the bank, and it's going to help have that coping. And he's sure-footed, confident, composed, know exactly what he needs to do, and that wave was smaller, so he had to go massive on the end, lands it pretty flat, which is great to give you the rotation and stability that you needed. And this is Italo's wave that we mentioned. Beautiful first crack out the back. Very critical section of the wave. The wave's a little bit lumpy, and right here, that's when it kind of goes wide into the reef, and it doesn't really give the coping that he's hoping for, but he still gets a nice, powerful hack. Has to slow things down, and that's what I was saying, that I feel like he's mistimed the wave so far. Delays himself to wait for that wave to get nice and steep, but kind of goes in, kind of goes up.
Oh, straight back to Italo live. So this wave a little bit smaller, maybe kind of a better upper portion. Kind of running away from a little bit. There we go. He's kind of fighting against this one though. It's going to impede the flow element that the judges are looking for. That was a solid power snap to finish.
That's definitely more critical for Italo.
Yeah, I mean, for him, meat and potato style surfing. You know, he didn't really release the fins, but it was powerful, nice clean line all the way through to the inside, and a really strong finish. Would not be surprised if that betters that 4.67. Scores now drop in for Perez. He gets the lead, a 5.40 for Brian Perez.
I personally think this is Italo's best wave, and this is the reason why he's going to right off the bat get up in vertical, and that wave has way more coping. He pushes that back foot, gets the release, and then this one sets it up for another third nice critical turn once again. and he's going to finish it off on a critical section with exclamation to it. Airdrops it off the sky.
Yeah, I take it back. Watching the replay now, he got a little bit more inverted on these turns. Tail does blow out on this first one, so yeah, way more critical than the previous wave, the turns he was doing.
And the way that first turn, how he pushed that back foot, transfers the weight towards the front foot. This one's more of a setup carve, which is very nice and tight still. But that first turn was money, and the extension he had, I almost feel like Brian pulled the trigger a little bit too early for the conditions that we had, starting with the 683. That 5.4, he had to oversurf the wave in order to get that score. So maybe a mistake there for him.
When in the earlier rounds, we were maybe just a little bit worried that Italo was too amped. You know, that's the one critique that you can give Italo every once in a while, that he's just over surfing. But that last wave, I think, was done perfectly. You know, right in the pocket, went to the speed of the wave. Judges rewarding him 7.33, quickly takes over in the lead. Now Brian Perez needs a 6.58, but what I love is that all of these numbers are really evenly matched. We still have under 20 minutes to go, so Brian Perez will be able to answer back at least a few more times. He's got that 6.83, so he knows the feeling. He knows what type of wave he needs. He started off with a 6.83, so he's looking for a 6.58. But he needs to surf for 8s. He's going up against Italo. You cannot give him this guy an inch.
And mostly with the highest score of the heat. And strategically speaking, if you look back at Brian Perez, starts off so well, putting Italo against the ropes, gets the priority, and then he goes on that 5.4. Would have him not been on that 5.4, he would have been on Italo's last wave, which is a 7.33. He would have been having a huge gap on top of Italo, probably looking like something close to an excellent range. And now, just pull the trigger too early. When you have these conditions, now it's consistent. There's plenty of waves on the horizon. Swell's filling in. You cannot go against a yellow jersey expecting you're going to make heats with 12-point total. So that was a big mistake for Brian. He still is obviously in the game, but he could have been way in front at this point of the heat so far.
We'll see what happens next. 18 minutes, 20 seconds to go. A guy who's definitely sweating out the Red Bulls right now just paddled right by Strider Wasilewski. Strider, what's his Italo's game face look like right now?
You know what? Big smile, paddled by. He's like, I like that one. And you know, and he was referring to his first turn. He really, you know, blew the tail out. You know, from the water, I could see the lip line exploding and the fins, and on that feeling of it, and he really attacked that one. And you can see it was a huge difference from his prior waves where he was just kind of going through the motions almost, and that wave he really put some power into his turns. He finished strong, and he was paddling back by, and you know, you could see the confidence kind of driving up a lot. And you know, Brian, in the same sense, has that confidence, but you know, the smaller waves, they have a little cleaner face, but there's not as much emphasis on power. And so I feel like they really are enjoying those bigger waves and the bigger maneuvers on the outside of those bigger waves. So I think Brian's he kind of learned his lesson, like Jesse was talking about. Now he's got priority. Now he's gonna sit and he's gonna wait for a bomb.
Yeah, it's like he almost like tested with a jab, and then Italo just threw the uppercut, the first turn. Memorable, powerful. So with 17 minutes to go, Italo in the lead, 7.33, 6.07. Perez, 6.83. He is right there in the conversation. You see him sitting out there with priority, but Italo, he knows the rule book back to front, knows exactly what to do when in the lead, and this is what he's doing right there, getting straight in front of him. Italo's year so far has been pretty stellar. Great start. He's in that yellow jersey. He's your 2019 world champion with 10 career CT wins. Tokyo 2020 Olympic gold medalist, the first ever surfing Olympic gold medalist. And so far this year, I mean, he's looked unstoppable. He hasn't won every single event, but he's definitely put together incredible heats. And I would not be surprised if he doesn't win 2 or 3 more events through the rest of the season. He's just looking like he's in that form.
Yeah, it definitely is. He's definitely in a different gear than everyone. I still feel like people are going to catch up to him. That's obvious. You can't really get away from such a talented tour that we have. But so far, a step ahead of everyone. It looks like he's up and riding, and he's very dangerous without priority.
This will be his 5th wave rating. Building speed, looking for something big. Takes to the air. Back three, messy landing, but gets right back up. And will he do it again and clean it up? Absolute nope. Still.
Again.
Back-to-back air to layback landing. I mean, you got to give the guy respect for getting back up on his feet. Hits the shove, but goes down. Spectacular surfing, but a bit sloppy. We've seen him land those perfectly, just bolts. 4 wheels down, but for Italo on those last 2, yeah, it was radical, it was wild. Maybe a little too wild. I think the judges, by now, it's 2025, they know that a clean landing is meaningful.
100% agree with you, but he gets away a lot of times with those. Just sometimes in the foam and people can't really see it, but surfers can kind of tell, you know, like the positioning and stuff. But yeah, this is very clear that he loses the foot. Mostly on the first one right here, he falls it with the layback, his back foot goes forward and he comes back up. He managed to do that. I don't know how he pulled it off in here. Once again, loses and pulls it back up. Like, it's incredible, the reflexes, the strain, how he's able to do it. But yeah, you're gonna get penalized for that, no doubt about it.
You'll probably get, you know, flared up on message boards for this one, but if you're watching a snowboarding event or a skateboarding event and you land like that, it's not a make. You know, you put your hands down in the snow after landing, you're gonna be docked big time. And
this is
again,
gonna be probably another
different
case
thing.
of it.
It was cool looking, I loved it, but in the context of a heat, I don't think it's definitely not better than that 733.
I don't think it's even better than a 607, realistically speaking. But I mean, the
It's
ability
cool to
of
watch.
pulling that off, it's incredible. But yeah, like you mentioned, you lost a foot, so you're gonna get deducted a lot. I don't even know how to. Yeah, 3.67. He came out as we expected.
The perfect score. I think that's the perfect score that sends a message. You gotta land your airs clean. Thank you, judges. 13:38 to go. Here we go. Brian Perez. Big snap, kind of transitional, almost loses the edge. And opts out. Crowd now silenced. I feel like if they want to give Perez the best chance of beating Italo, they have to get loud and stay loud. Show him you have his back. I'd love to hear a perspective from Strider, just how loud this crowd has been getting it. Can you hear it all the way out on the point? Maybe next time we check in,
You
we get a
can hear it.
volume update. Oh yeah, Strider, hit me.
You can definitely hear it, and the vibe after the waves just shoots right through you. And I know Italo must be feeling it, but he's such a professional and so headstrong that he knows, you know, he's never out of it. He's always in it, and he knows he can have that. He's got that performance that will always rise to the level, but he's got to be feeling a little bit of that kind of local vibe kind of running right through him when Brian does get a wave. I mean, the bleachers, the people on the beach, I mean, there hasn't been people on those rocks. Those rocks are 1,000 degrees right now, and they're packed in there behind me. So I love the support for the local Brian Perez. I also love, you know, the bite in Italo's jawline, because that guy is ready to take it all on, and he wants it really bad. I mean, that's all he's speaking about is world title, and I'm taking this, and it's mine. I'm never out of it. I'm going to do this, and he's going to put everybody on the ropes. So I just, you know, the vibe is amazing, the sound from the beaches, and the vibe is, but to take down Italo, you're going to need more than that. You need that raw talent that Brian has, and he's going to have to go send it above the lip, out the back, not on the inside.
Thank you, Strider. Great breakdown there. You know, Italo Ferreira obviously thrives on being the hero, but not afraid to play the villain as well. We got 11 minutes, 45 seconds to go. The ultimate rematch still in the water. Stay tuned to find out what happens next here at the Surf City El Salvador Pro.
Italo Ferreira just moves on a different type of rhythm.
Reckless abandon is what Italo Ferreira is.
Ferreira, just a ball of energy.
He's trying to stay in the zone, and he's got Red Bulls everywhere.
He's willing to sacrifice his body, his boards, everything for the win.
And the persona that you guys see, you know, the rock star that's necessary for this world is somebody that's different from the human that he is. Deep individual, you know, operates on a lot of feeling, and the best do that.
You can see how much it means to him.
Let him celebrate, you guys.
It's so unique. It's so fun to watch. When the Italo show's on, it's something you don't want to miss.
That is one of the best shows on TV inside pro surfing. And Italo, what can you say about this guy? He is an absolute ball of energy. I mean, win, lose, or draw, he's going to bring it to whoever he's surfing against. And right now, Brian Perez is in his crosshairs. We'll see if Perez now can surf for a 6.58. Quick snap to start on this wave. Starting to fire off a little bit down the line. Kind of chonky on the face, though. This one's swinging a little bit wide, but Perez now leaning in. Lay back. Pretty tail heavy in those last few turns. Throwing a ton of spray, though. And a powerful finish there. So great combination of turns there from Brian Perez. Was it speedy? Was there power? Did he check the boxes and all the flow elements? What are the judges going to see there?
Towards the end of it, it felt like you mentioned, he was a little bit heavy-footed on the back right there, so he was stomping more on the back foot than driving through the turns. Beginning of the wave, a little bit flatter, like hard to find that coping, but he times it well. He gets critical in every section. He had the chance off. Has to go a little bit lateral because that part of the section, this is more likely. Drive through that front foot. Here's when he gets a little bit heavy-footed on the back foot. Once again, and then finish it off very strong. That was a very nice, you can see he exchanges the nose of the board for the tail. Gets a good fin release. Still have a feeling that that wasn't enough, but it's close. Had to go lateral the first few turns, and then this is a beautiful layback carve where he was able to engage the rail and then finish it off with an exclamation point. You can see 3 fins going out the back. At some of the turns that he had to kind of go a little bit more flatter because the section wasn't steep. And then finish it off. Powerful surfer. Used every part of that wave well. Was there enough intensity on the beginning of that wave? If you look back at Italo 7.33, that's going to be a comparison to it. Even his 6.83 from Brian, the first wave of the heat, or I'm sorry, his first wave of the heat.
6:30 to go. It's quiet. Kind of hear in the background some conversations in the spectator area. They're all putting their judges' hats on as well. For a 6.58. Nice casual paddle back out to the lineup. You don't overexert yourself. It's still about 85 degrees in the air, 85 in the water. So there you have the numbers. He's looking for a 6.58. I mean, it already says it's going to be just under. Comes through to 6.30. Even across the board. No judges giving him the edge there. The highest single score is 6.5. Throw that one away. You throw away another 6.3, and then you're left with 3 6.3s. So it's going to be 6.3 paired with a 6.83. I mean, very close. 13.13 going up against 13.40. But this is Italo. You can't surf for 6s. You got to surf for 8s.
And I think the point of difference on this heat so far for me is just the engagement of rail that Italo did on that first turn on the 7.33 as he was bottom turning, relaying on the heel so much that gave him the edge, the inside edge, to really push off the lip and get that tail release. Very powerful, very extended. For me, that turn might even come a little bit, like it was better than I expected when I first saw it. After you see it in slow-mo, you really can break it down and understand how dynamic that turn was.
Yeah, I'm right there with you. 4 minutes, 45 seconds to go. We are inside that 5-minute mark. Strider Wasilewski, the tension is building.
Oh, you can hear a pin drop out here. The beach is just so quiet. Everybody waiting for the scores, watching the situation. Brian paddling by, you know, he looks strong, but that's not going to cut it. You know, he needs his good surfing. It's fun to watch. Big carves, fundamentals, but up against somebody like Italo, you're going to have to go nuts. You're going to have to set yourself up for a huge, I feel, above the lip, you know, moment on the outside, and then do that strong surfing all the way through the inside, and then another one to finish. He's got to get that exclamation on it. One out the back, big three on the inside, the same. He's got to really take this thing and say, wow, that was amazing. The judges need that moment in order for him to win. So let's see if he can pull it off.
Yeah, it's got to be something memorable. You know, he's got to surf with vitality. He's got to just really go above and beyond. You do not want to make it close, because any close heat against Italo will get the edge. It's just the type of surfer he is. So we're at the 3 minute, 30 seconds. These surfers are basically sitting on top of each other. They're riding a double bicycle right now. They are as close as you could possibly get. So Perez in second priority is literally and on the scoreline in the shadow of Italo Ferreira right now. That is not where you want to be.
Definitely not. And if you think about it, he needs 2 waves. I highly doubt that Italo is going to commit a mistake of giving him a 6.58 right now.
Yeah, this is pretty on-brand surfing for Italo Ferreira. I mean, he's doing wild airs, and there's no disappointment or reaction from Italo getting that 3.67 for those 2 back threes with the messy landings. He knows, exactly what he did wrong, so it wasn't like he's, crashing out, blowing up at the judges. He knows that that's the score that was warranted for that wave, but he's also Mr. Consistency. 6.07, a 7.33, pure power surfing. He doesn't always have to go to the air to win. Those backside hangers that he was doing were massive.
Yeah, he is definitely a powerful surfer. Very fast as well. And he chose the waves very wisely throughout the whole heat. Had plenty of opportunity, put himself in good opportunities.
So 2 minutes left. I mean, you expect Italo to get rowdy out there on the waves he's surfing, but you can also expect, him to have fun. You can tell they're having a little conversation in the lineup. What I love about Italo is that he's in this for all the right reasons. He loves to surf. He loves to ride waves. He loves to put on a show. For Brian Perez, his best score was an 8.83 in the 2024 Surf City El Salvador Pro. That was him going up against Italo. Did a huge air, a proper 8-foot air. Straight air out the back, landed after the lip, blew up. It was one of those magical, meaningful moments that he's going to hope can happen again. Would be a miracle with 1:25 to go. It doesn't look like there's much happening on the horizon.
Yeah, it looks pretty slow right now.
Almost to that 1 minute mark. Things have gone dormant, as you see on the left side of your screen. Ramsey Gukim and Jackson Bunch making their way back out to the takeoff zone. Interesting too, if you're Perez, you see those guys paddle out, and that's just another signifier that this heat is almost over. So it continues like this. 33 seconds left. Surfer's gonna be 1-1. Beating Italo 50% of the time is not bad, but that's not going to be what Perez is thinking right now. 6.83 and a 6.3 for Brian Perez. I mean, he did everything right.
That 5-4, the decision to pull the trigger on that 5-4, very small wave for the conditions right now, given the priority to Italo on the 7.33.
Well, a big round of applause from the bunch of fans that are lining the rocks right now for Brian Perez. He entered this heat as a national hero. He will exit this heat as a national hero, but Italo Ferreira gets the edge. That 7.33 looming large. More surfing to come. We're live. This is the Surf City El Salvador Pro. Are back here at the Surf City El Salvador Pro at Punta Roca here in La Libertad. And it's all love from the fans. We just watched a great match between Italo Ferreira and local hero Brian Perez. It was close. Italo, a 13.40 total. Perez, a 13.13. I mean, made it a fight. Chris Cote here with Jesse Mendez. And that's the local knowledge right there. The only surfer who actually looks cool, calm, and collected while walking across the Punta Roca rocks. That's why he is the Pink Panther.
Yeah, it's always very fun to watch him surf here. The timing is very impeccable. You can see he reads the wave very well, just going against someone that is very informed this year.
All right, back into the water. Sure, we'll check in again with Brian Perez, but right now you've got a solid duo. The power of Ramsey Bukian, born and bred in right-hand point breaks. His backhand is lethal. He's going to be going up against a rookie sensation in Jackson Bunch. So the opening wave is going to go to Ramsey Bukian. Pretty good so far. If he can do something big on the inside like that and that, he's going to be rewarded. Strong start has proven heat and heat again that you get things going early, you're putting yourself in a good position to most likely win. And I don't know the facts and figures behind that. It's just a feeling. You know, a big number from the jump is going to be a huge advantage.
No doubt, adds pressure to your opponent. Gives you the edge, gives you a little bit of freedom. You warm up as well, feel the wax. Good way to start. Obviously, that wave had more to offer. They were just sitting very deep in the beginning. I don't know how Ramsey pulled it off to actually go around that first section. Shows that he's very comfortable in right-hand point breaks.
Yeah, and the shocking stat that I just saw right there, Ramsey, what, 28, Jackson 15? And Ramsey, who is a veteran, an Olympian, super powerful surfer, very consistent. I'm really shocked that he's that low in the rankings. With surfing like this, I mean, I don't think he's going to be in the depths for too long on the rankings. He'll be in the top 15 pretty soon.
Yeah, great surfing for him. Just the problem, this wave kind of had a low time. This section here got very slow. Has to take his time. Then starts to steepen up and starts to bow. He gets up in vertical. And then finish it off strong. Best turn of the wave It's going to come something probably in the mid-range, mostly with that finish. Goes up in vertical, presses, stomps on that back foot to get that nose away from the water and the noise. Brings it back under his chest and comes out clean. It's textbook surfing.
This man is strong.
Yeah.
You could see it, every muscle flexing through those turns. Score comes through, 517. Pretty much, I would say, due to that kind of mid-wave siesta. It went flat, really quiet, but then that big finish was probably where the meat of that 517 came from. Inside of 30 minutes now, Ramzi Bukian had the time of his life at the 2024 Shiseido Tahiti Pro, put on one of the performances of the entire event, and it came through, I think, one of the best quotes. He said, "I'm ready to go over with my shield," saying that he was just ready to lay it all on the line that day. One of the heaviest days of surfing in the history of that event, and Ramzi just shined. And he's got to know that that's kind of the ace up his sleeve later on in the year. The next 3 events, the Aussie treble, hit or miss, I would say, for Ramzi.
I think it really depends on if we get good swells or not. Obviously, his backhand is his weapon. And if we have good swells for the next few events, he can go up against anyone and beat anyone.
28:50 to go. Ramzi makes his way back to the takeoff zone, so that gives us the chance to go down to the glass. Rosie Hodges with Italo Ferreira.
Well, he's our #1 seed for a reason. Well, Italo coming up against Brian Perez, the local wild card. We've been chatting about the matchup you had last year. What did you make up of the matchup with the young wild card, and what did you do differently this year?
Yeah, he's one of the best surfer here, and then last year he got one of those heats, and then this year I was like, no, I'm super confident. I'm doing everything like great, you know, and then I'm just like to focus on myself and surf and find the good wall, because it's kind of hard right now because the wind just changed, and then it's hard to find a pocket. But I had like some good moments on a heat, and then I tried to mix with airs, but that wasn't good. But I'm stoked to make that one, and I want to say congrats, Brian and all the fans on the beach. They always like put an energy on the heat, and it will make me more excited.
We love it. Well, we've also had a couple lay days. We know you don't like to slow down. How have you been occupying your time?
Well, I have been doing a lot of surfing movie during those days. It's kind of crazy. Every session is like insane, because this place is really good, and you can do like couple like big maneuvers, especially when it's small, when it's big, and then yeah, it's looked like a surf trip.
When can we expect that edit from you?
I hope they can run tomorrow as well, because it's gonna be, I think it's gonna be a little bit bigger, so a couple nice big walls, and I hope that we can do some big air section as well, because make the heat more exciting, you know, when you go high, you know. So that's what I love to surf.
We want to see all of that from you. Thank you.
Like that, Italo fired up, but he wants more. I mean, he just had the whole meal, but you can tell he's hungry for dessert. Italo, now an absolute threat, always a threat, especially when he's in that yellow jersey. He's one of those surfers that thrives, you know, under pressure. He's put himself so far into the lead already that he's got to be feeling comfortable and confident at the top of the rankings right now, and he's looking still pretty unstoppable. It's going to take a special surfer who's just tapped in to be able to beat Italo this week.
Yeah, I'm with you, Chris. It's a special surfer in form, in a good rhythm. Like, everything kind of has to combine. And you expect those big names to actually rise every round, and they get better and better because they get more used to the conditions. They get more used to the rhythm of the wave with their equipment. So it just gets worse and worse. The further you get them, yeah, the further you get them in the event, most likely it's going to be more trouble.
First scores come through. Ramzi with a 517. Jackson Bunch just a quick 0.50. So Jackson with that steady rise through the Pro Juniors, through the QS, through the Challenger Series, gets himself onto the Championship Tour. I think he's shocked a lot of people already. You know, he's young. He's constantly improving with every year that he's been on the scene. But I think with the results he's had already in 2025, I mean, he's turning heads, and he's shocking a lot of veterans every time he serves.
No doubt about it, but I think this is the biggest test he has in front of him so far. The conditions suits his opponent so well. His opponent's probably about 20 kilos over him, taller, bigger, moves more water, and the conditions are suiting for that. So this is a breaking point for him to prove that he deserves to be this in this platform 100%.
Looks like a wall rolling through. Jackson Bunch does have priority, and he's on the outside of Ramsey, so it's totally legal for him to drop in. Ramsey looks too close at this wave, so Ramsey having a quick paddle. Jackson Bunch, nerves of steel, lets Ramsey go. Doesn't think this wave is going to provide opportunity. Ramsey thinks differently. That first turn was a dagger. Sets things up with a little roundhouse cut back, straight back into the power pocket. A little chunk of whitewood on top of the wave actually helping Ramsey, and there's another slam. I mean, this is doing surgery with a sledgehammer. He's so precise in where he puts his board. That was pure capitalization on a gift from Jackson Bunch. I think it's probably going to be around that same score of the 517. A little bit smaller than his opening wave. But the turns he did, the surfing he did on that wave, it was like he was squeezing every bit of potential out of this wave.
I have to disagree with you. I think this is going to be higher. Like, because of that first turn, I think there's more sense of excellence on that wave. Obviously, I don't think it's going to come to an excellent score, but just how much he pushes throughout a few moments of this wave, and this is one of them. Look how much power he was actually able to find that coping. Generate speed, very hard to do right there. And then he's gonna get another very vertical turn to finish it off.
I feel you. I'm on your side there.
It's, you
the
know,
wave
like,
wasn't as good, but the surfing was better.
The surfing was better. Like, I know there's a bit of downtime. Maybe he didn't connect the waves, the maneuvers, as well as the previous one, but he had more power throughout the turns. Look at how strong he was on that like fourth turn or whatever that was, and then right here he kind of has to reconnect, find the rhythm again, and finish it off, stomping on that back foot once again. Impressive, very impressive.
Our drone team is on fire too. They tracked that one perfectly. Thank you guys.
And this first turn here, not to mention.
Yeah.
Very critical. Almost digs that nose from how inverted he was. Comes out with a beautiful kind of setup cutty to put himself back in the whitewash, the most critical part of the wave. I think this is going to be a great score.
So Ramsey, you know, it looked like he was trying to sell that one to Jackson at first, slowly paddling, and then Jackson, you could tell he was fading out quickly. He didn't want anything to do with it. But then he saw massive explosions all the way down the line.
He kind of set Ramsey up for success because he had Jackson kind of having a look for it. He put himself a little bit delayed, and it set him up for that first turn that you mentioned that he really liked it. That was very cool.
All right, 21:50 to go. Judges locking in their scores now for Ramsey Bukiem. It comes through at a 6-point ride, so slight improvement on that 517. He makes his way back to the takeoff zone. We're going to make our way down to the glass. We've got Salvadorian legend Brian Perez standing by with Mitchell Salazar.
Absolutely right, guys. One of the best Central American surfers of all time. 4 times you have now surfed as a local wildcard, Brian. Muchas felicidades. Win or lose, the crowd behind you, and not only the local Salvadorians, everybody traveling right here at Punta Roca. Felicidades.
Yeah, for me it's a pleasure to be here again. 4th time already here in Salvador, the city. So grateful, like I'm so grateful to be here again, represent my country, and see all the people here to support me. For me it's a blessing. I'm just so happy, so grateful, and stoked to be here again.
Ahora en español, Brian, obviamente la gente muy a tu favor, pero compitiendo de nuevo en contra de Ítalo. Un momento muy importante y en realidad lo empujaste. ¿Cómo te sentiste ahora compitiendo ya en tu 4º evento aquí en casa?
La verdad que sí, primeramente agradecerle a Dios por la oportunidad, toda la gloria y toda la honra para Dios. Y nada, 4ª vez acá en El Salvador, en el City, súper emocionante. La verdad que cada año estoy aprendiendo más a competir, a ser más maduro a la hora de competir con los mejores del mundo. Yo sé que tengo el nivel para ganarles, así que eso es lo que me ha demostrado a mí mismo cada evento que estoy compitiendo acá del City en casa.
que yo tengo el surfing y que puedo dar todo lo mío para ganar los hits y el evento.
Muchas felicidades, gracias por tu tiempo.
Gracias a todos, de verdad súper agradecido, gracias, súper bendecido de representar a este país. Gracias.
Gracias, Brian. Chicos.
Brian Perez, a class act. Always fun to watch him surf. And give it up to Mitchell Salazar. This guy is a certified polyglot, multiple languages, all stoke, all the time, one of the best commentators in the business. As we look back to the water now, things have calmed down. Give us a minute to breathe here. We got just inside of 20 minutes to go. Scores have trickled in. Jackson Bunch, 367 in his second wave ridden. Ramsey Bukiam, as expected, right there in the mid-range, but a little bit above. So you were right, Jesse, a 6-point ride. And that was all about the power. I mean, he surfed that wave above and beyond what it was worth. And here we go, Jackson Bunch, this is his first wave, 367.
Yeah, let's check what happened here. It gets up in vertical, but you can see the difference of power in between the water displacement. Beautiful technique. Jackson Bunch has impeccable technique. Just a bit smaller, and also obviously this wave, it wasn't time for him to pull the trigger. Smaller wave, but probably got the pressure from letting that 6-point ride go and had the urgency of just riding something. So this is a problem because now he's obviously 2 steps behind Ramsey without priority. He's gonna need to catch up big time here.
I think Jackson he's underrated for how gnarly he is in the air. And with the wind we have now, it's, well, for them, it's going to be easier for them to control what they're doing in the air. Without that offshore, wind whipping straight out the back, a guy like Jackson Bunch, who has every air in the book, especially on his backhand, he has a good opportunity here. He's not going to match Ramsey for power. There's no surfer on tour really, maybe 2 or 3 of them that can. So for Jackson, it's about sticking to his strengths. And I like how fast he's going. And like you said, his technique is perfect. So he's going to have to get creative because if you're going to go a slugfest against Ramsey, Ramsey's going to win every time. I think Jackson has to get tech.
Well, like there's a few options for him, and this is very similar to what the heat we had with Ethan Ewing and Levi. Like, you can't go head-to-head against your opponent's strength if he's that much better than you. So you got to find your best strength and put it into the work. Otherwise, if you want to do a match it, you're really gonna be choosing the best waves of the heat and hope that your opponent won't find it, which is another big task because you're talking about the best strategists in the planet, in the water. So I think for him, it's just like what he said, be on good waves, be more progressive because he's incomparably way more progressive than Ramsey is, and stick to his guns.
Jesse, when you were going up against power surfers, like really gnarly guys, did you ever think, what's going through your mind? You're a powerful surfer, but I would say you're more precise, more of a surgeon on the waves. Did you ever think about, okay, what do I have to lean into to beat an Andy Irons, a guy who's just raw, savage power? What did you do?
Well, I felt like obviously I didn't have the air game that this kid has because he's definitely top 5 right now on tour. So this gives him an edge, no doubt about it. So I just felt like I needed to be on the best waves. Like I need to maximize the potential of wave quality because when you're going on a point break right-hander, let me think about someone like Jordy Smith, Like there's no way I can look as big as he does. Like that's his bread and butter. That's how good he is. And you just had to match and try and identify what's best for you and the waves that suits your surfing better, and make sure in the best 2 waves of the heat. You don't need to be better than the guy. You just need to be better than him in this 30 minutes. That's all he needs to think, or whatever. We have 30 or 35. I'm not sure right now. But for Jackson Bunch, the advantage he has on top of this is just the fact that he's such a progressive surfer, forehand and backhand. So make use of that. He has to. You're in the big league. You have to pull those miracles off, like pretty much every event. So you just got to make that use in your repertoire consistently in every heat.
Pull out all the weapons.
Yeah, it's easy. It's very easy and sane here, but very hard to obviously do it. And he's done it before. He's done it at the Ripco Pro a few weeks back. He's done it at Abu Dhabi already. So it's just a matter of putting it together here against Ramsey Buchanan.
Halfway through, 15:27 to go. 35-minute heats have been, you know, I think just the perfect time for these surfers to really tell the whole story. Previous heat, Italo, he by no means, you know, far outmatched Perez. Brian Perez was right there. It was really, I mean, less than a point of difference between those two surfers, 13.40 versus 13.313. So a super close one for Perez and Italo. Now those surfers are 1-1 against each other. You know, after this event wraps up here, after the championship tour goes to Australia, there's going to be a national contest here at Punta Roca. And I've seen some of the talent rising from El Salvador. Surfed with a guy named Jorge yesterday at La Bocana. Kid was absolutely ripping, and had a conversation with him about the nationals coming up and kind of about the future of surfing down here in El Salvador. And the locals, you know, now that they've seen what the spotlight can do, they've seen Brian Perez rise to an international superstar level. They're hungry for it. And of course, they have the best training ground. I mean, there's waves here 365 days a year. Super consistent. It seems like it's always overhead, especially when you go up to the surf, you know, the proper surf city area, Bocana, El Sunzal, and then El Zonte. I mean, there's always waves here, so that's why the level is rising. And Perez is leading the charge, but there are a lot of surfers behind him. 13:50 to go here at the Surf City El Salvador Pro. We're going to take a quick break, but we will be right back.
Tardecita haciendo sketchbook en el Cerro Verde. El Cinturón de Fuego es una línea de volcanes que atraviesa prácticamente todo el país, de punta a punta, y forma una parte súper esencial de la geografía del país. Los volcanes son un elemento que representa un montón a El Salvador y también a mi arte, porque es un elemento fuerte, quiere decir que el país también está lleno de mucha fuerza. Estos se consideran como símbolos nacionales del país y son bien reconocidos no solo por su historia, sino que también por su gran presencia visual. Y es una fuente de inspiración increíble para dibujar, siempre los incluyo en todos mis paisajes. Siempre tiene que haber olas, palmeras, montañas y volcanes, porque es lo que más representa a El Salvador y eso es lo que representa mi arte también.
Great piece right there, and did get the chance to take advantage of our relationship with the El Salvador Tourism Board. Went on a big tour, the volcanoes, downtown San Salvador, some of the churches, the palace. I mean, this truly is a vibrant country, and you can feel how alive the earth is here. In Hawaii, they call it mana. I'm not sure what the Spanish word would be for that, but you can definitely feel it. You know, when you're staring down into one of those giant craters that is just to the east of where we are now, you can feel the history here. It's almost like you step into Jurassic Park when you look down, and then you can turn right around and San Salvador as a city is both modern and classic. Different architecture all around. There's there's the energy you feel in the city. You can just tell the prosperity, the hope, everything is just building. And I can't wait to go back. I'm gonna do some work here, do some play in San Salvador. This place rules.
And there's good waves.
Yeah. And there's great waves, so something for everyone. Culture, waves, good times, good food. Pupusas.
Pupusas.
There's, I've tried pupusas back at home in California.
Not the same.
They're good, not the same. 9:40 to go. Jordy Smith. Nice and steady. As much as we, like to see a slip and fall gag, I don't want to see it here. I want to see Jordy Smith get out to the lineup, safe and sound, and put on a show. He's going up against David Silva.
Take your time.
Yeah.
Big Brew. Take your time.
He knows. We've been seeing Jordy at dinner, and I think he would be the surfer, I would say, who's currently enjoying the championship tour the most. He just had a new baby, so he's just got so much to look forward to when he's home. And then when he's away, it's like, I'm not going to even say the R word. He's showing no signs of slowing down, but you can just tell he's just relaxed. He's having fun. And we've seen it in his heat. He's literally smiling, after he pulls out of this wave. There's a lot of other kind of seriousness happening around the cut line, and, surfers having shockers, falling into major slumps. For Jordy Smith, he just seems to really be enjoying his time on the championship tour right now. And congratulations to the Smith family, second baby boy.
It's starting to get very tricky for Jackson Bunch. That 6.0 is really starting to hurt him.
That's a hurdle. David Silva. Who's David's talking to right here? I know.
Luis Pinga.
Luis Pinga, yes. He's a legend.
Yes.
Coach and friend. I'd say one of the guys who kind of formed the Brazilian Storm early on.
I mean,
helped form.
The first guy that comes to mind for me is Adriano de Souza, world champ. Caught him with 10 years old. Italo Ferreira, another one. Jadson, Kai Belli, David Silva.
Yeah.
Like, there's so many names that he already worked on, and most of them he actually started from a very young age that you do not expect. I mean, he expected that they could be world champs. He saw something in them that no one else saw it.
He's a brilliant coach, and it's cool because he's really behind the scenes. I mean, he's not one of those guys who's out there on the edge of the, doing all the hand signals and whistling and all that, but you can just tell what he says resonates with the surfers he's working with. And he's just, definitely the type of guy that you want in your corner. And one of the architects behind the original Brazilian Storm. I'd like to see, his resume is long with the achievements that he's helped facilitate with the surfers he's worked with. Inside of 7 minutes now, Ramsey Bukiam in the lead, 6 and a 5.17. Jackson Bunch, 3.67 and a 1.57. That 6-point ride was actually a wave gifted to Ramsey by Jackson. The strange part there is where Jackson was on that wave, I don't think he would have had the same opportunity that Ramsey had. Like you said, Ramsey kind of had to fade back and not fully activate until the very last second. So here's that 6-point ride. See where they're taking off. I mean, Ramsey was right in the perfect spot, and there was not a lot of room to work with.
And also, he made him get delayed a little bit just because he's kind of having to keep a close eye to see if Jackson was going to pull the trigger. And then this is one of the turns that he just muscles through it, makes the most of a very mediocre section, and right here he gets back on pace, wraps it around just to set himself up on perfect timing for that closeout section. And always you can notice spray going up in the sky. Jackson had a very good look at it.
I just see a knight wielding a sword when Ramsey goes up into the lip, and he's just
straight to it. Like, even the movement that he does, you're gonna see his front arm always opens up and comes up and high in the sky to bring that nose of the board.
His front arm, what is his front arm helping him with into the turns?
It guides him. It gives him the work on his upper body and also brings the nose in direction to where he wants to get. And you can notice that the arms are always half a second in front of the nose of the board.
Yeah, that is kind of another kind of under the radar technique that you see Ramsey use. I mean, his wingspan is what, about 8 feet long. And so he's able to kind of use those arms as like a pendulum to just help project that core.
And acceleration too. And it gives like it's just the amount of power that he's capable of translating to the board is impeccable.
So if I want to surf like that, I just got to grow about a foot, put on about 20 pounds of muscle, and then practice for 20 years. I can do that, maybe. It's 2025. I mean, science is pretty crazy now.
It's still doable.
Okay. There's only one Ramsey, though.
Hope's the last one to die.
Okay. I'll work on it. 4 minutes, 19 seconds left. Ramsey has priority, so he's in kind of the block position now, which is the kind of the reverse of what we saw with Ramsey's 6-point ride. He's going to try to he's going to give way, I think, to this wave. We'll see. Yeah, he's not even looking at it. Jackson Bunch now up and at it. A little bit crumbly. This wave kind of a burger to start. Going to stick with it. Patience has paid off in the past. There you go. That's a whippy backside turn. There he is, blowing the tail a little bit on the second one. Gets a third. Okay. This is what we were talking about for Jackson Bunch. He's such a fast, like rubber bandy type of surfer. He was able to get up and in the lip, almost Machado style, the way he kind of torqued the back half of his body up and over and into the lip, going kind of upside down on that second turn. Super critical. A different kind of power than Ramsey Bukiem, kind of just a power to have those like gecko toes to keep the board under him and in control.
And like I mentioned, power is not always related to amount of water that was displayed. It is a reflection, but sometimes it's not the case. Looks like Ramsey had a look on the wave behind, a little bit cleaner, running down the line, floats it, but just, wow, he scorpioned that thing.
Yeah.
But beautiful combination of maneuvers here for Jackson Bunch. He's going to get back right in the heat. Looks like the wave's going to slow itself down, but he gets steep here once it hits the shallower part of the bank, and he gets up in vertical, always exchanging in the nose to the tail of the board. That's a point of difference that he's going to have on top of Ramsey. And then finish it up once again with a nice stab.
Solid.
Great surfing for him. He's back on it, but 2 minutes and 20 left. He's going to be looking for another score. He's going to need to hope for 2 waves to come.
I like that kind of quick combo. Snap float on his backhand. Harder than it looks.
And finish it off very nicely. Gets up in vertical right there. Takes the spray out the back, and Ramsey kind of late to the party. He's going to put the weight on the front foot and just literally cartwheel, scorpion.
Jeez. Score comes through for Jackson Bunch, a 4.60. Still yet to match the pace set by Ramsey Bukiem, who's now out the back with priority. We got Jordy Smith paddling out, David Silva paddling out, number 12 and number 23 in the world. Bunch needs that 6.57. That would be the best single wave of this entire heat. Gets to the inside. Minute left. Don't think that wave was going to give him what he wanted. But there are multiple lines screaming around this point.
Yeah, Ramsey keeping a close eye to him and very not letting it separate so much. We already had a situation with Kanoa, Igarashi, and Crosby where the heat finished. Crosby took off before Kanoa, so Kanoa ended up getting interference on, and I'm sure all those surfers saw that and they're not going to commit the same mistakes.
Yeah, of any guy on tour, I wouldn't want Ramsey paddling behind me like that. That would be pretty menacing. 15 seconds. It's going to be a paddle battle to the end. So sound tactics from Ramsey Bukiem. Jackson Bunch is a surfer that can will 6-point ride. Uh-oh, that was close. That was crazy right there. The subtleties of competitive surfing on display. So Jackson Bunch now looking for a 6.57. Is this the best wave of the heat so far? He's making a strong case for it. A couple big turns out the back. Big float with the airdrop. Another big backside whip there for Jackson Bunch. Still fighting, still going down the line. And I love that. Right when you said that, Jesse, right when you said all these surfers were well aware of what happened with Kano Igarashi.
You can see that he stomps on the brake.
Again.
He stomps on the brake. Like, if that might have not happened today, he might have forgot and just took off on that wave.
And this score is going to count. So he was up before the buzzer. And if Ramsey would have gone,
very smart right there for Jackson Bunch to take off before the buzzer. Beautiful first turn, opens up. Very critical lip line as well. And then once again, just its downfall of this wave right now, it just gets a little bit small on the smaller side. I love the pace, how he went for that floater right there. But I don't think there was the power in this wave and the leverage, the extension that Ramsey was able to do on his turns compared to Jackson Bunch.
I feel like he did everything he could have possibly done on the outside. Incredible, masterful surfing, but then just the inside of the wave really slowed down a lot. It was a lackluster finish. It came through, just not enough. We lose Jackson Bunch. Give it up to Ramsey Bukiem. The swordsman comes out strong. 6 and a 5.17, advances through. We got another heat in the water already. Jordy Smith and David Silva. We're going to bring in Joe and Mitchell. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
The Surf City El Salvador Pro is brought to you by Yeti, built for the wild. By Corona Cero, made with 100% natural ingredients. And by Surf City El Salvador, home of the right surf. Here we go. David Silva getting the first wave in the matchup with Jordy Smith, and he stumbles quickly there to get a short up and down, and we've already got our priority rotation set for heat number 11 of the round of 32. Joe Turpel with a great surfing mind of Mitchell Salazar to break this one down, and we can't give Jordy Smith enough props for what he's done for over 2 decades on the championship tour with longevity, performance, and precision. but you're also resilient through injuries, competing and updating your craft for each and every new generation. It's really amazing that he's still in the world title hunt into his 18th season on the championship tour, Mitch.
And as you said, relevant, Joe. That is a key word right there. Number 12 in the rankings right now, coming up against number 23. We talk about longevity. He's had it, and he's had multiple injuries throughout his career, but so far, he is still proving to everybody that he belongs right here, and he's still looking to compete for that elusive world championship, Joe.
Celebrating his 160th appearance at the championship tour level. We saw David's up and down. This was Jordy's opener during the break.
Yeah, and this came in as a good score, close to a 7-point ride, Joe. Massive layback right there for the big boy from Durban. And we talked about that strong onshore wind that we should be seeing this afternoon. Luckily for us, it is still relatively light. Beautiful combination of turns on the outside and crisp surfing right there from a large dude in the water right now in the red jersey, Joe.
Jordy Smith getting a 6.83 to kick things off in his first matchup against the Goofy Foot Brazilian. And looking to put himself into the final 5 this year, still hoping to chase that elusive world title. He came incredibly close in his 3rd season on tour, finished runner-up in the world. And when he was asked the other day of heat he could resurf, it was the one he hurt himself in Tahiti against Travis Logie. Hurt his ribs, and he said, you know what, maybe I would have won a world title that year. And he certainly had a lot of heats to think about before delivering his answer. Strider, what a heat. Here we have Jordy with a 6.83 and a good start.
Yeah, Jordy, you know what? He was paddling by, and he's like, gosh, it looks a little inconsistent. Maybe it'll pump for my heat. So he was optimistic on the way out. And, you know, he's just, I don't know, he's such a veteran, so sure-footed. Like, watching him, you know, he just looks so lackadaisical until he meets the lip. And all of a sudden, it's just like fins are flying. You know, he's got the variation of maneuvers. He's just pounding out that thing all the way to the inside. That second to last turn on that wave was just blitzed it. Just spray everywhere, fins. Just, I mean, I'm a huge fan of Jordy, but and I'm just gonna glaze the donut until he lets me stay at his house for J-Bay. That's what
Hey, Strider. Obviously, conditions have changed from this morning. Much higher tide, about 1:30 p.m. the high tide mark this afternoon. But Goofy versus regular, what kind of tide do you personally like to surf as Goofy, and do you think it benefits them right now with a tide like this, or are you feeling like the regular footers are the guys to look out for?
To be honest, it's the direction of the wave that I feel like really makes the biggest difference out here. You know, with the higher the low tide, you know, you've kind of obviously got, you know, some slope and then some stack up, but if it's the right direction, it gives you the opportunity to belt it. And, you know, I feel like we've got that direction. We've got that south-southwest swell filling in. Right now, we've got this wind coming out of the southwest, and it's going to come around more west as the day goes on, which is great for the point here. The tide will be an issue. It will slow things down. But I feel like, you know, all the elements are at play right now for, you know, a great afternoon of surfing. It's just a matter of this swell kind of picking up and getting going, because, you know, when I looked at the models, it looked like it was really going to start pumping tonight, like this afternoon, kind of evening time. We have seen some forerunners, but I think we're going to wake up to tomorrow to be some really solid swell, like well overhead and just pumping. So today we've got, you know, a pretty solid forerunner, but I think tomorrow's going to be mental.
Awesome, Strider. Looking forward to it all. Loving today so far. We've had a lot of drama, a lot of crazy matchups, buzzer beater decisions. There's going to be so much to talk about on the Corona Cerro post show later on today. Jordy, 6.83, big start. You would be in your 18th season for only one reason, and it really comes down for your love for the game.
Kind of growing up, I just loved to compete at anything it was, whether it was surfing or not, whether it was soccer games or it was running races, whatever it was. I just was a big fan of competition, and I've always felt like that's where it brought like the best kind of version of myself out all the time. And yeah, here we are. I think it's 17 or 18 years later, and I just still love it. It's a lot of people kind of get that mindset of like, oh, you know, kind of when's he kind of going to get over it? But, you know, a lot of people, I don't really think they realize how good the life is too. we get to travel the world, chase amazing waves. Yeah, fair enough, we don't exactly get every spot firing, but we are given the best opportunity at getting the best waves in the world, you know. So for me, it's a great way to support my family, show the family what I love, and it's the one thing I know in my life, man. So if it's something that I can share with my family and my kids, then this is it.
So much maturity in Jordy Smith, and it's so cool to see him just kind of reflect on what's been one of the best careers we've seen on the championship tour. Had so much great success as a junior coming out of Durban, South Africa, and he's really quick to thank his father, you know, for all the support and success. I mean, for Graham Smith, G-Force, as he's known as, to really show Jordy the world, to have him believe in himself, to bring Jordy to J-Bay for the first time and beyond has been just massive for Jordy's career. You know, for Graham, a surfboard shape around in Durban, you know, his contributions to the surfing world are incredibly great, you know, for getting big licensees of global surf brands that he got to bring to South Africa, which really helped that surfing community and beyond. And now it's really cool that Jordy and his dad have a brand together, Smith Shapes, which they get to talk surfboards just like they did from day one, and now share them with the globe in a surf shop near you. Let's catch up with Ramsey Bukiam with Rosie Hodge.
That's right. Well, Ramsey, you know, quick start there, 2 waves back to back, and you had that lead for the whole heat. How was the feelings, the emotional roller coaster of the 35-minute exchange?
It was really stressful, especially at the end. At the end, like I was getting, I wanted to stay really close to him because we saw what happened, you know, with Canoa and stuff. It was, you know, really sad to see. And I was like, oh my God, it might happen to me. So stay close, stay close, stay close. I was like a meter away from him, and he still, I guess he got a chip and stood up. And if I stood up, I would have had an interference. So I had to stay really sharp there, really focused. And I heard the gong just before me. I was like, don't go, Rams. And I had to see him, you know, from behind, seeing spray. I was like, no way, are you kidding? I was leading the whole time, and maybe I'm gonna lose like that, but fortunately for me, it was not enough. And yeah, I just took off right away with 2 waves. Really hard to surf, honestly, on the back end. The tempo of the wave is different for us with this onshore and this tide, but I'm really happy to make a crucial one. You know, I needed this one, and next one, I think I'm against Italo, so hopefully we get some pumping waves tomorrow and we can do some big turns, man.
That is a really good goofy foot matchup. But I have to ask, if it hadn't happened to Canoa and Crosby early in the day, would that have been in the forefront of your mind?
No, I would have went 100%. Especially me, honestly, I don't think I know all the rules, to be honest. So, you know, I would have went 100%, I'm not gonna lie. So yeah, and it happened 2 heats before mine, and I had, like I told you, I was really thinking about this, chasing him, you know. I was like, oh my God, 15 seconds, oh, 10 seconds, oh, the wave, he got the chip. I was like, oh no, and I had to stay sharp. So I'm happy I didn't go and he didn't get the score.
Bonne chance, merci beaucoup.
Thank you.
Thank you, Rosie. Ramsey always has a great chat about his heats. So much personality there,
Yeah.
and really learning on the fly, seeing what happened to Canoa earlier, had that fresh in his mind, so he didn't get an interference on Jackson Bunch. If you missed that heat earlier, Crosby Colapinto took off on a wave without priority, but the buzzer went off. Then Canoa took off. It was so close. But when the heat ends, you don't have priority anymore because the heat's over. And if you take off, you'll get an interference. A tough way to lose for Canoa. But that example helped Ramsey play a smart game against Jackson Bunch.
Yeah, and props to Rosie for asking that question too, because she's absolutely right. What that question have popped up in his mind if that wouldn't have happened a few heats before his. And, you know, as of right now, I feel like rules are rules. You got to follow them. And goes to show you, even the highest level of professional athletes right here on the World Championship Tour aren't fully knowledgeable about certain things that could be black and white every now and then, Joe. But something like this, it could cost you your career, especially with the cut now. When Seabass did it a few years ago, that was, you were surfing all 11 or 12 events on the Championship Tour schedule, right? Nowadays, you have 7 opportunities. They're counting your best 6. 1 loss, 1 exit in this round can really count towards your result.
Paddling into position is David Silva. 5th year on the Championship Tour. setting up that backhand, trying to hang the fins out to dry through the whitewater section. Draws out that bottom turn, but hangs it up on that last section and ends up losing the wave. He's explosive with some backhand whips, loves some big blowtails on a wave like this. In fact, when he qualified again for the championship tour and was asked what event he's looking forward to the most, he said El Salvador. What went wrong here?
Yeah, just pushed a bit too hard on the second one, Joe. First turn was critical. It was nice and crisp. Took him a little while to ride out of it, but you can see right here, once he gets back to the open face, just goes a bit too hard for how soft the section was right there and loses control of his fins. Once again, though, I mean, he gets the right section, Joe, and he is just belting that thing. First turn is really an example of that. And then right here, makes it back to the open face, regains some speed, and just goes a bit too hard for how that section shoulders off right there at the end. So an unforced error, but we are talking about one of the best backhands ever on the World Championship Tour, Joe. Look at that torque, the amazing amount of pop he gets off of the bottom turn. Not the right section, though, at the right time. Was looking for something a bit on the lower tide right here, Joe. Just going to be a throwaway for DVD.
DVD from Guarujá, Sao Paulo, Brazil. A wave called Praia Branca was his little training ground. Takes about maybe half an hour to 40 minutes to walk down a trail to go surf.
Wow.
That's why he's got those strong legs. Super powerful. Really can lift waves up. You know, when a wave is kind of gutless, he can go 100 miles an hour. We've seen him do that in small event finals like at the Australian Open of Surfing.
Yep.
Multiple alley-oops. Really spring-loaded. Needs a 4.51 to get the lead off Jordy Smith. What do you like about David Silva, Strider, and his chances in this matchup?
Well, just reflecting on a moment from him in Mexico when he was runner-up to Jack Robinson down there on the backhand. And I mean, some of those turns, I mean, it was just amazing to watch him go so vertical so many times with so much precise power in that corner. Just like I was just reflecting on that moment. And, you know, the only reason he didn't win the contest was maybe a lack of variation. You know, it was really fun to watch. So David Silva's got that weapon on the backhand. And I mean, those two turns we just saw, straight just vertical into fin throw. So, you know, just maybe a little off timing on that second one. And, you know, just he would have rode out of that. I mean, we're starting to put some numbers up. I feel like he's definitely a dangerous opponent on the backhand, especially, you know, and on this little bit of crumble. He just busts the fins out, throws the tail, gets that drift. He's fun to watch.
Really good point, Strider. We were actually just thinking about that final earlier this morning. And it's pretty tough when you're runner-up at the CT level because everyone remembers who wins, right? You know, that was Jack Robinson's event. But when you remember the final, it was really close. I mean, there's the difference of backhand and forehand and their different styles of surfing. David was extremely close to maybe having things go his way. That's still his best result on the championship tour, looking for his first win this year. And a ride like this makes sense for him, calling it the one he's looking forward to the most, knowing how solid he is on a wave like this.
Yeah, and no doubt, obviously his backhand is a strength, and once again, that kind of rubber band-like feeling when he goes off of the bottom, off of the top, that is just so consistent and a constant variable that he controls very well, Joe, but needs to be on the right wave at the right moment. So right here up against a veteran and a much more experienced Jordy Smith, somebody who loves a right-hand point break, Joe, and just calling it out like it is, one of the greatest surfers of all time. When we talk about careers, longevity, somebody who really, especially with the generation that we have on top right now, he's the guy that's always been leading the charge. 18 years, Joe, as you said, he has to be one of those surfers that you look up to and just say, you know what, dude, you were one of the guys that paved the way for everybody else.
Yeah, he wants to go 20 years straight without a break. You know, Kelly's obviously got all-time longevity, but he did take a few years off of full-time competition. Next heat's a big one, especially for Richard Dog Marsh, where he has Leonardo Fioravanti matched up with Ryan Kalinan in heat number 12. There's been so much buildup with this heat on the line for several lay days of staying together. I've been trying to figure out what's happening with Connor O'Leary and Gabby Bryan, you know, just going, hey, what's going on? Is it getting awkward in the house? And they both on their own said, actually, no. They've been hanging, they're having dinners, you know, and, you know, maybe they're trying to act like this is normal, but it's not, Mitch. I mean, hey, you're in the same house. You have so much on the line in this scene. I mean, the last thing you want to do is bring up, you know, kind of the elephant in the room of going, hey, someone's going to lose, and that's going to be tough.
And it better not be me is what you're telling yourself the entire time, too. But no, I mean, obviously great friends on land, in the water, everything changes, though, especially for Ryan. You know, he's needing a result. He's been injured and still not at 100%. He's been surfing amazing, though. Leo's just an alpha, though. Knowing him, he wants to go pedal to the metal at the beginning of that heat right there.
Little chip roll in from David Silva under priority deep on this one, and he'll just step off. He was just trying to see if he could create a moment under priority of Jordy Smith. And now David working his way back out. So hoping for a big result here in El Salvador. When you pick an event to succeed at, you hope that it comes through and not add pressure for yourself in events that you've struggled with in the past. But for David, he's got a lot of backhands ahead of him with the schedule in front of us. Let's now send it back to the water with the Waz.
Out here with Connor. Connor, you are caddying, and well, I'm just realizing the board is upside down. This is Jordy Smith's. What do you got the board upside down for? Mate, you know, I don't want to rub his wax off, you know. There could be a possibility, snaps the board. As a professional caddy like me, you know, we really dive deep into those things. So, yeah, you don't want to take that fresh wax off his board, so we flip it upside down. And to stop it from melting, because he's got black spray on it, so yeah, it'll melt it in a second. Yeah, the water's that warm. Where I sit on my board, there's no wax left, so good call on that one. You're caddying again next heat? Yeah, I'm caddying, going straight in and then caddying for Ryan. Oh, here we go, though. Here's me boy. Fire up through. Whoa, he's looking sparky on this wave. Style really suits this wave, though. Oh, that was sick. And he's cut back. It's looking like Stranger Than Fiction all over again. He's driving. Big blowtail finish. Oh, he's gone to Lawrence McGarity on the finish. And another. Woo! Alright, well, we got another career for Connor. He's coming in. He's going to be the water guy soon. We love it.
Absolutely love that, Strider. What a wave call. I want to hear that again.
Lawrence McGarity didn't call the layback at the end. Something like that.
What an extension of what's often called the Larry layback. We're going with that from now on. Thank you, Connor. But yeah, the big man laying down some moves. Hard not to think of movie parts when you see Jordy crushing sections down the line.
Then no stranger to fiction right here, Joe. I mean, seriously, this is vintage Jordy Smith. Down the line floater into the lip for the second one, and this is the one that Connor liked. Bangs the fins on the outside, and you can see right here, for a guy this big to move that quickly in transition, really difficult, but to regenerate speed is the really highlight of this wave right here, Joe. To be able to get that extra pump once again, make sure that your timing is perfect with this wave right at the end. Good stuff. It should be a decent backup for Jordy. But look, to be able to get that low on a wave, that small the way on the inside with this high of a tide, talking about a 36-year-old gentleman, 37 now actually, for Jordy Smith. 18 years on tour. But a key highlight right there, Joe, Jordy's been on tour the entire time he's been making all these films. So balancing everything, family life back home, that's a real stud right there in the red jersey.
Nice modern collective of turns there on that last wave. Bending water, but bending colors as well for Jordy Smith.
Oh, keep going. You're getting a high five after every one of these references.
He was one of those guys that I think was really inspired by Taj. You know, it's like, what do you guys want to do? And Taj was a competitor. It was like, okay, I'm going to compete for a world title and make the best movie part I can and put enough effort into it like it's a world title run for your movie part. And Jordy did the same thing for so many years. Bending Colors was that signature movie he released. I mean, now we're talking, when was that, 2012? I remember there was a bunch of premieres after the Coldwater Classic when that was on tour. Doing a bunch of premieres, then he'd focus, and everyone would be like, hey, is it too much for Jordy? And he's still finishing top 5, winning events. And he was like, this is my favorite job in the world, doing both. Really made sense for him. Smith out front, leading the charge here in the round of 32 as the sun is only getting hotter. Arcal preparing for Leo, coming up next. Always love checking in with WSL One Ocean all around the world. And how about this in El Salvador? Turning waste into art, industrial barrels into trash receptacles with beautiful artwork all over them. Also doing some great planning here between all these beautiful trees and making the land look incredible. Before we leave and continue on with the tour, Oriente Salvaje Paso Pacifico, all a part of the great cause here at WSL One Ocean. As we go back to a fired up backhand to David Silva. There he likes to hang the fins out, but it's letting him down now, and a couple of times in this heat. These are opportunities that he's letting go by against one of the greatest on tour. Was hoping that he'd then find the rhythm to pull off one of those fin fangs off the top, but incomplete once again, Mitch.
Yeah, it's the same exact result then on the second to last wave. Another 2.33 right here, Joe. Just too soft of a section, and as you said, you want to see him get it going because there ain't many opportunities out there at the moment. And you can see right here, it's just the release is so good. There's just not much pushback from the section when he's actually hitting the lip line, though. You can see right here in comparison to the first one, he goes even beyond vertical and pushes harder than he did on the first section, but just not the same kind of response and pushback that we're seeing from a lot of these beach breaks that he gets to surf at home. Wants to be able to be a bit further in the pocket, Joe, or there is an alternative. Instead of going into the lip, lay it on rail on the face of the wave, and he could potentially get a separating score like that. 9 minutes to go and having Jordy Smith near combination, Joe. 9.17, that is an excellent score and would have to be one of the few nines we've seen out of the event.
David Silva with pocket 2.33s. That's not the top two that you're hoping for, but 8:40 on the clock. A man who's had 8 big QS wins in his career, going back to 2014 with the Hainan Classic victory, and then more recently taking out the event win in Toledo in 2019. Then some big Challenger Series performances, a runner-up in Saquarema last season, effective in putting him back on tour once again. Real popular guy, proud father, just like Jordy. 2 daughters. Oldest is 6, youngest is 3. Whole family really proud of him, representing on the championship tour. Hangs out a lot with Alejo Moniz, Miguel Pupo.
Yeah.
And what I've heard is David just keeps them laughing all the time.
He's a really nice guy, excellent personality, as you said, and comes from the humblest of beginnings. You mentioned him having to walk 30, 40 minutes down the hill just to get to his local break, as we see Leo right there with Dog.
Dog not picking favorites, spending enough time with both Leo and Ryan Kalinan.
Yep. You know, one thing that I think is very particular about Silva, Jadson Andre was the same way, Joe. These guys obviously have a career, they love what they do, but they actually do this to provide for their families. It's not like they're making millions of dollars, they have these big contracts or anything. No, they do this because they're good at it, they know that they can make a career out of it, and they're actually providing for everybody that they love back home. So props to him for continuing to push the way he has. As you see Rhino here, also soon to be a father himself.
What Ryan was saying there, that the rocks are really hot right now.
Yeah, something among those lines, Joe.
He has Leo in the next heat. I was asking Ryan earlier in the Red Bull Athlete Zone, I was like, okay, so are you going to do rock, paper, scissors for priority? Who's going first? You know, because that's been a theme that's happened over the years. When you have two best friends going, okay, let's just kick off this heat and let the surfing do the talking. And Ryan's like, well, I would love to do that, but I don't think Leo does.
No.
And he just dropped. He didn't even bring it up. He's like, nah, you know, I know Leo's big part of his game plan is controlling the start of the heat. That's how he wins a lot, by you know, really asserting that alpha dog energy before a wave's even caught. So Ryan's like, yeah, fair enough. We won't even bring that up because, you know, he knows what the game plan will be for the Italian.
And you usually see the best battles among friends too. Go at it. I mean, especially for Ryan, you have nothing to lose, a lot more to gain. Leo's number 6 in the rankings, and for Dog, it's, I know, a lost situation for him because one of his surfers is going to be out, but he's also going to have somebody in the round of 16 out of this heat, Joe.
Richard Dog Marsh, what a weapon, multiple time finisher in the top 16 in the world, winning major events, part of the youngest Bell's final ever, runner up to Nicky Wood when he was 17. Nicky Wood at 16. It was a very unpopular result for the older guard. But yeah, turning into one of the greatest coaches we've seen, moving to Europe. He's from Cronulla, really starting his coaching program and really talent searching program, originally with Billabong, which started an early relationship with Ryan. He started coaching Leo so early, and there was a couple years where Leo kind of separated from the dog camp, and now he's back involved with Ryan, Connor, Gabby Bryant. 4:25 till we get there. Meanwhile, Jordy's still out in front. As we see David Silva starting to track down the line. Let's see if he can land one of those fin throws or go to the air. Reaching for a solid punt. A big backside rotator, but it couldn't find the landing. This is a really tough heat for Silva, knowing how much he was looking forward to Punta Roca.
Yeah.
And just a series of falls. Really just want to see him find his rhythm before we run out of time.
And as Ramsey said, it's just like he said. You go to these places, you expect the best conditions at every single location that you go to. It's not guaranteed, Joe. You got to perform with what's really in front of you, and that's why I got to give props to Jordy right now. He's got 2 waves. After that, he has sat patiently, awaited his turn, and if he doesn't have to use priority, Joe, he's going to sit there for as long as he needs. 4.67. Silva hasn't even matched that low score at the moment, and with 3.5 on the clock, you can play the waiting game for as long as you want and have your opponent just try to surf on the inside. He's caught 5 waves, Jordy with only 2, but those 2 are more than enough to be in the first place position, Joe.
Jordy Smith, what an icon of the sport. 6 big CT wins out of 15 final appearances on the championship tour. Holding priority and the lead. His low score and high score better than David's too, so he's feeling pretty good about that. Silva now needs a 9.17 to go straight into first, and more of the time ticks off the clock. David's going to lose the opportunity to get 2 new waves quickly here.
Bummer for him. 5 waves. Nothing better than your pair of 2.33s. You had the chances, though, and you just pushed a bit too hard, and, you know, he made the same error twice, too. So it's not like you didn't have the chance to learn from that mistake. You did, and just keep pushing the same kind of pace and variation with that wave, and unfortunately just never had the same kind of pushback. That's where experience obviously plays a big factor, Joe, but also adaptability. And at a wave like this that changes so much depending on the high tide and the low tide, you want to be able to go out there with the game plan, but at the same time knowing that in the moment you might have to change things up.
Jordy Smith's been bringing back the Superman this year. How do you feel about that, man?
I like it. I know Chris is kind of opposed to double grabs, and he doesn't like the straight double grab or the Superman, but personally I think any kind of variety you bring is good to me, Joe.
I like it too. Jordy Smith looking to better at 4.67. The South African stepping into that first section. Classic strike off the coping. Finding a nice space for the second turn. Out in front, there comes a nice open face hook. Drives into a nice clean finishing move. Just classic Jordy Smith. Really surfing those sections up based on his precision and timing. Those could have been tough sections, but Jordy was so sure-footed and surfing with authority, looking great there.
He looks like Freddie Freeman, excuse me, professional at bat right there. You get your pitch, you're not trying to hit it out of the ballpark. Just make contact, Joe. Get on base, get the run in, and as you know, improving on the 4.67, David's nearly comboed. If you get something in the fives, now it's a double-digit requirement, Joe.
52 seconds to go. David Silva potentially on his last wave of the matchup. He's just going to stretch it out. Down to the bottom, first turn, backhand hook. Flows right into the next. Big fin throw over the section. And then a late reverse hit. It's just been a story of falls for David Silva throughout this heat. And another one there, a tough heat for the Brazilian, and he'll have to move on with 3 more events left on the calendar for himself to move ahead of the midseason cut. Jordy Smith, a very convincing win, 6.83 starts, and he will improve with that last wave as he hits the inside rocks here at Punta Roca. And the South African vet moves on into the round of 16. Nice even paced, controlled win from the big man.
Yeah, very intelligent, efficient too, Joe. 3 waves, throwing away a 4.67, which still had him very much in the lead. And once again, board looks amazing. Shout out to Graham. Jordy Smith into the round of 16, Joe.
Coming up next, Leonardo Fioravanti takes on Ryan Kalinan here at Punta Roca. Wrapping turn as Italo winds up a massive rotation. Welcome back to Punta Roca. There's Jordy. throwing shakas.
Waters! I know, my bro. Nerve-wracking, I tell you that. Just sitting and wait.
You got good pace. Nice kick.
Fun little breakdown with Sean Ward for Jordy Smith. And what about this move? Ryan Kalinan creating some space. Could be trying to avoid his good friend Leo Fioravanti, exactly what he's going to do, but Leo's onto him. Likes to control the start of the heat like we predicted. No rock, paper, scissors to start off this heat. It's going to be just classic battling for a position. We'll see if Ryan decides to throw any change-ups on Leo. You always wonder how these are going to go when they have the same coach. They've got little insights into each other's playbook. I mean, they're always sparring together. So there might not be too many surprises.
Well, they've been running a ton of drills the last few days that we've had the lay days too. So don't be surprised if they actually get out of a few of those situations. And personally, I feel like we should just kind of write a submission to people upstairs and be like, hey, when we have a heat where two good friends are surfing against each other, maybe just let it go the first 5 minutes, 10 minutes, and let them battle it out. If it gets a little bit too close and physical, then I understand. But, you know, let them ruffle the feathers a little bit.
Just
let them have fun.
Play it out a little bit here.
Yeah. I mean, we see the same thing in the NBA, right? Like, they're battling under the rim for the offensive board, Joe. Like, let it go a little bit. Unless there's actual physical contact, I feel like we should be good.
These two have been spending a lot of the morning together. They're side by side to support Connor O'Leary in his heat win earlier today. Connor had that 7, looked great. He's caddying at the moment for Ryan Kalinan out in the water. But both Connor and Gabby just saying they've been just hanging together like nothing's happening. Nothing's on the horizon. So finally we're getting to see this matchup play out. For Leo Fioravanti, you know, he's had the strongest start out of these two this season.
Yeah.
Very close to kicking off the season, world #1. One of the best comebacks from a severe combo we've seen, especially a pipeline from the reigning champ, Baron Mamiya. Leo turned that thing around and needed a 9.11, got a 9.10.
Heartbreaker.
To lose in a tie break. But the majority of the panel gave Leo the score. 3 judges say yes, 2 had the 8.8. One of them counted and brought it down to a tie break, not in his favor. Waiting for waves, let's catch up with Jorts with Rosie.
Yeah, Jordy, a very efficient one. 3 waves, always building on your numbers. Give me a breakdown of your heat.
Yeah, I started decent. I got that 6 off the bat. We've obviously seen all day it's been really slow. And that was kind of my game plan, was just to sit and wait for those bigger waves. I wasn't going to try and compete for those insiders. Unfortunately, it worked out on my exchange in the beginning. He got the bigger wave, but it just stretched out due to that kind of south wind. And then I just started, like you said, building on some scores. And at a certain point, then he needed like a 9, so it was just about kind of taking waves off him.
And as the most experienced surfer in the field, it definitely feels like you have that paced, you know, taking that paced approach in this event. Do you feel like you're conserving that energy come finals day?
It's a lovely way to say that I'm the oldest, most experienced. But yeah, I don't know, you just kind of learn from every little situation. Obviously, every year there's a new rookie class, so there's, you know, different strengths that they bring to the table. You've got to kind of adapt as the years go on, and I guess that's what keeps it fun.
Well, Jordy, you'll always be a year younger than me. Thanks for the time.
Those two have known each other for a very long time. Rosie Hodge, one of the best out of South Africa, being in the top 10 for several years. So they're always growing up in those junior series. They got to see each other grow and turn into world-class surfers. Jordy Smith, still on tour. Thinking about that rookie year, 2008. That was a 8th world title for Kelly. Back to this one. First wave controlled by Leo Fioravanti and blitzes that first section. Woo. Coming around the corner, super clean rail work. Driving into a big section with power and authority. Fioravanti wraps it again. The Italian with a fade. Nice draw into the pocket with that open face cut back. Leans back to change up the variety, and a shutdown section for Leonardo. So comfortable, so confident demanding the inside, and he takes an early advantage against his good friend Ryan Kalinan.
So his thing, Joe, is confidence, and he just presents it in a way in a surfing that is absurd. He has competed on a different level this year, and as you said, lost a tiebreaker at Pipe. He wants to win his first event ever right here. How's that opening blitz, as you said, goes into the wrap for the second one, and then once again just goes to town. He is surfing in the pocket the entire time, Joe. That is so difficult when this wave stretches out. Identifies the high tide right now, though, and just doing some amazing work on the forehand. When we talk about just surfing on rail with a lot of poise and precision, he has really done that on this wave. Once again, the clean finish right here on the inside. Damage had been done way on the outside, though. Fought for positioning, made sure to guarantee his spot on the inside of this wave. And once again, this combination was just destructive, Joe. We are talking about world-class surfing at a world-class wave by one of the best European surfers to ever do it.
That was so impressive. Every turn was just perfect, precise, and with a lot of power and progression.
And look at where he's surfing. I mean, you saw his bottom turn start behind the whitewater. He's coming around the section and always surfing next to the coping of the wave. In the pocket the entire time. The most critical sections on display right here by the Italian surfer. Dropped an excellent score in his opening round heat, Joe. Might get another one right here, but when we talk about creativity and just difference in maneuvers on the outside and real short spaces, he had 3 of them, Joe. He is looking great so far.
Leo Fioravanti kicks off this heat with the opening wave, just like he figured he would, with a repetitive game plan of establishing dominance on the opening exchange. The thing is about owning that start, you want to own it with a big score, and he's doing that. Surfers don't always convert.
Great point.
With that big number that you keep throughout the heat, but Leo, you know, is a professional at this. 7.67, big start. Couple judges saw excellence in it, and so did I.
Yeah, no, I'm right there with you, Joe, and we just talked about somebody who is not only a great competitor, he obviously knows how to play the game too and knows the rules. This is one guy that studies surfing inside and out. I also want to say one separator from Leo, he makes waves count, as you're mentioning. What's the whole point of getting the inside and getting the first wave of the heat if you're not converting on anything, Joe? As you see the answer here from Rhino.
Kalinan, big first turn with the fins out. Deep off the bottom, crushes that second opportunity. He's got his flow down.
Let's go.
Big hammer off the top again for the Australian. Foam climb right into another big snap vertically over the top of the roof again, and Ryan is fired up with a big answer back to Leo Fioravanti.
What a great exchange. I'm a huge fan of this wave too, Joe. Obviously different pacing, goofy versus regular. He has to surf the wave at a much different speed, but in the pocket the entire time too. There were 2 bottom turns on that wave right there that were just spectacular, and one of the great surfers coming out of Newcastle as well. I'm excited to see the replay, and should be a good score to answer back to the 7.67. So you see, Joe, below tail start things off. How's that deep bottom turn? Always staying in the pocket. Once again, as crisp as you could get on the back end, especially with how high of a tide. The back end of this wave, not bad. Sections weren't as critical though, and it's so hard to make it look difficult on the backhand when you're as smooth as Ryan. There was a lot of great surfing done on that wave though, Joe, and the bottom turn is a key piece to success out here going on the backhand. Look at how long that arc was coming off of the bottom. It is so impressive when you do it 2 times in a row. Even touched the rail for the second one, Joe.
That was classy. How deep he's going off the bottom. I love that filler move. That was a filler move of substance with that vertical climb.
And another thing to point out too is that there's really no hiccups in between maneuvers, Joe.
Uh-oh, big fin throw on that carve. Holds the rail and the one to follow. Section's giving him a little downtime, but he will float over the next section. Winds up again, and an absolute perfect carve. Foam climb over the top. Puts himself in position for a full wrap. Lays down the cutty again. These two have had a ton of time, a ton of dinners together, hanging out in the pool at their house, and now it's just been fireworks. Fioravanti will throw down another finish. No falls, no mistakes from Leo, who's taking control of this heat.
he's surfing at a different level and a different pace right now, Joe. There are certain people that would have tried to oversurf the second half of this wave right here, and he just went to town, but in a very smart and intelligent manner. The outside, though, just lethal. How's that layback? Fully pushes and engages the rails right there. Combos it up with the wrap, a lot of speed. And look at the adjustment right here. Has to go for the floater. Make sure to get the right angle coming out of it too. Not trying to oversurf it. And this is where you have to readjust your pacing once again. Slow things down. Make sure you're just surfing on rail the entire time, not trying to push too hard either. And it's just so intelligent from a guy that's been there and done that for a good number of years too. Once again, takes his time. And this is just like the icing on the cake, Joe. Nothing incredible, just good though. And a lot of times at the CT level, good is enough. So you want to be able to close out a heat in that way. Outside though, we're talking about a complicated first couple of maneuvers, Joe. How's the amount of spray and torque that we saw out of those first few on the outside? He is just surfing at his own level, number 6 in the rankings for a reason at the moment. The Italian, Joe, and maneuver selection has been on point so far in this heat.
All those squats are paying off. He's absolutely in love with his training program. Every time he's throwing down the rail, he's just flexing. I don't think his legs ever burn, even on a wave that is so demanding like this.
So crazy too, because obviously spends a lot of time in the gym, but the only real way to get adjusted and really physically prepared for surfing is by surfing, Joe. How many waves do you need to catch in a free surf for your legs to be accustomed to going that long of a distance? We talked about him being an alpha, not only in a heat, he's obviously the same way in a free surf too.
And it's about 1:30 in the afternoon, almost pretty much the hottest part of the day. You can heat up very quickly, especially if you're pushing as hard as Leonardo. Well, his first wave was insane, a 7.67, and Leo Fioravanti will increase his stats in the excellent range already, turning in an 8.3 on his second wave in the matchup with Ryan Kalinan. A substantial lead. Ryan's already got to throw away his 5.67 start, even though he had some brilliant moments on that opener. He's got a combination to deal with.
Yeah, and I think this guy in red just knows what's on the line. It's his chance to maybe make a push for the World Championship this year. He's really good in Fiji. Has always been excellent at lowers, but knowing how close he's gotten for a few years now in a row, Joe, doesn't want to make that same mistake over and over again. And really, if we adjust it, he's got 16 points. 16 points on his first 2 waves, Joe. 20 minutes still left on the clock. You see the spread right there. A couple 8.5s, which is obviously agreeable with. A couple 8.2s and 1 7.8. His decision-making in heats, his decision-making on waves with maneuver selection, it's really world-class. And we're seeing a guy who's matured on the championship tour throughout the years right here, Joe.
What a life that Leo's led, coming from Rome, Italy. And to be the first ever to represent that region on the tour, you're going to get a lot of hype, a lot of press, and he's handled it so well. You know, following Stephen Bell around the world, his stepdad got to hang with legends like Kelly Slater and just see how the CT element worked. But really just moved around the world. He even went to Dwyer Middle School for a little bit in Huntington Beach with Kanoa.
Wow, I didn't know that.
And then he was in the southwest of France. He's got a spot in Portugal. His fiance from the North Shore of Oahu. So it's pretty easy for him to feel at home no matter where he is. But the world title intensity that you're bringing up, you know, for Leo, like you said at the start of the piece, you know, he's ready to win that first event, which has to happen to be a world champion. And last year I saw his intensity, how hard he was training in the off season, and I'm going, yeah. After watching his free surfs, I'm going Final 5 for sure. It didn't happen last year, but remember, it was extra busy with the Olympic Games. And for Leo, it just, he even opened up on social media going, he's having tough heats. He's not feeling like himself. That was last year. To recover from that feeling can take some time, but Leo did everything he could to have a start like he's having now. And that's just a statement to him handling adversity in different ways throughout his career. And this might be that official year where we're really celebrating that first championship tour win. If he can get that, there's a good chance he would be in the Lexus WSL Finals at a place called Cloudbreak. You kidding me? Wow. Be pretty exciting to see Leo an event like that.
The finals at Fiji are going to be hectic. If you thought that Trestles had some crazy shakeups, some people coming from way below like Steph did, that's going to happen at Cloudbreak 100%, because it's the one place that it's you and the ocean. It's out in the middle of nowhere, a lot of water moving, but every now and then there's some of the best waves in this world. And if that day things are happening for you, you can be unbeatable, you can be untouchable. And also you can be winning any heat and just things can change in the very last minute. So it's going to be exciting, it's going to be incredible, but there's going to be some broken hearts, that's for sure.
Wow, breaking down the format that we have for the World Title Showdown. That happened a few years back when it was at Lower Trestles for 4 years. Now the 5th year in the format at Cloudbreak. Leo watching it all unfold, and I think, you know, feeling maybe a little left out when you talk about his peers from Kanoa experience it, Jack having 3 straight appearances there. But this feels like a different type of year, and when you look at the CT by the numbers, the only man with more excellent scores than Leo is world number 1.
Yeah, and the other 3 behind him are top dogs. You know, Jack Robinson, who's won multiple events, Baron Mamiya, who defeated him in the final, and John Florence. By the way, once again, he's not human. He has 4 excellent scores, and he's only served 1 event this season. But for Leo, his maturity, his mentality, and his ability to grow as both the surfer and as a person is a testament to him bouncing back after that tie in the final over there at Pipe. For many people, they would have been emotionally defeated, Joe, especially the way he did it. As you said, he was comboed in a bad way in the first, 6 to 7 minutes, you would have to say. After that, there's an argument that he won the final, and for him to be at this point right now, number 6 in the world, come up against a great friend and training partner in Ryan, and already compete the way he's doing in the first 20 minutes of this heat is a true testament of who he is.
Very true. Leo Fioravanti out in front. Ryan needed to break down a 15.97 combined total to get in this heat, but like we saw from Leo at Pipe, 15 minutes is a long time for CT talent on tour to do something absolutely remarkable. Ryan also looking for his first win of his career. 2 major CT final appearances. France as a wild card, Bells Beach as a full-time competitor, runner-up to Ethan Ewing. .567 start, so he's got to shake that one off. Basically start from scratch, focus on the ocean, you've got priority, and simplify it again, knowing that it's just 2 waves to get back in this one.
And congrats to both him and his wife Nina. They're expecting pretty soon, and one of the nicest guys on tour. I'd have to say one of the most complete surfers to ever make it to the World Championship Tour. He kind of had to balance also being a free surfer, filming for a lot of parts early on in his career. Still the section in Blow Up, which was a kind of older Billabong movie, to me one of the best ever. And when it comes to goofy footers that have just been good in every kind of condition, I think Rhino's one of those guys that always pops up in my mind as just being, hey, you barrels, you airs, you had a point break, yeah, you check all the boxes, Joe.
He certainly does. A lot of the clips you've seen online of Ryan, filmed by his buddy, Jack Grom. Spent some time with the Prince over there in Merriweather Beach, and also loves watching pro surfing. Baron Mamiya having a stellar season. His Schaefer Britt watching on as he takes on Alejo coming up next.
Surf 7 El Salvador Pro es presentado por Yeti, hecho para la naturaleza, por Corona Cero, hecho con ingredientes 100% naturales, y también por parte de Surf City El Salvador, hogar del mejor surf.
Wonderful billboards to listen to. Mi amigo, mi carnal,
Simón.
Micho Salazar,
Gracias,
our
carnal.
Spanish teacher as well, which is very helpful when you travel around the world. I always respect people that are multilingual. And you see it happen on tour. Leo Fioravanti at the top of the list, the guy who can be very comfortable in most countries. Usually if, you know, someone can't speak Italian, he's like, well, what about French? If they can't speak French, they're, well, what about Portuguese? Well, English will work too. It's like, wow, what an advantage to have when you have a job like this of being a pro surfer.
Yeah, definitely an experience that I'm never going to forget, Joe. You know, every day I wake up super grateful to work with people like yourself, with Chris, with Rosie, and you know, this is just an incredible job that's giving me an opportunity to not only hang out with an amazing crew like yourselves, but most importantly, get able to travel and exchange cultures worldwide. I mean, we are so fortunate to do what we do, and of course, get to experience a lot of great places like El Salvador. Our 4th year coming here now, Joe.
Gracias, carnal. It's an absolute pleasure to be sitting with someone like you, great surfing mind, but I just get so psyched on when people love surfing this much. You know, it never ends. You still feel like you're a Grom for life. It's that inner stoke for riding waves and seeing surfing at this level. You know, and it just gets better and better with this journey of this lifetime relationship you have with the sport.
And what kind of improvements we've made as a sport overall. Brian Perez would not be in the position he's in without this event right here, Joe. Of course, worldwide, Bells Beach has made a huge impact on the sport overall, but I always want to say a big gratitude to the people that put on these events, our entire production crew, the local staff, and of course, all the people behind the scenes working to get these sponsors to really produce these events. Joe, Surf City, 4 years in a row now where they've had not only the World Championship Tour, I know they're working to get a QS here at La Bocana, the place we've been surfing every day, but a lot of world-class venues. And of course, we crowned world longboard champions here for the first time last year as well.
That's right. A lot of people in the crew are here for the love of surfing, you know, purely. Our director, Darren Goff, putting on a show on these lay days.
Yeah.
Got a crazy frontside hack. And then right back to business, no breaks, watching the screen till their eyes bleed. And they love it. Waking up at 4 every morning to do it again. Paddling for this one out the back is Ryan Kalinan, looking to break the combo on this wave. Nice pace, overhead section. Calms things down, backhand float. Throwing down a big vertical hack. Had a slide on a tough section. Throws it in the pocket again. Throwing the tail and doesn't reverse, but hits a speed bump in the transition. And Leo Fioravanti goes down for the first time in the heat. Ryan waited a long time.
Slow motion.
Two great surfing minds breaking it down. Snake anticipating fireworks in this heat. Had to get a front row seat next to Richard Dog Marsh. Leo spending some time in Snake's camp over the years and then jumping back with the dog. What happened on Ryan's wave?
Well, this was an insane wave on the outside, Joe. More of a projecting floater down the line. This second one was crazy, though. Look at the way he does basically a board slide on the lip line right there. It's the first wave of the set. He had to commit to something knowing he's in a combo, and then he pulls this thing off right here. And we are talking about a major number. Unfortunately, too many ribs coming from the side offshore wind we have, side onshore, excuse me, wind that we have at the moment. First below tail on the outside was ridiculous. Then I'm thinking to myself right here, okay, wait for this thing to clean up a little bit on the inside, especially with that high tide, and pushes right here, Joe. He was able to ride out of this. We're talking about a major number. You saw those ribs coming up the face of the wave, and unfortunately, it's a fall for Rye. So Ewing gonna break the combo, and as you said, first fall for Leo right here, trying to get the judges' attention, pushing really hard right there, and kind of a dangerous fall with that board coming up underneath you too. Got to watch out for the fins on those ones.
So true, and I just noticed such a big difference with the smoothness of the face compared to Ryan's wave to Leo's wave. And for Ryan, pulling off what he did was just based on his talent.
Yeah.
The pocket wasn't really cuppy or bowly where he was hitting his sections. It was really fat, a lot of steps on it. That was a really difficult wave to ride. And Ryan, to use priorities, like, okay, I picked a set, but the canvas was so turbulent.
Non-existent, really. And as you're mentioning, that's a wave that probably only a goofy footer could have surfed that wave, Joe. And for Leo, just trying to get the judges' attention. But at that point, were you willing to wait a little bit longer, potentially not getting a wave if there wasn't a second of the set? So you've already committed to the paddle, might as well go for it. And right now it's 6:30 to go. It's going to be very difficult for Rye to get back into this thing. Basically needs a couple of 8s to make it out of this heat, Joe. And, you know, still basically with a broken bone in his foot, it hasn't been easy for him to come back that way.
Looking at the top heats of the event, Leo Fioravanti just passed Felipe Toledo for the best heat of the contest, 15.97. He got those in back-to-back scores. Toledo coming up at the end of this round against Al Cleland Jr. Griffin Colapinto upset by Matthew McGillivray earlier in this round. Italo got past Brian Perez in the rematch a few heats ago. And we have Baron Mamiya coming up next against Alejo Moniz. 16 heats in the round of 32. There was a potential thought of overlapping today if it was consistent, but with this tempo that we've had today, this was a really smart call to keep it as normal heats. Women's quarterfinals called off for the day as they were on standby this morning. And now coming down to 5:15 in the clock, Ryan without priority and still comboed.
Yeah, this is going to be a tough one for him to make it out of. And Leo's on him like glue at the moment, 5 minutes to go. And, you know, once again, Rye isn't 100%, missed out in Portugal because of that injury, but still has 3 events. All 3 of them are at home, too, which is really good for him. And 3 venues that he's done very well at in the past, Joe. Of course, Bells Beach, runner-up there to Ethan Ewing a few years ago. We all know what he can do in Margaret River when it's big. He scored close to a 10-point ride over there. And I think the big catalyst is now the move over to Burley Heads. How does that benefit or maybe affect a lot of those goofy-footed chances at a right-hand point break that not many people have competed at, Joe, before? And, you know, I'm interested to see the way Rhino is able to compete in these last 3 events, knowing that all 3 of them have to be keeper results.
Last time I saw Ryan with a jersey on at Burley Heads, well, man, it was a long time ago. World Junior Championships had a moment there. That was the year Kaiwa Belly had a surf-off for the world title with Garrett Parks. Kaiwa had thought he lost his world title. They woke him up there. He was taking a nap at the hotel. They were like, hey, Kaiwa, wake up, man. You've got to surf off against Garrett Parks for a World Junior title. That was at Burley Heads a while back. Ryan was there. As the Aussie will scratch into this one. Smaller wave, but might have a better open face. He punches out that first section, working hard to get down the line. Setting up the backside little ollie. You know he wanted to do something big, just not finding it there.
Yeah.
One of the best aerialists in the game. And I suppose, you know, in the naming conventions of aerials, you know, that have gone on over the years, Ryan probably could have named his cartwheel when he was nailing that back in the day. As we go to a heat check, wow, the best heat total we've seen of the event.
Yeah, he's just been on fire, close to 16 points, basically right there, and extremely efficient, Joe. Only 3 waves ridden, the only fall on the 0.93, his 3rd wave, and, you know, the 7.67, the 8.3, been in control really of the lineup so far, and positioning was key to his success early on in this heat. We just talk about pacing. And somebody who's understood how to ride this wave and not try to overdo anything. Leo's been that guy so far, at least in this heat. And Ryan had a moment to answer back the 5.67. It was right after Leo's opener, the 7.67, and some good surfing. But in the context of the heat, it hasn't been cutting it, Joe. And we look at him, hasn't been 100%, still surfing great, just wanted to be on the better waves. And this guy, master class on the outside, the best score of the heat so far, 8.3. Wave selection, maneuver selection, everything has just been clicking for the Italian so far, Joe.
She's a hard worker, isn't he? Every turn looks big. purposeful, getting down the line with big variety, down carved slice, off the lips with some fin throws. Leo is at 100% of his game and energy. Owning the start, built to an 8.3, second most excellent numbers this year on tour, just under Italo Ferreira. What a season it's been already just here at stop number 4. Both these guys have peaked at an equal 9th in the past here in El Salvador. But Leo up again. Liftoff off the projection float there, and he'll get stuck. So a couple of falls after those big numbers to kick off the heat. Ryan with priority, minute 30 to go, is unable to turn the heat with one wave, but he's going to let it all out here. Backside snaps, throwing it in the pocket. Taps that one just a little bit behind. Backside float. Now finding a nice fun section to blitz that radical vertical reverse, and he'll smash the end section. Those were the type of turns he wanted to release, and the crowd will appreciate that final wave from Ryan Kalinan. And well, with 55 seconds to go, he's still got his head focused in this matchup.
Is that the cartwheel you were thinking of, but more of an air? Just like the blow tail reverse like you did right there?
But yeah, just that whole thing is actually in the air. It's one of the craziest things that I've seen above the lip. And Leo gets stuck again. So he's had a few falls after he got his 15.97 total.
Yeah, I think he probably understands that he's pretty much in control of this right here. A nice answer, though, by Ryan, and especially when you consider how difficult those blowtails are, moving down the line with the pace of the wave. Great stuff right there by Ryan. He's going to have to settle with the 17th right here, and once again, oozing confidence. But I would have to say the most important thing out of Leo Fioravanti, his belief in himself, Joe. And he is just surfing like somebody who believes like he is a world champion, and he is looking for his first appearance at the finals later on this year in Fiji.
Great sportsmanship from the two friends. They are going to have a handshake and a hug. It's a huge performance from Leo Fioravanti, and the great thing for Ryan, he didn't leave this heat comboed. He got a 6.33, was left chasing a 9.64. Leo Fioravanti will pass Rio Waida on the live rankings, now up to world number 5 as he heads in to the round of 16. Baron Mamiya taking on Alejo Moniz. We'll bring in Chris Cote and Jesse Mendez for the call.
Take a quick look at the winners of our first 3 events of the season. Baron Mamiya won at Pipeline. That was a radical event. Italo went hard in Abu Dhabi, got the dub. Stood tall on the Red Bull jet ski for his victory lap. In Portugal, it was grindy, it was cold, stormy, but it was Dora who came through victorious in the end. 3 events, 3 different winners, 3 worthy event champs right there. So who will it be here in El Salvador at the Surf City El Salvador Pro? Will it be Baron Mamiya? Will it be Alejo Moniz? Well, I'm Chris Cote, and this is Jesse Mendez. We got a fun matchup here. We basically have the top tier, number 2 surfer in the world going up against Alejo, who's 29th right now, with a lot of room to move on both directions for both of these surfers. This one's interesting because you've got Baron, right, who obviously is one of the best to ever do it at Pipeline. You know, up and down in waves like this. He's got a crazy good air game, so maybe we'll see him unleash that. Alejo, on the other hand, he's grinded it out in waves like this for years and years on the qualifying series, the Challenger series. He's been off and on the championship tour, you know, big finishes in ISA events. He's kind of your prototypical grinder in waves like this. So the tail of the tape, your scouting report, who do you think has the edge out here today?
I mean, this is a pretty even match. I feel like, I think both surfers, whoever kind of finds the best waves and put themselves, I feel like in that second wave of the set with a little bit cleaner face is going to be able to open up better. Obviously, Baron has the edge and the progressiveness, but I feel like I don't see enough from him. Like, he's so good in the air, but he still hasn't put that many performances that proves that he's that good. Obviously, for the surfers that grow up watching him or surf with him, we all know how good he is in Hawaii doing airs, but still haven't figured out on a jersey. He obviously, we've seen it before, but not as much as how good he's capable of being. So if he can put the air, it's going to be a nail in the coffin type of deal. But if they keep both rail to rail, I think it's just going to be wave selection.
Yeah, Baron has had a couple video parts. I think the last one he released maybe 2 years ago, he had a bunch of waves in Indonesia, and he was going off. That showed us all. He is way more than, you know, a pipe specialist. Super well-rounded. His best result here, 5th place. So he's had success in the past in El Salvador.
And also one big props that I got to give to Baron, like this past year, or since the beginning of the season. He was always a very heavy-footed, big kid surfer, but I felt like he didn't still have found how to leverage and use his body to full potential. And lately, he's been doing that. He's been laying more on rail, extending his turns more, being more on edge, and it's been very fun to watch. And I think he developed a lot on that part of his surfing.
You see the wind has completely switched direction. Still pretty gentle, but a lot of ribs and bumps moving through the lineup right now. So it comes to the timing conversation again. A different type of timing than we saw this morning, was that razor sharp line all the way from the outside to the inside. Now you're gonna have to pick the little bumps and wedges to turn off of, and it can actually make, you know, a wave that's not super steep better, because you can have something just to like whip off of. So timing and of course placement of your movers is going to be critical. You see Leo, Ryan Kalinan. Big victory there for Leonardo Fioravanti. Would not be surprised to see him in the final 5 at the end of this year as well. I mean, I know I'm saying that about a lot of people, but Leo's definitely...
You can only pick 5. You can only pick 5. No, but there is a big battle. There's obviously a few guys that have been growing throughout the season, and yeah, it's always going to be that question like that. I feel like the last 2 spots, we have the 3 spots that usually it's those normal guys, and the last 2, it's kind of like anyone's game.
So both surfers having a quick look at this wave. 28:50 to go. 35-minute heats. I'm not going to say that word that starts with R and ends with E start. I'm just going to wait. I'm going to wait and see if something happens. 28:40 to go. No waves ridden yet. Let's link up with Rosie Hodge. She's on the glass now with Leonardo Fioravanti.
Wow, what a performance. The highest heat total of the event so far. Leo, talk to us about that one. I know it was a tricky one coming up against Arkel.
For sure, Ryan is such an amazing human, and we both are working with Richard Dogmar, staying together for the whole week, and obviously, you know, he's had his injury, so he's coming back, he's in form, but, you know, it sucks going up against a friend and somebody that you admire so much early in the event, but we always know it could happen, and we just, you know, surfed our heat and made the best man win, and I'm sure he's going to bounce back in Australia really strong.
And with that win and into the round of 16, you've gone up in the live rankings. You've passed Rio Waida into the top 5 picture. How does that sit with you?
I mean, that sounds great, but it's such a long year. I'm not even really thinking about that, honestly. Everybody in front or behind me surfing so well. I mean, the level is so high that I want to be in the top 5, but at the end of the year, not after El Salvador, you know. This is a good step towards the right direction, that's for sure.
Going to change anything going into the round of 16?
Everything's great. I mean, we have such an amazing team staying at the house together, working with Doug Marsh, we got Gabby, and my team is amazing as well. I got my fiance back home, Sophie's always supporting me. I miss her a lot. I got one of the best filmers in the business, Tommy, aka Waves Anter, one of the best coaches. So I'm really happy where I'm at and excited for the next, excited for tomorrow. I think tomorrow is going to be pumping.
We hope so, Leia. Thank you for the time.
Congrats on many levels, Leonardo Fioravanti.
Just imagine those surfers. He mentioned something that it's very true about it. Like all those surfers that are on the heats, they're thinking about how good it's going to be tomorrow, and that they do not want to be left out one day before. You know, they waited that long, so just a little added pressure that if you're not making a heat, you're going to be losing quite some good waves.
I think this is the doom round. This is the one that really stings.
Yeah.
You know, you lose first round, it's not an elimination. You get another chance. You lose in that elimination round. Yeah, it hurts, but you know, you have time to regroup and get set for the next event. If you lose in this round, you were so close, not only to, you know, getting more points, getting a better finish, but surfing better waves. And it's just kind of telegraphing to hopefully the pinnacle of action at the end of the week. It's Thursday. It's 1:56 p.m. here in El Salvador. Tide is now officially dropping. See what that does to the consistency out there so far. 25 minutes, 54 seconds to go. Nothing really happening in the lineup. Here's your tidal situation.
So we're just past the high right now, and that could be sometimes a problem, mostly when we're going, you know, on the switch. Like obviously you have the whole ocean kind of going backwards, so that could slow things down just a bit, and that's might be what we're just seeing right now.
We'll see what happens. 25:20 to go. Alejo Moniz was off tour for 8 years, and he took the hard climb, but made his way back onto the championship tour. Let's hear from him.
8 years sounds really long, you know, but it wasn't hard to keep trying. I love the sport, I love surfing, I love to be training, I love to wake up early, I love competing, so it wasn't hard to do that. I was thinking about stopping, you know, quitting and just be with my son. I was seeing my son growing and I wasn't there for him. But at the same time, he was the reason for me to keep going. And I finally got it in Portugal. So the feeling I had was not just a dream come true, but something that I proved to myself and to other kids and to, especially to my son, that if you work hard and you believe in yourself and you have faith, time is just time, you know, you can make it. So I'm here, 34 years old, and I made it.
I love that story. I mean, yeah, it is kind of the, you know, you got to give up time with your family, time with your kids, but you're also showing your kids a lot in the way of determination, you know, trying to fight for your dreams. So I'm sure Alejo Muniz's son will appreciate, you know, the sacrifices that Alejo has made, and he is now enjoying his time doing the best job in the world. Maybe a little bit stressful right now in his office because there's 23 minutes, 40 seconds left. Both surfers have been a little out of position and just haven't had a lot of sets come through in this heat so far. But now they're paddling in, and with the tide dropping, it's going to be that much harder to kind of select the waves that are going to give you that canvas to work with.
And also with that little onshore, it really makes it tricky for it to identify which wave is running too fast down the line or it's just going to hold enough and bearing up and riding.
All right, we're on. We're going to see Air Baron. He's carved there to start. Board looks cool. Lively, frisky. Board under his feet as he gets to this inside section. Starter kit, you know, nothing crazy. Will be a decent number, mid-sized score. But at least the heat is on now officially.
Yeah, I was starting to get worried a little bit. Maybe we might have had a restart or something. But just, yeah, poor wave selection right there for Baron with the conditions that we have to offer. Obviously, the first wave of that set was pretty decent. They probably thought it was a bit shouldery for frontside. They kind of want that running down the line. And then the second one, they were too deep. This one's the third one, so it moves in much further in. And what that does, all the tracking from the previous wave creates that whitewash. That's what we're seeing right now, and just makes the wave kind of hard to push through it, and loses a bit of intensity. It loses power, it loses curve. But the board looks good, floating, going through the flat parts pretty well. And it's a warm-up, you know? He's gonna get something going. Maybe didn't want to sit there for too long and pull the trigger. Sometimes that's part of the strategy. But first, beautiful, opened up. See that eye all the way back around, even up and towards where Alejo's sitting. What that does, it just finishes the turn very nicely. It's a little snap right there, and that's where the wave gets very flat. But because it was the third wave of the set, there's a lot of water up the point already. So it lacks energy, it lacks copiness to it. Finish it off strong as much as he could. He did it as much as he could on that wave.
Yeah, the opening turn was solid. 4-point ride. Baron Mamiya looking like he's on the Magic Channel Islands board right now. It's fitting well in the pocket, and it's kind of cutting through the chunks and the bumps that are on the face of these waves. Just watch, again, watch for the subtleties. Watch for these surfers to kind of turn off of unique parts of the wave, because it's not a defined lip. And El Salvador, at many of these spots, when the wind kind of comes through like this, it's not as easy as you think it is to, you know, bottom turn and hit the lip, because the lip a lot of times has a lot of different kind of parts to it.
Steps to it, right?
Yeah,
Like
there's steps out here. You got to turn off the right step. I know it sounds weird, but that's why these guys are in the elite. They know exactly where to do it.
And that's why a lot of the times you're going to see those guys trying to see if there's a second wave of the set, because the first one would come in and clear the path for the second one. The lip's still going to be a little bit wobbly, but at least the face of the wave is going to be cleaner, so they can engage the rail a little better.
See Britt Merrick checking in, listening to Jesse Mendez break it down. Britt's beard is looking warm. This is the hottest part of the day here in El Salvador. So you're trying not to melt.
And we also have Ian getting ready for heat 15, if I'm not mistaken, against a good friend, one of his best friends, Miguel Pupo, and he's talking to Leandro Dora, which his coach. Everyone's pretty tight right there.
Well, of course, it's hard. Rarely do you see Britt Merrick and Violas that separated in the athlete zone. They kind of hover around each other, friendly rivals. The Vizsla Shaper rankings in full effect right now. Britt Merrick is hoping that Baron Mamiya can add some much-needed points. I mean, obviously that's not the first thing on his mind. These guys are they're fully engaged in what the team riders want in their boards. The Vizsla Shaper rankings is a fun added bonus.
It's just a reflection of them, the athletes having good boards under their foot.
Yeah, it's a measure. It's an exact measure of their success.
Yes.
Right? It's numbers. You can watch surfers on video all day long and go, ooh, that board looks great, that one doesn't look great. But when there's numbers attached to it, then it gets serious. 18:37 to go. Baron Mamiya making his way into the lineup in second priority right now. Alejo Moniz yet to strike. And he paddles in, so Baron's on the outside in the red. He's got to give way to Alejo, who has priority. Alejo has this really cool, unique style, long wingspan, really puts every part of his body into the turns and into him generating speed down the line. That's a nice looking snap. Frees the fins, hammers it again, gets onto the open face, setting things up. Strong finish there. Just your textbook layback snap on the closeout section end. Bleachers a little less crowded, but still enthusiastic. They're watching now Baron Mamiya You said it, Jesse. Second wave, cleaner on the face. This one slows down a little bit, and slows down enough for her. He's out.
Yeah, good call for him to just get back with priority. Obviously, you have to make those decisions. He's probably eyeing it down, Alejo down the point. Cuts off short to make sure he's get back, but Alejo did some damage on that wave. What a way for Alejo to start, finish it off very strong. Like you mentioned, just uses every inch of his body to his advantage. And here's that second wave of the set, much cleaner in the bottom. Beautiful opening turn there for Barron, but just the wave very shouldery, unfortunately for him. Sometimes they get a low road and they pop back up. That's why he's kind of doing a cutback to make sure he's not kicking out before. That wave didn't help him out. Alejo pulled the trigger in the perfect wave of the set. You can see it's a little bit more bumpy at the beginning, but as he's going down the line, it starts to clean up. A lot of energy on the lip. Once again, gets a good release. Kind of a frontside board slide there for him.
I like that turn. That was cool looking.
Yeah, and then just cuts it short right there just to get up in time for that layback snap. Very dynamic surfer, aggressive. He's never going to go soft on a section. Like, he's going to put every inch of his power to it. Good way to start. It's going to apply some good pressure to Barron. Now sitting with priority. Still got so much in it, in front of us. 16 minutes.
So Barron Maria in the lead right now. We're still waiting for his third wave to be scored. We're waiting for Alejo's first wave. Alejo and his brother Santiago, similar styles, you know, really expressive with their hand movements and what they're doing with their arms down the line. Both of them really nice people, but tenacious competitors. I mean, there's a reason why he was able to battle his way back up onto the championship tour after 8 years of trying. His dedication there. Coming up next, like this, California matchup, Jake Marshall going up against Cole Hausman. Oh, this is classic. San Clemente versus Encinitas. That's a rivalry that's been developing for years and years, and it's still happening every time there's a board riders event. It's always Encinitas versus San Clemente.
That's awesome.
It'll be a microcosm of the overall board riding picture in Southern California.
Sure, there's plenty of board rider surfers watching from both ends.
Oh, yeah. 15 minutes left here. Barron Mamiya in the lead, but it's a precarious position because he's now sitting on a 3.5 and a 4, but Alejo has the highest single wave score, the 5.5, and they go back out to the takeoff zone where they will wait, and I'm sure Alejo's going to be basically a backpack on Barron Mamiya. He's going to go paddle right behind him, just loud enough to where Barron can hear him and know exactly where he is. No banter. And as expected, here's the positioning that we see. 14 minutes to go. We're going to take a quick break. You've been watching the Surf City El Salvador Pro. Who's going to be Barron, Alejo? Stay tuned to find out. All right, well, real quick, let's get you caught up here. There were some wild happenings on the beach here today. Crosby Colapinto was going up against Kanoa Igarashi. Kanoa was in control, but at the very end of this heat, rule number something came into play, and Kanoa Igarashi was given an interference call at the very end of a really well-served heat. Crosby was right there in the mix. But Jesse, this was one of those rules that, yeah, it's a little controversial, but a rule is a rule, and Crosby knew full well what was happening.
It makes total sense. It's just a huge mistake for Kanoa. The heat had finished for Kanoa, but not for Crosby, and he was in his way and blocked him from getting a score. The problem was just the positioning. Once he gets that close to the end of the heat, just make sure you're on top of the surfer and don't give him look. The heat was already up. The heat was still going, and Kanoa took off just too late. Griffin knew exactly what happened there.
You gotta do your own research. Gotta read that rule book. Well, let's move on to a cleaner heat, let's say. These friendly rivals, one from Brazil, one from right here in El Salvador. Italo Ferreira going up against Brian Perez. Brian put up a big fight. You know, at the end of this heat, it was super close. Italo at a 13.40 total, Perez a 13.13 total. But Italo, you could tell, he's fired up now, but he's just getting started.
Yeah, that's beautiful surfing from him. Just the exchange from heel to toes. Able to open up on the backhand, giving himself room. Should find good angles. Relaying on the rail so much. That turn was incredible. Like at first, it kind of went unseen it for us, and then after we looked at replay, so dynamic, so much amplitude. Beautiful surfing from Italo.
Yeah, he turned things around quickly after Perez got a quick lead. There's the sportsmanship right there. And you know what? I mean, big ups to Brian Perez. Nearly taking it to the reigning world #1 again. But it was Leo Fioravanti. Leonardo comes through with the highest heat total of the contest. You never know who it's going to be, but it just seems like on any given day, there's that one surfer who is just totally tapped into the zone. And today, so far, it's been Leonardo Fioravanti, 830, 767, comboed Ryan Kalinan. They're bros on the beach, but in the water, it was all Leo. So there you have it. Drama down here on the rocks today. But I feel like the scores have been right in the perfect zone. You know, I feel like the surfers showed up and went to work. There hasn't really been any dud heats. As we see now, this was during the break. Alejo Moniz.
Kind of a good opportunity here. Looks like that wave's pretty clean. Beautiful floater. Pushing that back foot. Very tight bottom turn. Ooh, just loses the inside rail right there. That happens a lot when you try and cut that bottom turn short. This turn here was money from Alejo. Very tight in the pocket. Trademark from him.
I like that. That was a good freeze frame.
Gets up in vertical. Almost loses the fins right there on that inside rail, but this one just couldn't handle it. Had to cut it short because the wave had a rib on it. Then as you push on the back foot and put pressure on your toes to engage the rail, sometimes it just gives up.
Just tried a little too much, maybe?
Yeah. He kind of had to, though, you know. It was like that average wave that you kind of need to get something out of it, so.
It's like the saying from Wall Street, sometimes greed is good.
Yeah.
In that case, kind of bit him because his back foot slipped off in that abrupt bottom turn. It was like an F1 car when it's coming around a corner too tight and the back end gets loose. Slips out into the wall.
Slips out, yeah. Falls face first. That happens not a lot, but it happens every once in a while with surfers. Just trying to cut that bottom turn short to get up in vertical quickly. Mostly there's a little bit of whitewash, a bit of noise in the bottom of that wave, so that helped him not engage the rail as proper as he was hoping for. As you can see, the wind's really mellowing out right now. We had some white caps a little bit ago out the back. Obviously, we're in a point here, so it kind of gets protected a little bit more, but out the back had white caps. And now, it's starting to get pretty mellow. Hopefully, we'll clean up throughout the afternoon. With the tide getting lower too, it could be fire again.
So Alejo just then checking his fins. And this place eats fins. It's a fin-eating beach. 7:21 left. Score comes through for Alejo, 4.4. Add that to a 5.5. And he's got the lead. Barron now sitting out the back with priority. 4 and a 3.5.
This is not bad for a slow heat that we have in hands right now. Obviously, Barron doesn't need much, but you expect if a set come, probably 2 waves, Barron could get the score, but Alejo most likely will better to 4.4. So it's smart of Alejo to kind of keep slowly applying pressure and building up his momentum throughout the heat. Barron now just kind of needs to stay selective and play his own game, you know, like he obviously has only a 4-point ride and still yet to take off on a decent wave. So every wave he caught was kind of not really doing it for him, but now he has the opportunity in it right away.
I mean, how stubborn can you be with the first wave of the set rule? You know, can you be like staunch and just say, I'm not going on the first wave of the set? Or do you have to be a little bit more open-minded and sometimes roll the dice if you don't have priority? Or, I mean, are you waiting?
I think it really depends on the situation, but it's very hard to let a good wave go by. You almost have to have like a talk to yourself before the heat and decide it beforehand, you know, like, hey, if there's a situation where I can see noticeable that there's 2 waves in the set coming, I'm just gonna pull the trigger no matter what happened. I'm going for the second one. But that being said, it's an uncertainty behind. You don't know, you can't look at it. So most times guys will just pull the trigger on the first one, unless it's, you know, you can see the second one is much bigger already, you can tell. But usually, yeah, they're going on the first one. Mostly in the situation of the heat that we have right now with 5 minutes and 30 left, only need a 5.9, he's not gonna let this wave go by.
So this is the second wave of the set. That first one came through straight up Burger World. This one has some face to work with for Barron Mamiya. Nice carve there. Really like how he gets that tight arc up top. That Mick Fanning style carving top turn right there. So 3 in a row for Barron Mamiya. Now comes around the section. Make it a 4th. So this wave, a little bit of a slower cadence than I'm sure that Barron would want. We know he's a surfer that thrives on speed. Here we go. Could have a little ricochet to work with on the inside. Nice, flashy tail slide finish for Barron Mamiya. Blue collar surfing right there. Power, not super fast, and that was kind of due to the wave, but a lot of flow. Looked nice, it was fun to watch. I think it's going to be hovering around a mid-range score. He needs to, I'm not going to tell him what you tell him what he needs to do.
I think it's just different approaches, right? Like he carves through the wave and drives through it a little bit more. This turn, a little bit more critical pushes. You mentioned how he gets it tight and redirects, but unfortunately for him, the wave gets repetitive because the wave lacked a little bit of coping. But gets up in not vertical, but a little bit lateral right there. And then right here, he finished it off with a nice kind of down the line, lip line snap, but the wave on the smaller side. I'm with you, Chris. I think it's going to be, it's just different approaches from Alejo's to his. It's on the mid-range, similar to what Alejo had, in my opinion. This is a beautiful turn. I think that might be the best turn we've seen it so far.
I don't think he could have done much more on that wave. I mean, that's kind of those are the turns the wave was asking for, and he did them really nice. Great style, nice and fluid, all the way from the outside to the inside. I love the finishing snap. You know, little wrist there, blowing the tail.
And you could see that the whole time the wave had more energy towards the bottom, so the whitewash kept pushing him out to the open face without any wall in front of him, but he was driving through that front foot much more than Alejo was. Alejo was pushing more and stomping on the back foot. Mostly the second turn here. This is the best turn we've seen it so far in the heat. Gets it very tight, very powerful on the pocket.
Yeah, that was a power hook, and the judges liked it. They gave him a 6.83. So now the highest single wave score is Barron Mamiya's 6.83 on his 4th wave ridden. So match that up with Alejo Moniz's 5.5 and 4.4, and Barron is in the lead. Alejo needs a 5.34. So there's your scoreline right there, above average. Throw out the 7, throw out a 6.5. Add up those 3 in the middle, get the average. Boom, 6.83.
I guess we lowballed him a little bit on that one, but I guess looking at back and breaking it down, the difference was just how much rail time you had engaged compared to, I mean, Baron and Alejo, and the judges love seeing that. That's the commitment that they want to see mostly in a point break. Alejo more aggressive, but stomping more on the back foot, and he was really finishing every turn he had in front of him. Alejo had to be more down the line because the wave was fast, and the judges just identifying that and making sure that there was a separation on scores.
Do the judges reset their scale with every heat as conditions change? Obviously, it's much different than it was this morning. Not as critical, not as bowly. So do they kind of change what they're looking for? Is that why that score went a little bit above and beyond maybe what it would have been earlier this morning?
I don't think it's a reset, it's an adjustment. I think they kind of like, they don't completely blank everything that was previously done, but they have an adjustment to the situation, and that happens a lot as well, even if the conditions don't change so much, but if it's a very slow heat. So they want to create a gap in between the scores if there's something of substance, so everything doesn't get too tight and too close, and there's more of an open spread. It's easier for them to find scores in between. So that's usually what the judges do, and that's what they did in that situation, because it's 1 minute left, and we've seen it. I mean, there's the 6.83 and the 5.5 of Alejos were 2 decent waves. The rest were pretty below average.
Yeah, I think if you take all the numbers away, it's pretty clear that Baron is winning this heat.
Yeah.
He's put himself on bigger waves, more power, a little more control as well. And, Alejo, less waves ridden, 4.4, 5.5, those were pretty similar looking waves. Baron is just kind of being just a little bit more unique in the maneuver choices as well. Here we go. Alejo Moniz looking for a 5.34, speeding down the line. Come on, go berserker mode. Blows the tail, grabs the rail, kind of held onto it for a little extra. But he gets around this section again, building up some speed. There's some fire, there's some flash from Alejo Moniz. There is inside, this wave's a grower as well. You could have something fun to work with in here, bam. All right, pretty clear what he thinks the score was. He was looking for a 5.34. I mean, that was way more energetic, way more entertaining than his previous waves. And a better looking wave. Kind of started a little smaller on the outside, but it grew down the line and gave him a lot of room to work.
And the only thing that comes to mind right off the bat is just the commitment on that first maneuver. He had everything to lose. This is by far the most committed maneuver we had of the heat. See him going down the line. He actually gets quite a lot of speed, which is hard to control when you're going to the air. Up and vertical, kind of launching, and with a lot of leverage down the line as well. And it seems like, oh my gosh, like he did something very well, but the wave's gonna die out. All of a sudden the wave starts to build up and gain speed again. Beautiful carve down and finish it off strong right in front of the judges. He should be fired up because he did, I mean, as much as he could, or even more than he could on a wave like that. Props to Alejo. This is up to the judges, and it's very tricky decision to make because Alejo served his heart out on that wave.
Yeah, that kind of takes my point and crumples it up and throws it in the trash can. Now it's not clear who won this heat. It's super even, and it's going to be up to the judges, right? A 5.34. So think back to Baron's wave. It was much bigger, more powerful, but a similar great turn, but 3 of them in a row. But he got the big flashy finish. Is that equation bigger and better?
Well, I guess the question is that a 1.5 worse or something around that than Barrow's 6.83? Because he doesn't need to be better than Barrow's wave, because obviously he already has a 5.5.
It needs to be almost as good.
It's crazy. The commitment was there.
And this is probably, I think this is one of the harder decisions that our judges have had to make so far today.
So far this, or even in the event, I would say.
Yeah,
I mean, this is a very tricky one.
So the turn, right, it was kind of more of like a nose pick than an air, and he did hold the rail for a little bit extra, just by a split second. And it comes through, boom, that was it, just on the line. a 5.43. He needed a 5.4.03. Gave him the edge there. So the energy, the excitement, you know, the buzzer beater. Alejo Moniz just edging out Baron Mamiya. Nicely done for Baron. The 6.83 was solid. But at the end of the day, the 5.43 is the difference. Alejo Moniz gets the win. Coming up next, Jake Marshall, Cole Hausman, Encinitas versus San Clemente. Don't go anywhere. It's the Surf City El Salvador Pro. So with that buzzer beater finish, Alejo Moniz from the bottom ranks. The championship tour takes out current world number 2 Baron Mamiya. So you would have to say, by the numbers, that was an upset. And you got a feel for Baron, who has put together his best campaign yet on the championship tour.
And it kind of went down to what we were talking about, wave selection, right? Like, Baron had the best wave of the heat, but he didn't have 2 waves. And Alejo had 2 medium-sized waves that kind of lined up better, and that was the difference in the end. Very even match, obviously. 10.93 to 10.83.
Well, this is going to be fun to watch. Jake Marshall versus Cole Hausman, Goofy versus regular. Both these surfers powerful, but you'd have to give the power edge to Cole. You'd have to give the kind of technique edge to Jake Marshall. And here we go. We're going to start it off with Jake Marshall, representing Encinitas, California, just north of San Diego. A lot of talent in that town, and Jake Marshall right at the forefront of that. Blows the tail and falls. It's not the feeling you want to start your heat, and he's got a front row seat now to Cole Hausman, who his backhand is menacing. Deep bottom turn, straight up to the lip. A couple of foam climbs to try to get around this section. So far, one big hook out the back, a couple setups. This wave could grow for him through to this inside. A couple of potent backhand jabs there. Finishes it with a kind of a tail slidey under the lip snap. He likes it. Great start for Cole Hausman. All Jake Marshall could do was watch as he saw just that big unit coming down the line, hammering the lip. So only 4 minutes into this one, and we've already got our first exchange.
The difficulty of Cole's wave to ride on the backhand was incredible, how he was able to change the pace throughout the whole wave, slow himself down, run down the line, slow itself down again, and finish it off strong. That was beautiful. And on a contrast to it, I felt like Jake Marshall's beginning of that wave was the very first wave that I saw someone almost like free surfing throughout the event. Like, he had like that beautiful first turn, down carve into a massive blowtail, stuff that we'll see in movies. Unfortunately, fell off, but beautiful opening turn here for Cole Hausman. Gets up in vertical once again, and now he starts to stomp on the front foot. projecting every turn down the line. Once again, very hard to do. There's a lot of bump and some backwash on that wave that launched him up in the sky, but luckily he's 120 kilos and helps him stay on top of the board and finish it off strong. What a hard wave for Cole to surf. This is the money turn right off the bat, up in vertical, on top of that lip line and the foam. Gets a good release, air drops out of the sky. And everything pretty much in one motion. Gonna see he engages the rail once again, straight to a lip line. See that backwash going through. Once again, get another backwash and kind of like launches up him in the air. Beautiful surfing from Cole, and this is just the cherry on top. Kind of hold his space once again. That's the first wave from Jake that I mentioned. Nice floater, very smooth, and that's what I like to see. It beautiful down carve, straight into a massive tail blow.
That stings. Like he was on his way to an 8+. Yeah. Just the first 2 turns he did were so nice.
Look how much he pushes the back foot, and then now he compresses on the front foot, putting all that weight to disengage the fins. And then once it engages again, he kind of loses the balance, and that front foot goes close to the back foot, and he falls backwards, unfortunately, because that wave looked like it had a good pace as well, and he was on his way, like you mentioned, to a pretty big score.
He's going to wipe that away from his memory. He did get 5th place at the beginning of the year at Pipeline. Big result there. Abu Dhabi 17th, Portugal 17th. He needs to try to avoid another 17th here. But he's got a big mountain to climb right now because Cole Hausman has just dropped a 7.17, a well-deserved score in that upper echelon of our score ranking system. Power surfing will never go out of style. When you match power with precision, you're going to get a big number. And that's what Cole Hausman got. That is a very cool shot. Thank you, Eric and Daniel, the drone team, providing these stunning visuals. Almost makes us forget how intense the competition is when you're just watching beautiful nature unfold. Oh, I'm back. We're in a surf contest. Things are heating up in the water. So 27-27 to go. Let's take a look at our live rankings. These are updated by the minute. And the bright, bold names are still in this contest. The ones that have faded to gray, I think they'll be sliding down the rankings because you've got, Felipe Toledo, 9th, Yago Dora at 4th. He's still going and he's looking strong. Barron most likely will drop, he's hoping not into the double digits, but this is that time of the season where, the rest of your championship tour starts to kind of unfold. You're going into the Aussie treble coming up next. After that, Rio, Tahiti, Trestles. So a lot of different types of events coming up around the corner, and that is a lot of travel. When you're on those planes for 12 to 20 hours, you've got a lot of time to think about past, present, and future.
A few mistakes a few bumps along the road. I'm really hoping this is a crazy good match, like kind of underground match that not really many people have close attention to it, but if they have opportunities here, man, those 2 surfers, mostly in those conditions, could light up. And Jake knows this wave better than anyone on tour. The only person that knows this wave better than him is obviously the local Brian Perez, but he has a house just down the road. He's been growing up coming here, and you can tell he knows exactly where he wants to sit and which wave to catch. So he could be very dangerous.
We'll see if that pays off for him, all the time he spent in the water. Let's take a trip around the world. This is your 2025 Championship Tour. Pipe is done. Abu Dhabi in the rear view. The Mayo Rip Curl Pro Portugal seems like just yesterday, and here we are, almost wrapped at the Surf City El Salvador Pro. From here, we head to the Aussie Treble, Bells. I mean, literally just a few days away. The Bonsai Gold Coast Pro moved from snapper just down the beach to Burley Heads, and then head out west, the Western Australia Margaret River Pro. That's kind of a wild card event. I mean, at least at Bells and on the Gold Coast, we know it's going to be rights. Western Australia, I mean, will it be the box? Will it be main break? Will it be those giant lefts? Will it be those huge, heavy right-handers with that gnarly closeout section? We will be giving out a car at the end of that Aussie Treble.
But what about a good opportunity for someone to get in a streak, you know, like 4 events pretty much back to back, and all of them have a similarity. At least all of them, the main break is a right-hand point break. So like if you kind of find your feet here, you can put yourself in a very good path for success. Mostly for Cole, like still yet to get a breakthrough performance result in this year, so important one for him and open up.
It does remind me a little bit of, you know, college sports, right? The guys that win the Heisman Trophy, the guys that the #1 draft pick for Cole Houseman winning the Challenger Series a few years ago. You're thinking, oh well, dominated. But that's the big question mark. What will the transition like be onto the championship tour for Cole? It's been up and down. Obviously, he's got the power and the persistence, consistency to stay on tour. But he needs to get things moving and have some big results in Australia. 23:40 to go here. Cole Houseman paddling hard. And here we go. Prepare for big turns. Solid combo to start there. Comes around this section. And he's just kind of flirting with disaster right there in the pocket. So far, manages to stay just in front of the whitewater like a pendulum. Bam, bam, bam. That was a claim.
That was.
Don't get it twisted. That's a claim, and that's fine because he went to work on that wave. So 23 minutes to go. Scores are going to come through momentarily for Cole Houseman. We'll see if it's close to that 717. While we wait, let's go to the glass. Rosie Hodge standing by with Alejo Moniz.
Oh, Alejo, what a way to hold your composure on that last wave. We had the camera on you while they were reading out the scores. What was going through your head as you heard the number?
I was just asking God to give me this score. You know, we trained so much for those clutch moments. I was against one of the best on tour now, and I knew I had to do my best. We lost a lot of time at the beginning of the heat, you know, just like hassling up the point. So I had a better start than him, and then he turned the heat, and I was just like, okay, I hope I have one more opportunity to try to do my best, and I was lucky that end helped me a lot too in the end. I was so stoked.
With 3/17 in your scoreline already, this is your breakthrough result. How good does that feel to get the ball rolling?
Yeah, it feels really good. Because of my low seed, I've been surfing against the best all the time, you know, every contest. I lost to Ethan at Pipe. I lost to Felipe in Portugal. So I had my chance on those heats, so I knew I was on the right track. I just needed to do it better, you know, try to break this round. So I'm just really, really stoked that I did it here.
Thank you, Ale. Thanks for chatting with us.
Alejo Moniz moving through.
Smart move there for Cole to get that second wave, like apply more pressure into the opponent and get into double digits.
Yeah, Jake Marshall comboed. Right now that score comes through a 6-point ride. And that wave didn't look like much, but Cole Houseman made it happen.
I love what he mentioned about flirting with disasters. Is that what he said? That's exactly what he was doing on that wave. Like he was pushing just enough to be critical, but not losing what's in front of him. Mostly this third turn right here, you can see he pushes that back foot, gets a good release. It almost feels like that was done, but he somehow gets back up, and once again, up in vertical. 5th time and going for a good finish. He destroyed that wave. It's just a small wave, that's why it didn't come in a bigger score, but still solid score for what he had in front of him. This third turn right here. The wave's going down the line. He still gets up in vertical and pushes that back foot, get the 3 fins released. Jake Marshall is watching him from behind. once again, Jake Marshall's watching and seeing all that damage, seeing every little spray that is going on the back and every fin that Cole has been throwing right now. And that's just added pressure to you.
You see a spiderweb hairdo and then a ton of spray. So flirting with disaster. That's Southern Rock, Molly Hatchet.
There you go.
It's a good song to listen to before you head out to a heat. 19:50 to go. Cole Hausman with a commanding lead for now, but we got a lot of time left. And we saw just a little, flash of brilliance from Jake Marshall in his first wave. He had a beautiful combo, but then in the third turn he went down, so that kind of kept that score below average at 2.5. If he surfs like that all the way to the end of the wave, 8.5. I mean, the way his lines were starting to develop was about to be really cool. And luckily we have more time. You always love a close heat. You don't want to see a heat end in the combination. You want to see a close heat.
And we want to see a surf movie out there. Like, we want to see those guys perform.
On demand. Where's the remote?
Yeah, there you go. Play it. The only time we don't see that when we lack waves, which in this heat so far, we actually had 3 decent waves. Like 2 sets. Jake Marshall missed the opportunity because right now he would have probably seen him something very close to what Cole has on his first score. And then that second one, just Cole kind of producing something out of nothing. That 6-point ride, very tough wave to ride, smaller in size, but he did some damage on that. So right now, Jake Marshall needs to be patient and stick to his guns. One opportunity could change everything.
So now the waiting begins. Waiting for the next set wave to roll through, waiting for the next big performance from one of our surfers. Jake Marshall, deceptively a big guy. 6 feet tall, 163 pounds, 26 years old. Cole Hausman, 6'3", 200 pounds, 24 years old, so pretty evenly matched here. Jake's jersey number 4, Cole Hausman. 91 after the worm, Dennis Rodman. I don't know if we've retired any jerseys yet in the WSL Championship Tour.
As far as not being able to use it anymore?
Yeah, hang it up in the rafters every event we go to. I mean, I think number 11 would be worthy of retirement, right?
Or even, I think, Seth took Mick's one, but he asked for permission for that, which was very nice. But I think it's number 7, maybe. I could be mistaken, but
it would be pretty bold for someone to come on tour and say, "Hey Kelly, what's up? It's Bob. Can I get that? Can I get that 11?"
Yes, you can if you get 11 titles.
We got 16:50 to go, and well, the ocean is kind of sporadically going siesta. Still plenty of surfing left. Tide is dropping. That means these waves could be holding onto the point a little bit better, maybe start pulling up a little more. Miguel Pupo is going up against his buddy, Ian Gouveia, number 10 in the world, going up against number 14 in the world. That's going to be a great matchup to watch. So you guys have been surfing really well throughout this week so far. Here we go. Opportunities knocking. Who will answer? No one's home. Feel free to mind surf this one. Dude, that was nice. Good turn to our invisible friend on that last wave. And Cole Hausman, quick reaction there. He's in second priority, so no harm, no foul.
One of those waves that come more of like a western angle, and really it stays up the point. Doesn't really have much wall ahead, doesn't stretch out so much. Because it looked like such a jam of a wave as it stacked up out the back, but just both surfers letting it go. And even Cole, like with the situation that he has, if it was a decent wave, he would have probably pulled the trigger, but without priority, letting that one go. So surfers probably identified pretty easily that that was a shouldery wave that didn't have much opportunity to offer.
You know, with 15 minutes left, it only takes 2 waves. Eddie Money would say 2 tickets to paradise. Rest in peace, Money Man. Both surfers now pretty far up the point. Takeoff zone, relatively the same throughout the day, but when the tide starts dropping, it's just a matter of how far in or out, because there definitely is a line that you can't cross. You know, that line of whitewater right there, if you're in that soupy area, most likely you're too deep. You see that wave kind of closing out in that section. So you got to be right on the edge. Of course, maximizing the potential of the wave for as long as possible, but also not putting yourself too far back to where you really have to fight to stay in front of the whitewater. In this heat, I think Cole Houshman has had the best positioning in the lineup and on the waves he's ridden. He's been right there in that power pocket of the wave, just on the outskirts of where the whitewater is. He's almost been bottom turning around the whitewater and then back up into it.
Pretty slow middle part of the heat so far. Nothing substance coming towards the surfers. You really need to put your heart on ice right now for Jake Marshall.
You know, whatever song you were listening to before the heat, maybe you kind of try to go back to that place, build up the anticipation, but not too much. You know, get excited, but don't get overexcited.
Borderline, right? Like, and once, because you know, once that wave stacks up in front of you, that's another 20-30% of heartbeat that's gonna build up inside of you. So if you're too far ahead of yourself before that happens, then you're most likely gonna be over froth. And Cole is just stoked with the heat combination that he has right now. Just hoping for the clock to just run out. Doesn't even want waves to approach anymore. For him, if it's flat for 12 minutes and 50 seconds, he'll be thankful for it.
Well, we'll see what happens next. Yo Pupo getting in the zone. We got 12 minutes and 40 seconds left in this heat. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
The Surf City El Salvador Pro is brought to you by Yeti, built for the wild. By Corona Cero, made with 100% natural ingredients. And by El Salvador, land of hosts.
Oh, I was going to say wake me up when something happens, but here we go. 10 minutes, 37 seconds left. Jake Marshall now, a surfer in the red jersey, activating. Nice carving snap there on the inside section. Hoping this wave to grow. There's that frontside reverse. Big snap to finish there. A little bit more through this inside. and goes down at the end.
Unfortunately, he needed to finish that turn because he did some damage on that wave. Obviously, the wave was a little bit smaller in size, but he needed to pull the trigger and not be too far behind with not enough time left on the clock. But set himself up that last turn with a little bit of a weird down the line angle.
This is the wave we needed. I mean, we're speeding towards the Corona Cerro post show and happy hour. We were starting to fall asleep, but this one kind of lit us up. I liked it. Again, though, had he finished, this would have been a much bigger and better number because, again, that's the last thing the judges see. Great surfing all the way to right there.
Yeah, and the problem was, I mean, let's go back to that afterwards, but beautiful carve here down the line, kind of similar approach that he had before, straight into a beautiful bottom turn and a blowtail reverse, just very technical. Hard to find that lip there. The wave didn't have much in front of him. He had to cut it short and tight. Nodder opens up once again, and right here he goes down the line and puts weight on the front foot. And what that does, as you're landing, your nose, if digs just a little bit, there's no coming out of it. And that's exactly what happened to Jake Marshall. Probably would have been looking at a 5.8, 5.67 attitude with that closeout.
Well, he surfed his way out of combo with a 5-point ride. And I love Jake's style. You know, the way his arms are, everything is compact, and he gets up into the lip, and, you know, he kind of has his choice of ways to attack. And he unleashed a few times on that wave.
And I like how he surfs on his space. Like, he's the type of guy that is not trying to rush anything. Like, most surfers are a bit faster than him, but his space suits his style very well, and he doesn't try to change that, and just makes everything very clean, very precise, creative, because he's a very progressive surfer. So it's very pleasing to watch.
Well, I hope we see more from both of these guys, because that dead space in the middle of this heat, that has a way of, you know, igniting people's passion. And we'll see if Jake now on this wave can delete the 2.5. He's probably done that already. And that turn was really nice looking. Another big solid smash there. Great transitional surfing all the way through this inside section. You can tell he's got some vigor in his game right now. Still slashing this wave down the line.
That was
a meaningful wave right there.
That was, I feel like now it's kind of a mistake from Cole Hauschman to let that wave go. I understand his position though. Like, you kind of want to pull the trigger in a set now, but that wave just started to give him so much opportunity.
Down the line.
There's one turn specifically that is very special on this wave. Look how he takes his time, always keeping the good pace to the wave and not trying to rush anything. Make sure he uses every inch of the wave. Nice layback. He's gonna get up in vertical here. Once again, and this is the money turn. Look at this blowtail, using that front hand to kind of give the style and also give him stability. A slob grab, kind of Taj used to do a lot of that. That's the turn that everyone kind of grew up watching, including him. And that's what I mentioned. It felt like he's, since the first wave, even though he felt just kind of freedom, surfing like he's in a movie.
Got third and fourth turns right there.
And Diz, look at that.
That one was, that was sparky.
That was so tight. And just the flair and the style that he added to it. And finish it off, you know, as good as he could.
This is fully flared.
I love this layback too. It's like, you can see the section is not so steep, but he can kind of get creative and something out of nothing there. It's usually a turn that people do with a lot of curve on the wave, but this one just getting the rabbit out of the hat right there from him.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what more you could have done on that wave. He did a bunch of different looking turns, plenty of speed, very controlled for how kind of slidey he was getting at the finish of those maneuvers.
I mean, he kind of ticked pretty much every box in the criteria right there. He had flow, had power, had criticalness, variety. If you can name it, there's probably 4 turns that he did on that wave itself. The only thing that lacked on that wave was size. That's basically it for what we have on offer today. But everything else, and I don't think Cole's going to be too excited to let that wave go after getting the score.
We're about to see if size matters to the judges. 817 is the requirement.
No, 817, that's definitely not the case because the wave lacked intensity, but the surfing was done.
Comes through at a 613. I mean, for what that wave offered, it's a 10. But the wave was a lot smaller than Cole Hausman's big 7.17. So the surfing was pretty much perfect on that wave. It was the wave that was kind of the difference there. But either way, Jake Marshall now incrementally closer to getting that top position. He does now need a 7.05. That'll be the second best wave of this entire heat. And time is now flying by. Cole Hausman has done a really great job selecting the biggest, best waves. And of course, once he stands up on those waves, it's lights out. He's been hammering these waves on his backhand. And now he's just got to hope that with that priority, that the tempo of the ocean slows down even more. This is the only time in a surfer's life that they wish for a lull, is when they're in the lead with priority, but it's a kind of precarious lead.
Yeah, I personally thought there was going to be a little bit more separation between the sixes. I personally thought there was more variety, more creativity, and flair from Jake Marshall in between the sixes. So I felt like the gap could have been a little bit bigger on that spread right there. But that being said, he's on his way of getting closer to Cole Hausman and building momentum.
One more exchange would be great.
Just one more chance for each of them.
One more. We're not asking for much here. Just one more big exchange with these two guys. Encinitas versus San Clemente. Goofy versus regular. You know, these are two California kids that have no doubt competed against each other all the way back from the NSSAs, Key West, Challenger Series, and now on the championship tour. 2 minutes, 35 seconds ago. Let's take a look at these two, a tale of two sixes, if you will, Jesse.
All right, waves very similar in size. Little edge to Jake Marshall. First turn, both of the first and second turn pretty similar. Third turn right there, better for Hausman, more critical. And then right here, that's when Jake Marshall starts to really load up. And I would say the middle of the wave, I would give the edge to Jake Marshall right there, more creative. And then the finishing, better for Cole. So really tough to break it down. A lot of maneuvers made, but I felt like the variety and the creativity, it's something that really weighs off in my perspective and might have got like unseen a little bit too much on that wave. I'm not saying a big difference, but a little bit more difference. And that's just personal opinion based on what I saw from that middle part of Jake Marshall's wave. He really did some damage there. There's 3 back-to-back turns, layback, vertical snap into a blowtail that were very tight.
1:25. Give us what we want. One more exchange. Here's where time really starts to fly. I mean, even though this heat's been slow, it's been pretty entertaining. Sixes, love to see the side-by-side contrast of those two waves.
And that 2.5, like, would have he landed that turn, could have been a way different story because it looked like there's plenty down the line still on that wave. But also good work for Cole Hausman. Pulling the trigger in only 2 waves and demolishing that first one, 717, and the second one as well.
Little communication between these two surfers. They're asking the same question. Are we going to get another chance?
Looks like there's a little something on the horizon, but obviously priority for the Hausman right now.
15 seconds left. And Cole Houshman plays a little defense there. That leaves Jake out the back with the priority, but only 8 seconds left. We track Cole down the line. Super floater, pulls out the back. Anything happening on the outside? No. Well, that's gonna be it. In these Southern California town rivalry, we're gonna go ahead and give one back to San Clemente. We do lose Jake Marshall, but great surfing from both parties involved. Coming up next, Miguel Pupo, Ian Gouveia, Mitch Salazar, and Joe Turpel.
Time to check in once again with the crew from WSL 1 Ocean. A lot of great partners that make this happen, and check this out. Taking trash and turning it into jewelry. A lot of great partners doing some great things. Aaron Brooks doing some shopping. Big thanks to everybody that got involved with the WSL Pure Grantees, Save the Waves, Oriente Salvaje, and Paso Pacifico on a sustainable art project. Round of 32 continues here, and a classic one. Two guys from the same generation, two goofy footers, two great Brazilian athletes, and both of these guys got to look up to dads that were competitive in their career. With Miguel Pupo, his dad was on the QS. Wagner did some great things, started building surfboards, and also Ian Gouveia's father, Fabio, one of the greats from Brazil on the championship tour. Ian Gouveia will get things started for us. A little misread on the first section, so priority starting. Pupo has it now. Just going down on that first connection on the whitewater. Ian's such a fun guy to talk to, really funny, makes you crack up, and maybe one of the most memorable podium speeches I've heard in a long time when he won in Toledo, and then he was mimicking his dad's speech from years before on the podium. I mean, that was as classic as it gets. Thanks for being with us, Joe and Mitch here for the call. Fun when you get two veteran-type surfers matching up in a heat like this, and they've known each other for a very long time.
Definitely hurts me, though, Joe. We got two goofy footers out there, and as you said, both members of the same generation. Similar styles, yes, both very good in all types of waves, but got to give the style to Miguel Pupo. I mean, one of the smoothest, cleanest styles we've ever seen on the CT, and I call him the modern Jerry Lopez for a reason, Joe, and definitely we've seen shades of that both in Tahiti and at Pipeline, but he is great going right as well. And Ian Gouveia, one of the few people that's ever landed a courageous flip inside a competition too.
So true. I think Ian Gouveia is a little underrated when it comes to tube right.
True.
He's one of the greats. He even showed it off a bit this year at the start of the season. Kicking off his welcome back to the tour with a semifinal finish. He had a semifinal in the past there, but it was a little bit more stressful for Gouveia back then because he was trying to stay on tour. He said he couldn't sleep for like a week, and it was pumping. He had a crazy backdoor pit that he made, and it was all for keeping his spot on tour at the time. Ian Govea has a lot to reflect on, especially the time when he fell off tour.
Falling off the tour in 2018 was, it was a bit hard, but at the time, I knew I didn't deserve, because I wasn't doing the job that you need to do, the work that you need to do to be on the top 32. So wasn't like that. I was really bummed about that. Like, I was bummed because, you know, you want to be on tour, but I knew I didn't deserve to be there because I wasn't working hard. I was only like enjoying the time, you know, and I had to start to work to deserve to be there again. And this took me 6 years.
And he's back. Yeah, you know what's interesting, Mitch, is McGill says the same thing about the early years he had on tour. He was like, hey, he was just relying on talent, and McGill was so good. He did well with that. But then he's like, now I'm doing the work, you know, and we've seen him progress up the rankings and finding his consistency, currently inside the top 10 at the moment, because now he's using that talent and putting in the work with training, with focus, with preparation, and not just kind of winging it, you know, with his ability, which he used to get away with because he was so good in those early years. Let's now catch up with one of the biggest guys on tour. Might find a step stool for Rosie in a moment. How you doing, Ro?
Take it easy, Joey. Yeah, he's a bit of a unit. But Cole, yourself and Jake, California matchup. Were you thinking of any past heats that you guys shared together as grommets growing up?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I grew up with surfing with Jake and kind of did the whole amateur ranks together. And yeah, I'm sure he's beat me more times than not in those days. So yeah, it was good fun. I haven't surfed against him on tour yet, so yeah, just good to surf against some new people and some old friends.
And getting the momentum going here in 2025, you know, looking for a good result obviously this season, but does it feel good to kind of get that momentum going?
Yeah, for sure. I had another little slow start to the year, so it seems like each event I'm kind of finding my footing, and yeah, that round's like the do or die round, you know, it's like get through that round and then the contest starts. So yeah, after like a week of lay days, it felt good to get in the jersey and make it through.
What have you been doing in the downtown?
Frick, the days again been getting pretty monotonous. So yesterday Surf City took us on the helicopter down to Punta Mango. It's like a couple hours away, and yeah, first time in a heli. It was kind of scary, but the thing was a huge military one, so it was fun, cool. Just doing stuff to break up the days and kind of stay out of the sun.
Thank you, Cole, for your time, and well done on the win.
Nothing routine about that day.
Not at all.
It's not every day you get to jump in the helicopter and check out the coastline. How's this one? Setting up with some size for Miguel Pupo. Nice fading turn to set up the second maneuver. Another carve for Miguel. Now pushing down the line. Nice rail work to connect with the lip on that surfboard from JS Industries. Now laying it down again. Nice, comfortable, controlled pace from the Brazilian vet, and he will get through the whitewater here with another end section turn to burn off that speed. So Miguel being patient with priority. Govea just a couple of up and downs. Will clearly take the lead with some nice composed surfing. Didn't over surf sections.
Yeah.
We saw David Silva earlier kind of getting hung out to dry, trying to force that fin throw. Just nice clean rail work to kick things off.
Yeah, and as you said, smooth, Joe. I mean, didn't overrush anything, made sure to be on the same pace of this wave right here. Second turn, especially with the carve maneuver, is just beautiful. Good redirect right there, and great readjustment too with this timing and pace of this wave after the second combination maneuvers. And I really like the way he just kind of finds his footing right here towards the end, doesn't try to overdo anything, but gets to close out re-entry. And how's this little foam climb at the end too, Joe? I mean, just a little creativity, making sure, hey, like, not only did I finish that wave, I did something very and vastly different to what everybody else has done. Obviously not going to be a huge score, Joe, but he's going to get the better of the opening exchange by a lot right here. And when we talk about casual pacing so far by a former CT event champion, this guy is just so good on the backhand too, Joe. Very polished, mature, and of course, as we always say, great reel surfing by Miggy Poops.
Slowing it down, nice smooth canvas to work with.
Oh, absolutely, especially this afternoon where you have to be much more selective with your maneuvers, Joe. as you said, David probably pushed a bit too hard a few heats ago, and this one, the golden child that he's riding from Jason Stevenson, smooth, buttery style right here from Miggs, should be a solid opener for him.
JS been making great boards for several years now. Maybe most famous for the relationship that he has with Joel Parkinson. Joel, one of the all-time greats, a world champion in 2012, won pipe that same season, along with several other event wins. With that R&D work that they did, will help the entire squad. Kind of similar to, you know, Felipe Toledo with Sharp Eye.
Yeah, yeah.
And then everyone benefits from that research and development.
And Miggs got the license for Jason Stevenson down in Brazil too, with his father Wagner as well. And nice to see his younger brother Samuka surfing the same kind of equipment. Another big thing about Miggy, 14 years on the championship tour, if I'm not mistaken, Joe. Obviously a couple of different stints, but talk about an underrated and very, very undermentioned career by this young Brazilian surfer. 2 fifth-place finishes to start off the year, both at Pipe and in Abu Dhabi. Pretty bad result over there in Portugal. He's going to want to throw that away. But talk about a guy who's in the top 10 right now. Just barely got edged out a few years ago when he won the event in Tahiti for a finals appearance. But once again, I mean, somebody that's really gone under the radar with massive wins at both the Challenger Series level and now at the CT, Joe.
This could be the year for Miguel Pupo.
Could be.
To be honest, this could be the year. You know, a lot of guys are out. You know, big names are out like John and Gabe, and Gabe could be back, but you know, missing a few events could be hard for him, and could be the year. You know, and I feel like I am the guy that could be on the top 5 and potentially surfing at Fiji. I feel like I have more chances than surfing at Trestle. So I feel like sometimes I lose those heats that I should be winning, and you know, everyone's really good, no doubt about that. But with my experience and my knowledge of surfing and my experience on this tour, I think I feel I should be winning more heats and making more to the final days and stuff. So the challenge for me this year, it's gonna be my mind. You know, the expectations are high, and I put a lot of pressure on myself before it even started. So more of this game is gonna happen more this year. I feel like I'm gonna try to fight against my mind and put things together and hopefully be in Fiji and fight for the title.
Gosh, what an evolution of Miguel Pupo over the years, knowing that with his ability, he needs to be in finals more often than he has been. Like you mentioned before, he's won a big event. It was a tube shootout against Kauli Vost. If you want to watch any of those finals that we've referenced, you can go to worldsurfleague.com, click on the season, the event. It's all there. You can go to Heat Analyzer. You can watch the whole event like a replay, like you've never seen it before, and just sit back and watch the entire event unfold, even though it's history. Miguel Pupo often has tape of big wins to help him find his confidence if he's just kind of like trying to get his head in gear.
Yeah.
His run through the Lowers event that he won in 2011 was often something he would watch before he would compete. As we say, a big hola to Al Cleland Jr.
How's his pops with the side hat too, Joe?
He's got style, man. Al Cleland Sr. It's been fun to chat with. Al Cleland does have his hands full, taking on the giant name of Felipe Toledo, who's starting to get loose.
That's the man to beat right there on screen. That's going to be an excellent way to finish off today, Joe. 16 heats, all men's round of 32. Fun day with both yourself, Chris, and Jesse, and of course Rosie doing an amazing job over there with the interviews. But you know, just going back to Miggy and his career so far, Waddell Creek, Lowers, Noronha, and of course the win in Tahiti. But how good has he been for close to a decade and a half? And not just that, Joe, at multiple levels, QS, Challenger, and of course the Championship Tour as well. Like, this is one of those guys that qualified during that mid-season cut when he got brought on for the second half of the year. And since then, he's had an incredible and established career on the Championship Tour. Definitely one of those Hall of Fame guys that he should be talked about a lot more.
Well, the organization, you know, with pro surfing has evolved so much. You know, the whole idea is to make the sport better. You know, it really is an open door policy with surfers, with ideas to make improvements, and sometimes that goes with a lot of changes on tour. And like you mentioned, that year that McGill got to start as a rookie on tour, it was a different type of midseason rotation. The idea back then was a One World Rankings. Remember that? That was talked about all the time. Get back to that. Miguel Pupo is going to roll in and out. Had a 5.0 in his opener. But the whole idea of the One World Rankings was to get great talent on tour quicker.
Yeah.
You know, and it did accomplish that when you think about who got brought up at lower trestles halfway through the season. Miguel Pupo, John Florence, and Gabriel Medina. When that happens, you're going, okay, the system's obviously working.
Right.
A couple of more adjustments happened, a couple of great ideas that actually showed it going the other way. Next thing you know, mid-season cut's gone, but Pupo came on with one of the heaviest rookie classes of all time. And he said he's felt shadowed by the rookies he was with already becoming world champions multiple times. But his talent's always been there. Like he said, he's always been in the mix, redefining himself. He's had to come back to requalify now, you know, even just last season with his younger brother Samuka in that emotional roller coaster when they had the heat together last year at Margaret River.
And two key things to point out throughout that career that you're mentioning. One is that he became a larger family man too, became a father in the process of all of that, Joe. But as you said, he's had to go through readjustments, both with the tour. But having his brother on tour as well is a major thing, because you're not only worried about your career, as an older brother, you're worried about your younger brother's career. And he might deny it, but that's definitely something that's always been in the back of his mind.
And I think since it's a pretty big age gap, about 9 years between Miguel and Samuel, it's more of like another father figure type role.
Exactly.
It's not like the rivalry of being the same age group and competing for the same thing. Little Samuel was at CT events, and we'd surf with him like on the off days, and we knew Samuel was coming. Miguel rolling into this wave under priority. Quick whip there, a little sloppy, trying to clean it up here. You see the bounce off the bottom. Now looking to maintain control. Definitely one of the smoothest surfers on the planet. Tags it, backhand float. Creases that transition into a beautiful slice down to the bottom. Nice flow into the pocket again for Pupo, throwing some water, finding the flow and rhythm under priority. In a wave that started with turbulence and awkward speed bumps, he just stayed committed and got so smooth down the stretch.
That was a knife, that one turn in the middle section, Joe. And as you said, had to regroup and recover after that first turn. And it wasn't bad. I mean, for how the section was, he got a vertical right here. Yeah, a little sloppy, just considering how much difficulty and chatter there is on the face of this wave. But look at the way he just readjusts his timing, Joe. We're talking about somebody with the smooth style and maybe too casual at times. It's a beautiful floater right there to gain speed down the lane. That was ridiculous, though, to hold that line as long as he did. Just difficult, Joe. And talking about degree of difficulty on a slopier wave, boy, that combination at the end, just pristine stuff, Joe. Another look from the outside, difficult for a section to be able to manage all that chop on the open face. But right here, slows things down, takes his time, reaccelerates, and how's this bottom turn? He keeps it for so long. This one coming out of the floater. Look at how much distance he covered right there. Woof. Into the lip line and truly on rail the entire time, Joe. Always been a big fan of his style, but more than anything, the read on this wave, spectacular.
Nice conditions really favoring that back end of the wall. As it got extra smooth, Miguel Pupo is able to turn in his best so far under priority of 5.67. Better than to start at a 5.0. And he's working his way out the back. When you think of each part of his surfing, focusing just on backhand surfing, he's got a couple of moves he can use, especially when it's hollow. You're thinking about, you know, the Gold Coast back on tour like Burley Heads now. He'll be able to really identify hollow parts of the wave where he can kind of go upside down or almost upside down floaters where he can create space. A really unique, critical type of transition move that I haven't really seen anyone do on tour besides Miguel.
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely a couple of guys that try to replicate it, but nobody as smooth as this guy on screen, Joe. And talked about how good he is in different types of conditions. And of course, an amazing barrel rider. That generation alone has some of the best barrel riders we've ever seen at this level. Talked about John, of course Gabe, but Julian Wilson was one of the all-time greats when it came to going both right and left in the barrel. And of course we got this guy in red out there right now in Gouveia. just a couple of small scores, and time's winding down, Joe. He needs to get to work pretty soon.
Ian Gouveia holding down priority. He's a father just like McGill. And he was kind of a father for just a few years. He was so proud of his daughter. She had this drawing on a piece of paper, and it was just this rad, like, kid type drawing. He's like, yep, took that to the tattoo artist, got that on his side. Pretty awesome. But yeah, he's got some kind of more raw energy, a bit more unpredictable compared to the smoothness of Pupo. So I love the matchup. You know, they definitely have some different points to separate themselves, even though they're both goofies out there.
And I would say a faster and quicker surfer in the pocket is Gouveia. And you mentioned his father, Fabio. I'd have to say the catalyst really for that Brazilian storm in the late 80s, early 90s. Had a spectacular career. Still rips, by the way. If you follow him on Instagram, Joe, posts surfing clips almost every day. But this guy right here, I mean, in the pocket, he's very tight. Obviously, great going right and left. But everybody surfs good at this level, Joe. You just need to be on the right waves. And especially with time limits and heats, you just need to surf. And 14:30 right here with priority. He needs to be on one of these waves in this set.
Ian Gouveia, it's up to him if he wants this wave. 16th in the world at the moment due to that big start at Pipeline, finishing equal third. But he doesn't want to slide too far, close to the 20s, so this is a very important event as we're halfway through the mid-season cut. Up next, a huge heat, getting loose, getting really loose for this next heat. Felipe Toledo, a past champ, a two-time world champ, taking on Mexico's Al Cleland Jr. right after this. Great time to create your WSL profile, and you'll be automatically entered to the WSL store promos. You can get free Yeti merchandise. You'll get all the event alerts right in your inbox, and so you won't miss a thing. Remember those days we go on hold, we make all those calls?
Yeah.
You'll just get a little buzz in your pocket, check it, we're on. You can check out the contest that way, and also get up close and personal to all the profiles that you get to read on worldsurfleague.com. It's always being updated in real time. And on the website, you've got the live rankings, which is really exciting to watch. I mean, for me as a surf nerd, at every event, every round, but especially when you get to the cut line, when you see where surfers are going from that 22 cutoff mark above and below, every single heat win, it changes, and you see where your favorite surfers are going on the live rankings. So you can check it out right now.
The real question, Joe, is it illegal to have two profiles? I have two with separate emails, so.
Mitchell.
Well, I'm trying to gain all these prizes and stuff like that, Joe. The Prodan and Miguel on our lineup podcast won't let me win the awards over there, so I'm going to try to get the prizes over here.
Okay, they're going to flag that account very quickly. Oh my goodness, during the break, the Goofies got loose. Ian Gouveia, a very important ride here. coming in at a 5.37.
Yeah, his best so far, Joe, and beautiful floater right there. Nearly loses his fins. That's much better from Gouveia, surfing in the pocket the entire time. That was a great snap. Controlled speed and in a really nice manner and pace right here towards the end of the wave. This will get him way back into the heat, Joe, and just talking about how explosive he can be on the backhand is great variety that he also has in the air going on the rights. Haven't seen that so far in this heat. It's going to be really a good opener for Gouveia so far. And we just look at his characteristics of surfing. Normally wants steeper sections right in the pocket like that one, Joe. Unfortunately for him, this wave a bit flatter due to that high tide, but still some crisp surfing going on the right-handers for Gouveia.
And then Miguel Pupo was on the way behind it, getting a 6.83.
Oh, and that was a massive turn on the outside, Joe. We talk about consequential maneuvers. That was one of them. How's that floater? I love that thing. A little rock and roll added to it as well. And just a bit of extra English right here on the inside. Delayed bottom turns the entire time, and just as smooth as Tennessee whiskey, Joe. Looking great on the backhand, and he's got a strong lead at the moment with just under 10 minutes on the clock now. But once again, the catalyst of the score right here, Joseph, that first turn all the way on the outside. I'm a big fan of this one from Miggs.
Gosh, that looked great, and you can see how hard he was pushing, and then he could just lay off for control and finesse. That's a decision from the panel. One score all the way to 7-5. They dropped that with one of the low 6.5s. Even a backside float to land that perfect in transition. Very impressive. Already responding is Ian Gouveia. Throwing some water out the back. Having to hug the pocket. Lip line not quite there, so still S-ing back into the power source. Now finding it. Fin throw there. Controls the transition right into a fade. Bowley section crushes it. Air drops and celebrates. Good read for Gouveia.
Okay. Things are heating up, Joe. I like this wave. Great answer back from Gouveia, and of course, steeper wave. Personally, I thought he was going to kick out after the first couple of carves. Made up for it major on the inside. So 3 big maneuvers, all 3 of them different too. We should be seeing close to the score that he needs. Looking at the outside here, Joe, this is where I'm thinking, okay, you got one carve already, another one. This face just going really flat on the outside. And then all of a sudden he gets the full roundhouse and he doesn't kick out. Then he goes for that thing and just fully extends his entire body committed to that turn. Once again, just steepens up right there on the inside. Another major and committed turn on the end section, Joe. That's a score very well. But the size of the wave doesn't necessarily always mean that it's going to be one of the better waves. That was the case on the outside right here. And, you know, I was thinking to myself, should you kick out? Goes for the full roundhouse, kind of readjusts his timing, stays in the pocket, and just goes destructive mode right there, Joe. And once he gets all the way to the inside, this wave really steepens up. And that's the good thing about having a bit more west in the swell rather than just the straight south. You get those ones that bend towards the rocks and not fully up on the point. But talk about committed maneuvers, one of them right there.
What a wizard at just creating moments for himself. You're doing that S work, and you don't want the judges to think you're just all setting up something better down the line.
Yeah.
You want them to be present with you. So right there, all those turns are setting up a potential hollow part of the wave where it's going to get nice and critical. And to mix it up on your backhand, that's not an easy thing.
Not at all.
It's easy to get repetitive, and then you can just be safe all the way down the line. And I think Ian Gouveia was able to show how talented he is by creating big moments, tail drift, and then a wild one that had an air drop on the end section. That was brilliant, just in creativity.
Want to bring something up too, Joe, that doesn't get mentioned quite a lot. Both these surfers ride for Brazilian brands, and I think it's major to highlight that they're supporting the local industry as well. And Hang Loose has been around for a long time. His father, Fabio, still rides for them. And of course, Miguel riding for Mormai, which is a local brand of Brazil as well. As the score drops, it's his best so far, Joe, and puts him right back into the heat right here with 6 minutes.
6.33 for Ian Gouveia. And last to Miguel Pupo, 6.83. Both of the Brazilian Goofy Foots had 5 Rangers before, so very similar type of surfing. 12.5 total for Pupo, 11.7 total for Gouveia. 5:50 to go, and Miguel holds priority. But you're starting to see a bit of that size that was in the forecast.
Yep.
You see when Ian was bottom turning well overhead on that set, so happy to see some solid waves after a series of lay days. Ian Gouveia was fired up on WSL's social media talking about competing today. And friendly fire with the Brazilian Storm.
And on fantasy teams too. I know both of these guys really good on the backhand. Few people have them on their team simultaneously. Don't want to have any friendly fire in this round right here, Joe.
Exactly, yeah, you're just automatically losing one of your surfers. Pupo out front, and up next, Toledo versus Cleland Jr. Round of 16 off this afternoon, along with women's quarterfinals. Current world number 9, a 2-time world champ on his comeback to the championship tour after taking a year off, where he competed in the Olympics. Quarterfinal in Portugal. Moved him up into that top 10. But for him, Mitch, when it comes to El Salvador, all he knows is the final. Only one guy's beat him out here. It was a very close decision. That was Griff. Griff's already out. We'll see if anyone else is going to push him this year.
Well, they should. I mean, you're coming up against the top dog. The only way to beat him is by doing your best surfing. And the way we've seen Alan Cleland free surf so far this event, and not only that, knowing that he's coming up against the most important heat of his career so far, against the most dangerous guy in the event, got to do your very best surfing out there right now, Joe. Last heat of the day, get attention on your side and make sure you're actually defeating the guy that everybody wants to defeat in the end. It's going to be a great matchup, though. Philippe, as he mentioned, 2 finals, 1 win. He's the guy to beat.
A little bit later arrival down to the rocks than most competitors, especially with the rock dance that you have to do. It's got about 340 to get out there. Oftentimes you're seeing the next heat in the water, kind of working on their positioning. But Felipe's just kind of doing it his way, finding his own personal space.
Yep. And luckily we have a high tide this afternoon, which makes it way easier to paddle out. But definitely not a whole lot of time. It seems like it's going to go the long route up the point, Joe.
Qualified so young. We've seen him for so long on the tour. Remember a 10-point ride he got in Newcastle at the QS level. He was like 16, maybe barely. Got on the championship tour, was riding Firewires back then. Was doing corrupts, was getting 10s a lot, was kind of learning the ropes. 2013 was that rookie season. Seabass was a rookie. Micro was a rookie. Then Felipe just went nuts. 2015 changed everything, and it was a direct change because of the impact of Gabriel Medina's world title. He said that made him believe that he could do it. Ended up winning the opening event of the season at Snapper. Won in Brazil. Portugal had 3 big wins that season. And he's having a heat with Captain Good Vibes, Cleland Jr.
El Chiquilin, as we call him. It's going to be a fun heat, Joe. Both of them.
What does that mean, by the way?
Chiquilin is like a little brother, like little compadre or something like that, you know? But we've called Al Chiquilin since he was a young kid. And boy, I mean, what a job he's done so far in his young career, Joe. Both of them U.S. Open champions as well. And that's really, I mean, everybody talks about, you know, Felipe winning his 2 world titles and whatnot. I still remember as clear as day when he smoked everybody in that junior final at the Open. Who was it? Connor Coffin, John, and maybe Evan Gazelman in that final over there? And it wasn't even close. And we're talking about 3 guys that are some of the best surfers out of the last 20 years.
That was really the win that put the world on notice because he was still super young. It was a pro junior U.S. Open win. He's won the main event multiple times since. That was when the world was like, oh my goodness, this guy is real. Going faster than anybody in real life. High performance king. He's up next. Ian Gouveia missing the grab. Trying for an air on the takeoff. And he's down to 1:10 on the clock.
Seemed like he was looking for the courageous flip right there, Joe. And right here with a minute to go, noticing how slow it's been so far. 6.18. It's not impossible, but improbable. And Miguelito's going to give him a little bit of space and distance. 55 seconds right here. Definitely has to be on a wave, and don't see a whole lot on the horizon so far.
Ian Gouveia paddling just underneath Miguel Pupo, but the skill of Pupo, just with heat strategy, he's just gonna sit a little bit underneath Ian. I think all competitors are now watching the clock more seriously than ever before.
100%.
With the interference from Kanoa Igarashi when he ran out of time with first priority. Rosie asked Ramsey about that in his heat, and Ramsey's like, yep, because that happened, I didn't take off. If I didn't see what happened to Kanoa, could have gotten an interference as well.
Good heat, Joe. 12.5, 11.7. Gouveia didn't really have any single score until the 14-15 minute mark of the heat, and Miguel just got to work real quick and built on both of his scores, and it's going to be a big heat one for number 10 in the world. Number 16, he's out of the draw.
Two good friends, a lot of respect for each other, break it down, and Sammy Pupo, even though he lost in the first heat of the morning, here to really throw the support towards his big brother. Pupo moves on to the round of 16. One more heat left in the day. Al Cleland Jr. with his handful with one of the greats, a two-time world champ, Felipe Toledo, preparing for Punta Roca. When Felipe Toledo is in the zone, the whole event bends to his will. It's not just dominance, it's presence. You feel it. The confidence, the swagger, the unshakable belief. It's Muhammad Ali in his prime. Floating, stinging, knowing he's the best. Felipe is fire and fury. His emotion, a raw current running just beneath the surface. When it fuels him, he's untouchable. When it spills over, it can turn against him. And here's the thing, when Felipe is feeling it, it's over. Done. Pack it up. He's got that mob boss energy, that you already know how this ends look. One of the best surfers ever to compete on the championship tour is featured here in the round of 32, Heat 16 at Punta Roca, a playground that's already called him a champion. On a runner-up in the past, a year off last year, and he returns for his third start at this dreamy Latin right-hand point to take on Al Cleland Jr. representing Pascuales in Mexico. A rookie on tour is going to try to change gears on Felipe Toledo, which has been almost proven to be impossible in the past. Joe Turpel with Mitchell Salazar. Let's get things started. Blue jerseys, Al Cleland. He's thinking about a late decision and now making a move. First turn goes through the roof. Wide open face, starting to move, carves it off the top. Al hitting that oncoming section. Snap to float into a wrapping cutback. Nice setup work. Riding his own signature model from Timmy Patterson. He'll just frame up a little end section turn and rides his way out of there. All hands on deck to watch this matchup, and a big reason for that when you got Al, who's the people's champ, and then you've got one of the best ever, Toledo, in the mix as well in the last heat of the day.
You have an unstoppable force, meaning an immovable object right here, Joe, and Cleland is obviously talented. Overall, one of the most complete surfers I think has ever qualified for the World Championship Tour. U.S. Open champion, his first career CT event right here in El Salvador, an Olympian last year, and just knowing where he's from, the kind of heavy waves he grew up on over there in Pascuales, he's not afraid of anything. You know, as you said, didn't fully commit to the paddle until Felipe was interested. That is a dynamic carve right there, a lot of speed, uses that lip line floater to kind of project down the line. Once again, comes around the section, and this wave just kind of dissipates right here, Joe, towards the end. Has to change pace, doesn't fully engage the rails the way he wanted to with that end section, but it's going to be a start. And that's something against Felipe, who tends to get the upper hand in the opening exchange. So you have that on him. First turn was great. I love this carve right here. Fully engages the rail, much larger wave and taller one too, Joe. And everything seemed pretty transitional on the outside, but when you see that amount of spray, it means timing's on point. And that's what happened on the outside right here. Timing just a bit off towards the end. A lot of froth and white water on the face right there, but still some great surfing by the Mexican surfer from Pascuales. Fully committed on rail, Joe, and hard not to compare really to Andy, Chris Ward, that style that he has. And as you said, the people's champ for a reason. Timing on point. That video that he released this morning or yesterday on his social media a few years back right here at Punta Roca. It ain't his first rodeo at this wave, but first time competing at this level right here at this location for Junior.
Now Cleland feeling it in a great place that he's been to in the past, and the locals love him. You know, speaking Espanol, talking to everybody, it's pretty common to hear everyone hooting Alan through the free surfs as you see Felipe just kind of moving around a little bit, watching the spray flying off the tail from Al Cleland Jr. Now, you know, from Felipe's view, he's just trying to guess what he might be doing, just seeing connections from the back, and then he'll wait to hear the score, and just came through to 5.83. So that'll help Felipe settle down a bit.
Yeah.
Not a runaway score by any means, just kind of a settler for the rookie on tour.
Well, especially for this guy on screen. I mean, his numbers right here, Joe, are just ridiculous. A two-time world champ and back-to-back world champ at lowers, 22 and 23, runner-up in 2021 as well. So there was a stretch of 3 years where he was basically untouchable, and at this location, there's nobody as good as him. And there's been few people on the CT, including the great Kelly Slater, that have been as dominant as this guy has been at a single location, Joe.
Well said, Mitch. Felipe sits with priority. Let's hang with Rosie and Miguel.
Yeah, guys, we're just chatting, saying that this day feels like it's been about a week long. But Miguel, you were down here early. Your brother was the first heat of the morning. You're the second last heat of the day. How's that been managing the energy?
It's been a pretty long day. You know, woke up at 4, tried to get a couple waves, and yeah, unfortunately my brother had a tough one, and I was just trying to do the reverse. You know, trying to get a lot of waves, and it seems like we had a bunch of sets in our heat, and I was happy with that. You know, it was decided by surfing, not, you know, strategically. So I'm pretty happy with that.
These matchups have been so exciting. Coming up against a fellow countryman, Ian Gavea, what did you make of that one on paper?
I knew it's going to be a tough one because we're both goofy, so it's pretty easy to compare. So I was trying to, you know, blow the tail more, maybe throw some more spray, you know, more turns. And my first wave, I couldn't do a hit. I couldn't hit because there's no lip, so a bunch of carbs, and got a 5 on a pretty long wave. And after that, I was just trying to hit it. You know, I knew that was the score, especially because Cole got big scores on the heat prior, doing big snaps. So I was trying to do that.
And how do you adjust when you hear the 5? What's the quick takeaway there?
Straight away, I was like, I gotta hit this thing, you know, not carbs. And but I had no lip, so I just did the best I could. And when I found the lip, I was hitting it, and I got a 683, and that was the score. So we'll see.
Great surfing. We'll see you in round of 16. Thanks for the time.
Thank you, Rosie. Great job from Miguel Pupo. Yeah, roller coaster, saving energy, but also with emotions, with his younger brother losing in the first heat of the day, but he was able to nail it. 12.5 total against Ian Gouveia. Both surfers ripping, and Miguel Pupo will get his next chance in the round of 16. Not this afternoon, but probably first thing in the morning tomorrow. Remember, women's quarterfinals are set. You got big hits like this. Most of the women's tour come down to check out the action, including last year's world champion, the youngest ever. Katie Simmers is in quarter one with Sawyer Lindblad maybe tomorrow.
They match up a lot. and they did it throughout their amateur career too, which is really even funnier, Joe.
But I think we're always reminded that maybe the biggest surf fans are the surfers on tour.
Oh, for sure.
They watch everything. They're watching clips. They want to watch the biggest heats. Katie doesn't want to miss this one.
Is it me, or is it super tense right now? I feel like I'm watching a final, Joe. It's like I just know what to expect from the guy in red, and blue is just unpredictable, and I like that about him. And these two guys, talented. We talk about world class, and could easily see either of them becoming a world champion in the future. But after the year off, focusing on his mental health, Felipe deciding to come back. It hasn't been easy so far. You know, he's had a couple excellent scores already in this event, but up until this point, the 7.83, I want to say, in Portugal, the one big rotation quarterfinals, but by his standards and by people's standards of him, it hasn't been necessarily the best start of the year.
Well, he's had to adapt a bit. I mean, we've had these stories of his reoccurring back pain. The year he won out here, he could barely move that finals day morning, and he, you know, relied on his faith and just like trying not to take unnecessary waves. How about his recent J Bay win? He didn't even free surf. He was in some pain. He only caught like the bare minimum, and he ended up winning the event with probably the most efficient wave count.
Yeah.
In the draw.
No, and it was small that year too. Remember, like it was basically breaking on the bricks for the majority of the time. But you know, he's redefined how to surf certain waves.
And when he came on tour, he'd catch a million waves. Kind of in the Italo category. As we see a Mexican flag there supporting Al Cleland Jr. that he felt all the way into the lineup at the top of Punta Roca. And that's got to feel great to be the first surfer to represent Mexico full-time on the championship tour. Someone like Rio Waida could relate to that. Leo Fioravanti could relate to that country support. But when you're in Latin America, he's feeling it even more than ever.
100%, especially right here. He qualified for the Olympics right here in this country. It's obviously been a beautiful place for him in his career. But just in life in general, he's staying with the Molina brothers. Their father, Beto, has a place right there at La Bocana, a small little hotel. And as you said, locals love him. The people love him because he's authentic. He's himself. And he's not afraid to showcase every single side of just being him. And I think that's why Al is such a cool dude, because he's relatable, Joe. And doesn't necessarily look like the most professional athlete, but trust me, he is.
As we check out his profile, one of the best rookies to qualify, representing Pascuales. Big, heavy beach break, maybe comparable to a place like Puerto Escondido. Knows how to jump off a ski into big barrels, knows how to shift through a wild lineup, knows how to deal with heavy water, prepared for the world. Dad from San Diego, getting cover shots, or shots in the mags, from Surfer Magazine, getting really barreled, and it's been fun. They've been surfing together all week. You know, his dad's still in the water all the time, hanging out with Al. He's super easy to talk to, just like his son. So they've been having a blast. Doesn't ever look like he's carrying pressure through the off days, does it?
No, and that's kind of the support system that you need with your father too. You know, there's a time and a place for everything, Joe, and Senior knows that he needs to take his step back and just be there to support his son, and that's something obviously rad, but more importantly, it's a relationship that they've always had, and having each other for the longest of times, it's been awesome to see that development throughout their careers. And of course, Cleland so far within his championship tour year, and event number 4, he's looking for his best result so far, Joe.
That's right. Looking to get on a roll, and man, what a statement that would be if he could get past the giant in Toledo at the moment. He upset Jack Robinson in pipe when he got the 9.5. Val was very honest about not feeling comfortable in the pool in Abu Dhabi. As we bring up a record for one of the greats, Felipe Toledo, back-to-back world titles. First for Brazil to go back-to-back, owning the world, and 15 career CT event wins. That is just enormous. 13 career 10-point rides.
Kidding?
That is just crazy. And you think about it, you know, sometimes with a guy like Felipe Toledo, and even as a John Florence example, you know how many 9s that John's had at Margaret River? It's almost like you're judging the potential of what could come next. It's like watching Steph Curry pull up from half court
100%.
and nails it, and then you're going, wait, what if he's going to hit it from the tunnel on the next one? And it's insane. You know, for John, it's like he has all those 9s because the judges are almost anticipating what could happen next. Like he could do something biblical right after that, and they have to have room in the scale for it. CT by the numbers, just seeing excellent heats from Toledo. Unbelievable when it comes to El Salvador at the top of the list there.
No, and just numbers alone at this venue, Joe, are even more absurd. But I still go back. Those 10s that he has in his career, there is one that is not only monumental, I'd have to say, personally, he is the most high-performance surfer we've ever seen at the CT level. Most importantly, that 10-point ride he had with the double alley-oop redefined surfing, Joe.
It certainly did. And it's like, you know, the scores that he doesn't get a 10, it's not a knock, because it's a nod to their greatness. Like they might do something better.
Yeah.
And, you know, the judges don't really care if it's a 7.83 or an 8.17.
It's still the same score, basically.
You know, for them, it's all about separation. They want to make sure the right guy is moving on. They want to have the clarity on how the waves stack up against each other. You know, they've done their job. It's not about the number, it's about the order.
Who should be making it through the heat, Joe, and that's really the main thing.
We've had a few kind of moments where we pulled up that memory of that 10-point ride at J Bay at this event, because we're at a right point break, because it's one of the greatest waves ridden in competitive surfing, period. Let's look at it.
Once again, I mean, this is just wild, Joe. He nearly over-rotates with the first alley-oop right there. And then look at this, the readjustment, and this is a tall wave, by the way, and fully goes just nuclear right there on the second alley-oop. And after having to receive that impact on your legs, on your lower back, as you mentioned, and go on and rip the heck out of the wave in the second half, we are talking about something that had never been done up until that point. So, yes, people recognized how good he was up until that point in his career, but with that wave alone, people knew that he was going to be considered one of the best to ever do it. And of course, I'm going to say it once again, he is the most high-performance surfer we have ever seen at this level, Joe.
100%, yeah. Felipe Toledo looking for a third world title this year. Current world number 9. And everyone here at Punta Roca just wants to see the man catch his first wave. 17:15 on the clock as he sits with priority. Just one wave from Al. So both these guys probably feeling a little bit wave starved at the moment.
Hey, but good decision to go on that wave, though, if you're Cleland. Late decision to go, but you went and you got something close to a 6-point ride, and currently it has you in the lead. And with a psychological advantage over your opponent, too.
So Al with a father that rips, Felipe with a father that rips, multiple-time Brazilian national champ, Ricardinho, enjoying life as grandfather. Great news for the Toledo family, going to be welcoming another baby very soon. How's this view? Corona Ceros are flowing, post-show coming up next. Long anticipation for this day, a series of lay days, and swell arrived with some long lines through the cobblestone rocks, some high-speed section that were racetracks early, There's some good paced ones as well. Bit of everything here at Punta Roca. Crazy buzzer beaters today. A lot of drama, some big names out of the contest as we see the first paddle for Felipe Toledo on his opening ride this afternoon. Nice little whip to start. Staying slopey, so he picks up the pace on the second hook. Now the wall's starting to show itself. Ripping through that section, Toledo speed turn through the foam into a wrapping turn again. Starting to drive down the line and section, put some flair on the finish. Packed house in the Red Bull Athlete Zone. And some locals, a lot of visitors traveling to watch this big CT event here at the Surf City El Salvador Pro. We've met a lot of them in the water, at the restaurants. A lot of life in the city here, in the whole region of La Libertad. Felipe's opener.
Yeah, not a bad wave to start things off, Joe. On rail the entire time. Slopier wave and not as steep as he was probably looking for, but had to commit to a wave, and at this point of the heat was a smart move. Much better right there. Quick in transition with the lip line hit. I'm a huge fan of this finish right here, Joe. I mean, he goes from 0 to 100 in a quick and tight space. That was rad. Just a board slide maneuver right there, and to readjust as quickly as he did, that's extremely difficult. Obviously surfing in the pocket the entire time, but I like how he didn't try to overcook anything at the beginning, Joe. Just a smart and intelligent pace right there. But once he gets to the lip line, he is just destructive.
Fin throw from Al Cleland. Took him a second to drop back into the wave. Now pushing a bit harder. Meaty section there. Stomps it in the flats for a moment, but has to let go. And he's quickly feeling the intensity of the heat and paddling back out. Felipe staying fairly calm in his strokes. Al Cleland knows he has a little space to show the panel that he could get priority again.
Well, that's a good thing about having those years of experience too, Joe. You recognize what you're probably going to get in terms of the score line. Very educated surfer is Toledo. We see Cleland right here. You mentioned he got a little stuck coming out of the first one. Needed a bit more speed, in my personal opinion, right there to come out of the maneuver, and maybe hesitated a little bit. I know that he did stub his toe during the free surf this morning, so that might be hurting just a little, but right now in the biggest heat of your career, you got to let everything go and on the line. And right here, I just doubted just a little bit coming out of it, Joe. Wanted to see a little bit more speed. You can see right here, goes into it well. When he comes out of it, just catches the outside rail a little too much. Too much weight on that outside rail for Al, so it's going to be an unforced error for Cleland. Did recover priority, though, with 13 minutes still to go, Joe.
He is really good at those types of moves, though.
Yes.
You know, coming from a heavy beach break. There's sections where he does a floater where you're like, come on, Al, throw it away, and he'll just go, whoo.
He'll go for it, yeah.
And he can make it look soft. He can kind of absorb that really well. He's great in the air. That comes with that ability to skate calm without a transition when it's just flat water. That one just a little off balance and a bit late. You can see how close he was to actually recovering that move. But for Al, even with that hanger that he got a little stuck on, that will probably be a throwaway. Opener for Felipe Toledo, a 6 in comparison to Al's 5.83, really close on their first waves of the matchup.
Much slopier sections on the beginning. That's really what just affected that score right there. But we talk about a quality maneuver on the inside. He had one of those, Joe, and really similar scores to open things up. And Al's got a backup. It's a small one, but the major thing right here is priority. And if you're his opponent, Toledo, how do you impact the result of the heat by forcing him to go on a wave that is poor in score? And now you really try to get into his head. And if you're Cleland, just got to be thinking to yourself, play my own game, be on the right wave, and once I actually commit to a paddle, I'm going for everything.
Al Cleland Jr. with a big opportunity to try to battle and win against one of the best ever in El Salvador. And Toledo is only chasing a 2.33. We'll be right back.
Cleland Jr., first professional surfer on the championship tour representing Mexico.
Congratulations on the tour this year. Thank you so much. We worked hard for it.
I'm really stoked to see Mexico represented on tour. He is an absolute weapon of an athlete.
I mean, look at where I came from. Who's a blonde kid living in the middle of Mexico and likes to surf? You're gonna create a monster, you know?
Kind of take waves from those guys. Now I'm like, I'm here too, bro. What's up?
This guy's got depth, but he's got charisma. He does it his way. He might end up being the mascot of the tour by the end of the season.
I've been fighting for the past 4 years for this. I put my life on the line for it.
Hola, senor! And backdoor! Coming out again!
Almost was like, oh no, I'm gonna straighten out for the sport. And then I was like, you know what? I'm Mexican. I go all out all the time.
Al Cleland Jr. committing to the tour like a superhero at Pipeline when it was bombing. Knocked out Jack Robinson from the draw, and everyone's just waiting who will be next. He's loving his time here at Punta Roca as we fly into the lineup, covering some ground. You can see how long this point break is. Great job to all the camera crew and the operators surviving the heat today and a long day of competition, covering every part of every exchange. Daniel Lee, Eric Sturman on the drone pilot responsibilities for this event.
Doing an amazing job too, Joe.
Felipe looks and he'll hold back. He got the 6 earlier. Cleland's second score, 2.5 when he fell in the finish. So Al still holds priority and that lead, but it's really close. Only 3 waves surfed this entire heat.
I already said it, Joe. It is super tense right now in the water. You have first-year rookie on tour, Cleland, who had his first taste of CT surfing at Pipe, defeating a former champion in a fantastic heat, had a 9.5 up against the perfect 10 of Jack Robinson, and now you're going up against the top dog. So you want challenges, you got them at the CT level right here, Joe, in your very first year in your 4th event. And for Felipe, well, we all know what he's capable of, but you want to be able to take the lead and add some pressure right now. Trying to bait him in to these smaller waves and use priority in the wrong way, Joe. Very smart tactician is Felipe.
Corona Cero Post Show coming up next. Introducing the new Corona Cero, an alcohol-free beer from Corona, brewed with 100% natural ingredients. Some wild heats to talk about today. Some buzzer beaters, some interferences, some big names out of the event, like Griffin going down to a fired up Matthew McGill. That was a huge performance from Matty. Went all out with a little bit of fierceness to his surfing to get the score. Also following the run of those top seeds, Ethan Ewing on a hot streak, just quietly.
100%.
Looking for his first win of the season and his first win in El Salvador.
You ask me though, Joe, I'd have to say Leo Fioravanti is still the top dog in this round right here. He got nearly 16 points.
See that top 5, and who wins the post show today? Felipe Toledo on his second wave under the watch of Al Cleland. The wave kind of bends, checks on Al, he's still committed. And now running after a section to punt, throw tail reverse, right into a bottom turn, wraps it. He's got a little inside corner to blow the tail out. The 2-time world champ adapting to these really, really slow conditions, bringing some fire and heat to the inside of Punta Roca.
Could probably count on one hand how many people could surf that wave the way he did, and that was just world class and really top of the food chain kind of stuff right there, Joe. We're talking about one of the all-time greats, and of course making something out of nothing right here. A wave that had no potential whatsoever. I mean, he's so far up the point. Really, first section non-existent, Joe. Mixed double up inside right here and just readjusts so well. Look at his footing, well placed on the board, and not a whole lot of a section either, but I mean, he just gets so much pop out of that speed that he has. Just incredible stuff, and a little throw tail right there at the end. We talked about consequential maneuvers on a non-consequential wave. This was one of them. Goes over Mama Roca all the way on the outside, and look, it was one of those peaks that had 2 different waves on it. Gets enough speed, great foot placement, straight into the air, and an incredible landing. I mean, talked about clean and greasing the landing, as you like to call it, Joe. As clean as it could have gotten right here from Felipe.
So talented. It was his footwork and upper body, but we go to live action. Big wave for Al Cleland in comparison to Toledo's. Blitzes that section with the tail drift. Winding up, throwing a big fan to the sky. Big float there, and he will kick out. Didn't get like a finishing move to end on. The Mexicans on hand are loving it.
But did work before that, and a couple of meaty sections on the outside too. Let's see where Felipe is in the lineup and who regains priority right here, which is crucial time of the heat, Joe. 4.5. It seems like Toledo already on the outside, so scores in for Felipe's last. It was enough for the lead, and now needing just a low 4 to retake it, Joe.
A 4.0 for Felipe Toledo. Taking that smaller wave with the punt. This was Al's from the start.
Yeah, good patience right here. Major first turn on the outside, a lot of water displacement right there after it. And I just really love the pacing. That is a tight maneuver right there in the pocket. And how's the variation too, Joe? You talked about it, not getting up into the lip line for the last maneuver, but I think damage was done already before that. Creative stuff, yes. We talked about degree of difficulty and risking things at the beginning of this wave. He did it. And it seems like not only is he going to retake the lead, to me, looking as the best wave of the heat so far, Joe. I mean, there's one thing about his surfing that to me is something that is very particular to him, and it's just getting so low. It reminds me of De Souza a little bit, where he has that low center of gravity and can just get up into the lip as quick in transition as you could think of, and a good score to follow things up too, Joe.
Well-read wave for Al Cleland Jr., a 7.17. Absolutely ripping that 5.10 from Timmy Patterson. 5.10, 18 3/4, 2.5. The Al Cleland file. Just giving the feedback back to Timmy, updating that signature craft, and look at how it fits into the pocket at Punta Roca. He was so close to the most critical part of the wave. Doesn't mind a free fall, keeps his tempo and composure, throwing some power in the pocket. Felipe, you know, went to that inside to get the score, but then the set came for Al to show how much bigger those sections were than what Toledo had to work with.
In his defense,
with priority
though,
needs a 7.01 now, 2:30 as he's paddling up the point.
In his defense, though, Joe, it was a one-wave set. So say you don't go on the 4 and you still wait for another wave, and it wasn't there. So either way, you were going to still have to get a wave right here at the end of the heat. And for Al, how's the composure right there? For a kid his age, up against the top dog right here, waiting for that wave and surfing it as well as he did. Props to Al.
He's definitely surfing to the moment right now. Certain surfers live up to the big heats. They're ready for it. They have more energy. They back themselves, even if they're called the underdog. They don't have all the stats in their favor. So it makes this guy such a dangerous rookie this year on tour.
God, he said he's Mexican. It's either 0 or 100. He goes for things.
You know what he's talking about.
Oh, yeah.
Minute 40 in the day. Corona Sarapocho up next. How is this one going to end? 90 seconds? John won last year. He's sailing. Griffin Colapinto lost earlier. He won this event in the past. Felipe, the last past champion remaining. Minute 20.
No surprise there with the Power Surfer picks, excuse me, for the WSL Fantasy. Toledo at 20%. Here's his chance, Joe. A minute 10.
He's holding his rail, just showing that he's looking. He doesn't want to paddle for it and let it go and lose his chance with priority. So you got to be very careful when you're looking. 55 seconds. Moving up to number 9 in the world after the quarterfinal in Portugal. And this felt like the playground that would put him immediately right back into the title hunt. All surfers talking to Rosie about this being the toughest round of the contest in the round of 32, and now Cleland's going to shadow him to try to make some noise for the rookie class. His profile went through the roof when he beat Jack Robinson and Pipe. Where is it going to go now if he can hold this lead in the next 12 seconds?
The sky's the limit, Joe. The sky is the limit.
5 seconds to go. Cleland right on his tail.
Wow.
He's going to stop and congratulate the rookie on that performance. And what a big win for Al Cleland Jr., one of the favorites to win this contest. Is upset in the round of 32. Felipe just 2 waves, 6 and a 4, and a very sleepy heat for waves. And Al Cleland's rhythm to the 717 made the difference. The Mexican should be very proud of this performance. You can feel the emotion hitting him now.
And this is, without a doubt, the biggest win for a Mexican-born surfer at this level. I mean, you go up against the very best surfer ever at this location, Joe. Somebody who had only lost 1 heat up until this point, and you went out there and proved that you deserve to be on the World Championship Tour and that you earned your spot to be here. And props to Felipe. He surfed great on the 2 waves that he did get. Just needed more chances, Joe.
That's right. Toledo upset in the round of 32 for the first time in his career here in El Salvador, and just letting it all hang out on his last wave into the beach. As we mentioned before, he's won every event on the calendar for the next, 7 stops on tour. There's the punt. Look, as he's just in a low gear, having just fun with this wave. So we will have a new champion of the contest on both sides for the men and women this year at the Surf City El Salvador Pro.
Gonna be a fun finish to the event. Forecast looks real good for the next 2 days, Joe, and excited Al Cleland Jr. right there. He has a big matchup in the round of 16 against McGill, but should be a fun one considering that he was able to do big damage against a former champion out here.
Look at that happy rookie out there, already gonna get his first high five of several that he will get up here on the beach in Punta Roca. Coming up next, the Corona Cerro Post Show. You're not going to want to miss it. We'll bring in Chris Cote to walk you through all the drama of today.
And when the Sublime starts jamming and the Ceros start flowing, you know it's time for the Corona Cero post show. And the party on the beach begins. Al Cleland Jr. takes out a guy that nearly every single person who plays fantasy surfing had on their team, probably as their power surfer. Well, guess what? Your bracket's blown. Al Cleland takes out Felipe Toledo. And he doesn't look too stoked about it. But I'll tell you what, there's a big group of surfers out there who've been cheering Al Cleland on all season long, and they are elated right now. I'm Chris Cote, that's Jesse Mendez, and joining us is Strider Wasilewski from the lineup to the hot seat. What a way to end our day, fellas. That was pretty rad. Cheers to that one.
That was crazy. Oh, I got to cheers, you guys.
Come on,
bring it in.
It's happy hour.
I would like to cheers to Al Cleland Jr. I mean, that was a really solid performance. You know, we didn't see Philly really get going in that heat, and obviously that's why he lost. But cheers to the man. I mean, he's been going hard, and it went his way today. It was crazy.
Well, I want to see that again. Let's take a look at a recap of what just happened. See Al Cleland Jr. and Al Cleland Sr. right there getting prepped. And Toledo definitely not taking young Al Cleland for granted. And here's how it all started. A huge set wave for Cleland Jr., matching power for power. Jesse, this is exactly how this young Mexican wanted to start his heat off.
Yeah, man, it's crazy how starting off sometimes on the deeper with priority will make a difference on the priority rotation and sets you up to get the best waves of the heat, and that's what happened to Al Cleland. Obviously went to town, very powerful surfer, but just picked the right waves against the champ.
And it was tough out there. The way that he was surfing, you know, Felipe was on fire, but never caught the waves he needed.
I totally agree. Even this wave right here, there's that moment that the section got very nice and bowly. But that was kind of it, you know, like beautiful carve once again, but you can see the wave always kind of on the flatter side. And then finish it off very strong, but kind of squeezed everything out of that wave, but never found a wave of substance like Al had. And Al was going to town. Just such a heavy-footed surfer. Beautiful to watch.
That slow-mo of that one turn he does in the corner, and how much finner, that one right there, the fins are just out. I love that.
Pretty cool how many faces that we saw of Punta Roca today. You know, those beautiful offshores, the long lines we saw this morning. There's the midday, kind of siesta season, but then in the afternoon started pumping again. And that was a clutch performance from Al Cleland. Total bummer for Felipe Toledo. But of course, we're going into the Aussie treble. Felipe Toledo, you know, he knows this is a long season. Give it up one more time for Al Cleland Jr. This guy is definitely a surfer to watch in and out of the water. Just a super fun guy to be around. And doing it for the underdogs right there. And you know what? I don't care that my fantasy team just got absolutely clapped in the last couple of heats of the day, because I love a good underdog story, and we're seeing that rise right now from Al Cleland Jr. Well, there's your results for the round of 32 heat 16. Our last heat of the day was awesome. Now let's get more awesomeness on the glass. Al Cleland Jr. with Rosie Hodge.
Yeah, well, 90% of the time when Felipe is at this event, he wins it. Not today, Al. That was arguably the hardest matchup in the round. What did you make of it before paddling out?
Yeah, I mean, I saw the heat draw come up, and I was just disbelief, because Felipe is one of my idols, and I always wanted to surf against him. So to get to surf up against him in these kind of waves, it was an honor. And yeah, I mean, got a couple good waves, and I ended up coming up on top. So I'm really happy, and yeah, boards are feeling good. I feel good. Mentality feels good, and yeah, can't wait for more.
Another aspect of that is coming into the shoreline and having so many people here to love and support you. How does that feel, feeling that energy?
Yeah, I mean, I just have so many good friends, and everybody in the town, and everybody, you know, Salvador. I just respect so many people here, and I love them, and they love me. So it feels like a second home to me. And yeah, coming into that whole crowd cheering, it's really special. And yeah, I was just blessed.
And what's the story behind the whistle around your neck?
I got it during the ceremony at the start at the press conference, and yeah, I mean, I just felt like it was a lucky whistle, and I'm just gonna wear it for the rest of the event. It seems to work, so yeah, happy to be here, happy to get up some waves, and yeah, I'm here with my dad, all my friends, and yeah, I was just stoked.
And you played for us? Back to you guys.
Oh my gosh, I was really, really hoping he was going to blow that whistle, and he did it for us right there. Al Cleland Jr. on a good one. And you know what? So again, we talk about his act in the water. It's incredible, super powerful, amazing style, reminiscent of Bruce and Andy Irons. He's got all of that. On land, he's just a bro. I seen him every single night at La Bocana at sunset, hanging out on the beach with a bunch of different people, just watching the surfing, really just soaking up the lifestyle. And I feel like, you know, everybody has their own recipe for success. I feel like for Al Cleland Jr., being on a surf trip, being surrounded by people, like he said, that he loves and love him back, that's what's really giving him the energy right now. That's just an incredible performance, and that's how you skyrocket yourself to finals day.
He's also not changing who he is. It's all about, you know, just stay in the course, which I love about him. You know, he's not, just because he made it on tour doesn't mean, he feels like he needs to, like, be more professional or put together, or whatever you want to say. He is who he is, and that's what you're going to get, and I love you for it, Al.
Some people go to the gym. Al Cleland Jr. goes to the beach. To each their own.
Every day, all day.
So that was a really fun way to end the day, of course, unless you're Felipe Toledo and that camp. They've got some probably talking to do at this point. But let's go back to some of the business that happened today. You know, to end it on such a high note like that, you know, happy hour vibes, you kind of got to look back to round of 32, heat number 3. This was all business, and this would be considered a major upset. Griffin Colapinto right now is having one of the worst starts of his career, and he's doing everything possible to fight his way out of this slump. But Matthew McGillivray never underestimated. He went out there and went off, did everything right. It was a close heat all the way to the end, but at the end of it was McGillivray. What gave him the edge, Jesse?
I mean, it's very even hard to break it down, because if you see this rotation from Griffin Colapinto, like, as critical as progressive as it is, but just I feel like picking better waves. It's kind of been the name of the game today. As you can see, that wave has way more opportunity in front of him. It's just going to town, beautiful rail work. And that, for me, is what gave him the edge, because obviously he was being progressive as well, but mixing it up with major maneuvers.
Yeah, I felt like Griff on the face is surfing well, but not as sharp and fast as I'm used to seeing him surf. That was a beautiful snap right there. But everything else was a little bit subdued in my mind, and I feel like he's got a lot more in the tank to give us. And I think that's why he ended up losing this heat, just because, you know, the base game and the rail game that we're used to, the level wasn't there where it usually is. I mean, that air game, though, was second to none. So if we would have seen one more of those huge hangers, you know, we would have saw him advance through. But unfortunately, I think he's going to have to snap out of the Zen mode and go into the killer mode that he needs to be in on the face.
Yeah, I mean, something's got to give, and for Griffin to have this slow of a start, you know, this is a slump. But if anybody can find their way out of one, it's Griffin Colapinto. Mind, body, soul. He's heading to Australia in a little bit of a precarious position. Only 3 more events after this until that mid-season cut. And if we lose Griffin Colapinto, who was really on the precipice of a world title last year, that will be
2 years in a row.
Super shocker.
You know what I mean?
Well, here's your next matchup for Matthew McGillivray. Matthew McGillivray, to me, has always been underrated. You know, he's put on some huge performances in past events, but he's going up against Marco Mignot, who I'm going to say is got to be the most dangerous rookie on the championship tour. So far, what he's done, of course, you got to put Al Cleland Jr. in that conversation now. I mean, all the rookies have been shining at times, but I think Marco has really been shining so bright, especially what he did today. Well, he went out there and went nuts.
That opening air that he did, he was like 6 feet above the lip at least, and he stomped that, and that was just neck level. It was crazy.
I was kind of jealous that you saw that from the front row.
I actually expected that score to be higher. I know it was a single maneuver. We're at a point break, but that was one of the highest airs we've seen so far this year. Rotation, it was up in the air instead of going into the flats, which is hard to make a full rotation going up instead of down to the beach. So that was beautiful performance from him. And way to kind of just being with the back against the wall and performing.
But he's got to look out. I mean, McGill is so gnarly. We saw that today. He's our Jason Bourne. This guy will fly off a cliff just with a little squirrel suit on and then come out here and just get nuts. I mean, he's unbelievable. I mean, I'm a huge fan of McGill.
No doubt. Our biggest stuntman on the championship tour. Well, we did see a rematch for the ages. Italo Ferreira going up against Brian Perez. Remember the shock and awe last year when Brian Perez paddled out against Italo and took him down. Well, this was looking like it was going to be fireworks from the jump. We started off with Brian Perez hammering his home break all the way through from the outside. He had an early lead here, but then what did Italo do? Italo went into Italo mode. This one went down at the wire, only separated by about 1/10 of a point at the end of it. But what a heat to watch.
You were calling this heat, weren't you?
Yeah.
And you made a comment about that one wave that he took, and he left Italo out the back.
7.33. That was the biggest problem.
That was the turn of the heat, right?
Yeah, because he already started with a 6.83, which was very solid wave, the one we just saw on screen. Italo back it up with this one, and now he sits with priority. And then he comes with that very small wave. As much as he surfed it very well and up the scale on that wave, still wasn't the time to pull the trigger against the yellow jersey. You know they're going to come back. So left the door open, and Italo took the chance to shut the door on him.
It just shows you can never count out Italo Ferreira. You know, in the middle of this heat, you're kind of thinking, I don't know, is he looking as sharp as he normally does? And then he just went straight cannonball run. Up and into the lip on his backhand, did some of the most powerful backhand whips we saw all day.
This is the wave. This is 7.33.
Look at the fin release. I mean, he paddled by. He was so stoked. He was just like, it's pumping. You know, you're just like, whoa, this guy's not even thinking about surfing the heat. He's just psyched on how good the waves were.
This is how he surfs outside of a jersey, too. I mean, he is that guy. He is him. Italo Ferreira wearing the yellow jersey well. He gets a little bit of revenge on our hometown hero, Brian Perez, but it's all love at the end of the day. And we did get a great interview, a sign-off with Mitchell Salazar and Brian Perez after that heat. But big things coming for Italo Ferreira, who is trying to defend his spot. The top of the rankings is in that yellow jersey. He'll be going up against another powerhouse goofy footer. You've got one of the last place surfers on tour going up against one of the first place surfers on tour. And so far, El Salvador is a place where upsets happen. What do you think is going to happen in that matchup between Ramsey and Italo?
I mean, this is a big test for both of them. It's different style of surfing. Both obviously very aggressive and very powerful, but one more powerful, the other more progressive. It's just a matter of how we're going to wake up and see the waves.
I think the waves are going to be absolutely cracking tomorrow morning, and I feel like that is going to be a crazy heat for Ramsey Bucaim.
A huge chance for him.
Well, it is. I mean, we saw him in that challenge in the event that they had down there in Morocco, and how amazing he was on that backhand. I mean, he's probably one of my favorite surfers on the backside to watch when there's waves of substance.
Well, I can't wait to see what happens next, and we've got a little bit of foreshadowing. Surfline came correct today here at the Surf City El Salvador Pro. It was nice and beautiful offshore, head high, but what's going to happen tomorrow? I'm seeing numbers, I'm seeing charts. I'm really not that good at math, Jesse, so maybe you can tell me what you're seeing here at the Surfline forecast.
I mean, you just see the numbers go up, and that's basically what you need to see on a point break like this. Almost the bigger the better. And we're going to see some fireworks. The winds are still pretty decent in the morning.
I know these numbers.
A little onshore.
6 to 8 foot faces. That's good if you're one of the elite on the championship tour. And I believe when it's blue like that, that means the winds are going to be on our side.
Yeah, I think it's going to be that plus some. I really do. I feel like we're going to have well overhead surf in the morning. I can't wait. I want to see the world's best attack this lineup and just go crazy out there from the water.
I'm excited to see what tomorrow holds for us.
Definitely going to bed early tonight. You know, there's a lot to do in Surf City, but you got to just put a blinder to what's happening in town. Go to bed early. You're going to be here bright and early in the morning, and we're going to be in for hopefully another amazing long day of surfing. After all those kind of like morning sessions that we had a couple hours at a time, to have a full day of action here was pretty rad.
Yeah, it was amazing, but I mean, you got to at least go for a walk around town tonight with Cleland Jr.
Oh, that could be dangerous.
He's always
Let's go.
There.
Come on, we'll go check it out. I love it.
Okay, I'll give you till 9 o'clock.
Okay,
all right?
Dad.
That's my curfew.
All right, Dad.
Curfew.
All right. Oh, wow, we're not done yet here at the Corona Cerro Post Show. We've got our favorite parts of the day. Your top 5 moments are about to go down. And sitting at number 5, big action here from Italo Ferreira and Brian Perez. I mean, this had everybody won watching this heat. It was so tight. You know, you had the hometown hero versus the reigning, world #1, and just one of those heats that everybody kind of got a lot of joy out of at the end.
And he did some damage right there. You see that car was just sharp.
Beautiful surfing from the Pink Panther. But you know what? Can't leave this guy alone in the lineup. Not waiting for a set. And he's going to do his damage. You know it's going to get done. It's just an interesting thing where you sit back and you look at his position at this point and how dominant he feels at these events.
He's a Lamborghini mixed with a bulldozer fueled by Red Bull. He just goes out there and wrecks things at high speeds.
I mean, there's no like first or second or third gear.
No,
it's always
he's stuck in 6th.
That thing is
we're fine with that.
The pedal is down on the floor.
Number 4, a little bit different in this one. Kind of a languid pace in this heat. It was a slow burn. Baron Mamiya got off to an early start, almost had this one in the bag, but Alejo Moniz, we know him as a grinder. He will never give up. He let this one go down to the wire. Great surfing by both of these guys. Fortunately, they were right in that kind of siesta time of the day where things were pretty slow. They had us on edge this entire heat.
No doubt, yeah, which made it exciting in its own way. But this wave here from Barrow, beautiful. Just that second turn, would have probably delay himself a little bit and get a little bit more critical to mix it up because he left the door open and Alejo just very committed surfing and got the score in the end.
That was crazy. The fins were just flying. Alejo, and I was in the Red Bull competitors area during this, and everybody was lighting up and screaming. The whole corner of the Red Bull athlete zone was the Brazilian crew, and they were just losing it. They were so stoked for Alejo. It was rad.
It's really fun to watch a surfer just give everything they have at the last minute of a heat. Alejo Moniz did just that. We already talked about this, but we're going to talk about it again because this was a huge moment for Matthew McGillivray. You know he's never been underestimated by any surfer on tour because they know how good this guy is. He went up against Griffin Colapinto, who was definitely considered one of the top 2 favorites in this event. So that win for Matthew McGillivray has to give him confidence that now he knows he can make the finals. Sorry, guys, I took that whole segment for myself. I got really excited. Here we go, Leonardo Fioravanti. Jesse, this was masterful surfing.
That's beautiful. Leo's I think we're talking a little bit ago how he's been stepping it up and getting better and better. It looks like he's a top 5 contender right now. The surfing, the power he has, the release on that layback is just impressive. And obviously, we always knew he was a very competitive freak, but just putting everything together now.
Yeah, I'm not exactly sure what it is that he changed, but please continue on the path. He is so sharp. The boards look amazing, and he looks like a world title surfer. I mean, to me, he's been one of the best guys all year, just looking like on point and ready, and just, I don't know, I'm loving the way Leo's surfing.
He's really letting his style shine, which is really, really fun to watch. And here we go, your number 1 moment of the day. From France, from Mexico, Sayulitas, 2 signos. Marco Nino, what a way to fire up the crowd, to fire up the audience, to fire us up. That was Marco's heat, and man, he made us, he entertained us the whole time.
And just to mention, he oversurfed Rio on this heat because he got worse waves and still bit the guy. And the guy is one of the most informed surfers we have on tour right now.
I love Rio.
Because of that.
I love Rio, and I hate to say it, I didn't even remember who Marco was going against. He really got that much attention.
Yes, he was impressive. And just to say that he barely got the score on this wave just shows how much guts he had after doing that huge punt, going for another air reverse on the shallow rocks right there.
Well, he had to do something. This thing was like a little pilau baga on the inside with nothing there. And he still threw the air reverse onto the rocks, which was, I mean, that's just pure commitment right there, which I love. And that's why he made those huge airs, because it was just pure commitment. The wind was whipping across the lip line, and it was so hard to stick those kind of maneuvers in that kind of condition.
You know, I love to see shakeups in the upper echelon of the rankings on both the men's and the women's side of the draw. That just means that this story is just beginning, and we can't wait to see what happens next. You're going to have to set your alarm for tomorrow, 6:45 Salvadorian time for a possible 7 o'clock start. Cheers, guys.
Cheers.
Well, it's been a week of starts and stops, but as you can see, the lights are on and the surfers are arriving well before sunup. Swells arrive just in time.
Oh, I'm excited, Joe. I'm excited.
Hunter O'Leary, the way he's doing it right now is just pure power. It's precise.
Griffin can stay calm and do his brand of surfing here.
This was otherworldly, Joe. Just one maneuver, but when you consider how strong that offshore wind is, that is extremely difficult.
And Maddie's thinking about the wave to turn this heat right here. Lighting up the lip with some hammers out the back, making 3. McGill throw tail, hunt in the flats. Perfect landing. It is Maddie McGill upsetting last year's world number 3.
We are talking about one of the most technical, most difficult, and one of the highest airs I have ever seen. Look at how high he gets, Joe. How high he gets, how quick that rotation is, and blowing the kiss.
Final wave of the matchup. The rookie sets up that first section. Big throw tail reverse. Who is this rookie? Mignot running down the line, punches the tail out once again. Everybody is losing it. La Libertad, his dad is jumping up and down, and for good reason. That was electric.
We're going to start off with Ethan Ewing. Has to be considered one of the most technologically savvy and advanced surfers on the championship tour. He's got his hands full now. All right, Levi now winding up, finds a tube. Chianca's masterful use of priority still in effect. Quick snap there to start. This wave screaming down the line. That's more like it, leaning in on his heels.
We talk about surfing on rail. Crosby Colapinto, definitely one of those power surfers we have on tour nowadays.
Crosby is up, so if you take up after the horn, it'll be an interference.
Growing up on Vanuatu, moved to Manly. Seems like Sydney's own, looking very well in this opening exchange, Joe.
And then Jack here once again going for that layback dagger. Wow, what a round of 32 it's been today at Punta Roca. Some big names out of the mix.
Brian off the bottom, coming around the corner. Let's see what he's got in the lip line. Bango. Whoa, buckets out the back. Plenty of spray. Another one. Oh, I like the power he's using in his surf. Wow!
And this is Italo's wave that we mentioned. Beautiful first crack out the back.
Building speed, looking for something big, takes to the air. And will he do it again and clean it up? Absolute no. Still.
Once again.
Leo Fioravanti and blitzes that first section.
Just lethal. How's that payback? Fully bushes. Some great surfing by the Mexican surfer from Pascuales. Fully committed on rail, Joe, and hard not to compare really to Andy, Chris Ward, that style that he has, and as you said, the people's champ for a reason.
This copyrighted event broadcast is produced by the World Surf League for broadcast around the world and may not be retransmitted, reproduced, rebroadcast, or otherwise distributed or used in any form without the written consent of the World Surf League.